like 5 maybe. Yeah, and then maybe I come back. Oh yeah, we need to do the Armand one tonight. Hey guys, come on in, you guys. Come on, hurry up. Before Maverick whips such a. What's up, my peoples? Get in here, you guys. Get in here. Get in here. I have to leave. What time is it? We're on like 4:30, 5 o'clock. I gotta go because I make dinner. Then I can come back later after that, if time permits. Oh my lord. Yeah, there's too many videos to do, huh? There's a lot of videos we gotta do. We don't have the time. We do not have the time. I'm gonna give y'all a few minutes to get in here. Get in here, y'all. Oh, my hair. Get in here, my peoples. Get in here. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. I saw this video. Another YouTuber had this video. He was commenting on this video. And I was like, oh, I got to show y'all this video so you can enjoy the video. Okay, 2 more minutes. I'm about to start. Hey, Cav, what's up, ago? Love you. Saw the video. We got too many topics, Kevin. It's so hard. Like, you got to do DDG. You got to do Diddy. You got to do this. It's too many topics. I can't even keep up. When you Wendy Williams, hey, Diana, how's the baby? Wendy Williams did come back. We need Wendy back. Okay. I saw this video from another YouTuber. So I'm like, okay, let me just find the original video. We can watch this video as well to hear what he had to say. But it's true, you guys. I mean, we felt the same way. We're like, okay, you're telling us all this gross, nasty stuff, but how does that prove racketeering? How are you proving prostitution? How are you proving sex trafficking? Right? And also, if there's a whole process, yeah, if there's a prostitution ring, it can't just be one person. Like, okay. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. Like, it can't just be one person. Like, a man that's worth 300, he's in there, child. He's in there. He's over there. Okay. A man that's worth $300 million, he only trafficked one person. Like, that's crazy. That is really, really crazy. And also, you guys did not find any commercial real estate, no warehouses like that look like he sells people for sex over there. No, the only person you really have is what's her name, Cassie, and a person named Jane Doe #2. And I'm like, no, if Cassie can't put her face out and say all these nasty things she did, that little Jane Doe person, say your name and show your face. Show your face. This is ridiculous. But anyways, my peoples, let's go. Let's get started. Okay, let's do it. Hey, Laura, what's up, my love? Right? Nah. And we have to also, I told my little sister this, right? Because my little sister too, you know, she's like a, what is she? 1996, is that what? Millennial, Gen Z? She's out here with them little people too, huh? She's a little confused. But I told her, we have to stop acting as if we are in the 1940s. We are the early 1900s, where women were really, really demure. You know, yes, there was a time in history where women were absolutely classy. You couldn't even catch a woman outside with a man unless she had her brothers, she had her male cousins and things like that, you know, because back then women were truly a prize. Like, it was hard to have access to women. You know what I mean? You couldn't just find a girl like this, walk with a girl like this, hold her hand, like, ooh, the ghetto. Okay. It wasn't happening. You know, women out here were very, very demure. However, times have changed. Times have really, really changed. And in this new era that we're in, there are a lot of women now who are comfortable being prostitutes. There are many women out here who are comfortable being sex workers. And we have to stop acting as if there is a look to a sex worker, right? We're so accustomed to the girls who sell their bodies on the streets. Like, oh, yeah, she's a prostitute, so she can. No. Prostitution happens in many levels. Everything is about what the person can afford. So if you're a man, you got too much money, you're a prostitute, she's going to look a certain way. Hey, Sandra, if you're a prostitute and you go after men, they're like multi-millionaire, you're going to look a certain way. But there's no actual look to a prostitute, right? There's no look to a sex worker. It's all about the income bracket of the men, the Johns that she's going after. You understand? So people have to stop looking at Cassie and be like, oh, because she's so pretty, she would never do something. You don't know her. You do not know her. Women have to stop trying to vouch for celebrities. Hey, Janet, as if you know these people personally. You don't know that girl. We don't know anything about Cassie. We only know what we see about these people, and that's what they decide to show us. And for the most part, what we see is extremely controlled. It is extremely curated, right? So that's why I said early on, me, Marlene, I think Cassie was a willing participant. We have to stop acting as if many women are now using sex to gain from these men. They have sex at the workplace for promotions. They have sex when they work with these producers for free music, for free this and that. Many women are lazy. They are extremely ambitious, but they're too lazy for their own ambition. So what they do is they take the shortcut. I'm going to have sex with this man. I'm going to let this man do whatever he wants to do to me. So that way he'll give me this, and that. And if he doesn't, I'll just threaten him to say, oh, you grape me. Okay. We also have to be realistic here, right? Yes, you have some honest women out here who are victims. It is the truth. But you also sometimes got to take in the context of what is going on. Were you truly raped, or were you trying to gain something from this man because he has a certain position, he makes a lot of money, and you didn't want to have to work hard? You know what I mean? You'll see how pretty Cassie is, how young she, hey, Yvette, how pretty Cassie is, how young Cassie is, right? Cassie could have just gone to the studio. She could have gone to the studio, done her music, go dance with your choreographer, right? Work with her image consultant and things like that. She could have truly been about her music, but she chose not to because she thought the best way to get what she want was just having sex, all kinds of nasty sex with Diddy. And then that way she going to shortcut. She, you know what I mean? Like, hey, for me, she can circumvent the hard process of becoming successful, because being successful is hard. And it's not just hard. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of thinking. You know what I'm saying? It is a lot. It's a lot of work. And we have realized today, and we need to say this, women are in love with the idea of being equal to men. But when it's time to actually be put in that work as equally as a man, they don't want to do it, right? They love to want to be the first woman president, the first woman this, the first woman that. Because they just want they want the success of it all, the notoriety, the fame, the glory. Women are obsessed with glory. They are incredibly narcissist. They're not humble, because humble people say, okay, I understand, I want that, but what exactly is this going to cost me? And then they go in there and they put in the work. Me, Marlene, I am strongly against women who have sex at the workplace, because when you do that, you cause a prejudice to everybody else at the workplace, and you make the workplace incredibly unsafe. You make it so unsafe, because once one woman agrees to have sex with a manager or a CEO or whatever, now there becomes this like underlying, like I guess like a tacit expectation that you're going to do it too. Well, she did it. Why you ain't going to do it? Who do you think you are? You understand? And this is why today too, because a lot of women who don't know how to compete, a lot of women who don't know how to get the attention of men, what do? They offer sex as soon as possible. They offer sex to men as soon as possible because they don't know how to compete. Then what does that create? It now creates an expectation from a lot of men in the dating market that on the first date, I'm owed sex. On the first hello, she owes me sex. If my car is nice, she owes me sex. We have too many bummy ass bitches out here in the woman group. We got to kick these hoes out. Unfortunately, genetically, we can't kick them out. But we need to expose that kind of mindset. We need to expose that kind of mindset. Because if being a woman means something to you and you want it to mean something to somebody else also, we have to make sure that we rebuke these whores. We got to rebuke these hoes. They're out of order. You know, like when Kamala Harris was running for office too. One of my goofy ass, she's a goofy ass ex-friend now because I have to get her ass in order, right? I'm like, you want to run behind this woman. You want Kamala Harris. You want Kamala Harris to represent, like, not be the first quote unquote black woman president, but look at her background. Look at how she got to where she got to. This lady had no problem sleeping with a married man. She sleeps her way. She just sleeps around with people. You know what I mean? And people are just so nasty. So many women today are so nasty. You know, once upon a time, I used to feel as though, it's men who need to work on their sexual discipline. It is men who need to work on their sexual discipline. But I'm going to say something too. Yes, men have to work on their sexual discipline, but the women also have to help the man continue to work on their sexual discipline. If a man is trying to work on his sexual discipline and then you come over here and you start tempting him and you tempt him like we saw yesterday with that goofy ass Haley Bailey, right? Her goofy ass head, right? How can a man come and pick up his baby and then you open the door and you're half naked, right? How can what is this? What is this, right? Like you have these girls out here, they truly don't want these men to get better. They know that for a lot of men, sex is a weakness. For some men, sex, it truly is an addiction. And this man is trying to do better, But here you are blowing up his phone, talking about, oh yeah, I want you over here. I'm horny. I'm this, and that. So many of these women now today are so fucking filthy. You have grown ass women like Tracy Ellis Ross. She's like 55. She's almost like 60. Huh? Her old ass, who have no shame saying that they have sex with men in their 20s. Disgusting behavior. These women are so disgusting. There was a time in this world where when a woman was 55, she could even be caught dead around a 20-something-year-old. What the fuck can you do for me? You are a child. She will rebuke you and say, you are a child. Get away from me. I could be your mother. It is so disgusting. But today we have a corrosion of morals, and it's coming from the men, and it's also coming from the women. Because we have over here, people have spent so much time trying to hold men accountable, trying to punish men, trying to lock them up for their sexual deviancy. But there's not the same amount of pressure being applied to women who are just as nasty, just as deviant, just as trifling. You use your money to get young men in bed. You're disgusting. You're also a fucking predator. You are a fucking predator. What does a 55-year-old do sleeping with a 22-year-old? And then the president even asked her, Barack Obama even asked her, why are you doing that? She's like, oh, because I can. You see, toxic ass masculinity. The men are toxic. Girl, you are the man that is toxic. You operate like a man. Why would a grown woman, you're almost 6 decades old, sis. You're about to be 60, boo-boo. And you have 20-something-year-old boys in your bed. You are a filthy ass woman, just nasty. And these are the kind of women we're dealing with. The vast majority of women today in the West are disgusting. They are disgusting. They are filthy. They are nasty. And that needs to be said. You as a woman, it should be like your vagina should be so sacred to you. The person that's able to open your legs, like that person should have to go through something quite tedious to be able to spread your legs, especially when you're in your 50s. You sleep with a man who came and pay your rent. You sleep with a man who came and pay your mortgage at your big ass age. It is embarrassing. You should say to yourself, oh, by the time I get to my 50s and stuff, the man I sleep with, he got to be able to bring something, like even have the whole table built. What can a 22-something-year-old do for you? They are just disgusting. And all they want is as much control as these toxic ass men like the Diddys over here, right? We have filthy ass women. This is what feminism has led to. These are the consequences of feminism, because feminism never told women that they should be inspired by men of good moral character. No, feminism caters to lazy ass women who are waiting to be just as destructive, just as toxic, and they're not trying to have perimeters on their behaviors and their morality. The way women today have no morality, it is so disturbing, considering the fact that the woman is responsible for raising the child. But if the mother lacks morality, what will we say about the kids? How are the kids gonna grow up? When you have mothers, even grandmothers out here who are still in the club, they're still having sex, they're still giving blowjobs to random ass men out here, y'all. It is embarrassing. Being a woman today in 2025, it is so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. Anybody can sleep with these people. You give them food, you can have sex with them. You take them out on a date, you can have sex with her. You give her a bunch of lies, you can sleep with her. It is so easy to sleep with these girls today. You pair with her, or you match her on a dating app, you meet her that very night, she gonna have sex with you. Can you see how insecure these people are? They lack so much dexterity when it comes to interactions with people of the opposite sex. You should be able to talk to people, engage with people without feeling like, oh, the one thing I'm going to do is have sex with him so that way he can like me. You don't know how to talk. You don't know how to have, you don't have skills. You don't know how to hold a conversation. You can't talk about politics or history or something like that. No, she cannot, because nobody ever told her that she had to build her mind to be able to show how seductive she is by being intelligent. Everything comes down to lay on my back, spread my legs, and I hope he likes me afterwards. This is insanity. This is insanity. And this is how we live out here, y'all. So that's why Marlene, people like Cassie, I don't feel bad for them. Maybe what I do feel bad is that you should have known Jesus. Your mother should have gave you God. Your father should have gave you God. Somebody should have raised you in the word of God. And you would have learned anything worth having out here, you have to work for it. Stop looking for shortcuts. Stop looking for shortcuts. Stop looking for a rich man to fix all your problems. It doesn't work. And all you're going to do is have yourself be all kinds of sexually abused out here and have all kinds of depression out here. Stop looking for shortcuts. Our destinies, for the most part, it's already written. What is meant to be will be. But if you really want something, work hard, be patient, have integrity. You got to be able to love yourself. You got to be able to see yourself and be able to sleep with yourself. Your name, it has to mean something to you. You should even be afraid that people can even lump you up with some foolishness. Like, oh, please, I don't want no parts of that. You have to run from evil. Your feet have to run as fast as possible away from evil. You only have one name. You only have one reputation. Have integrity in everything that you do. And if it's meant for you, it's meant for you. And if it's not, it's not. Either way, enjoy the process of working hard, being patient to become the person you think you should be. Offering your body up to men for quick results, for quick this and quick that, it never ends well. Okay? But the problem that we have also, these women are so obsessed with money. They are so greedy. They are so greedy and lazy with no work ethics. You cannot sell your body to the top. You cannot prostitute yourself to the top. It never ends well. And now look at Cassie. Everything that was done in the dark, now she got to sit here and tell the entire world everything she did in the dark. This is horrible. And I hope people understand what you're seeing from Cassie like this. We're all going to have to do that. And it's called Judgment Day. We're all going to have to sit there and confess to everything we've done. God is real. And you better make sure that when you die, and you meet God, well, I guess I don't know if you see him, but okay, that what you have to say to him, you can stand beside it. Because we're all going to have to give an account of what we do in this life. We're all going to have to give an account of how we influence people, how we use our talents, how we use our bodies, how we use money. We're all going to have to give an account for this stuff. Nobody gets away with anything. What you do in the dark, doesn't matter how long it takes, it will come out. It will come out. God is real. But I think, unfortunately, not many people realize that God is real. You go and you sleep with somebody's husband. Today, it's the new trend now. Bunch of whores out here, okay? They go out here and they sleep with people's husbands. And they have no shame. They have no fear. They're not even aware of the curses that happen when you go and you sleep with a married man. For the Bible says, what God has put together, let no man, including woman, lay asunder. And when you go and you violate a marriage, especially knowingly, it's not just the wife you're hurting or the children that you're hurting. You're also hurting yourself because now you've made God an enemy. Because marriage is not just covenant between a man and a woman, but it's a man, the woman, and God. That's what makes marriage. That's why we call marriage a holy matrimony. It's not holy because two folks got married. Marriage is holy because the people, the wife and the husband, God also is involved in the mix. So when you go and you lay with somebody's husband, you are attacking God and you are attacking the institution of God. So you have decided to make God an enemy. But we have so many pagans out here, so many heathens out here, so many godless-minded people out here. That's why you got to be very careful. You cannot befriend people who do not claim God. You cannot bring people around you who don't have the fear of God. Because what's your principle? Like, how do you operate in this world? Who do you answer to? Right? What are your tenets? What are your moral tenets? And if someone doesn't know God, then what are their moral tenets? How do you determine what's right and what's wrong? Based on what self wants to do? The flesh is wicked. The flesh is weak. But people should know this. And when we were growing up, we knew that marriage was sacred. We were growing up, anybody who slept with somebody's husband, people used to shame you for that. Because it's a deplorable behavior. Because not only can you do better, but you're about to destroy an entire family. And you got to have empathy and put yourself there. Because one day you might also want to be a wife. What if somebody does that to you? How's that going to make you feel? And if it happened to you, if it happened in the past, you also need to repent and ask God for forgiveness. Because sometimes some people ain't raised right. Some people are not raised right. So when you're not raised right, you're gonna be a wild banshee out here. But the day you realize that what you did was wrong, because that man belonged to somebody else, or that wife belonged to somebody else, you need to repent for that. You need to ask God for forgiveness. And make that family and those kids, they heal from that, because you played a part in destroying a family. No, today when a woman sleeps with a man, they praise her like Portia over here. They praise her. She keeps her followers. There's no consequences. right? Because these women are filthy. And that's why I'm telling y'all, there's no sisterhood. There's no sisterhood. They praise the side chicks. They praise the strippers. They praise the sugar babies. We are living in filthy times. We are living in dangerous times. And we are living in times where people are going to be cursed left and right. You got to be very careful who you hang with. Because just like Jonah, they can bring your entire ship down, you know. Got to be careful. You got to be careful. Stay away from women who don't have self-esteem. Stay away from women who are insecure. And stay away from girls that have no morals. Their main obsession is chasing money. That is so dangerous. There is more to life than chasing money. There's a thing called being a decent human being. There's a thing called, you know what, when I'm around people too, I don't see people as a means to an end. I see people as people. And I treat people the way I should treat people. You got to respect people. And you have to honor people. Everybody who comes into your life is not a reason for you to prey on that person. It's not okay. You got to treat people right. But you guys, my point, before I put the video, my point is, Marlene, today I'm truly clear on the current state of womanhood today, especially in America. The vast majority of women today in America are comfortable holding themselves out. They are comfortable. They walk into the lion's den thinking that they can tame a lion. And what happens is they get chewed the fuck out. Like Priscilla said one time. Priscilla said, these girls right here, they don't know men. These women think they know so much about men. And it's that arrogance, that goofy ass arrogance that is not rooted in any sound proof of like, yeah, I can really say that I know what men are made of. They don't know shit about men. But they're so pompous. They're so arrogant because people just be gaslighting their ass with all these hashtags. Girl boss, girl whatever. Girl, shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. A lion is a lion. Who has trained you to tame a lion? Are you sure you can tame this beast? Oh yeah, I can. I know a man like this. I know him. Okay, go. So they arrogantly walk themselves into the lion's den. Then they get chewed the fuck out. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he bit me. I can't believe he chewed my arm off. Girl, it was a lion. And that's why also I repeat, Marlene, I don't feel sorry for Cassie. We're all old enough to remember how and when she got with Diddy. When Cassie got with Diddy, it was right after the nightclub incident. Even J-Lo, J-Lo, she ran for her life. You see a woman like J-Lo who has more success than you. She has a longer career than you. J-Lo has way more than you. You see J-Lo run out of a burning house. And your goofy 19, 21-year-old ass decides to run into a burning house. That Diddy trial with the whole J-Lo thing, it was on TV for months. We saw Sean go to prison for something he didn't do. Matter of fact, too, when Diddy was with J-Lo, Kim was pregnant with Christian. So he was already cheating on her. Okay? Diddy's like Future. He's very consistent. He is very consistent. You see someone like J-Lo run out of she's running out of this burning house. You should say to yourself, damn, if J-Lo is running, I gotta stay the fuck away. Because what the freak is in that house? Girl, is burning. It is going down. No, you see this man, J-Lo, running for her life. J-Lo was also worried about, because he was cheating on J-Lo also. He cheats on he cheats on Kim Porter. This man does not treat women right. But I think for Cassie, maybe she said to herself, hey, I'm Filipina, so he's going to treat me differently. I don't know. All right? I'm Filipina, so maybe he's going to treat me differently. Girl, what? And this is the arrogance that these women have. He's not going to do that to me. Why not? J-Lo, she's Puerto Rican. Kim is a black woman. You're Filipina, right? So there's enough diversity for you to be like, okay, even at that time too, there was an issue like Danny Kane, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? But my point is, Diddy has a track record of doing too fucking much. I'm sure if we could even go call Khalees, because Khalees was also signed to Diddy, wherever she is in Africa, if we could also call Khalees, she'll tell y'all, this man is too much. This man has a long track record of not being about shit. But these women, once again, because they truly struggle to be on code and they truly struggle to be humble and be like, you know what? I believe I'm beautiful. I believe it could probably be different with me. Hey, Val, but Kim is gorgeous. J-Lo is gorgeous. Diddy does not date ugly people. Diddy does not go into a relationship with ugly people. Kim Porter is a model. Okay? You see her daughters. You see how beautiful her daughters are. Kim Porter, her DNA, her genetics, it gave. Her face card, it gave. And all she ain't fat. She's extremely gorgeous. So if he can do that to that pretty girl, then you turn around, you see J-Lo. He's abusing her too. Hold up, wait a minute. Now I know I'm beautiful, but damn, these girls are not ugly. Right? But this is what these girls do. Oh, I think I'm better. Oh, it's going to turn out differently for me. Oh, why? Kim Porter had his child. Look how he treated her. J-Lo, I guess they had a hot romance. Look how he treated her. The man, he has a problem. But this is what these women do because they refuse to humble themselves and say, you know what? These girls are beautiful too. And if he was not able to treat them right, most likely he won't treat me right. No, they don't want to be humble. Oh, I think I'm better than. Oh, I think this. I think I can do this. I think. No problem. Go in the lion's den and get your head chewed up. Don't come out here crying. Because me, Marlene, if I see a man has dated very beautiful women and every woman is suffering, crying, being tortured, yeah. One more. How many more signs do I need? I'm not that pretty, you know. What is she doing that what is it that she didn't do that I'm going to do that's going to make you happy? You don't want to be happy. You don't want to be with one person. Even Messia Hitton too. She was very gorgeous back in the day. I mean, she still is, but you know what I'm saying? Like, these are all very pretty people. He does not mess with ugly women. Even as artists, he doesn't have ugly artists. So Diddy has good taste, but he's evil. So what do you say to yourself? When I see all his exes, let me tell you something, right? I don't know what they can do that I can do that you're going to be like, oh, yeah. No. It's a trap. And that's why you got to check your ego. This is why so many women have to check their ego at the door. Right? If I'm new, yeah, maybe for a month or 3 months or a year, he might treat me differently because he wants to convince you that he's changed. But what happens? People always go back to their true nature. You know, in French, we say, la nature repart toujours au galop, which means like your true nature always comes out. It always comes out. Because you can only be fake for so long. But your real nature will always come out. So yes, the first month he might be nice to you, completely different, a whole sweetheart. He's like, oh, but I don't see that side of him. When people ask Carisha about everything going on, she said, oh, that wasn't my experience. Of course, it's intentional. Because there's so much being said about him, he's going to fake it to show you a different side because he needs you to be duped. But you have to understand, he's going to dupe you for a season, but eventually he will go back to being himself. And this is how a lot of these mistresses also get caught up because they think, oh, I'm getting something different than the wife at home. No, you're not. He's intentionally being different. He's intentionally being affectionate. He is intentionally texting you more because you're something new. You are something new. And he also probably wants you to believe that, oh, look, my wife don't do this, No, you're being duped. And that's why most mistresses, as soon as they get pregnant, what happens? He treats you worse than his wife because that was always his true nature. You got to trust, like, I'm trying to say this, right? Past action is a determinant of future action. Past behavior is the best predictor for future behavior. A cheater gonna cheat. An abuser will abuse. A liar will lie. A manipulator will manipulate. Do not lie to yourself. For the first few months, the first year, yes, it might be so beautiful. That's the whole point. Confusion. He has to confuse you. So he will show you a side of him that nobody else sees. So that way he can be like, oh, you see, you're my safe place. Only you understand me. Wumpty wump wump. Boy, shut up. It's all about confusion. And this is what narcissists do. They show one side to one person and another side to another person. So that way people are always fighting each other. And then they think that way I'm not going to get exposed. But you got to stop thinking that you're better than other women. You're this, I can do this. No. A lion is a lion. A beast is a beast. You cannot tame somebody who doesn't want to be tamed. You cannot change a man who does not want to change. You have to respect who people are. So if you say to yourself, oh, I'm going to go over there because he got money, then go get the money. But don't you ever delude yourself and think that it's going to turn into some romance and then one day he's going to marry you. He's not the marrying type. Stop trying to force marriage on everybody. Some men do not want to marry. And I think also they know I'm not going to be a good husband, so I don't want to do it. And you should respect that. Stop thinking that. You want to go over there and be a prostitute and get the money? Go prostitute, get the money, and go home. Don't go on a mission to prostitute and then be like, oh, I wonder if I could be a girlfriend. I wonder if one day, no. Okay? No. Your command papers was for you to go over there and prostitute. You prostitute successfully, you get the money, you're done. And that's why I think even most, I guess like the OG prostitutes, they knew not to fall in love with the client because it's not real. It's for one night. He pays you, he goes about his business, and you go about your business. Don't lie to yourself. You will never change this man. You're not going to get the marriage out of this man. He don't want to do it. Leave him alone. He's a womanizer. He wants to go through women. He probably wants to die alone and sleep with as many people as he can. And you have to respect that. That is his choice. Stop trying to change people. So hopefully, but sadly, but I hope that a few people, a few young ladies who are currently behaving like Cassie, I hope y'all learn. Because some of y'all, you're not really going to learn though. This is not going to serve as a learning lesson, but I do hope that a few ladies learn from this and understand it is better to go for something practical and sturdy than to chase this goofy ass Prince Charming fantasy that truly is going to leave you sexually abused. There are consequences out here. And you don't get to wake up and be like, oh, wow, now I'm so ashamed. So now I need to start lying and get this man locked up because I can't sleep with the shame. No, it don't work like that. You are a willing participant in your degradation. You degraded yourself because that's what you chose to do. That's what you did. And because you were okay with being degraded, he peed on you. And they all peed on you because you have no self-respect. And people will treat you accordingly. You have to learn to choose yourself. And that's why I repeat, it's always best to focus on your work. Work hard. Become the best of what you want to do. Focus on who you want to be. And don't use sex as a shortcut or having sex with powerful people as a shortcut to have the dream career. It never ends well. Same thing with Kamala Harris. Her past came flying back into her face. Okay? Her past came flying back into her face. You cannot be out here having sex with Mr. Willis knowing damn well he married. All these married men out here having sex with these people. But you want to be the first lady. You want to be the first woman president. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. You think we're going to put a harlot over this nation? What we look like? What we look like? The spirit of Jezebel needs to preside over this country. Are you insane? Then you go and you marry a man who cheated on his wife with the nanny, did not even use condoms. He got the nanny pregnant. That's your husband, right? People are crazy. Never. You don't sleep to get to the top. You don't have sex with people to get to the top. You work hard and you earn your way to the top. And when you get to the top, you can say, you know what? I worked to get here and no one can lie on me. Nobody can take that away from me. If women want to be bosses and they want to be respected, they're going to have to learn to put in that work and stop counting on your ass, your lips, your this, your that. Start using your brain. I don't even mean like cabeza, like actually start being an intellectual and learn to figure things out intellectually and learn to work hard and learn to be patient. If you work really hard and you make a good product, by God's grace, one day you will be successful. And you can say, I did this for myself. You know, just like you have all these girls out here chasing a rich man. Stop worrying about chasing a rich man. You become a rich person. You want money? You want a life where everything is paid for? No problem. Make that happen for yourself. Make that happen for yourself. Stop waiting for someone to come with their credit card or their whatever money and you're going to spend through their money. Because if you don't even know how to manage money, you don't even know how to be wealthy yourself, you don't deserve to have a wealthy man because you're not going to respect his money. You will squander his wealth because you don't understand the value of a dollar. And that's why I feel like, let me say this before I put my video, right? And I also feel like this is why also a lot of people who are praying and hoping for a rich husband, God does everything to make you blind that you will not find a rich husband because God knows you don't want to learn financial literacy. I've come to realize that a lot of these girls out here, they do not want to learn financial literacy. Once again, the husband is a shortcut to not have to study financial literacy. But ask yourself this, you guys, is it fair for a rich man who has worked really hard to get to where he is to marry a woman who does not care about money? All she wants is access to your bank account. All she wants are your credit cards or your debit card. So she can just spend your money and just swipe your card left and right. No. You got to be worthy of what you're asking for. So you want a rich husband? Become a rich woman. Even if you don't become rich, but the fact that you aspire to be rich and you work hard towards becoming wealthy, you're going to acquire so much financial literacy that if God sees fit for you to marry a rich man, you will know how to be respectful of his money. And because of that, he's going to like you more. But everybody out here does not want to be around a gold digger. Even regular people, they don't want to be friends with someone who never wants to pay. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. It doesn't feel good to be taken advantage of. Nobody likes it. Doesn't matter how much money you make. So if you want to be around a rich man, or marry a rich man, ask yourself this: do I even know how to manage money? Do I even know how to manage my own checkbook? Do I even know how to manage my own finances? If the answer is no, well, there you have it. Because that rich man too, that's somebody's child. That's somebody's son. And also, God also probably loves that person too. So why would God allow this union to ever occur? Why would God ever allow this meeting to ever occur? We don't use people as a means to an end. We have to honor the sanctity of everybody's humanity. People are people. And you have to treat people as human beings. Oh, how you gonna get me rich? How you gonna make me famous? Stop doing that to people. It's disgusting. You wanna be rich? Figure that out. You want to be around, you want to be famous? Figure it out. Stop using people. Hey, Fat, stop using people. Stop using people. But how can you ask for a rich man when you barely have a 600 credit score? So if this man gets around you, you will drag him down because you don't even know the value of $1. And that's why some people out here, they're going to fight. But guess what? They're going to end up marrying a regular person. So as two regular people, you will start from the bottom. You're going to go all the way up if you so desire. But we have to stop looking at rich men as people to be taken advantage of too. You know, Diddy also, I'm going to say this because, people think like, oh, you shouldn't humanize people. No, I will humanize Diddy because everything about Diddy is not evil. Everything about Diddy is not evil. In this life, when you talk about people too, you got to look at the entire story of the person. Diddy, the pictures that I saw of him when he was a baby, beautiful baby. He was born innocent. He wasn't born like this. Like this is life and things he's been through and stuff that he's been exposed to that have made Diddy this way. And I also will say this: I pray for his sobriety. I truly pray for his sobriety because hopefully if he's sober, he will also see the errors of his ways and truly repent for his children. I hope having to go through this and having his daughters in the back listening to the stuff, they can be like, damn, would I be okay if someone did that with my daughter? Even if my daughters want to do it, I would want the man to say, no, don't do that, girl. You're crazy. So I pray for his sobriety. But my thing is, Diddy also worked really hard to get to where he is. He worked really hard. And people see how much money he has and they just want to take advantage. So because you want to take advantage of him because he got money, he takes advantage of you as well. Because he's not an idiot. He's a businessman. You think he got to be this big and this famous in this racist country like this because he's an idiot? He's not an idiot. Diddy's a hard worker. He's extremely passionate. He wants what he wants. He's very, very competitive. And we have to say this, okay? He's not a bum. He's just crazy. But he's also been through a lot of trauma because it's not normal to be born and your daddy got shot in the head for selling drugs. All this is just too much trauma. But nonetheless, this is a young black man from a broken home who became a multi-millionaire, a global icon. He's one of the greatest producers in the world. But he also has his demons. And those demons, they come out like crazy when he takes them drugs. So I really pray for his sobriety. I really do. But these women think, especially these Latinas and these Asian girls, they always expect the poor Asian people, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, okay? They always look at these black boys as an easy link because they understand out here colorism is real. Oh, you know what? I'm not really white, but I'm close to white, but I know I am black. So if I go there, he gonna like me more. Let's talk about that too. Many of these Asian girls are racist. And they take, and I guess, strategic advantage of the fact that there is colorism and there is texturism in the black community. And they look at these black boys, these millionaire black men, as an easy lick. But no, he made it very difficult for you, because the same way you want to take advantage of him, he will also take advantage of you. Okay? You didn't get close to Diddy to get business advice. You could have got close to Diddy to learn a lot. The music industry, this, and that. No, you didn't want to take the time and actually learn the business because you didn't care. You wanted access to his money. And you realize that he has addictions. He has drug addictions. He has sex addiction. You know, Diddy's a voyeur. He probably had that since childhood. He's a sexual deviant. He has a lot of addictions. And those addictions, they have a stronghold over that man. And she knew that. And that's why she would send these nasty messages, because she's trying to trigger those demons in him. Because he's demon possessed, you know. But you went there to take advantage, and advantage he took of you as well. There you go. A lot of these Asian women out here need to understand. Stop coming to the black community to think that black men are an easy lick and you're going to get rich over here and then go about your business and then marry a white man. You out your damn mind. Stop taking advantage of people because you realize that this country is racist. So you think you can have the strategic advantage, or you can find a way to do nasty things and then try to flip the script because people here always believe the worst things about black people. You're a bunch of racists. You're a bunch of bigots. And I'm sick and tired of that. It's always some Asian chick. Go somewhere. Why don't y'all find your own Asian moguls and do that with your own Asian people out there? You always come over here. Why? Tired of y'all. So you did what you did, and he did what he did. Womp. He paid you for what you said you went through. You got paid. Why are you understand? Why are you here? Enough is enough. And this is why Diddy is going to walk. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. Now, let me put my video. Hold on. Let's play this video, you guys. Let's go. Let's
discuss it and then have your incense ready to get it off you. Our next guest, Lionel from the Lionel Nation YouTube channel, says the government could blow this because they're just not making a good case. What we've seen so far is gross, but Lionel has made the case many times. It's not illegal to be gross. It's not illegal to be a pervert. It's not illegal to have, baby sex oil parties. So what is illegal about this? What's the case? Sure, there's a salacious interest here, but is the government failing to make this a trafficking case? Lionel, good to see you. Lay it on me.
Good to see you. That should be the title of your book. It's not illegal to be gross. I like that. And I think we all know that.
That's what I always say.
First of all, number one. 3 charges. What do you think Diddy's charged with? Three charges.
Sex trafficking? It had to do with weapons, if I recall.
That's where we start. Not beating up Cassie, not having a party, not using baby oil, not being not having escorts do undonism and forms of urolagnia. I'm going to keep this safe. No. See, that's great for TMZ and Harvey Levin. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy for allegedly running a criminal enterprise. So when you hear something, when you hear a fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise? Exactly. That's number one. Number 2, sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion. Was Cassie the only one I'm hearing about so far? We're going to hear about others. Was she forced into this? Could she leave?
Yes.
Do you think she made any money from this? Did she benefit? Was anybody actually held, kidnapped for? I don't know. That's number 2. And third, my favorite, transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution. This is the white slavery statute of 1910, the Mann Act. This is what. So whenever you hear somebody talk about this, whenever you hear this, you got to ask yourself, where are these charges?
The thing is, Val, the thing also, you got to think about it. It's New York City. The prosecutor, these goofy ass white feminists, right? And they're racist. These liberals are racist. So these women are trying to build their career on oh, I'm the woman, I'm the white woman who locked up the black deviant with a big peen and this, multi-million-dollar empire. You know what I'm saying? They're very jealous. I keep telling you all this. They are very, very jealous of successful black people. Okay? So that's what they want to build their career on. Because let's be so for real. In America here, we have some real cases of human trafficking, right? Think about even the lady in New York City who was beheaded by these squatters. Have they solved that case? Right? There are so many cases of trafficking in New York City, like for real. Even these illegal migrants, many of them are taken in the underworld because they can't get jobs. They get kidnapped or they join these gangs and stuff like that. Girls who are illegals too, who have no place to stay, are currently being trafficked in New York City. And instead of really focusing on solving crime, meaningful crime, and dismantling real sex trafficking and human trafficking in New York City, no, they want to focus on Diddy because he's a black man with a lot of money, a lot of fame. So then you get to be famous. They're not trying to do the right thing. They're trying to put their name out there on the map. So maybe one day they can run for governor, lieutenant governor of the state of New York. They can write a book, or they can try to, try like something even bigger at the nation level, right? You understand? And that's why I'm like, no. And also for me, as a matter of principle, Diddy will not fall to a Filipina. Okay? I'm sick and tired of this. Like these goofy ass immigrants. No, he is not going to fall to an Asian. It's not going to happen. If Diddy gets locked up, it got to be for Kim. If he killed Kim, that's what he'll fall for. If he falls because he did something wrong to black people. I am sick and tired of these goofy ass, I'm telling you, these poor Asian people, South Asian people, always coming over to the black community and doing their foolishness. Okay? Do that with your own people. Why don't you find a man from the Philippines that's a multimillionaire and go do that over there? Okay, this is where you see the racism and xenophobia in certain immigrant groups. Like, no. He will not fall to her. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. He is going to walk. He will not fall to her. Leave us alone. Okay? Like we all knew Diddy was crazy. Y'all the one who want to leave your communities and come over here and talk about, oh, that's all she does. Look at all these black men. Ryan Leslie, Diddy, Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi. Girl, you don't sleep with Asian men? Why don't she go and sleep with Asian men? Like, what is wrong with this girl? And I'm thinking, like, yesterday when I heard what Armand had to say, I said, this girl, is she trying to spread HIV in the black community? What the fuck is her mission here? Like, what the fuck is her mission? Is she trying to spread HIV in the black community? Okay? How do you go from Ryan Leslie, then you go to Diddy? What? I don't even know who you slept with when you were having sex with Ryan. Then you want to go, yeah, it's enough. It's enough. He will not fall to her. It will not happen. Okay? Then you go with Diddy. You have all these nasty free calls with Diddy. These are so nasty. And you're having sex unprotected. Then you go and you sleep with Michael B. Jordan. You can expose him to stuff. Then you go and you sleep with Kid Cudi. You can expose him to stuff. So I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Is this girl trying to spread HIV and AIDS in the black community? What is she up to? What is she up to? Right? Who knows what she is? The girl is Filipina. When you look at her and you see her last name, it gives Filipina. Ventura don't give black American. They always trying to find a speck of black American somewhere to come over here and bamboozle people. Get out of here with that. You see that girl, they never gives black. Her phenotype don't give black. This is what they come up with every time they're over here being imposters because they don't want to be with their own people. There's nothing about that girl that gives some, okay? Even Mexican, I don't see it. Her name is Cassie Ventura. And her eyes are very slanted. The girl is Filipino. When I look at her mama, I see a Filipina. They're all Filipinas, right? That's what they do because they don't want to be called out. But when you look at her, nothing about her gives black American. There's nothing about her that gives, oh, I have African ancestry. So no, mess me with that shit. Because even me, I can also claim Portuguese ancestry. Like we can go that far, but it doesn't matter. My phenotype gives hella black. We cannot allow the spectrum of blackness to be as wide as the we have to stop. Because at this point, you're gonna even have white people start saying, oh yeah, I'm black American too. Oh the fuck. When you live your life, do you have a black American experience? No, you don't. People treat her as a Filipina. And it's okay. It really is okay, It's okay. Right? But even me, I can say, oh, I have Portuguese ancestry, which I do. Right? Everybody can take a DNA test and start finding crap in there, right? But it's funny how when it comes to black people, we're stuck being black, especially if we have the phenotype of being black. But when it comes to people who are extremely light-skinned or white passing, they can pick and choose. Oh, well, I'm black today. Oh, I'm Filipino tomorrow. Or I'm Mexican. No, fuck that shit. Me, when I wake up, I'm black 100%. Nobody gives me the possibility of being transient. So when she goes out here, people see her. They see her phenotype and they see her first name and her last name. It gives Filipina. That's it. It's go over there. Go over there. I'm sick and tired of this. When you look at Kim Porter, you know she black. You look at J-Lo, she Puerto Rican. So why does Cassie get to check all these boxes? It's to cause confusion. When she lives her life and when people see her and how she gets treated, she does not have a black, especially not a black American experience. She has that of a Filipina in America. It is what it is. But my point is, I go back to what I was saying, right? From Ryan Leslie to Diddy and all the freak offs and all the men she slept with, to then she goes and she had sex with Michael B. Jordan. Then she goes and she had sex with Kid Cudi. Who knows who else she slept with? But I'm like, is your job to pass HIV over here? Because remember, the guy, Philip, what's his name? The first guy that Armand told us about, Daniel Phillips, right? He said he didn't want to have sex with her unprotected anymore because he showed his health paperwork, but she didn't want to show her HIV paperwork. So he started to get scared. I said, oh, does this girl have HIV? Because if you don't have HIV, why don't you want to show this man your paperwork? What are you hiding? But then it's like all these prominent black men, this girl is having sex with all of them. So I'm like, is she trying to pass HIV around? Who does this? You know, who does this? And also, it wasn't even like, oh, is she trying to pass the HIV around? It's like you want to see these black dudes fight over you. You want to see these black men crash out over you. Because if Ryan Leslie finds out, he can fight Diddy. And Diddy can fight him. You know what I'm saying? If Diddy finds out that you're having sex with Michael B. Jordan, he can go do something to Michael B. Jordan. If Diddy finds out you're having sex with Kid Cudi, something can happen. I'm like, she gets a kick out of seeing these black men crash out over her. This is what they do, man. This is what they do. They want to come over here and cause all kinds of mayhem. Leave us the fuck alone. Go do that in your Filipino community. Go have a bunch of freak offs with your people and then start messing with different powerful men in your community, right? Do that over there. Why are you here? Why do people think they can always come around black people and anything goes? Anything is permissible. Like we're like freaking poo-poo in a toilet. No, we're human beings. We are human beings. And you need to have respect for us. I'm like, do you see black girls go over to the Filipino community and behave like this? No respect. There's no respect. Like, there's really no respect out here. You got to respect people. You know that you're having so much unprotected sex. Why are you going from one powerful black man to another powerful black man? What the fuck are you doing? You trying to pass on HIV? Like, does she have AIDS? What the heck? Because her behavior, y'all, I'm telling y'all, her behavior truly gives people who have AIDS, HIV. You know how people who have HIV, they get so mad that they want to pass it around to as many people as possible? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Exactly, fam. What do we know? Because her husband looks like he came from Skid Row. Okay? Her husband does like he's a meth head. I said that man, Alex Fine, he looks like he does drugs. He looks like he does hard drugs. And I truly wonder, like, was he for real Diddy's trainer or was he Diddy's supplier? Because that man looks like he does a lot of drugs. He looks like a meth head. This dude looks like he came from Skid Row. Or Venice Park somewhere. It's called Venice Park. Is that what it is in LA? Right? Like, go sit down somewhere. Venice, whatever it's called. Like Venice Beach, is that what it is? Like, go somewhere. Go somewhere. But she's going from one black man, like one successful black man, to another successful black man. Knowing that she don't use protection. She does not use protection. She doesn't use protection. I'm like, what the fuck is this? My God. I'm like, you, Michael B., you need to go get tested. All y'all need to go get tested. Kid Cudi, go get tested. Because this is some reckless-ass behavior. And it's giving serial killer. Because only God knows what you have. And then she did say that she has UTIs and she has sores in her throat. So you have all these STDs. And you're going from one black man to another black man, offering yourself without protection. Yo, this is crazy. She needs to be charged for reckless endangerment through the means of sexual exposure to STDs. Sue her ass. She's worse than Diddy, you know? That is crazy. I could even imagine having slept with so many men and going after these other celebrities and having sex with them. And I really hope Michael B. Jordan and Lori Harvey, I hope they use protection. I hope they got tested, because this is really scary. This is really, really scary, you know. Does she have AIDS? Does she have HIV? My gosh.
That's number one. Number two, let me tell you how he could walk. First, load up before you begin with the court filing copious motions in limine, meaning, judge, do not let this, and this in, and pray to God the judge denies them all.
Yep.
Thank you. I am creating the record on appeal. Thank you, judge. Number two, stand up and object to everything.
Yep.
What does Cassie have to do with trafficking? In cross-examination, Ms. Ventura, were you trafficked? No. Could you have left?
Well, she says he had some texts, he had some sex videos, he was threatening to release. Yeah, I mean, again, that's not against the law, right?
Do you ever hear of revenge? Do you ever hear of revenge? Do you ever hear about this? About, hey, I'm going to make your life miserable. I've got this picture. Is that trafficking?
Right. No.
Let me ask this question. This doesn't really come into play, but I want you to put this into perspective. Do you think maybe we could go back in life and look at the Stones, the Beatles, the Doors, the Who, Led Zeppelin? Remember the Led Zeppelin stories? Who had their own versions of freak off parties, roadies? Remember the Plaster Casters, Sweet Sweet Connie? You know, the whole.
He's listing like a litany of like white rock bands who really engage in freak offs. Freak offs are nothing new, y'all. They are nothing new. Now they're disgusting, but they're nothing new. But to make it seem as though Diddy is the ickiest of them all, that is a damn lie. Rolling Stones out here, child. Aerosmith, most likely. Led Zeppelin. He is listing a litany of white rock bands who not only had freak offs, but they would take these girls like from one city, put them in the tour bus, go to a different city, or like even have sex with them on the tour bus into a whole different city, pick up more white girls. And you know what I mean? It's like they just grab girls from city to city, drive them to different cities, and have more sex with them. And you have never seen any of these white rock band people be prosecuted or even have Homeland Security, well, they didn't exist back then, but you know what I mean? Have like some kind of big government agency go raid their home, break their walls, ransack the entire house, put their children in handcuffs, and have them lay there on the property without even telling them what is going on. This is crazy. This is the life of a rock star. This is what they freaking do. That's why everyday people with sensitivity need not to apply, need to abstain from that. Okay? That's why you got to know, hey, if I go to the concert, I go to the concert. But you always have girls who want to go in the backstage. They want to go in the back room, in the back. Well, there you go, sis. You asked for that bullshit, right? You cannot want to be around these rock stars, these crazy, crazy entertainers, and think that you're not going to see cocaine. Who is that cocaine? Who is that ecstasy? If you don't want to see that, just go to like a regular concert person, enjoy the show, take your ass home. Take your ass home. Okay? But no, you have some people who have this detestable desire for danger. Go ahead. Go ahead. And if these people turn you into a junkie, do not come crying. The vast majority of celebrities, it's not just black people, which is what makes me sick. Okay? They all do it. White people, black people, Asian people, it doesn't matter. All these celebrity people are all a bunch of drug users. But why is it that every single time black people have to be the face of this foolishness? No, make everybody the face of it because they all do it. Because at the end of the day, y'all, it's not even about being black or white. It's simply about being rich, influential, and powerful, right? These drugs are not for poor people. These are drugs for rich people. What these folks are doing, it has no correlation to skin color. It has everything to do with power, money, fame. And that these kinds of people have no inhibition because nobody tells them no. Nobody tells them no. You can put a white man in that situation, he might do it too. You put a black man, he might do it. Even a Muslim man, he might do it too. Because the flesh is weak. But these are not regular people. And it has nothing to do with complexion. And my issue with America is every time something is bad, Black people have to be the face of it, as if the issue here is Blackness as opposed to people of power, people with unlimited resources, people with so much influence that people are just like, they're like magnates for like people to just want to go over there and do all kinds of foolishness, right? Diddy is not doing this because he's Black. He's doing this because that's what they do. He's a rich person. He's a rich person with lots of money, lots of fame, lots of access, and he has droves of women who are lining up for him to do whatever he wants with their bodies. It happens to everybody. Basketball players, football players, MLB players, hockey players, and politicians, church people. When you have power, money, fame, and influence, for some women, it makes you so desirable. And there's nothing they're not willing to do to be able to say, I had one night with this man. And that part, we have to understand that. But I don't like it when people are making it seem as though, oh, because like, oh, he's Black, therefore he's a deviant. No, he is rich. He is powerful. He's influential. Therefore, those things were available to him. So if you're going to try people, try everybody of all color, not just Black people. You're going to raid a home on national TV, on a live stream with Homeland Security. Do it to everybody. And when there are Jewish men also getting cut up in that shit, go bring Homeland Security to their homes and do that to them too and arrest their children. But you won't do that because America only has an appetite for the Black man is the criminal and so are his Black children. That is ridiculous. Diddy is going to walk. Next time you want to arrest a powerful Black person, do it the right way. But your exuberance, it got the best of you. Your jealousy, it got the best of you. And all these goofy ass white feminists, I cannot wait for these bitches to be fucking humbled. Do your fucking job, because even your supervisor should have told you this is not going to stand. This man is going to walk. You're wasting taxpayers' money because you want people to be grossed out by hearing some caricature of a Black man with a big penis who's uncontrollable. No, it was the goofy ass Filipina, okay? The freaking coconut shrimp who came over here and started all this foolishness. And y'all will see, because I'll be back tonight. There, with Armand gave his recount of like the day, like yesterday, right? This girl is out here texting Diddy. The man is working. He's minding his business. She sends him all kinds of dirty messages. This the range dragon from Manila, okay? This goofy ass Thriller, this cheap ass Thriller from Manila, okay? The man is out here doing his job. He's minding his business because he actually works while you want the easy way out. She starts texting this man all kinds of nasty stuff. I'm like, what is this? What is this? Because Diddy did not even really care for her. And you know, when we watch the video tonight, you will see like in a sick way. I really do believe that in a sick way, in a Diddy way, right? His real love was Kim. But it could be that because she's Black, I'm going to be honest, because she's Black and because she's dark-skinned Black, right? That he didn't feel like that was going to be good for his image. You know? Because I feel like there's a personal Diddy. I mean, I guess most people too, huh? But there's a personal Diddy and there's this rock star Diddy. And Rockstar Diddy, for his image, people have to see him with different women of different ethnicities and things like that, right? Whereas like Kim, it really feels like she's the one that truly had his heart. But he's a demon, so you know he's not a Christian. So he couldn't really commit to that. He wanted family, but he didn't want to be a family man on the open. He wanted to have that bad boy play, like really play into a bad boy image because that's his brand. That is his brand. Because there was one part the lady asked to, like on Diddy's team, the lawyer asked Cassie, were you jealous of Kim Porter? And she said yes. And I told y'all, she antagonized Kim. She was not a good person to Kim. She would sit there and laugh when Diddy was being mean to Kim or telling Kim to get out of the bed. And I think Kim was even pregnant. She's not a good person, y'all. Listen to me. She is not a good person. She was antagonizing Kim. You think if she was a good person and she knows that he's with a woman and she's pregnant, she'll, oh, damn, like, that's too much for me. I can't see you treat her this way. No, she never retreated. She stood there and she laughed as Kim was pregnant with the twins. She's not a good person. Like Kim's best friend even came outside and she told us how Cassie was treating Kim and how she would laugh at Kim and what Kim was going through in that relationship. She's not a good person. She's not a good person. So when you have these goofy ass white people trying to bring the name of Kim Porter to kind of stir up this hatred out of you, oh, goodbye, as if y'all even care about Kim Porter. Be quiet. If y'all cared about Kim Porter, if you people actually cared about Kim Porter, he would have felt comfortable bringing out Kim Porter. But see, Diddy understands people. He parties so much with people from different cultures, white people, that he knows they want to see an image of a black man that is not pro-black. Because if you have a black wife, black children, it's too much, right? They don't. That's why many black men also marry white women, to show that, oh, I'm open-minded, right? And then it makes these white people feel safer. Because when you're too black, they don't like it. So I'm like, shut up somewhere. You don't care about no damn Kim Porter. But you're saying Kim's his name because you want to make me angry. I'm not led by my emotions. Leave me alone, okay? But Cassie was awful to Kim. And she laughed at Kim. And she laughed at her misery. And she was a decent human being. Even as a young woman in her 20s, right? She would have said, I cannot be part of this. This lady is pregnant. You cannot treat her this way. But she never asked any of those things. She never cared. She never cared. So ask me again why I should care about her fate. Please go somewhere.
Notion of groupies, and this is the most convoluted story so far. And you better, if this is where they're going, because you want to start off with your best stuff first. You don't want to lead into something. Never lead into something, because you got to anticipate the judge could say, I don't want to hear any more of this. But judge, I was leading into this. Sorry. Ask your next witness. Where are we going with this? Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question, could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican, about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic? Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people? And by the way, another question. The individuals that they get, these escorts who did these despicable acts with Cassie, remember that guy? Yeah. First question to this fellow. Did anybody grant you immunity? Because you did this to Cassie, not Diddy. Exactly. You did these despicable acts. You defiled her. You degraded her. Yeah. You abused her. Yes. You did this. Yes. So you're testifying under oath, or somebody said you did this. Did the government grant you immunity? Are you the Sammy the Bull, so to speak, of this? Why weren't you charged with this? Exactly. Then we go on. And what happens is, if the jury...
I hope you understand what he's trying to say, because one of the ways also they're trying to portray this is gender violence. Because it's even like, and if you see Cassie's main lawsuit, it's in there, right? That this is gender violence, that this happened to her because she was a woman, right? No problem. But there are multiple men. It's not just Diddy. But somehow Diddy is the only one that's charged, where for the most part, Diddy was a voyeur. He was sitting there looking. She's the one who found the people. She organized it. You even heard the man, like Armand told us, the guy, Daniel Phillips, he said he got there. She met him at the elevator, dressed in a robe with a red wig on, and she gave him a stack of money, right? You even heard her, like Armand also told us that she asked the man to pee on her. And then he just started to pee. And she was like, no, that's not how you do it. You have to sprinkle it on me, right? So I'm like, why aren't you getting charged for peeing on her? Because you're a man. And what you did also is considered gender violence, right? So why is he not afraid to say, oh, this is what I did to this woman? But if you did that to her, why are you also getting charged? So then it makes you realize that not only like this whole case right here, it's all about take Diddy down. Hey, Mark, take Diddy down. Then we also have to ask at the highest level, who's really behind this? Who is truly behind this, right? And I also wonder even if Cassie was not threatened with the charge, like being a madame or something like because it's giving like Jeffrey Einstein and like Ghislaine Maxwell, right? That's exactly what Cassie's giving. She's giving Ghislaine Maxwell. So I'm like, did they also come to you? The government also come to you and say, hey, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, we're going to charge you with this, 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 and that. Now, let me start playing the victim. When it was like, honestly, y'all was co-conspirators in setting up these free calls, but you took most of the lead when it came to setting up these free calls. But you're not getting charged. The people who defiled you, they're not getting charged. Only Diddy's getting charged? No, it sounds like a setup. No. Oh, it's not, I don't think it was to say goodbye to Diddy. I think this whole Danny stuff is like these rich people wanted to have their party, but they didn't want to be called out of touch because right now it's a recession and most people can't pay their bills. So they use black people. So that way you can't say, oh my God, but okay, because if you do, then you're racist. So that's how it works. These people are just crazy.
Gets the impression. Forget Diddy, his gray hair, the sweaters, the Bible, any of that TMZ Harvey Levin stuff that no lawyer cares about that. But assuming you're there and say, I'm going to be here for 6 weeks and this is a dog. And pretty soon you're going to say, you know what? Why am I here? What are we talking about? Mm-hmm. And after a while, when you start to look at these people and you don't want to act, you don't want to be emotionally discourteous to these people, but you're going to have to ask, why were you there during the course of this? You made how much money? I mean, Diddy, listen, I'm not supporting him. Do you know how many jobs this guy started? Do you know what he's done? The Hamptons White Party. Do you know how many people, how many young women were on a waiting list to go to be defiled and trafficked? What are they talking about? Why are they? This better get good and quick, because I'm not hearing.
That's what I wanted to get to. So that's what you're saying here. I mean, you're not defending Diddy at all. What you're saying is the prosecution here. Like, what is the state doing? What is the government doing in this case?
Precisely.
They're not doing. They're leading off with her, and they're not even going after the most harmful stuff. If you have this massive sex trafficking operation, why aren't we hearing about that right now, right out of the gate? How horrible was this stuff?
Right. It's a lot like the Stormy Daniels bit where, you know, you're prejudicing the jury with grossness, but that doesn't have to be a part of the case. You have to make the crime the lead.
And you're bringing up something which is the most important case. In the Federal Rules of Evidence, there's this Rule 403. This is my favorite. And what it says is, you cannot put on evidence that you know is so prejudicial, even though it's probative, even though it's important. Classic example. In a murder case, you have to always introduce evidence that who this murdered person is. Who is he? Who's the stiff? Who is he? So you have somebody, maybe it's dental records, maybe it's somebody they knew, and sometimes maybe it's a relative. Can you imagine if during the course of the murder prosecution, I as a prosecutor want to introduce evidence and I call the mother of the victim and I say, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you know who this is? The judge will say, that just prejudiced the jury. That's a mistrial. What are you doing? You can't do that. That's 403. So what they're doing is they're going to be hearing about, oh my God, this poor pregnant woman, when they defiled her. And they may not be able to understand, wait a minute, I've got to remember that's not what he was charged with. Clayton, if you were charged with speeding, and at your hearing, somebody brings up evidence of you were drunk. It's like, wait a minute, that's a bad thing. That's not what I'm charged with. Yeah, but we found bottles. That's not what I'm charged with. This idea that you can just bring out everything and just show case after case. Now, remember, who was the individual who trafficked, and that's force, fraud, or coercion? Why were you there? Do you know how many people are going to say, well, Diddy might have promised, wheedled, cajoled them by promising them, big roles in the music business. My friends, we've all been kind of in the entertainment business for a long time. Have you ever heard about a radio station or a TV station or a producer or a manager who might have sometimes promised somebody the stars and might have maybe taken advantage? This happens all the time. Do you know that right now in the world of professional sports, between the NFL, Major League Baseball, and the NBA, there's about 3,000 athletes. Do you know how many roadies there are? How many groupies there are when the teams go into hotels who follow them? I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm not doing this. But as I hearken back to your brilliant report before, We've got victims. We have people who were disappeared, put in boxcars and in tractor trailers, sent, labor trafficking. That's what the government should be paying attention to, not this. And I don't want to blame the victim, but you've got to ask yourself the question. If all of these women, I'm sorry to say this, went there of their own volition, wanting to rub shoulders, rub elbows with whoever, I'm not saying if there are cases of individuals who are minors, but I've got to ask yourself the question, and I'm sorry, somebody's got to ask this. What do you want? What do you want? What do you think you're going to get? Is this where the federal government should be paying its limited attention and time? That's what I'm going to say.
Well, his lawyer had said, I think on CNN, Diddy's lawyer said, we don't think they have evidence of this where it would have been in the initial indictment, because the initial indictment, salacious as it was thin on evidence. There's just some pictures of guns with serial numbers rubbed off. And so you're right. Did you kidnap people? It comes to mind, the Ottomans would tie ladies' hair together so that they could rape them in a circle. Like, no one was dragged there and couldn't, like, where is that evidence? So then the question is, why did the Biden Justice Department take this on in the first place? What were they trying to prove?
Good luck with that one. I don't know. I think,
you know, I said this. Hey, Ace, I said that this morning. I was taking my shower. Diddy needs to be very grateful that Trump won. He needs to, oh Lord, he needs to be so grateful that Trump won. Had that goofy ass lady won, it would have been a wrap. You know, because it's the same thing with Tory. If Tory's case had happened now, when Trump is president, it would have played out differently. You know, Diddy got really lucky. But you see, right now we have Letitia James, a fraud in New York. We have Alvin Bragg, a fraud in New York. We had the mayor, what's his name? Is it Garland also as the head Department of Justice, you know? And I do believe that all of this, locking up Diddy and all the stuff they did, because it was such a grand show of strength or whatever. I think it really had to do with politics also and the elections. And given this notion of, oh, we're protecting women from predators. We are protecting women from gender violence. We are protecting women. Y'all, you cannot protect the people who loves to be foolish. People have the right to fuck their lives up. Okay? So to me, it definitely had this emblematic feel to it, that this is about showing women that we care about their safety, and you do so by locking up the black man. All right? Because they wanted those votes. Unfortunately, she lost. There you go. There you go. So now, because Trump is president, the Department of Justice is a whole lot different now under Trump. Okay, Letitia James, she's catching charges. Can't wait for her to go to jail. Alvin Bragg's also hate queen. Can't wait for his ass to go to jail. Right? It's a lot different. If Kamala also had won, Mayor Eric Adams too, he wouldn't got locked up. He wouldn't got locked up, because this is how. But you have these activists in the court system. They're activist DAs, they're activist judges, they're activist prosecutors. They're not even actually following the letter of the law. Because meanwhile, I don't even have a law degree, but I'm like, this is not going to stick. Because where is the racket? Where is the sex trafficking? People who sex traffic people, y'all, they have multiple warehouses. Like, they have hidden houses for these girls to be pimped. And I know that the majority of Diddy's money is not built on sex trafficking. I'm more likely to believe you if you said, oh yeah, he built his wealth with some kind of drug dealing, whatever. Okay. Because his dad was a drug dealer. His godfather, for Nicky Barnes, his godfather was Frank Lucas, right? And also, when he started Bad Boy, he got money from Haitian Jack. So that right there, I could believe. But for me to believe that Diddy built this, like the vast majority of his money comes from trafficking, sex trafficking, get the hell out of here. Okay? Go somewhere. All right? Go somewhere. All right? Drugs and hip hop, yeah, makes sense. Okay? Even Death Row, funded by a drug dealer. Like, it makes a lot of sense. All right? Cash money too. Okay. But to sit here and say, oh yeah, he made, if he's worth 300 or he's worth 500 million, that the vast majority of that money comes from sex trafficking, human trafficking. Please go choke somewhere. All right. That's a bunch of bull. That's a bunch of bull. That is a bunch of bull. I mean, this case never should have happened. And not just that too, this man was denied bail for what? For what reason? Gross. And I'm like, even that too, he needs to file. When he's out of this, they need to write these people up. They need to sue these people. Because if they can do this to rich people, I wonder what they do to poor people to force people into these goofy ass confessions because they have no evidence, but they don't want to take you to trial. So they hold you at Rikers and make you suffer. They make you suffer. This is not okay. If you don't really have strong evidence on people like that, let them go. People should have bail. There are people in New York City who've been arrested 146 times, and every time they get released on no cash bail. So if you don't have a strong case for this man, your initial indictment you don't have strong evidence, then why did you deny this man his bail? But if you can do it to Diddy, I only wonder what you're doing to everyday people, regular people. And this is not okay. So you can't call him a criminal, but yet you're moving like a criminal. And it's actually worse because you represent the law. You represent the government. You represent the state. So if we have rogue and criminal ass prosecutors, right? How can we tell criminals not to be criminals? You're a criminal your damn self. And then it makes this whole justice system a fucking joke. It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous.
Hit somebody off. But we're looking at a couple of things here. Number one, when it comes time for at the end of the government's case, they issue whatever a motion for a judgment of acquittal, and this is where the defense says, "You have not proved a prima facie case of these three charges." That's number one. If they say fine, then you go to the defendant's Diddy's case in chief, and this is where you go bananas. Let's talk about other people, because what if I were to call as a witness? Now think about this, and I'm not going to say this. Pick the top 3, 4, 5 names in either hip hop or entertainment, just one after another. Mick Jagger, whatever, Jay-Z. I'm not saying they're involved in it, but all of a sudden they'll say, "What is this? Hold it. Why? I want you to help us create the narrative of what these parties were." Well, you were there, weren't you? Wait a minute. Hold it. I'm not saying he can threaten this, but this is a part of his case, because what is Diddy saying? I'm not a trafficker. These were parties. Look, you might think they're salacious, and there's a lot of things that go on regarding people's private lives. It's none of our business. It's been around since the days of Charlie Chaplin and Fatty Arbuckle, and from day one. They can really get creative with this. If that fails, we're looking at a reversal possibly on appeal, because you're laying the groundwork. An appellate court is going to be saying, "Why did you let all this evidence in?" Now, Natalie, here's one for you. You want to get double conspiracy theory? What if they're deliberately setting this up to teach him a lesson, but throwing it so that he walks?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to go down? That's not even a rabbit hole. That's a rat's nest in the spider hole. None of this makes any sense. Why do you have this pregnant Cassie? What is the purpose? Miss Ventura, were you part of white slavery, which is the expression, Jack Johnson, R. Kelly, and Chuck Berry? No. Were you part of the racketeering enterprise? No. Were you part of why are you here? What are you doing? Oh, you just want to tell us stories about he's a terrible person. And tell me, friends, what does that beating, when you show people, listen, I'm one of the few prosecutors who actually prosecuted pornography cases in the 80s. And we never got a conviction, because after you see something for 5 times, you're saying, "Jesus, lady, play a trumpet for now and then." How many times are we going to see the Cassie video? We're going to say, enough with this. He's not charged with battery. She settled. This is over. Why are you showing us this video?
Can I ask you a dumb question, and we'll get you out of here, Lionel? I know you got to go, but can they, through this case, through everything that's coming out with these witnesses in the courtroom right now, can they pull out new pieces of evidence that would not be admissible in this particular case, but could be used later in a...
Sorry, I'm with the master. You guys hear what he said? He said 2 things that were important, right? What if they're also using Diddy so that way they can just create cases for anybody powerful that went to these parties? It could be Jay-Z. It could be Bishop T.D. Jakes. It could be LeBron James. Like, whoever they don't like. Like, hey, we got Diddy convicted. You were at those parties too, so now we want to also open a case against you. Like, no, you're crazy. People have the right to go to a party. Just because I go to a party does not mean that you get to tie me up in some foolishness. Like, you're crazy. That's number one. What's the other thing he said about Diddy? I don't know what that's about. What did he say about Diddy again? Hold on. You said something about like being in a bill. Hold on, let's start over. Hold on.
Stories about he's a terrible person. And tell me, friends, what does that beating? You know, when you show people, listen, I'm one of the few prosecutors who actually prosecuted pornography cases in the 80s. And we never got a conviction because after you see something for 5 times, you're saying, Jesus, lady, play a trumpet for now and then. How many times are we going to see the Cassie video? We're going to say, enough with this. Yeah, he's not charged with battery.
Exactly.
She settled. This is over. Why are you showing us this video?
I said this. I'm like, she got paid for this. Why are we talking about stuff she got paid for? Oh, he beat her in the staircase. Oh, he did this to her. That's why she asked for money and he gave her the money. So she should not even be able to talk about this. And I'm like, when he paid her the money, she didn't sign an NDA about this. Okay, here's the money. Let's not talk about this again. No, you asked for money. You threaten him. Oh, if you don't give me money, I'm gonna talk. He doesn't want to pay. Then you come out with your lawsuit. He decides to pay you, and you're still talking. Then he never should have paid that money. And I really feel like Diddy also, like, he never should have paid the money. He should have gone to court so people would have seen for themselves that Cassie is a willing participant in this foolishness. Do not give her the money, because what's the point of paying somebody off just for them to keep talking? Then you need to ask for a refund. He needs to ask for his money back. This is insane. Like, if there's an NDA in the payment, she needs to bring back this money. That's it. You are crazy. Like, you're really crazy.
Can I ask you a dumb question, and we'll get you out of here, Lionel? I know you got to go, but can they, through this case, through everything that's coming out with these witnesses in the courtroom right now, can they pull out new pieces of evidence that would not be admissible in this particular case, but could be used later in another case? Like they find out information that he hasn't been charged with right now. Yeah. This gets to a mistrial, and then we go through a whole nother trial because of new evidence that was discovered during this trial.
If it's new evidence, or that's a great question, or in reverse, a la Weinstein, they bring up something that says, you know what? We're going to bring up a rebuttal witness. This is great when you try this later on. They say, who's this? Well, this is another woman that Diddy beat up. Wait a minute. Who's she? Well, it's similar fact evidence. Mm-hmm. What? It's to show that there's a pattern. Wait a minute. A pattern of what? A pattern of trafficking? No, a pattern of beating up women. Yeah. He's not charged with beating up women. Yeah. It doesn't matter. This is what they do now. Look at the Weinstein case, and he's the most despicable. But believe me, he's a choir boy, whatever that means, compared to this. They're going to get real desperate. Remember, because Jim Comey's daughter, at least years ago, was a part. I don't know if she's still a part of the case right now. What was the purpose of this? And do you know, seriously, if here's my favorite, my fantasy. He says one day, if I say, Diddy, it's over. Take the stand and go nuts. And he says, okay, folks, I want to tell you a story.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about these people. And he just starts naming names. And he says, this is what my industry does. Do you know where I learned about this? You know where I met these people? It was at so-and-so's party, and what they did. This is what we do. These women are on a waiting list. We had to hire security to keep the women out.
Yeah.
When was the last time traffickers had to hire security to keep victims from being trafficked?
We got a wait list. Yeah.
Right. No, really.
That's a great point.
I'm telling you. Like, I got to go.
Did you come in late? You didn't hear the part where he said he's a prosecutor? He was a prosecutor? Oh, I have a video for you. God gave me a video for you. You and your atheist behind. God gave me a video for you. What he said, but yet somehow manages to become a political debate every time he believes a black man is. Because it's America, everything is political. The heck? I hate when people try to gaslight me like that. Oh, everything is not political. Oh, everything is not about race. Oh, everything is not about class. Yes, it is. Welcome to fucking America. Okay, so I don't know how old you are, but grow the fuck up. Okay, everything is political. Everything is political. People will lock your ass up if it can help them win a campaign. And if at your big age, you're not aware of that, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. People will do whatever they think they have to do to make people want to vote for them. Even if that means going against everything that the Constitution says is out here to protect you. They will violate your rights. Okay? People will violate your, you're gaslighting people. It's not common sense. That means you're slow. You obviously don't have it. It's not quite common where you're from. You are silly as hell. Do you know how many people have been locked up because it looks good on TV and it helps votes? Do you know about the fucking crime bill and how that helped Joe Biden to seem like he was tough on crime? Are you kidding me? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? Do you know how many bills or how many things are written out here to make the electorate feel comfortable or feel galvanized to go out to vote? You think when Trump is out here parading these Latinos is because he truly believes, oh, yeah, they're a criminal? No, it helps him. It makes him seem tough on immigration. Okay? People use other people and their misfortune to help them have a political career. If you don't know how somebody gets to go from a basic prosecutor to then become the governor of one of the most prominent states in New York City, I feel sorry for you. You are delusional. You got to grow up. We live in a real world with fucked up people. We're not living in some utopia or some goofy ass fairy tale. This is not Narnia. This is America. And not just America, it's fucking New York City. It's an entire state that's ran by the fucking mob. It's ran by the mob. Even politics in New York is ran by the mob. Exactly. Like, how do you think that people like Cuomo's got to be governor? The daddy got to be governor. The sonny got to be governor. How do you think that people like, what's his name? What's the mayor, y'all, of New York? How many mayors in New York are Italians? How many mayors in New York have been Italian? No, like, you are my enemy because you're saying foolishness because I'm black. So when you're trying to say, oh, every time a black man is a witch hunt, you try to gaslight my fucking ass. You don't get to fucking gaslight me. Don't play with me. You can say, oh, Maureen, I want to know why you see it this way. Then you're not trying to gaslight me. You understand? Okay. No, I'm not gonna. No, you're not gonna tell me what to do. You're gonna get blocked. Play with me if you want to. You're gonna get blocked. Okay? You're trying to gaslight me. Don't do this. I'm black. I'm 40 years old. I've been black all my life. You're not gonna try to tell me what it is and what it isn't. It's not your place. Okay? I don't know who that person, Crystal, where that person is. That person can get blocked too then. Why did you block Val anyways? Are you actually okay? Like, what the heck? I hate when people do this. You know what I'm saying? You can say, okay, I don't see it this way, but at the same time too, though, I don't have your experience. So therefore you say, okay, there's a possibility. But to really live in America and to act like you don't see that there are certain cases, that show up every election. Like, you're going to say, oh, you don't believe also that every time there's police brutality right around the election, they're not trying to use that to scare people? Everything out of this bitch is political. Because politics comes down to power. People want power. People want power. Even the coverage of the Israel and this whole Gaza stuff is political. They only show you one side. Don't show you the other side. Because the thing also is to bamboozle you. To be like, yeah, I support Israel. The whole time they're out here committing a genocide. The way they talk about Muslims in this country is extremely political, right? Is every Muslim a terrorist? But why do people talk about these people this way? There are a bunch of white people who commit all kinds of acts of terror. There's a white woman who got in a helicopter and she killed over 60 children. Why is she not being labeled a terrorist? Why is it only Muslims who get to be called terrorists? Anytime a Muslim gets near a plane, he's a terrorist. But how many white people have used planes and killed people? Okay? Or drop bombs or whatever to kill people. But somehow they're not terrorists. Do not gaslight me. Don't do it. It's disrespectful. It's very disrespectful. No, exactly. You're going to get blocked. You're racist. Get the fuck out of here. I don't have time for you people. Gone. Get out of here. I'm done with these people. I don't have time for racists. Go over there. Go somewhere. You weirdos. Person is blocked now. I don't know. I banned them. I don't have time for these people. Dumbass.
Gold card and baby oil? I mean, is that against the law? I don't want to ask you people what you do in your own personal lives, but the last time I checked, if I remember one thing, when that jury gets the impression that this case stinks, and you're thinking, you're wasting my time with this, then it doesn't matter whether it's Diddy. It's like, wait a minute. You promised us something. Come on, we're waiting. I want to see a picture. Now, listen, I'm not trying to be sad, but imagine children, pictures of them being pulled out of a tractor trailer, chained, something like that, Sound of Freedom or something. Now that's trafficking. Yes. Or people who said, my name is Clayton Mars, and I'm involved in the trafficking division of Bad Boy Records. I used to arrange all of these prostitution crossing state lines. We would have a traffic division and a travel division. That might be good. Or we would work with others to. That's the kind of stuff. Think El Chapo, cartels, trafficking.
Right. Where's the deadbolts on the door? You couldn't leave.
Yeah, where's the Matt Lauer deadbolts on the door?
Right.
I will just say this, Lionel. I think a lot of people thought, oh, this would be like an open and shut case, right? He's so dirty, all the, and now it doesn't look like that at all.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to go back to one thing too. Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember what she was charged with? She was charged with basically being a human trafficker by herself. Yeah. And running an enterprise by herself. She was also charged, I think the first time in history, for lying on a deposition. Yeah. My God, everybody lies. What?
Yeah.
And so.
Did you hear what he said there? For all the goofy ass women, like, what's his name? Hallie said this in her request for a restraining order. Hallie said this. You said this. The man told you people lie on their deposition. People lie. People out here just lying. People are not honest people. We're not in heaven yet, y'all. We're on earth. We deal with goofy ass human beings, right? People lie. People lie. So when you see somebody making allegations, people can say whatever they want to say. People are not afraid, because how often do these people even go after people who actually lie? People just love to lie. They lie on mortgage application, bank loans, you name it. They go to court, they lie. They call the police, they lie. People just love to lie. And this is why people have to learn to temper their exuberance and wait for people to go to court. You have to wait to go to court. Don't just hear one side and their bogus ass allegation that have yet to be dismantled and be like, oh yeah, Diddy G is an abuser. Oh, Diddy G grabbed her head and then he threw her head into the steering wheel. One thing, one point. Oh, be quiet. People are full of liars. And people are full of lies. And that's why also when you read something and it don't sit right in your spirit, there's a reason. There's probably a lie somewhere. And do not be afraid to say, I don't trust this story. This right here does not pass the sniff test. Because I know when people want to destroy you or destroy your image, they will say all kinds of things about you. Because they know people are quick to believe foolishness. Because people love gossip more than they love facts. People don't want to be coherent. Okay? People just want to be enraged. People want a reason to go attack somebody. They want a reason to go on somebody's Instagram and act a fool in the comment section. They want a reason to find your TikTok and act a fool in your comment section. People love to act a fool because they love to act so virtuous and so indignant, right? Because it's usually the people with the least amount of morals who want to act the most moral in front of people, okay? It's giving performance. When you actually have some sense about yourself, okay, that's what you're claiming, but you have yet to prove that. I need to see more than that. Even the whole thing, I was thinking about it last night. Like that girl, Halle Bailey, whatever she wrote against Diddy G. And it's funny how she claimed he slams her head in the steering wheel. It was March the 3rd, right? March the 3rd is when he grabbed her head and he threw her head against the steering wheel of his Rolls Royce. She didn't call the police that day, right? But then on March the 7th, when she told him to come over, but Halo was sick, but he couldn't take Halo, now she wants to call the police. Then she shows a little picture of a police officer's card and the case number. Who the fuck cares? Was he there also for the police to ask him questions? No, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. But we also have to say, after you file your police report, what happened after that? And her herself, did she follow through with her police report? Because it's not one thing it's not a thing to just, oh, I called the police and I filed a report. Okay, did you follow through? Did you follow through? Right? Or you just let it die because your thing was just to say I filed police report so you can put that in your request for restraining order because you were setting the shit up from the start. You were setting this shit up from the start. You were setting up this boy from the start. Why do you have a ring door, whatever camera inside the house? Ring doors are outside of the house to see who's trying to come into your house or who's knocking at your doorbell. Why do you have that in the living room? Because you're trying to record him. And when he came in there, did you tell him, hey, Daryl, I'm recording you? Of course not. Because the whole point is to catch him acting crazy because you have made up your mind to destroy his image, right? Like this other brother even said that the whole tape of Cassie being dragged by Diddy, come to find out, the video that we saw was sped up. They sped up the video to make it look even more egregious because they wanted us to be enraged. They manipulate everything we see. They manipulate everything we hear. You got to learn to calm down and wait for people to go to court so that you can hear both sides. You can't just take one person's side because she happens to be a woman. Who cares? Women lie. If these women are capable of selling their bodies, if they're capable of being peed on, only God knows what else they're capable of doing. But it's quite obvious that these people don't have high moral standards. These women do not have they don't have high moral standards. They are capable of anything. That's why I'm saying, even for the government, you cannot protect people who have made up their mind to crash out because men are not always the bad ones. Men are not always the bad actors. Men are not always the one that's trying to bring violence over here. Many times it's these women. Men are not always the one to be horny. Many times it's these women that are even more horny than these men. You have girls out here who have introduced guys to sexual acts that they've never done before. Didn't even know that stuff existed. We see people like Gabby say, oh yeah, I like to eat Dwayne's behind. Are you kidding me? They are so nasty. They are so nasty. And many times they open these doors and they show these men things they've never done before or they've never heard of before. Okay? I don't put nothing past them. So that's why you got to wait to go to court and you got to wait for both sides. Like your lawyer, his lawyers, we got to do a cross-examination. So that way we can have a better picture of what truly happened. Because anybody can claim anything. And when you live in a country where women are giving all this immunity simply for being women, oh, believe all women. I will not believe all women. The lady who lied on Emmett Till and got Emmett Till killed was a woman. It was a white woman. I will not believe all women. I will believe people who are credible. Credibility has no bearings on gender. Credibility is attached to a person's character. And even Halle Bailey also, she doesn't have good moral character. We have seen numerous occasions where she has showed corrosions of moral values. So no, I will not believe her because she happens to be a woman and she looks sweet and she looks angelic. It's usually the kind of people you have to be afraid of. There you go. We are going to believe people who are credible. And that has nothing to do with gender, right? Your credibility. Don't talk about your gender. I could give two shits about your gender because today everybody out here is ratchet. We're not in the early 1900s where a lot of women were truly feminine. They stayed out the way. They were God-fearing. They were very classy, very demure. And they were not out here trying to be like men, especially toxic men. We are in 2025. Everybody out here is ratchet. Gender rules, gender norms no longer apply. The fear of God, it left the building. Okay? You cannot trust people of this new age. They are not trustworthy individuals. What you have to do is listen to everybody and may the most credible person get your support. Don't just give your support to someone because of their gender. It is extremely dangerous. And when somebody realizes, oh, I'm a woman and whatever I say, I will be believed, you are opening up a huge door for people to feel encouraged to lie. We have now encouraged women to lie in droves because they are never held accountable. How many women have lied about being raped? People were sent to prison. Then they say, oh, you know what? He didn't do it. And nothing happens to her. You've ruined his life. You have ruined his life. You have ruined his life. How many women have lied? There's a white woman who lied on this Indian man. He was trying to kidnap her child. You guys, the Indian man, Mr. Patel, he spent 47 days in jail. He didn't even touch anybody. He asked her for where he could go buy the medication. My Lord. But the good thing is he came out with a good attitude. There are so many women out here who just lie. They just lie because they know I'm going to be believed on the mere fact that I'm a woman. And all I got to do is just cry a little bit and say, oh, he used his power. Oh, girl, shut up. It was the power that drew you to him in the first place. We're going to hold these women accountable. And it's not okay. You don't get to take advantage of people trying to be, okay, the woman is the weaker sex, whatever, so we're going to be on her side. No mas. No mas. You might be weak physically, but you are not weak emotionally. So many women are so manipulative, okay? They're diabolical. Well, I'm not going to believe you because you are a woman. I will believe you because you're credible. You are credible. And credible people, they make sense from the beginning all the way to the end. Credible people, their stories are incredibly consistent. Credible people, they don't lie. And especially, they don't lie about the small stuff. Because once you lie about the small stuff, then what else are you lying about? What else could you be lying about? Credible people, you can ask them the same question over and over at different days, different time, different part of the month. They're going to tell you the same story. Because when you're credible, your story does not change. When you're credible, everything you said, you remember exactly what you said. And when you're credible also, you don't lie about the small stuff. When you're credible also, you don't run away. We have to learn to say, no, I'm not believing anybody off the bat based on gender. It is incredibly dangerous. And white women take advantage of that for so long. And think about how many people die behind their foolishness. How many men, especially black men, were lynched behind these white women and their goofy ass lies? Women are dangerous. They are truly dangerous. They cause so much chaos in society. You got to have parameters on these people, you know? So no, you got to be credible. And if you're telling me that somebody grabbed your head and slammed your head into a steering wheel and your lip is not busted, your nose is not busted, your forehead is not even swollen, you have a minor cosmetic chip on your tooth, then you're lying. It's not possible to chip your tooth because of a steering wheel and somehow no part of your lip is busted. You are a liar. And to hell, I send you back. I rebuke you. Are you actually okay? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Hold on, Maverick. Hold on.
Those are the three cases. You've got to hold people. Remember, if I represent you, I'm going to say, show me the indictment. That's it. I don't care what else you did. This is what we've got to prove. On this date, at this time, with these people, in this state, I mean, very specific. They had all the time in the world with that grand jury to charge them with anything. You, like they said in the Jack Reacher, remember, you wanted this. These were your charges. Now you're going to eat them because you're going to live with this and die with this. Nothing else. Just these. And I'm going to get a big poster in court and I'm going to point to them and say, let's go through element number 1. Any trafficking evidence? No. How about this? Violation of the Mann Act? No. How about where's the enterprise? Diddy? He had his one-man racketeering enterprise? No. This is, what are we doing here? And as soon as the jury says, yeah, and they look at the government and say, yeah, what are we doing here? Then all of a sudden, Diddy can just sit there and especially he's looking like something from like an Uncle Remus with the gray hair. He looks like Morgan Freeman. You're looking at him, and believe it or not, they're looking at him, and he doesn't look like that's not the. Are you? Yeah. That might have been then. And by the way, wait till some witness shows up. I hate to say this. What if she's 40 years old? Who are you? I'm one of the girls. When was this? 20 years ago. This is is there anybody, is there anything new here? Nope. So this case is gonna stink. Harvey Levin and TMZ notwithstanding. And I have nothing against Harvey. He's into the salacious.
The salacious side of it. Yeah, exactly. And
a lot of traffic on TikTok. People like, ooh, he did this, he did. Yeah, right. But that's not against the law. Read Kafka. Do you want to be charged with nothing and put to death? Like the government's got to bring the goods, and we all have to root for the government to give it their best. And if they don't have anything, then we can't live in a Kafka-esque society.
I cannot tell you in my career, I have had cases thrown out because they never specified the county that this thing took place in. I know it may sound like trivial, but it's an affirmative part of the case of the prosecution. They never. If Natalie, if you're charged with something, they've got to prove your county, your state, on this date, on or about. And if they bring in all this evidence of you being Al Capone, but they never said where, they never established jurisdiction, they never proved why this let's say court or this jurisdiction, this prosecutor is charging you, the case goes away. Do you know how many? One time we had a murder case where they granted a judgment of acquittal because nobody bothered to say who the stiff was. They never identified him. It was a murder, but they never, well, who is he? You were charged with killing John Smith. Who's that? Is that John Smith? Well, and it may seem like trivial to you, may seem like a technicality. It's called due process. Like in Kilmar Garcia, everybody wants due process. It's simple. This is, listen, I'd rather have a really strong misdemeanor than a crappy felony. Give me something that's
talking about the guy from El Salvador that got deported back from El Salvador, and now all these white Democrats are fighting for him to come back to America because he deserves due process. And you see, and he's not even a U.S. national. He's not a U.S. citizen. But they're fighting for some goofy immigrant from MS-13 to come back to America to have due process. And yet Diddy is a U.S. citizen, but they're denying him his due process. And then that goofy person from earlier trying to tell me, oh, this is not political. Shut the fuck up. We're seeing a Black American, somebody who's born here, being denied due process. But the Democrats, these goofy ass white Democrats, are bending over backwards for some goofy illegal immigrant from El Salvador who's a gang member, who also had a case for beating his wife, right? Like, no, due process, and due process for U.S. citizens first. Thank you. Yes, Maverick, hold on, Bebo.
Real easy to prove. Give me 1, 2 counts, simple. And you know how you can tell a good charge is when they plead to it. Oop. I think I've gone dark here.
I mean, and this is something Kash Patel, spoke openly about before he became the head of the FBI, which is that, the government screws up all the time. And it was his job in many ways to call out the failures of the government on a regular basis.
There you are. Right. Yeah. You got to bring the goods. If you're going to bring a case like this, it's got to be solid. We need the government to have A-level lawyers who can file a bang-up indictment that's foolproof. And it doesn't seem that that's what we have. No one here is rooting for Diddy to live a happy life and, be totally exonerated. We're not condoning Diddy. We just, again, we want to know. Do you know how
last thing, if I could, we have lost the notion of critical thinking. Do you know recently somebody said, I hate to keep talking about it, this guy Kilmore.
What did he say? What did I say yesterday? I said to Brianna, hey, Brianna, what did I say yesterday? We have lost the art of critical thinking. People don't want to think critically anymore. Oh, mainstream message, mainstream talking points. Let me just repeat everything I heard. Did you read this for yourself? Have you done your own research? Does the timeline does it sound sensible to you? Does everything seem in chronological order to you? Right? But I'm telling you, nowadays, people do not want to do critical thinking. People don't want to think for themselves. Oh, tell me what to think. Oh, what's the main talking point from the shade room? What's the main talking point for the neighborhood talk? What's the main talking point from the sisterhood on TikTok? Let me just start repeating that shit like a goofy ass sycophant. No, you have a brain. You need to use it. You have to challenge yourself to think for yourself. You got to be an independent thinker. You got to think for yourself. You have to think for yourself. And unfortunately today, we have people who don't want to be critical thinkers because they're afraid of not being accepted. They're afraid of being rejected. Oh, well, you don't want to believe it, so you can't be here. Oh, well, I'd rather be by myself. I'd rather be by myself and be able to think for myself than to be forced to think like everybody else. Because most people are usually wrong. Because most people have a fear of being alone. I don't. The stuff that got to make sense to you. Everything has to make sense to you. If somebody grabs somebody's face and they throw their face into a steering wheel, do you think that's going to be the outcome? I don't think so. If your baby daddy is financially abusive, emotionally abusive, spiritually abusive, verbally abusive, whatever, all kinds of abusive, he's coming to get the baby. You open the door, you're half naked. Does that make sense? Why is a woman half naked for a violent man who's coming to pick up his child? You're half naked with no shoes on. And then you want to go outside to put the baby in the car. Then you say, well, I got to be in the car now because he's crying. And then you ride over there to his house for almost 2 hours. And you walk into the house, the family is there. And here you are half naked in front of his family. Then they tell you have to leave. How embarrassing. And the whole time, the front door to your house is wide open. Like, what is going on here? Oh, I'm afraid of my baby daddy. He beat me, but I'm going to stay in the car after he beat me and drive and ride half naked to his house for 2 hours with no shoes on. So you took your Uber back with no shoes on, half naked? And when you came home 4 hours later, your door was wide open? Her doors are always open, The front door open, the back sliding door open, this entrance open. Everything is always open at this girl's house. Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is this? The people said, oh, Diddy has a racketeering enterprise, sex trafficking, and what else? Prostitution. Girl, what? And all they do is talk about baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. Where is the racket? Diddy has the right to use baby oil as his lubricant. What is this? Is this Trojan? Are they mad because they didn't get no publicity? People have the right to use whatever they want to use. Baby oil, olive oil. How is that anybody's business? You said there's a racket. We want to see the racket. Oh, there's an enterprise of sex trafficking. Where are the warehouses? Where are the commercial properties? Where are the clients? Where are the wires? Where is the money? Okay. How many women have been trafficked? Oh, no, just one woman. What are we even talking about? Why are we here? Okay. It's a waste of my damn time. And not just that, Diddy needs to sue these people to get his money back. You are wasting my money. You're wasting my money. You're wasting my time. This is ridiculous. And citizens should not have to, we shouldn't have to fear stuff like that. That the government can just decide to annoy you and cause you to spend all this money. It is not fair. Just because somebody is rich does not mean they want to waste their money hiring expensive ass lawyers going over some foolish stuff. This is ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous. But people do not want to think for themselves. People don't want to be critical thinkers anymore. Oh, tell me what I need to think. Tell me what I need to say. Tell me what I need to repeat. No, think for yourself. Think for yourself. You're not a sycophant. Think for yourself. Use your own mind and come up with your own thoughts. And you'll start to see that more and more, you're not even going to want to have like this whole tribal identity. Like, no, I think for myself. And anybody who tries to stop me for thinking for myself, I don't want to be next to you. Leave me alone. Hold on, Maverick, you won't go down. So your dad's waiting for you. Hold on.
We need the government to have A-level lawyers who can file a bang-up indictment that's foolproof, and it doesn't seem that that's what we have. No one here is rooting for Diddy to live a happy life and, you know, like be totally exonerated. Yeah. We're not condoning Diddy. We just, again, we want to know. Do you know how
last thing, if I could, we have lost the notion of critical thinking. Do you know recently somebody said, I hate to keep talking about, you know, this guy Kilmore or Garcia, whatever. Yeah. The president said, well, you know, this MS-13, this was photoshopped. What difference does it make? Why are you focusing on this? If I got a Photoshop picture of Hitler, it's still Hitler. What I'm saying is people don't understand the idea of critical thinking and the accusation. That's not the issue. The issue was not whether a picture was photographed. The issue is not whether Diddy was involved in this relationship or, and by the way, they're not going to bring in Justin Bieber. He's not a part of this. People are talking about Justin Bieber and what about that? No.
Yeah.
This is on this date, at this place with these people, and there's a bill of particulars which home in more on this. It's not about let's throw everything I did and see what happens. It's a particular charge and a particular date, and you've got to prove it, and you have the burden. Diddy doesn't have to prove anything. That's the way we do it. That's due process.
Yeah. Thank you, Lionel.
Lionel, great to see you as always.
Thank you, my friends.
All right, subscribe to the Lionel Nation YouTube channel.
Okay, y'all, so we just got out of court, and I mean, day one of Cassie's cross-examination has been a hell of a day. This was the first day in court that I think there was not a tired eye. Everybody was really in tune to every single word. There is a ton of stuff that was debunked today. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I still feel how I feel and what I said as far as like, I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think that Puff is gonna walk away scot-free. I don't think that. But the prosecutors from the beginning have been saying that their case is based on Cassie, victim 1, and victim Jane. I've heard that victim Jane should be taking a stand tomorrow after Cassie finishes. So we'll see what happens with that. But baby, if the prosecution is trying to lock Diddy up for the rest of his life based off of Cassie and her testimony, it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Man, they debunked so much. They debunked, yesterday Cassie said to us that basically that there was just no regard for like her health. Like she talked about, you know, having these UTIs and sores in her mouth, just basically just being used almost as like a sex slave, like put through the ringer, no one cared. And you know, that's what she alleged. Today, they cleared up a lot of that through text messages and through conversations that Cassie couldn't push back on, because the way that it came out today was not only were Cassie and Diddy both on drugs. We found out today that Diddy overdosed around the same time that Houston passed away in February. I believe that was 22. But don't quote me on that. But it got to a point where like Puff was more functioning than she was. She was the person that was, you know, heavily abusing drugs, and it got to a point where he was actually trying to almost like save her from herself, and that caused a lot of friction in their relationship. And oh my God, like all of the time that we've been having these conversations.
She said, but they're not gonna tell you that part, huh? So she was doing drugs harder than Diddy, and Diddy was trying to rescue her from herself. Like, girl, you might want to chill, right? But of course not. That's why I say you gotta wait for stuff These women out here lie. And I think sometimes the reason why these girls also lie is the shame. It's the shame. You know, they do these things. Oh, you can't tell me what to do. I'm a grown woman. I do what I want. Want. But you know, I think all of us, we all have a piece of God in us. And when you're done with this euphoric, rebellious streak that you're on, right? The shame, it comes back to you, because every human being has the knowledge of God in him or her. It's called your subconscious. We all have it. So you can go drink, party, act like God don't exist, think you can do whatever you want, sleep with people, their husband or whatever, women, men, do whatever, even animals, go ahead. But one day you're going to be by yourself and it's going to hit you really hard. And I think that's why sometimes many people do drugs, because they don't want to remember. They don't want to live with their shame. They'd rather be high and I guess float on clouds than to actually deal with the shame of what they've done. Alcoholism, sexism, sex addiction, drugism, right? Because people are running away from their shame. They're running away from holding themselves accountable in the eyes of God. And do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Adam in the garden. Because when him and Eve were out here doing foolishness, they didn't see it. They ate the apple, probably enjoyed that food. Like, oh, girl, that was good, girl, yes. But as soon as God called his name, he ran for his life. And God asked him, why are you hiding? And Adam said, because I'm ashamed. You understand? And this is why, you know, me, Marlene, I might sound harsh, and it's okay. Because, you know, America is a country that's really built on hedonism. Do whatever you want, whenever you want, with whomever you want. And I'm going to tell you that it's a form of slavery. You see me, Marlene? I'm not for immature people. I'm not for immature. If you're not ready to grow up, my content you can't do. I am for very mature people who truly want to live a righteous life in the eyes of God. You understand me? You get older, you get wiser, and you realize that discipline is the greatest source of freedom. Understanding that, it's even in Ecclesiastes, just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? Like King Solomon said, young people, in the days of your youth, remember to worship God, right? He also said, you see all these things out here, you can do it, but remember, everything is not worth it. And he said, vanity of vanity. All of this right here is number of vanity. He told the people, everything is in the Bible. Everything is in the Bible. Shame is real. Shame can lead you to a life of addiction. Shame can lead you to even become friends with bad people because you're looking for a place where you're not going to feel judged. But the problem is, when you decide to pick friends who are not going to quote unquote judge you, they're also not going to challenge you. So where you think it's a safe haven by being friends with goofy ass people, you're actually going to get worse, because over there's no standard. There's nobody challenging you to become a better version of yourself. On this earth right here, I think the earth, it really is like purgatory. We come here to have like a pre-judgment day session. And then the real judgment day is like after you die. You understand? Allowing yourself to just give into everything, it will make your life worse. You see? It will make your life worse. And this is why these evil people, they always go after young people, because young people are full of exuberance, but they lack the life experience. They don't have enough life experience. They don't have enough wisdom. So they crash out. That's why the devil is always after young people. He's always after young people, right? Because they're so young and they see life and they don't see risk because they're young. You know, they don't have life experience. Oh, I'll just do this. I'll just do that. Da, da, da. And you see, they end up dead. Addiction, dropping out of college, dropping out of high school. You understand? You're going to get to a place in your life, you're going to understand discipline is going to save me. It sounds hard, yes, because you have to tame your flesh. A person, I'm going to say a man or a woman, any human being, is not truly free until he or she can tame her own flesh or his flesh. You have to tame your flesh. You got to tame the desires of your flesh, because this flesh right here, it just wants to do sin. And this is why when you're a Christian too, even not just a Christian, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, fasting is part of the religion, because when you fast, you learn to deny your flesh. And that's why I always told you, you cannot trust an obese pastor. You cannot trust a morbidly obese pastor because then you know he don't fast. So if he doesn't fast, he doesn't tame his flesh, right? The flesh has to be tamed. And that's why people get into like their religion, their faith. People also get into like fitness and things like that, right? Things that require you to kill the flesh. And even look at the world of fitness, huh? Look at the world of fitness. And it's funny how for you to experience muscle atrophy, for you to grow your muscles, you have to destroy your muscles, right? You work out, you destroy your muscles. You lift as heavy as you can just so you can grow muscle mass. Isn't that crazy? Right? When you look Jesus going to the cross, he destroyed his flesh, that through his flesh being destroyed, we would have salvation. You understand? It's the same thing. For you to emerge as the greatest vision that God has for you in this life, you have to destroy your flesh. You got to die to your flesh. And when you start dying to your flesh, you're going to start growing intellectually. You're going to grow spiritually. Your brain has got to be more powerful than your flesh. But the problem is the way we live out here, especially in America, even this whole consumerism, it's all about the flesh, the flesh, the flesh. Buy this skincare for your flesh. Buy this hair product for your flesh. Buy this makeup for your flesh. Buy this wig for your flesh. Everything is my flesh, my flesh, my flesh, my flesh, my flesh, my Lord. You understand me, right? As we grow older, the brain, it got to be stronger than the flesh. The spirit has to be stronger than the flesh. You know what I'm trying to say? And you understand that discipline is going to save you. Structure is going to save you. That's why I say even a young woman needs to know 2 drinks. That's it. After that, I'm asking for water. Right? Because that is structure. That is discipline. You can have a good time, but you still want to be aware about what's going on because you just never know. People ain't shit. But you drink, you drink, you drink, you drink. Anybody here you don't even know who's looking at you. You'll be like, oh, she's drinking. A man can stay at the bar and wait because he sees how much you're drinking. As soon as you leave this bar, he's walking right behind you. And you have no idea. But you did that to yourself. You understand? When you're in a public setting, you have no idea who's looking at you. When you're drinking in public, you have no idea who's counting your drinks to see when you're going to start showing signs of, oh, okay, there you go. People out here, like, we don't understand. Like, we're no different than these crazy-ass mammals out there. There are some people in this life will be praised. Some people will be predators. Make sure you don't get preyed upon, okay? And that's why you got to have structure. You have to know when to say no, even to yourself. You have to know when to say no to yourself. You cannot allow your ambitions to supersede your morals. Just because you want something doesn't mean it has to happen in 3 days. You want a shortcut, Pete, the devil gonna come outside. And if we care to be honest, anybody who's asking for shortcuts is asking the devil to show up. And trust, he will show up. Jesus told us he's out here seeking who to devour, kill, and destroy. The devil's outside. He truly is outside. Sometimes the devil is actually in your house. Be very careful. But when you start asking for shortcuts, you're asking him to show up, and he will. And he's going to show up with an offer so irresistible. You're like, oh, yes, 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 yes. Why? Because you want a shortcut. The ways of God, they might be narrow, but they're going to keep you safe. Because wide is the road to perdition. Okay? We have to learn to tame our flesh. And this is why Marlene, I believe in judgment. When you see bad behavior, you will have to call that behavior out because it keeps you woke. Hey, this is bad. And when it's bad too, it wakes you up too to say, you know what, that's bad. I also don't want to be doing that. You have to judge. You got to be a judge of morals. When a person shows you they have no morals, if you don't call that out, you're going to start doing it too. And that's why today we have a society today that is so comfortable with sin because we stop calling out bad behavior. We stop calling out bad behavior. Oh, don't judge. No, I will judge. But the Bible says don't judge. That's not what the Bible says. People love to stop where it's convenient. Read the entire verse. Do not judge unless ye be judged. For in the same manner that you judge, you shall also be judged. So what is God saying? Judge. But understand, the same standard you have for this person, you better have the same standard for yourself. Do not be a hypocrite. Do not be a hypocrite. So it's like, you see someone doing things that don't look right. You have to say to yourself, this right here is Adam. This is the behavior of a shaitan, because somebody who has their mind right cannot do this. And then you will also remember, hey, should I be doing this too? Right? Is this what a child of God should be doing? We need to judge others and judge ourselves. And that's how you're going to keep your salvation. But how many times do we see people having bad behavior? Oh, don't judge. They start making excuses. Even children. How many parents get a no from a teacher? The child is doing this. The child is doing that. And the parents choose to side with the child. No, side with what is true, what is righteous. Because you don't want your child to be a deviant. But if a teacher reaches out to you and alerts you that your child has bad behavior, you have to correct it. Because if you don't correct that baby going to grow up like this. And tomorrow they'll do it to you. Always making excuses for bad behavior. That's all we do. We use people's gender to cover to help them cover their asses. We use people's age. We have to stop. People know right from wrong, and they choose not to do it. And as long as they know that there are people out here who will make excuses for them because they're pretty, because they're women, because they're young, because they're whatever, they're not going to stop doing it. And then you are breeding an entire farm of sociopaths, and none of us are going to be safe. Because imagine a society where nobody thinks that what they do is wrong. I can do whatever I want, but you're not alone. You live in a community with other people. You can't just do whatever you want because it affects other people. And that's what's wrong with American psychology, is that today in America, people do whatever they want, no matter who it affects. Whereas like in Japan, for example, they think about other people, especially their parents. If I do this, it brings shame to my mom. If I do this, it brings shame to my dad. They have stores, y'all. They got stores in Japan. There's nobody in there. The food is out. The candy's out. Everything is out. Imagine a 7-Eleven with nobody in there. But their society is so built on the respect of others, respect of self. Don't take that stuff that don't belong to you. Nobody steals. These stores are open 24/7, y'all. There's nobody in there. Nobody steals. You can't do this in America. Because in America, we don't teach people to think about others, to think about the good of the community. Look at how many people don't stole from self-checkout. And today, these stores are closing. And they're also closing in Black neighborhoods because people ain't got no damn integrity. They steal from self-checkout. They steal. They lie. They do all these returns, lying. America is a country where people don't have integrity. We can't do that out here. Look at the metros. Look at the subways here in America. The subway itself, the train carts. People don't respect anything. Even the train, these are taxpayers' money. You even pay for this. They'll eat in there. They'll pee in there. They'll fight in there. They'll spit in there. Then you see the subways in Japan. Everything is squeaky clean. Even your music, you put your headphones on. You don't talk on the phone and talk all kinds of loud and stuff because they have respect for others. They acknowledge that, hey, I'm not here by myself. There's other people too, and they also deserve to enjoy their life. You know, your freedom stops when you start impeding on somebody else's freedom. You really have to have the awareness of others. We'll see people here, they walk outside half naked. Don't think about other people. Do they want to see this? People's children, they'll go to the pool, do all kinds of stuff, twerk, be loud, play all kinds of vulgar music. When they see children, they see families, they see grandparents. Because there's no shame out here. There's no shame. And it's so despicable. It's just so disgusting. You have these women walk outside with no bra on. Their nipples are looking at you. I don't want to see this. A lot of people don't want to see your nipples. What is so hard about wearing a bra? What is so, like I was going back and forth with these goofy ass girls about wearing a bra. But what is so wrong about wearing a bra? How much effort is required to wear a bra? You are a young woman. Cover your nipples. Wear a freaking bra. Have some class about yourself. Have some decorum about yourself. And also think about the people you're about to see. Mothers, grandfathers, children, old people. And even also men. Do you want men to just look at you as a sexual object? So you need to also help these men to see you as a human being and not as a sex toy. But you see them out here with no bra on, no bra. Like, we don't want to see your nipples. It's disgusting. People want to have full make-out session in public. Like, when you make out like that, you make others uncomfortable. Not everybody wants to see this. And they don't have to. You have a house, go somewhere and do that kind of stuff. Think about others. They don't. I do what I want, when I want, however I want. But then when there are consequences, oh my gosh, I'm a victim. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're someone who made a choice to be a deviant, and there are consequences to deviancy. You chose to entertain drugs, and now the drugs got the best of you. That's why you don't touch that stuff. Because some people do not have the personality where they can just do drugs occasionally. Some people have a very, very addictive personality, and you should know that about yourself. And when you know that you are the type to be extremely addictive, you should know not to touch certain things. There are people who can do drugs occasionally and be just fine. There are people, once they do the drugs, they can never stop, and it becomes their demise. You gotta be very mindful over here. But I say this to say, you gotta have a life where you die to your flesh. And also, you gotta have a life where you understand that discipline and structure, knowing when to say no, knowing when to walk away, knowing when to say, okay, that's my last drink, thank you, right? That's my last piece of food. That's my last piece of candy. You have to know when to say, okay, that's enough. I've had enough. We have a glutinous mindset out here, and it leads to nothing good. And then you got the government who wants to write legislation to I guess, like, to legislate morality. No, what we have to do is incentivize people to hold themselves accountable. You cannot legislate this kind of stuff. Because how many men are you going to send to prison as if these women are not willful participants? Legislation will never be a cure for having sound families where parents are raising their children to fear God and to have sound moral principles. When everybody raises their kids accordingly, when every adult learns to hold themselves accountable, we're not even going to need all these goofy ass laws. And we're not even going to need a government that's that big. Hold yourself accountable. And ask yourself, why do I even desire this foolishness? Why do I desire a closet full of designer bags? Why do I desire a closet full of wigs? Why do I desire so much fame? Why do I desire so much attention? Why do I want men to lust after me? You need to spend the time with yourself to truly understand the root of your goofy ass desires. Because as long as you don't check your goofy ass desires, you will continue to hurt yourself. And me personally, I'm not going to feel bad for you just because you happen to be a woman. Because you have a brain and you have time and you have a chair. So sit yourself in the corner with the time that you got and truly analyze, why do I have these fleshly, goofy ass desires? Because a lot of time it stems from insecurity. Why are you insecure? And the moment you realize that you happen to be an insecure woman, you need to, anything that you use as a crutch, let it go and force yourself to be comfortable in your skin. Force yourself to be comfortable with where you are in life. You have to get rid of all these crutches, the wigs, the this, the that. You got to force yourself, at least for a season, that you will learn what it is to be a true confident woman who doesn't hide behind sex, alcohol, addiction, designers, wigs, weaves, you name it. Stop hiding. Confront the darkest part of you. And this is what they call shadow work. A lot of women out here need to do their shadow work. You will have to confront the darkest parts of you. And you must conquer the darkest part of you. Because once you do, you'll be free. And once you're free, you will have so much self-confidence. But as long as you continue to hide behind these costumes, right? This, what's it called again? What is it called? How you call it again? Is it, no, not Avatar. Like this double, personality stuff that you have, you ain't gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You have to get to know the real you and understand, why do I have these desires? Why do I want these things? And are these things even really beneficial? Oh, you just want to feel accepted. You want to feel loved. You need to go talk to God. Stop seeking love and validation from random ass people out here, okay? Go seek love and validation from the God who made you. And once you get that, you will have so much peace about yourself. because this is crazy. Hold on, you guys.
Conversations about the CNN video, and I told you guys that yesterday the prosecution taking so much time to humanize and make you empathize with Cassie about her domestic violence that she went through. I understand that Diddy is not on trial for domestic violence, but yesterday I understood it. I understood why the prosecution included it, and today I understand why the defense didn't run away from speaking about it from the very beginning and the inclusion of it, right? So in the very beginning of this whole thing, I told y'all that the prosecution opened up their opening statements making Diddy a monster, like a complete monster. He drags, y'all seen him drag this woman. He had this escort pee in her mouth, and you know what I mean, choke. Oh wait, baby, my freaking camera cut off because I had to go get that. I had to go get that interview, y'all. But here's a summation of today. To continue, they debunked a ton. I have a whole notebook full of things. Today, I'm actually going to be able to sit down and do that full video. Y'all know I do a video right after I leave court, and then once I get home and I'm able to like decompress my notes, I got y'all. But to get to the point of what I'm trying to just give y'all really briefly, today they were able to debunk a lot. So number one, we heard about Cassie dating Michael B. Jordan, which people were like, well, Cassie's not on trial, Diddy is. Why is that relevant? Why is the Kid Cudi information relevant? So with Michael B. Jordan, it was relevant because what they're trying to do, what the defense is trying to do right now is they are trying to paint a very clear picture of, yes, because listen, they owned it and they accepted it in the beginning. Yes, we know our client messed up a lot, a whole lot, and it's on video and we can't get around it. And there's photos of her abuse, but they're trying to show that there were things that were triggering the abuse. And at first I was like, this might not fare well for them, because I have been told about Cassie and the Michael B. Jordan, defense that Puff's team was going to take. I've been told about this, I want to say almost maybe Monday or Sunday of this week. So I knew about it, but I was like, I'm going to sit on that. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't really know how that can fare, because at the end of the day, she is a victim of domestic violence. And
the thing is, why she has an issue, and most women have an issue, but why does Michael B. Jordan matter? Because women don't want to accept the fact that your past will catch up to you. For how long have we seen these goofy women out here trying to say, oh, body count doesn't matter, body count. And yes, body count does matter. If a woman sleeps with 5 men versus one who slept with 20,000 men, it matters, because it shows your mindset and it shows how you value yourself. What many women are afraid of, and if you saw that with Meg Thee Stallion too, because Meg Thee Stallion was out here just sleeping with everybody, right? And you saw they're like, oh, who she slept with doesn't matter. Oh, she doesn't have to say that she slept with what's that man's name? What's the man again? Tory Lanez. I mean, she slept with so many people, it's not even funny. Okay? She just slept with so many people. Women are afraid of their poor sexual choices being put on trial. And it should, because it shows your character. And it shows that truly you don't really care who sleeps with you. You just care that this one person is no longer doing what you want him to do. So now you want to act, oh my gosh, I can't believe. No. Okay? No. And this is what we're going to, the world is changing, y'all. There's getting rid of DI. There's so much stuff that's happening. Black fatigue. We're going to go back to a world that's a bit more centered. You understand? So many women have gotten away with foolishness. And they've been here trying to gaslight people that body count doesn't matter. If a woman slept with 10 men versus one girl who slept with 100 men, they're just as equal. They're just as deserving. No, you're not. You are not. Because how the fuck did you sleep with 100 people? How's that even possible? Matter of fact, how old are you? How old are you that you've already had sex with 50 people? How do you even have sex with 50 people? Make it make sense. Right? Because a lot of women are filthy. My little sister sent me a message yesterday. She said, oh, Marlene, but I know a lot of girls who are classy. I said, sure, you think makeup makes a person classy? You think an outfit makes somebody classy? You think wigs and weave make somebody classy? Right? That's just a costume. Right? Take that off. Let's have a real conversation. Right? If most women were asked, how many men have you slept with? How many women can say, I've slept with less than 10 people? Right? And they don't want their poor vajayjay management to be put on trial, but it has to. Because we got to separate people, because all women are not the same. And that's what they don't want. right? And this is why you notice that they would try to bamboozle you by getting you to join their rank, by saying, oh, you're a black woman too. They find ways to, to add to their foolish. No, I don't want to be a part of that. Because if I'm not promiscuous, right? If I mess with you and you're promiscuous and I walk with you, they're going to think we both promiscuous. I'm not. So I'm not going to walk with you. Right? And you saw that yesterday. Oh, you're a self-hating black woman. No, you're a whore. I'm not going to walk with you. I'm not a whore. Right? Why would a woman that is not a whore walk with another girl that's a whore? I'm not a whore. And I never want people to see us together and have us confused. We're not the same. We are not the same. But you see, they use these like tribal identities. Oh, you're a black woman. You're black. I don't care. There are a lot of black women who are nasty. They are filthy. They have horrible vajayjay management. I don't identify with idiots. And I also think it has to do with literacy. I think some people are just not intelligent. And when you're not intelligent, you're more likely to be promiscuous. So fuck your black skin. I don't care. I really do not care. You're not intelligent. Because how in the world did you manage to let so many men have their way with you? Are you okay? Are you okay? You slept with all these people. And what do you have to show for it? Nothing. You're still looking for more people to sleep with. No. No. You understand? And I think that also has to do with like maybe like Marxism and communism, and the fact that people don't want people to be on different levels of success. No, we're not the same. We are truly not the same. I don't look at every black girl and identify with that person. No, you happen to be black. Okay, and I identify with people who are successful. She's like, oh, but Marlene, what about Candace? I said, Cheryl, Candace is conservative. The vast majority of liberal black women are promiscuous. The vast majority of liberal black women have had multiple sex partners. It's ridiculous. The vast majority of liberal black women have had multiple kids by multiple men. I don't identify with these people. And that's why the real classy black woman, who's not just classy because she dresses a certain way, but in her thoughts, she's classy. The way she gives away her intimacy, she's extremely austere. Austerity, yes. Austerity of the vajayjay. There you go, right? They're usually conservative. A black woman that's conservative and a black woman that's a liberal, we don't have the same values. We don't have the same values. We don't value the same things. We don't have the same paradigms. We don't have the same perspective. One believes in family. The other one goes to the abortion clinic. We're not the same. We're not the same. One believes that you have to live a life as if God is really looking at you and be mindful of what you do. The other says, I do what I want. I do what I want. I don't identify with these people, right? You have a black liberal woman is always blaming a black man for everything that goes wrong in her life. Even wearing her natural hair. Oh, I can't wear my natural hair because of a black man. There you go. Most black conservative women don't wear wigs. I thought I'm talking about, do you see Candace out here wearing wigs? Do you see Harris Faulkner out here wearing wigs? The vast majority of conservative black women do not put extensions in their hair. They wear their natural hair. I don't identify with these people. And they try to force you, oh, you're self-hating. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Have you seen yourself? Could you walk outside your house without your lace frontal? I can only imagine the number of empty bottles with got to be glue in your house and the toothbrushes and this kind of weird shit. Then they want to date these white boys and bring their got to be glue and their toothbrushes to that man's house. It is weird. Why don't you wear your own hair? Imagine that walking around with a mosquito net and all kinds of weird residue around your forehead. This is so bizarre. You bringing your toothbrushes and your got to be glue and your whatever kind of cream to that man's house. What is it? And your hot comb. What is this? It doesn't take that. It doesn't take all of this to be beautiful. This is too much. So like, no. And that's why they fear. Oh, but what does that have to do with anything? It has plenty to do. It shows that she was free to go. She was free to do whatever. She slept with whoever she wanted to sleep with. Even from Ryan Leslie to Diddy, 12-year difference to a 17-year age difference. Wumpty wump wump. She does this. This is who she is. Okay? And this is what's going to happen. That's why they go from show to show to get like from Shira to Ashley to over here to try to have people pacify us. Oh, I know you slept with lots of men. I know you have 5 kids by 5 different men and you're still going to find a husband. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not. Not to find a husband. You never cared about a husband. You just want a husband now because you want somebody to save you from your shame. Because you want to believe that I was so promiscuous, I poorly handled my vajayjay, I gave a bunch of kids to men who didn't deserve it, but now I need some goofy ass idiot, some goofy ass simp to marry me to save me from the shame that I feel for having made all this horrible decision. You're not going to have a husband. You better stop lying to y'all. That's why they pay so much money to go to Ace Metaphor and be lied to. But he tells you all of this. Is he even trying to marry you? Okay, the husband will never come. You're going to raise these kids and be by yourself. That's it. That is the truth. There are consequences. There are consequences. You made a choice. And this is it. That's the life you have. Everything is by design. Unfortunately, you're a poor designer. So there is your life. Okay? Enjoy. Enjoy. And that's the truth, though. And we got here, too, because people started to get too afraid to hurt their feelings. Hurt their fucking feelings. Who the fuck are they? Are they gods? Are they deities? They're regular people who make dumbass decisions. And it's about time that somebody tells them the truth, though, so you can save another young lady from making these goofy ass decisions. I told a friend, no, because you think you're black, I'm scared of you. I will never walk on eggshells around you. You're nobody to me. You're a regular person like everybody else. And this work, you can get it too. You are insane. You make poor ass decisions. Are you actually okay? She's like, oh, Marlene, I was upset because I felt like you judged me as a single mother. I'm like, oh, I did. What the fuck? You think I'm like, oh, no, I didn't. I was like, yes, I did. Because I expected more from you. And when you told me you were having this child, like in this predicament, I was truly disappointed. Because the girl that I know, I don't even know how she would get involved in this foolishness. This is really beneath you. But hey, it already happened. But yes, I judged you. Anything else? Not go somewhere with your fucking feelings. I don't give a fuck. People don't even understand. Even my own mother, I don't allow my mother to gaslight me. So who the fuck are you that you think I'm gonna walk on eggshells around you? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And people have to stop thinking that, oh, I'm a black woman, and when I show up places, people owe me all this deference. You don't even give yourself deference. You have no idea what giving oneself deference. If you respected yourself, more people will have respect for you. You don't get to ask from people what you barely give yourself. Oh, you should love me. Do you love yourself? Are you proud of yourself? By your actions, can anybody look at your actions like, yeah, these are the actions of a woman who loves herself. These are the acts of a woman who puts herself in high regards. Oh, I spent all this money on my wig, so therefore I'm a prize. Yeah, the fuck you're not. The real prize is the Indian girl who sacrificed her head, her beautiful locks, for you to feel somewhat beautiful about your silly ass. Predator, colonizer, okay? Imagine living in a first world country where on average people make like $55,000 over here, and you prey on people who make $1 a day to survive. And you wear the hair of people who make $1 a day to survive. You're a colonizer. You a hair colonizer. Exactly. Like, this is crazy. I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. And this is why today everything out here is so trash. Dating pool is so trash. People don't want to get married out here because all these promiscuous ass women who just give it up, just give up the sex for food, chicken, you name it, watermelon, a place to stay. And sometimes just a lie. Just a lie. So give it up. I don't identify with these people. Everybody has the right to create their own community. Everybody has the right to create their own tribe. You don't get to look at my complexion and demand my participation. You don't demand shit out of me. I give when I choose to give. Like Nicki Minaj said, I'm a generous queen, but an idiot I am not. And I, Marlene, unlike other people and many other Black women, I care about my image. I care about my image. I really do. And one thing I can never, oh, Lord Jesus, when I tell you I love my brain, I never want anybody to look at me and be like, oh, yeah, she's like the rest of them. Oh, no, the fuck I'm not. No, the fuck I'm not. No, the fuck I will never be. We are not the same. You want to be an idiot? Go ahead. You open your mouth. You tell me you're Black, you're liberal, and you're a woman. I'm done with you because I already know what I'm dealing with. No accountability, promiscuity, broken home, all kinds of kids all over the place. Low education, low standard, poor neighborhood. I want nothing to do with that. I look for people who are conservative in their values, in their mindset. I look for people who believe in education, people who believe in challenging themselves, people who hold themselves accountable before you have to hold themselves accountable, people who believe in family and how much families matter, people who believe in raising children to be good people. I believe in mothers who actually care about being mothers and being maternal and making sure their children do not become sociopaths. It's enough already. We want children that are well behaved. So we're not the same. That's why I cannot stand when as soon as they see your complexion, they want to lump you up into their tribe of fuckery. I'm not a fuck child. I didn't fuck up my life. You did. I didn't fuck up my life. I didn't fuck up my life. I didn't fuck up my life. Like you sleep with people, you gotta be very mindful. You decide to carry a child for someone, be very mindful. Before you fall in love with somebody, do your due diligence. We're not the same. And they want you to be so relatable. To who? To who? You are insane. You are like these women are truly crazy. They are truly crazy. So I'm like, yeah, they're triggered because her sex life is being put on trial. Her choices are being put on trial. Who she chose to sleep with is being put on trial because it reveals her character. It reveals her character. And she has horrible character. She has horrible personality. And all the young ladies who care and who fear God, learn from that. You know, nobody, I can't say, oh, be a virgin. You know, is that even possible? Maybe, maybe not. But you got to be very judicious when you decide who to sleep with. You can't just sleep with someone because he got pretty hair. You can't just sleep with someone because he said hi to you. You can't just sleep with someone because, oh, we've been dating for 3 months. I like, that's crazy, okay? You got to be very mindful. And also as a young woman, you got to say to yourself, there's a cap. There's a cap. You got to have a cap. And like, but from now until I get married, I'm not going to sleep with more than so many people. You got to have a cap. And when you start to get close to your cap, oh, I got to chill. Right? But if you have no cap, you might wake up one day, you slept with 20 people. You might wake up one day, you slept with 30 people. Then you slept with 40 people. Then it's 50 people. Then you might say, hey, I'm already at 40, so why stop now? But see, the more sexual partners you have, the more internal confusion you're going to have. Right? The more sexual partners you have, you're going to even be confused as like, who am I? Because you don't know who you are. Because every man you sleep with, he leaves something in you. Every man you sleep with, you're going to pick up something from his personality. So the more sexual partners you have, the crazier you're going to be. The more confusion you're going to have. Because men and women are not the same. And when it comes to sex, men and women are not the same. They're not the same. What men can do with sex and what women do with sex and how it affects each party is very, very different. And that's why any sensible woman who is sexually active should have a cap. There needs to be a number in your head where you say to yourself, I will never go above this number. Okay? I will never go apart. Like it was Michael B. It is probably other people too. But it definitely said Michael B. Jordan. And then there was Michael B. Jordan and there was also Kid Cudi, right? But there's probably other people too, though. Right? Maybe because she's pregnant, they don't want to say all the names. I'm like, you're crazy.
To try and bring in the fact that she dated another man, so that should have allowed for someone to put their hands on her the way that Puff was doing. I wasn't touching that conversation.
Girl, you sound stupid. He's not on trial for putting his hands on her. He already paid her money for that. Okay? They're talking about who she slept with to show that Cassie, she likes to jump ship. So she dates Ryan Leslie. Ryan Leslie takes her to go see Diddy. She jumps ship because she realizes like he makes more money. He's a bigger fish. She gets with Diddy. Diddy introduced her to Kid Cudi. She went and slept over there. She was dating Diddy. Diddy introduced her to Michael B. Jordan. She shipped. She went and had sex over there. She dated Diddy. Diddy hired the trainer. She went and slept with the trainer. So obviously the lady has a problem. Whoever you like, if one man introduced her to another man, she got to sleep with that man. That's what we're saying here. That's it. That's it. That's that. So does that mean he had the right to put his hands on her? Oh, stop. Okay. Oh, stop. Oh, please stop. People did more than put their hands on her. They even peed on her. And they probably even pooped on her. I'm like, stop acting all this goofy ass indignation. There are a bunch of women who get hit all the time over here. Y'all don't lose your shit. All these goofy ass women too who want to act so indignant. Oh, but that doesn't mean he has the right to put his hands on her. How many of you people even reach out to your local shelter? There are so many local shelters right now who cater to abused women, to battered women. How many of you indignant people have called them this whole trial? Oh, let me reach out to my local shelter. Let me bring some of my extra clothes to my local shelter. Let me give a donation to my local shelter, right? People love to act as if they care about battered women. No, you care about a celebrity. And because she's pretty, right? Because she's pretty, you are sad that she got her hands put on. You know people in your family who get their hands put on them and you don't do shit about it. You don't feel bad for them. You don't even call them. So miss me with that shit too. I hate when they do that because Cassie is famous. There are so many local shelters now who are probably underfunded. But has this thing triggered you to call your local shelter and to see how you can be a help to an everyday woman with a little bit of money who are needing help because they're truly running away from a crazy person? No, of course not. Because it's all about performative outrage out here. People are so performative. But sincere people don't just perform, they act. Because, hey, if this can happen to Cassie, it's happening worse to everyday people. I need to reach out to my local shelter. I need to make a donation, financial donation, or take some of your clothes, and you can drop that off at a local shelter. But they're not going to do that because it's performative outrage. Oh, I don't believe in women getting beat. Okay, then support your local shelter. Go on Google, find your local shelter, and at least give $20, right? We're tired of performative behavior. That's all people do out here. Perform. Don't pull out your card and go give money. There you go. Foolishness. Oh my God, what time is it?
At all. I wanted to let it play out to see how the conversation around it would go and how the setup would be. And basically, the conversation that they were trying to have today, which is what I was bringing in with that CNN video, when they debunked a lot of things or brought up a lot of things like Michael B. Jordan or like Kid Cudi, the point was that you guys were doing a ton of drugs, and this is a narrative that Cassie painted, which is why to me, I keep saying, like, you know, even if Puff does get time and doesn't walk away scot-free, and I don't see him walking away scot-free from this. I
just saying this was a sisterhood. He's going to walk. Diddy will walk. She's trying to give these girls a glimmer of hope. I don't even know if she read the charges. Did she read what the charges are? She read the definition. Okay. Can she say it for all the time she's sat in that courtroom like, yeah, okay, I can see they proved this, they proved that? No, don't lie to these women. Stop doing this. Don't try to give him a fake ass glimmer of hope. It's giving scam. He's going to walk. He's going to walk. There you go.
I ain't trying to put nobody in jail. I'm just being honest with y'all about what I'm seeing and how I feel. I don't believe it's going to be that spend the rest of your life in jail that the government is going for. Because when they brought up Michael B. Jordan, when they brought up Kid Cudi, when they debunked, you know, the CNN video and everything that led up to that and showed that Cassie, y'all, the way that the defense set this up today, and Cassie really had no rebuttal, and the prosecution, they like threw her to the sharks today. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, yesterday when Cassie was speaking to the prosecutors, right? The prosecutors are the people, and I keep reminding y'all so that y'all know who I'm talking about when I'm talking about it. The prosecutors are the people that want Puff locked up. Yesterday when she was talking to the prosecutors, the whole point of their conversation around the CNN video was, okay, we're going to show, right? Because they've already established that, you know, they have Diddy on text saying, hey, fly this person in. You have Cassie's testimony that people were being paid. You have the escort's testimony that they were being paid, right? So there's that. But with Cassie, I think, because again, none of the escorts we've heard from so far have said that they've been kept beyond their will. They were threatened with videos. Like, that's a big part of this. Cassie is that testimony. She is that character in this whole thing, right? Yesterday, Cassie testified about what led up to the CNN video using part of a text conversation, which I thought was so stupid by the prosecution, because with everything else, with a lot of other things, they've been trying to like put it out there before the defense had a chance to put it out there and kind of like create the narrative around it. I don't know why they didn't do that with this video. It was so bad, yo. Like, I felt bad for her on this thing. So basically, they brought in the conversation that the defense used yesterday, and I think that conversation was something like, when she talked about not wanting to mess herself up because of her big movie premiere that was coming up, and, you know, not wanting Diddy to feel like she didn't want to do it. The way that they painted this picture about what led to that CNN video that we saw, the beating video from 2016, was that Cassie was this, you know, hopeless romantic who just loved this man so much and always wanted to make him happy, even if it was at the detriment of her own career, her own body, everything, right? Today, the defense refreshed her memory of that and then said, hold on, we're gonna go through all the text messages leading up into that. And the prosecution was trying to,
you know, even this too, like this woman who was so like she was hopelessly, what's it called? She was what? A hopeless romantic. Yeah, you're a hopeless romantic with a multimillionaire. There, of course. Get the fuck out of here. Right? Miss me with that bullshit. Okay? You were hopelessly in a romantic, whatever it is, with his money. Right? If Diddy was a regular person, would she have done all this? No. The money. Okay? Just like Jazz told us, oh, wait until that rich ninja applies some pressure. Right? But you know, the thing is, like I said, once again, it has to do with shame. These women do not want to say, listen, that's a rich ass man. He could change my life. He made more money than my daddy. He made more money than my mama. Okay. This man has done things. He has shown me things. Honestly, this lifestyle is addictive. I am here for the money. No, they want to romanticize the greed. Oh, I just wanted to make him happy. Who told you he's not happy? He has a dream career, right? He has Kim Porter. He dated J-Lo. He's like a hip hop icon. He discovered Jodeci. He discovered Mary J. Blige. Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, Mace, Biggie, right? What the heck? Like, are you aware of his repertoire? Did he told you he not happy? At that time he had Justin, right? And maybe he had Justin and Christian. He has 2 kids. What makes you think he's not happy? Right? It's the same thing with Jazz. Oh, I take pleasure in serving Cam. I take pleasure in what's it called? In making his food. I take pleasure in making his suitcase. Girl, what? Cam has been rich as like almost like he's been famous or relevant. But Cam has so much money. You just met him. Before you, Cam was in a relationship with that lady for almost 8 years. They have 3 kids. You think he never had somebody make his breakfast for him? What? You think he needs you to pack his suitcase? These girls are crazy. You are in love with the money. And because he's the guard to the treasure chest, you cater to him because you want the money. It's all about the money. We saw Jazz before she met Cam. Oh, don't do nothing for a man. Don't make no food for a man. Don't do that for a man. She'd be in her car all day, telling women to do the very least because these men don't deserve it. Then she gets to meet Cam Newton with his $75 million. Whoa, child. Now, it's my pleasure to serve. It is my pleasure. I'm a selfless server. I serve without even wanting anything back. Girl, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? You're not fooling anybody. Cam has 75 million. If this man just says, hey girl, have 2 million or just 3 million, your entire life is made. Right? We know what this is. It's transactional. You need to have enough. I need people as bold as you are to get peed on. I need you to be bold enough to say, Marlene, I dated this man or I did all these things because I wanted access to the money. All the things that Carisha allowed herself to do with Diddy because he has money. Holding up sign, papi, 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 whatever. Oh, I like to be peed on because you know that's what he was doing with Cassie because he has money. He can take you out shopping, spend $300,000, even maybe $1 million. It's nothing to him. Whatever Diddy spends right now, he can make it back in the next 30 minutes. Diddy can spend $1 million today. He gonna make it back by tomorrow. He's not like the rest of us. So that right there, it did something to you. It is greed, and it's okay to admit it. Right? It's okay. It's okay to admit that to yourself. It was my greed because the kind of money he has and the level of luxury that he exposed me to, I never stopped. It was just too addictive because you guys, can you imagine, you guys? Even me, I can put myself in her shoes. You date a man, you never see any bills. You date a man, he gets you a $5 million apartment in New York. He gets you a $6 million apartment in Miami. Jesus. You date this man, you can have any car you want. You never go to the airport. You never go to the TSA line like the rest of us. You fly private. So you actually drive on the tarmac. When you fly private, y'all, they drive you to the plane. You guys, this stuff is ridiculous. When you see lounges that they have for first class, like for private jet people, y'all, it is ridiculous. They drive you to the plane, y'all. people coming like, oh, yes, so they grab your bags and stuff like, what the fuck is this? Can you imagine? Restaurants, no reservation. You just make a call. Oh, of course. Oh, that's Mr. So-and-so. That's Mr. So-and-so. Can you imagine? Now imagine you walking away from this man and now you got to go live in a regular apartment. Girl, you got to drive a regular car. When you travel like the rest of us with the TSA line, babies crying, people in the laptop, and we're like, what the fuck? What is all this ratchet stuff? You call these restaurants. They don't recognize you anymore because you came with Mr. Combs. You're not Mr. Combs, are you? Well, there you go. You don't have to wait 3 months to heat here. It's a drastic change. It's a lot. So who wants to go back? And then what are people going to say? Oh, look at her. She broke. Look at her. She's struggling. Okay? Because we know people will keep doing dumb shit because they fear what people have to say. Oh, wow. She lost everything. Oh, he took everything back. So yes, it is the greed. If you change your attitude, if it's a regular man, I ain't doing shit. But if it's a rich ninja, it's my pleasure to serve. I am a selfless server. Wait, hold on. What'd she say? Oh, yeah, I got to go a little bit. Look at this. Look at this foolishness. Huh? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Stop sharing. Let me share again. Hold on. It's my pleasure to serve. I am a selfless server. I believe in submission because the man is rich.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Do you think that this is controversial in some capacity?
Absolutely. To some, it could be enabling. You know, and someone told me one time, they're like, you're enabling him.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him how that made me feel. And he was like, of course they're going to say that. They don't have nobody doing that for them.
How did it make you feel?
It made me feel like maybe I am. But at the same time, that's my love. So if you don't understand it, you know, I'm not loving on you for you to get it. That's how I love. And whoever I love
is why you love a rich man. And you're not loving on that other man because he is broke. You are loving on Cam because Cam is worth $75 million. There you go. And that's okay to say.
Gonna get that benefit.
Yes.
There was a time where, you know, women needed men for everything. We couldn't even open up a bank account, you know?
Who are these women? Once again, just repeat all kinds of BS. Oh, there was a time where women needed men for everything. Which woman are you referring to? And what time was that? Because I'm sure whatever time that was, most people didn't have bank accounts. It wasn't about the gender. In order to have a bank account, you need something to put in the bank account. These people sound so damn stupid. And that's how you know they just regurgitate talking points, right? What time was that? And at that time in America, what was the number of people who were underbanked, right? In that time in America too, how much disposable income did people even have to go open a bank account? To have a bank account, you need to be able to put something in the account. So it wasn't just women, it was men too, because a lot of people did not have money like that. They might have a picky jar, but to have a bank account, you need money to put in that bank account. There you go. All right. There was a time where women did not need men. That time is still prevalent, right? For you to have access to that kind of money, you need Cam. So that's why when you lashed onto this man, even though he has 8 kids, right? He has 8 kids. So he had 7 kids before he met her, right? Is that right? So she gave him baby number 8. So I guess we're still living in a time where women still need men. Because why would you go and give an 8th child to a man that already got 7 kids and does not marry anybody, just impregnates people? Because he has money. Kim has a lot of money. He has a lot of money. Like I said, most women do not want to work. They want a shortcut. And that's like, oh, have sex with him, give him a baby, right? Oh, see, so he's about to have baby number 9. There you go. But then when people said you were enabling him, I don't know. I don't think I am. Yes, girl, shut up. Girl, shut up. Shut the hell up. And that's exactly what Cassie was doing also. They know they enable these people. But then when the shame sets in, oh, I'm a victim. Girl, shut up. Girl, you see? Money.
And now it's like women are really in their bag where they're like, I have my own business. I'm doing this. I don't need a man for nothing.
They're lying. Most women who are doing their own businesses, a man is he has 75. Cam has like 75 million. Diddy has like from 300 to 500 million. So like, oh, most women are doing their business. Most women who have businesses, y'all. Oh, thank you, Tara. Nice to meet you. Most women who have businesses, you guys, like I told you before, there's a man in the background. There's always a man in the background, but they don't want you to see that because they want you to believe, oh, I did this by myself. How can you do it by yourself when we know that we live in a man's world? Anybody ever heard of James Brown? James Brown told us it's a man's world, okay? Without a woman's touch. There you go. All right? It's a man's world. So how you as a woman are able to do all of this in a man's world? Because you have men who are supporting you. There are men who are helping you. I've told you, say, look at all these women who are millionaires and multimillionaires and even billionaires. It's the husband, the father, the whatever. There's always a man. There's always a man. There's always a sponsor somewhere. It's always a man. We live in a man's world. So how can she do this by herself without a man? There's always a man involved. And her goal is to make you believe that, oh, I'm just a girl boss. Girl, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You have a man somewhere that's helping you. And it's okay to say that. It really is okay. Beyonce has a man helping her. Jay-Z helped her in her career. All of these people out here, there's always a man somewhere. Well, he probably makes more because he made a lot in this thingy, right? Cam has money, yo. You can look how much he made. But whatever he makes on YouTube, whatever kind of deal he has, Cam has money. He has way more money than she's ever seen. But it depends how much it depends how much he pays on child support. But even if he has to pay 18 million in child support, he's still going to have a good 50 million. So, you know what I'm saying? But there's a man, yeah, Michelle Obama. Oh, that I'm like, child, you're married to Barack Obama. Like, girl, sit down somewhere. If your last name was not Obama and it was Michelle Robinson, right? Who's what's up, London? Right? Who's gonna listen to your podcast? People like you. These millions of women who like you, they like you because of who you're married to. Women have more respect for you when you're married to a winner, right? When you are married to a powerful man, a highly competitive man, a man with lots of money, these women will have more respect for you because women are obsessed with men. They truly do not want to live in a world where they don't have to depend on men. They love men. They enjoy the man. They just get mad that they can't control these men. That's the problem. The real problem is not that, oh, I don't like men. No. The real issue is I can't control him. I can't change him. I can't make him what I want him to do. It is a control issue. It's not a real dislike of the gender. They love these men. They're obsessed with these men. That's why they fight each other, kill each other, lie on each other, destroy each other's reputation behind a man. Okay? They will even poison you behind a man. Be very careful. Do not believe that these women are able to decenter men. They never will be able to. And if you're a girl and you're crazy to believe that they can decenter men, you will get poisoned. Okay? Tell your friend that you found a man where they haven't. See what happens. They're going to beat your ass. They're going to beat your ass. Right? That it will never decenter men. The real issue that women have with men is control. I want to control him. And you also got to understand, because that goes back to the way God made us, right? Is that if I have a child with this man, I am more vulnerable. So if I can control him, it allows me to go to sleep at night because I don't want him to leave me. I get it. But it can also be very toxic. Okay? Yeah, it was her mistake because she didn't talk too much. Now she's talking too damn much and she's messing it up for me. Like, damn, I'm like, I can't even have shit. Like, I really can't have shit, right? But I'm like, if Kim was not this rich, we're not going to be over here doing all this.
Like, basically, like, can I be frank? Like, I don't need a nigga for shit. I don't, you know, and you
don't need a nigga for shit. Girl, bye. Look at her looking up in the air. She know damn well she lying. You don't need a nigga for shit. How you going to make babies? They sound so damn stupid. And that's why, you know, when you deal with people who meddle in the extremes, check out. Mentally, check out. I don't need a nigga for anything. Girl, yes, you do. How you going to make those babies? If you want to have children, how you going to make them? 2 eggs don't make a baby. It's an egg and a sperm. So at least you can say, if for children, yes, you need a man, right? Also for status. This girl has done music videos. She was a video vixen. She tried to be a comedian on Instagram. Where did he land her? As soon as she started dating Cam Newton, her star power, her star whatever, it just started to go all the way up. right? To live a millionaire's lifestyle. She didn't do like B. Simone. She did like even B. Simone too. She did a man. Okay, so be quiet. For at least a baby, a woman needs a man. So you cannot say, oh, I don't need a man. We all do. Every woman needs a man. Now, is she going to get one? Now, that's different. And the man is not just romantic. Every woman needs a father. We have seen what it looks like when young women don't have their daddies in their lives, right? Every woman needs at least one brother that she may be able to have a better understanding of how men think, right? So we need men for different things. So yeah, I don't need a man. You do. You need your fathers, your brothers, and hopefully one day you'll have a husband. And then maybe also one day you'll have your sons, right? The goal is not to say, I don't need no man. Yes, you do. Just like men can't say, I don't need a woman. If you don't have a woman, how are you going to reproduce yourself? You're going to work hard and just die, and then your DNA is gone. So a man also needs a woman. A man also needs a woman. He needs also his mother. That he may also understand that in this life too, even though you're strong and stuff, but you also have to be gentle. And you also got to be mindful of those who are weaker than you, that you might not take advantage of those people. We need each other. We need each other. And that's how you have perfect harmony. It's not just females all by themselves, men all by themselves. No, we have to learn to come together. And that's why sex, it works. A woman has a vagina, a man got a penis. These are puzzle pieces. The vajayjay and the penis, these are two puzzle pieces. They make sense together. One goes inside. It fits perfectly, right? Because God is telling us, well, there's a union here that has to exist between a man and a woman. But the problem is people have perverted that union. People have even perverted sex. Something that was meant to be sacred today now is for business. It's transactional. Because human beings have a tendency of perverting everything. God creates a thing. These people make haste to go pervert it. Like, what is wrong with you people? But that's what happens when you have a people without the knowledge of God. When God gives them things, they will pervert those things because they're crazy. They're truly crazy.
Can say those words, but I want one.
So my brain wants to understand the exchange here. Because, and this could be, it's not, no, you're doing great. But because I told you, I'm going to ask a bunch of stupid questions. Yeah. Because this dynamic, I think like my relationship with my partner is very egalitarian, like we're equals. Like I don't ever feel like I'm giving for the sake of giving, and I'm not receiving for the sake of receiving. I'm receiving being like, well, I deserve this, and I'm giving being like, you deserve this. So there's that exchange happening.
So you speak on, you're like, you tell him the things that you need.
Yeah.
And the things that you feel like you deserve, you'll say that?
100%.
How will you say that?
I need you to step up in these areas. I need to not worry about this. I need to be able to take my brain off this thing. I need more affection. I need more love. If we're going to be sexual, here's the things that I need to like feel more sexual. And in return, I invite that. Like, so we have a lot of conversations.
How does he receive it well?
I think everybody has a problem with being told that they're not doing enough because we always go to like, well, I'm already doing X, Y, and Z. Right. So I think that there can be, I wouldn't say that he's always arms wide open, but he always adjusts. But so I guess when I'm listening to your relationship style, I'm like, if we kind of broke it down into like to-dos specifically, like what does a submissive woman do for?
Because you have to remember this girl, Shan, right? When you see her, I think her and that boy she's dating, he seems very feminine. So I think she makes more money than him because she's very masculine. So she can tell him do da because she controls the relationship, right? So she can say do this, do that, do more of this, do da. She seems like she nags a lot. Okay, so that's that. But because she probably makes more than him, but that's what he agreed to because this man wants a soft life. You also have men who are willing to be emasculated because they don't want to be competitive. So there you go. When it comes to Jazz is not dating the same kind of man that this young lady is dating. Cam is like I guess like an alpha male in a way, right? Football player, really big, lots of muscles, lots of money, attractive, and things like that. And he's worth $75 million. So she's not going to treat him the way this girl treats him. Even Shan, if Shan was in a relationship with someone like Cam, she would not be saying all of this. And that's why a lot of girls go for guys that are weaker because they want to be the man in the relationship. You're not going to date Cam Newton and be masculine on Cam. It ain't gonna work. Funky Fridays, y'all. What's today, Friday? Or is it Thursday? It ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? You cannot, when you meet people that have a shitload of money like this, it's really hard to say, oh, I need you to change this and change that. You can go. Because in all truth, though, he can always get somebody to do it. And I think in the Cassie situation, in the Diddy stuff, right? The other girl, the other Asian girl, is she Vietnamese? That girl, Gina, who had the baby girl recently, she's that girl. Like whatever Cassie didn't want to do, Gina. Whatever Kim don't want to do, Gina. Whatever Carisha don't want to do, there's Gina. Gina ain't going nowhere. Right? So like it's very, very different. And that's why people have to really ask themselves, do I really want to date a man with money? Because you date a man with money, you're not going to make the rules. You're going to fit into his life. Right? You go date a broke simp and stuff. Yeah. You see, he's younger. Yeah, because they want control. And I think sometimes, is she like biracial? I think also sometimes when you date these biracial girls too, they have these weird anxiety styles because they're, especially if her mother's white, right? Then they put that, it's very, very weird, right? Because a lot of white women too love control in their relationships, right? That's why a lot of white men out here are completely emasculated. So many white men are emasculated in their relationships. So they have a tendency of going for men that they can walk all over. That's what they go after. They're like predators. Okay, they don't really want a man they can respect. They want a man they can control. Because the goal is to say, oh, see, I have a man. But the goal is not to make this man feel like a man in this relationship. She wants to believe that you can be a feminist, you can be a sex worker, a sex therapist, whatever, a sex guru, and somebody is still going to put up with your bullshit. And for that, you got to go extremely beta, even maybe zeta, right? Does that make sense? But when you get someone like Cam Newton, right? Quarterback Cam Newton with all these muscles, it is not going to happen, boo-boo. You can just leave, right? And like whether it's Shan or it's Jazz, he can find somebody prettier, lighter, whatever. It don't matter. Because money talks. And you get to a certain age, you understand that what makes a man handsome at a certain age, it's not even what he looks like. It's how much money he has. Look at Curtis. If 50 cents was not 50 cents, you think Daphne Joy would have had a baby with that man? No. You can be a man and be extremely unattractive. Or you can feel unattractive, like Uncle Shay Shay, right? You can feel, it's one thing to be unattractive. It's another thing to feel unattractive. Like Uncle Shay Shay, to me, he's not unattractive. But I think he feels unattractive. He doesn't feel beautiful. But either way, a man gets to a certain age. His beauty is his wallet. Okay? A man can have a busted face with critters. Girl, it don't matter. If that man is a multimillionaire, there's a man like that on TikTok, right? Jen sent it to me. Let me see if I can find it. You should see how the girls are like, oh, Poppy, like he's on TikTok. Hold on. He's on TikTok. Let me show you what these girls are doing out there. Let me show you, okay? What's this page? Okay. You should see these girls in the comment. Calling saying, oh, you're such a fine man. You shouldn't be by yourself. You're so handsome. Yo, this man is, hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. Okay. You see this man right here? Right? Have y'all seen this man on TikTok? So, yes, was he Monica? You see that? You see? You see? Even you see this? You see that? Even Pearl knows about this man, right? You should see his comments. This man is not attractive. But because look at his lifestyle. Look at his lifestyle. He's on the private jets. He's in Monaco. He's in Dubai. So now look at the comments. Fine young man. You're smiling as my big boy. Okay, always smiling. Splendid. He had a video that went viral. Like these girls were gassing him up. Oh, this one, almost 7 million views, right? Look at the comments. Because he showed himself in the private, in the private jet. Okay? Look at the comments. Let me show you the comments, right? Look. A handsome man like you shouldn't be traveling alone. Crying face emoji. Open the comment section and my girls didn't disappoint. Easy dark chocolate. Why are you traveling alone? He's not old. He was just born early. Fine boy, no wrinkles. The hat compliments your eyes. God gave you everything except my number. Why are you alone, young man? I've seen beauty, but this is a discovery. She said, y'all killing me in the comment section. Going to Monaco without me? Cheer face emoji. This is the real definition of tall, dark, and handsome. Okay? I fell in love with somebody who doesn't even know my name. Okay? Smile is melting my heart. How can you be stressing yourself with a video? That's my job. Okay? Like, this is insanity. This isn't, I mean, like, his comments were ridiculous. These girls are out here gassing them up. You see what these women do? You see what I'm saying? You see? This is what these women do because he has money. Oh, you're beautiful. You're a handsome young man. You're not too old. You were just born too early. Okay? You understand? Because there's something about money that makes women submit to a man. And men understand that. If you have money, I don't care who she is, oh, I'm not going to submit. No, she will submit. Okay? There is something about money that makes women submit to men. And so you understand that, hey, when you get older, as a man, what's going to make you attractive is not your muscles. It's not having a six-pack. It's not about being tall and handsome. No, be rich. Have a lot of money. And once you have you see, you make feminism feel powerful and personal. Keep shining. You are living your best life. My only one, mister. Okay? You see? Money. Okay? All right? Money. Women see a man with money, they automatically submit. And then you start to understand, like, this is a reason why, too, many men will even go into a life of crime, right? Many men will go into a life of crime because they want these women to see them as these powerful men and stuff like that. Sometimes I get it. I really get sometimes why men break the law. Because a man with money can have whatever he wants. Okay? A man with money can have whatever he wants. They will not say no to you. If you have enough money, you can even sleep with a girl and her mother. That's how crazy it is. You have enough money, you can be out here, you can sleep with a man, a woman, and her mother. They will do it. They will do it. Why? Because you have money. You have money. Okay? You have money. Are you a bank loan because you got my interest? This is insanity. He's not traveling alone, ladies. I'm the one filming the videos. Leave my man alone. Okay? My type, you're leaving me again. Fine, baby boy. Okay? I know a minister of enjoyment when I see one. Hey, King, fly safe. Right? Your walking style is exactly like the one of Jesus. Lovely steps. Right? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is insanity. It was too funny. When Jen sent that to me, I was like, this is so crazy, right? But you start to understand. I can see why men break the law. I can see why many men will go commit crime because it doesn't matter how you get the money. Once you have the money, all these women will find you beautiful. Even if you're hideous. Oh, he's not hideous. Look at Beyonce and Jay-Z. Look at Beyonce and Jay-Z. You think if Jay-Z didn't have Jay-Z money and he didn't have Jay-Z name, this girl would have been with Jay-Z? Of course not. And we all know this, right? Because the legend has it that Beyonce wanted to be with Nas. And not that I understand. That part we understand, right? But look at Beyonce and Jay-Z. Okay? Look at Beyonce and Jay-Z. You think what made Jay-Z attractive to her is the fact that he's handsome? Like imagine sleeping next to him. Imagine when he snores. I'm trying to be funny, but okay? Imagine Jay-Z snoring next to you. That has to be frightening. Okay? Imagine waking up in the morning next to Jay-Z. Imagine him snoring and stuff like that. It has to be frightening. I don't know, right? But what made Jay-Z attractive to her was his money, his rank in hip hop, right? The power that he had and things like that, and what he could do for her career. So for that, she chose to have a baby with this man. She chose to get married. No, but it's true though. We know damn well Beyonce's not attracted to Jay-Z. But that's not why she married him. These women will go out here and marry men that are extremely unattractive because he has power, he has money, he has status. Exactly. Imagine waking up, like, can you imagine waking up to this? And then he has like the crust in between his lips and he out here snoring and stuff. Oh shit. Oh damn. You see? And that's why everybody's crossing their fingers. Oh, Blue Ivy looks like her mom. They're so afraid that these kids are going to look like Jay-Z. I'm like, listen, at the end of the day, she chose to have kids with him. So they're going to look like him. But we thank God that they're the pretty version of him. But stop lying, okay? The kids look like their daddy. And that's a choice she made. Why you want to sit here and gaslight? Oh no, I see Beyonce. You don't see shit. You see Jay-Z. Stop fucking lying. But they're pretty versions of Jay. So we thank God for that. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. But you know damn well, if you have to choose between Nas and Jay-Z, you're going to go for Nas. But Nas said no because she was too young. So she goes with Jay-Z. Right? She goes with, yeah, they're beautiful versions of him. Okay? But we got to stop acting like, oh my gosh, Blue Ivy looks like her mom. No, she does not. Blue Ivy looks like her dad. But she's a beautiful version of her daddy. You see that child, you know that's Jay-Z's child, right? Rumi looks like him, but she's a beautiful version of Jay-Z. That's okay, right? And we thank God for that because, my gosh, can you imagine? But ultimately, Beyonce made that choice. So she knew there was a possibility that her kids were going to look like him. And she was comfortable with that because what mattered to her more was to be famous. She didn't really care about her kids looking like her or looking like him. Obviously, she was comfortable with that because she wanted to be famous. Right? That's the choice she made. And she also made a song where she says she likes the Jackson 5 nostrils as long as it's not on her face. So, hey, if that's what her kids have, she needs to live up to what she said she likes. Why y'all trying to go do all this? And be like, oh my gosh, Blue Ivy looks like her mama. Stop lying. She looks like her dad, but she is a beautiful version of her dad. You see that girl? You know Jay-Z is her father. Because you keep doing that too, you're going to make her feel a way about looking like that man. And she wants to start putting all this makeup on her face. It's okay. Your mom made a choice. Her mom made a choice. But my point is this too, right? If Jay-Z was a regular person, Beyonce never would have married this man. The money made Jay-Z attractive. His rank in hip hop made him attractive. Okay? What he could do for her career made him attractive. So my point is, what makes a man attractive at a certain age is not truly what he looks like or having a six-pack. Have you ever seen Jay-Z's body? Let me show you his body. Okay? Have you ever seen his body? Right? This is him. Okay? The Jigga Man. Let me show you his body. Right? There you go. This is his body. And that was at one point when he was at least trying to work out. But this is Jay-Z's body. So you don't have to have a six-pack. You don't have to be, muscular and well-defined and things like that. No, you can be unattractive. You can be pudgy. You can have a beer belly. You can have titties and you know what I'm saying? But if you're rich though, she will see you the way I see Jonathan Majors. Okay. Where is he? Okay. Right. This is what she sees because that's what money does. Right. A man can have a bird chest. He can have the chest of a turkey, right? But because you have money, she'll see this. She'll tell herself, this is what I see. When I look at my man, this is what I see. Because, hey, listen, you have money, right? So does a man need to be attractive, muscular, even have charisma? No. He needs to be rich. Okay? What is this? He needs to be rich. Come on, you guys. He needs to be rich. Where are the pictures? Why can't see the pictures? What's wrong with y'all? Why are they blurring the pictures though? Child, you get my point. Okay? That's what she sees. All right? You understand? Exactly. And she'll be like, oh, daddy. She'll just say whatever because he has money. And most men, at a certain point, most men understand that, which is why I say I can see why. Exactly, Kevin. Money is man's makeup. There you go. There you go, Kevin. You got it. Right? A man with money is like a woman thinking she's beautiful with makeup on. There you go. Right? It's the regular dudes who don't have too much money who have to do a little bit more. But if you have money, doesn't matter what you look like. Physically, like your face, your muscles, your body, it doesn't matter because you have money. If you also have a lot of money, it doesn't matter that you're horrible in bed. She will still fake orgasm. Okay? A woman will fake an orgasm with a man that is horrible in bed. Right? Because everything is about making him feel confident and this and this and that and that. You think if a man is a multimillionaire, but he has a small penis, she gonna leave him? No, she's not. Okay, she is not. She's gonna stay. She's gonna fake that orgasm. There you go. Right? Doesn't matter. Okay, if a man is also super rich and he has an erectile dysfunction, it's okay. She'll be like, it's okay, boo-boo, it's okay. Okay, it's fine, I'm okay. Right? That's it. Because when you're rich, people cater to you. And I will say it again, a woman is more likely to be submissive to a man with money. A man who doesn't have money will have more challenges. He will have more clapbacks. He will have more, you say one thing, she says 25,000 things because you don't make enough money. The best way to tame a woman is to make sure you have enough money. Exactly. Right? So that is the thing. There's even this one video I saw earlier today. Hold on, if I can show y'all. There's this one video I saw earlier today of Hallie too, because I was watching O'Shea Do Jackson. Let me see. And she said this one thing. I was like, you see, because he has money too. She's not going to go anywhere because he has money. Where's the video? Oh, here it is. Right here. Okay. Let me show you this.
About a man that she deals with that tried.
Where's the sound?
She is arguably having the best year of his.
Okay, I was like, what the heck? Where's my son? Right here. Hold on. It's right here.
To leave her.
And if this was her man first, then why can't she?
I hate when this does this.
She keep effing on her man. I mean, that's how I see it.
Hold on.
With that tries to leave her.
And if this was her man first, then why can't she keep effing on her man? I mean, that's how I see it.
But he's not her man.
Yeah, but he's
was. Public property.
Once you had a man, you always gonna have that man. In the back of your mind, you gotta know what you always did, right? She knows that he is gonna love her or have this tie to her for a while. Because if they were together for years, that's his home at that point. Or is that toxic?
So as we hear from
Never say it again. Never say it one more time. Listen.
As she deals with that tries to leave her.
And if this was her man first, then why can't she keep effing on her man? I mean, that's how I see it.
But he's not her man.
Yeah, but he's
was. Public property.
Once you had a man, you always gonna have that man. In the back of your mind, you gotta know what you always did, right? She knows that he is gonna love her or have this tie to her for a while. Because if they were together for years, that's his home at that point. Or is that toxic?
So as
is that toxic? And now you understand why when he comes to get the baby, she opens the door half naked. Right? Now you understand why he comes to get the baby. She opens the door half naked with no shoes on. Then she finds a way to lie and get in his car. Then she rides back to his house, right? Because for her, that's her man. There you go. There you go. And why? Because Diddy has money. We saw how she cried yesterday about that Rolex. Where's the Rolex again, y'all? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the Rolex real quick. Right? We saw how she cried yesterday about the Rolex. So when you're dating a man who can buy you a $60,000 watch for your birthday and this, and that, like, how are you not going to be toxic? Right? Hold on. Hold on. Stop sharing. Give me a second again. Boom. 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 Oh my Lord. Boom.
You ain't gotta record off the phone. That's what they get. Yeah. Right.
Close my eyes.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Ooh.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell?
What the hell?
We need some milk. What in the world? No, this is too
care. But people that love watches, y'all know this is a classic. But they don't even know that it's the bezel. Peep the bezel. These little diamonds, these little emeralds, everything on this watch is factory. The card's there. Of the entire card, serial number, everything. Everything fully is very intact. It has diamonds in the bezel. Factory set 2023 Rolex 36 millimeter, all yellow gold with the diamonds in the bezel. You Google it, let me know how much it is, since y'all don't like me saying prices. But this is what you're supposed to get the people you love, not the little bust down watches. I mean, I can't say that because I got my sister and my mama one, but I also got my mama a plain watch. But this right here is something that she can give to Halo. She can give this to whoever. Halo can give it to his son or his daughter, whatever. This watch is going to last forever, and it's always going to be worth what I paid for it. Very, very expensive, but also very, very holding of its place in the market. This will not go down. You cannot find this in the Rolex store. You go to a Rolex store right now, I give you $1 million. You go find this in the Rolex store. You won't. I just had to say that because some of y'all might think this is a Michael Kors watch, or this that little baby, little date just. This is a date 8 presidential. Okay. So if you see this on her wrist, just know she got a loaf on her. For real. Food for thought. Well,
she deals with that tries to leave her.
And if this was her man first, then why can't she keep effing on her man?
I mean, but he's not her man.
Yeah, but he's
was public property.
Once you have a man, you always gonna have that man. In the back of your mind, you gotta know what you always did, right? She knows that he is gonna love her or have this tie to her for a while. Because if they were together for years, that's his home at that point. Or is that toxic?
So it really is toxic. You see this? It's money. It's the power of money. Money.
For her man.
Everything.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
You know, like packing his bag, unpacking his bag, just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning. I know how you are about midday. I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like
now she's a mind reader. Ask yourself, all these other men she dated that didn't have no money, did she read their mind? But now that she's dating a man that's worth 75 million, now she can read his mind. She picked up magical skills in the process, y'all. Now she's a mind reader. Can you imagine the power of money? Okay. Now she's a mind reader. I can read his mind. Okay. I know when he needs this. I know when he needs that. You think she was doing that in any of her previous relationships? No, because they don't have Kim's money. They don't have his money. They don't have his status. Now, Kim, in his defense, though, he does look good. He really does. So he got more going for him than Jay-Z. He has a great body. He's very cute, beautiful face, has lots of money, and has lots of status. So now she's a mind reader. There you go. Okay. The power of money.
Before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. And you know, when I talk to my girlfriends about it, I was like, oh, how you guys doing? And I'm just like, girl, he's rotten. I'm like, he's spoiled rotten. Like, he's rotten. But I love that. Like, I want him to be that. I think my biggest flex is how I treat my man. You know what I mean? And my biggest flex should be how I treat myself, which is, so it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of messed up.
What are you getting from all that you're giving? What are you asking for in return?
You know what's interesting? And you saw my reaction when I was like, you say that? You asked for that? You know what I mean? I think that I have gotten better at saying the things that I need, but if I don't get it the first time, I don't like to say it again.
So would you do what you're doing for a broke dude?
What do you call broke?
Bitch, shut up.
Requires your financial support as well.
No.
Oh.
No. I think to be broke.
Like even at like the level of gaslighting. She doesn't know what a broke dude is. So what do you mean by broke? Bitch, what the fuck does the word broke mean, you dumbass? Right? She's like, no. So this is conditional submission. It is conditional spoiling. It is conditional self-sacrifice. It is conditional self-denial. Because you already know if Kim didn't have that kind of money, she's gonna be a mind reader for what? He can do it himself. And I want him to be spoiled. Why? Because he's rich. And that's the same psychology with Cassie. Oh, he's rich, so he can do whatever he wants. Oh, he's rich, so I want him to do whatever he wants to me. There you go. They encourage these men to be the worst version of themselves because they don't set standards because they want these men to stay. Okay,
you can be still a great lover, still very romantic, still very emotionally supportive. But I'm just like asking.
I wouldn't even know that.
What?
I wouldn't even know that he's all those things. Because I think there's a lot of people who are financially stable who are broke-minded, and I can't get down with that either.
So let me just clarify the question. What are the requirements from a man to bring to Jazzy in order to get this level of love from you?
Money.
I think it's how you make me feel.
Lies.
I have to feel safe with you emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
You have to excite me.
And we know she's full of shit. Because how can you feel safe with someone she's still sleeping with people? We've heard Cam say that he told her he has to sleep with other people. So how are you safe emotionally when he continues to have sex with other women? He told her that. So how are you safe? Not even just emotionally, in terms of like STDs. How are you even safe? And it's Atlanta, right? Cam has told us on many occasions that him and this girl are not monogamous. And he told her that. And then she said that she understands that he has to go sleep with other people. And then when he comes home after having had sex with other people, she massages his back and she scratches his back until he falls asleep because she knows the rhythm of his breathing so that she can tell when he's actually asleep because his breathing changes. Okay. So she is full of it. These women do not want to say out loud, his money is what makes me submissive. And I would have more respect for her if she said that because that's extremely understandable. He has a lot of money. And I want to be attached to that money because having lots of financial provision makes me feel safe. And I'll do whatever it takes to stay next to that money. It's okay. It really is okay.
I need edge. So all this cute, soft shit that I need him to be emotionally this, I do need that. But I also need some edge. And I also need a man that is like, like I am a submissive. So like, in a way, my love language in sex is like I like for you to tell me what to do. So sometimes it's like, Jazz, sit your ass down somewhere. It's like, oh shit, what I do? Let me sit down, But it's like someone who is a very, you can be emotional and be soft and things like that, but I still need you to have a little sprinkle of that edge.
Do you need an alpha male?
Yes, only.
And when she says that edge, she means toxicity. She told you, I need a man to tell me to sit my ass down. Okay, there you go. Sprinkle that edge. What she means by that edge, she means toxic. Okay? They need to have the courage to say what you really mean. Don't play with me. We're all grown. Just say it. Okay? This is crazy.
Only. And, and I think men are confused on if they are or not. And if you are confused, you're not one.
Mm-hmm. What is an alpha man?
I think in my experience of an alpha male, it is somebody who is respected, walks in the room and everybody just kind of like feels their presence.
Some people can interpret submissiveness as like anything goes, like I'll put up with anything.
No way. I mean, like, I think anything goes for sure if you're comfortable with the person. Because I'm doing shit I never did before. I'm just like, I would have never done this, but you know what?
Okay. So as long as you have money, you can do whatever you want to my body. I am doing things that I've never done before. Then ask yourself if she's even comfortable doing these things. No, but he has money. So because he has money, he's allowed to use her body any way he sees fit. Because he has money, he's allowed to do the front, the back, the ears, the mouth, the eyes, the nostrils. He can do whatever he wants to do to her because he has money. Okay? Money. The only thing that changed between Cam and these other men, Cam has money, Cam has fame, Cam has status. I want a man when he walks in the room, everybody is scared or these other girls want him to. There you go. There you go.
I'm comfortable with this person and I feel safe.
Do you have an example?
Anal. You're like, have an example? Yeah, that.
Do you do it for you or do you do it for them?
I do it for him because for me, I'm not at a place where I like it yet. We
Okay. So this is the part I was telling you about, the anal sex part. I told you to find it, but there it is. Thank you, because the Holy Spirit is here. So she asked her, what is that one thing you do sexually that you're not comfortable doing? She said, anal sex. Okay. She's like, I'm still not comfortable, but she's going to do it because he has money. So now we can all deduce from this that Cam likes anal sex. So if he's sleeping with other people, he's most likely having anal sex with other people. And you know, you should know, it's a lot easier to contract HIV through the anus because the butt is not meant for that. So if Cam is a booty warrior and he's doing it with multiple women, this is a serious exposure to HIV. Also, they live in Atlanta. So only God knows who else he's having anal sex with. Other women, other men. What do we know? But here is a sexual act that she's not comfortable. She's never done it. But because now she's with D. Cam Newton, worth $75 million. And when he walks in the room, so because he walks in the room, now he can stroll through your behind. Okay? They don't have boundaries when it comes to rich men. And there was a part where she said, oh, I want you to degrade me. I want you to degrade me. I'll see if it comes up. But she said that when she had sex with Cam, she wants Cam to degrade her. I said, oh, Jesus. I've never, but as far as I've known, sex was always meant for two people to love on each other, not to degrade each other or degrade one specific person. What Jazzy is saying here is exactly what Cassie did. Degrade me, do whatever you want. Da, 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 da. It's very questionable, Kevin. And mind you, they live in Atlanta, Kevin. And mind you, they have an open relationship. So if she doesn't like it, you don't think he's going with someone who actually likes it? And do we even know that Cam uses protection? He's about to have 9 children. Okay? So obviously, this is not a man who likes to use protection. But anal sex is the quickest way to catch HIV. Because the butt is not meant for that. So it tears. And when it tears and the veins are open, the skin is exposed, and then you have the rubbing, it becomes a lot easier to have HIV, which is why most gay men are at a higher risk of having HIV, right? Especially bottoms. People doing the receiving in anal sex are more likely to get HIV. The stuff is real. But she's willing to potentially risk getting HIV because this man has money. There you go.
He had one successful time where I was like, okay, my butt creamed. It was like, oh shit, like it was like creaming. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know the science of that in particular because your butt doesn't lubricate in that way. You could shit on the person.
So it was booty juice.
Yo, I swear. The first time I heard this show, I was making the bed in New Orleans. I was like, what the freak did I just hear? Hold on, y'all. You hear this?
I give an example. Yeah, that.
Do you do it for you or do you do it for them?
I do it for him because for me, I'm not at a place where I like it yet. We had one successful time where I was like, okay, my butt creamed. It was like, oh shit, like it was like creaming. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know the science of that in particular because your butt doesn't lubricate in that way. You could shit on the person.
So it was booty juice. It wasn't though.
It was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fast. I'll have to get back to you on that. But then does anal become an act of submission because you're letting your partner do something to you that doesn't necessarily feel good for you, but you know that it feels good and maybe powerful for them?
I think it feels more powerful for them than it feels good because you're getting nowhere. It hurts. It's like, okay, like if he wants to,
but he can still orgasm from it.
I think it's just the butt is just so tight and so untouched. And I think it's the fact that nobody's been in there but him is like the power of that. Like that's my asshole. Like ain't nobody.
I am truly defeated. Y'all never heard this part? Y'all never heard this part? I told you. She said, I remember I said her butt. She said her butt was foaming. She said cream. My bad. Y'all never heard this podcast? Oh, y'all crazy. You guys, y'all don't come outside enough. The first time, because I had it playing and I was making the bed. Yo, when I heard this part, I said, what the fuck did I just hear? She said, yeah, that's my asshole. Because then you see, because let me tell you also a thing. You know, I think also, it's me, so let's just be honest, right? I think a reason why Cam also goes for girls like that, because they're ran through. Like Jazz, she ran through. She really is. She a little ran through. Like if the one time we saw her little thing with Crystal, it was a hot ass mess. She's been outside like since like what, 12, 13, 15. Her mom didn't really supervise her. She started very, very young having sex. Okay. So I feel like when it came to Cam, he knows her body count is crazy. So the vagina does nothing to him. And also, I also feel as though, you know, when women are excessively promiscuous, when women are excessively promiscuous, the vagina loosens up. It loosens up. That's why body count matters. You know, that's why even they have like vagina rejuvenation surgery where they try to stitch you up a bit to make the vagina tighter. You know, you also have these balls that you can put in your vagina to force the vagina to like contract and learn to contract again. But a lot of ladies have loose vaginas. I think also sometimes like it definitely is questionable when a man wants to have anal sex with a woman. But I also can see the part where it's like, okay, like her vagina is just so loose. Because think about putting different kinds of penises in there. A wide one, a short one, a long one, a crooked one. You know, after a while, the vagina is just because it's a muscle. You know, it's a muscle. And it's not what it should be. You understand? So the man says, okay, since the vagina is like basura because you let everybody go in there, he wants to go in the butt because it's tighter. You know, it's a lot tighter. Now imagine if the vagina is loose and the butt is loose. Now that's crazy, girl. You've been outside way too much. Yeah, it really is a lot. It's like it really, really is a lot, Kevin. It really is a lot. But I'm like, and I hope that people, young ladies listening, you know, you see why I told you earlier, body count matters. Any woman who tells you a body count does not matter, she wants you to join her rank of loose-lipped vaginas. She don't mean you well, okay? A woman who means you well will tell you body count matters. It's not just a shameful act of like being able to, one day you have to explain to your husband how many men you slept with, but it's also the fact that whether you say it or not, when he goes in there, he gonna know. Okay, I'm telling you, he is going to know. A woman that is promiscuous, the vagina, like you just slide in there. Like there's like the peristalsis, like it's just gone. Ask anybody who knows science, right? Like the vagina contracts a bit, right? When you slept with so many people, it's like brakes. It's like used up brakes. When you hit the brake, the car is still sliding. You understand? There are a bunch of evil ass, wicked ass, promiscuous demons out here. Do not listen to them. Listen to me. Okay? I'm your big sis. Listen to me. When I tell you, I would love for you to be a virgin, but that'll make me hypocritical. But I will tell you this because that's what I told myself. You got to have a number and you say, I'm not going to go past this number of people because your vagina is a muscle. And what makes sex enjoyable is that your vagina does this to the penis. Like, it's for real. Let me tell you. So, you know what I mean? Let's do it. Okay? The vagina does this to the penis. And that right there also helps the men to ejaculate. Like it helps the man to get to the orgasm. Is that the vagina is doing this. It's doing this motion. You understand me, right? When you slept with so many people, it's just like this. Think of used brakes on the car. So when the man goes in, there's not, it's just, even like, you can just go in. It's wide open. There's nothing like holding the stuff. And the fact that you have, like, let's say this is the penis, right? The fact that you have the vagina doing this on the penis, right? It helps the man to enjoy the sex. A lot of men don't enjoy sex with promiscuous women because when the vagina goes in, when the penis goes in, it's floating in there because she slept with too many people. She slept with too many people. So the man say, let's go in the butt because the butt is tighter. And also you have peristalsis in the anus. That's how the poop comes. Like when you poop, you can feel it. You can feel it as you push your poop. You can feel peristalsis happening in your rectum, right? And in your anus. You can feel this. So he goes back there because he's looking for that sensation. But then you can also see why subconsciously he might be like, nah, I'm not doing this. Because a lot of men don't want to come behind too many men. He might not say it to you because we live in a very PC culture. But if some girls care to be honest, they will say, oh, everything was good until we had sex. Yes, because your shit was loose. There you go, right? If a lot of women care to be honest, they would say, Marlene, you're right. Because everything was good until he had sex with me because he realized it's too loose. A woman your age, her vagina should not be this loose. And this is why, especially when you have your West African education, your mama gonna tell you, you don't go around sleeping with people because they know it needs to do this. Your vajayjay got to do this. Like the vagina contracts. And maybe if you haven't slept with too many people, sometimes even you yourself, you should feel your vagina contracting. Right? And it happens again during pregnancy to push that baby out. Like when it's time for you to really go into labor, you will start to feel your vagina do this, like the Braxton, whatever it's called, the contraction, right? But they're very intense during labor, but they exist also during sex. But when you sleep with too many people, he puts his penis in there. It's like this. It just flies in there. So what the heck? So there's no pleasure. There's no pleasure. Right? So he might start asking for this and asking for that because your vagina is just too damn wide. You had too much sex. Too many people. You know, any muscle needs rest. And it's a very delicate muscle also. Okay? It's a very delicate muscle. So you can't just be sleeping with all kinds of people, different kinds of penises, different shapes, different girths, different this. You're going to damage your vagina. And a lot of young ladies, okay, y'all don't understand that your vagina is truly one of a kind. And if you allow yourself, because you decide to be a feminist, you want to listen to them low life ass female rappers. These female rappers are low lives. They're a bunch of low lives. And I already told you, many of these girls, not only did they have no daddy, their daddy's in prison. They have no damn structure. You want to listen to women who can get you to be successful in this life. And that's if you're going to find a man, he's going to love you, and y'all going to have great sex. But if you squander your vajayjay, you're going to destroy your vajayjay. It is a muscle. You have to take care of it. You truly have to take care of your vagina. It is a real thing because that's how it's going to feel good. But if somebody goes in there and it's like, bloop, there's no feeling, there's no massaging, like there's no contraction, there's no nothing. He's okay. He might ask for the ass, but in his mind, it will never leave him like, this girl, she's been outside. And then he might start to become distant. He might not tell you, but your vagina is loose. I'm here to tell you that. So if you were cool with someone, everything was going well until y'all had sex, and then he started pulling back from you, you need to be honest with yourself. How many men have you slept with? How many men have you slept with? I think some ladies out here too, I mean, I'm not going to say it. But anyways, right? You got to be very mindful. And that's why I'm saying body count, it matters. Every penis is not built the same. Every shape is not the same. Every girth is not the same. And also, like when you have sex and the man is like, bah, 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 right? Every man also is not going to pound your vajayjay the same way. Some people might pound you very hard. Some people might not pound you that hard. You know, the pounding stuff also, it affects, it's not even just your vagina. Even like the wall right there, it affects that too. You know what I'm saying? And so imagine somebody, he's like, bah, 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 with his penis on your vagina. Then this other guy, he comes, pop, 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 pop. It's like your suspension. Have you ever seen a car that has bad suspension? Think about that too. You know what I mean? It matters. Okay? It truly matters. You got to think about these things. And that's why I tell y'all, stay away from dumb people. Stay away from idiotic women. They're a bunch of idiots. A lot of women out here are illiterate. They're not smart. And not just that, they never had mothers and grandmothers and aunties and stuff like that put them on game. So they're out here just squandering their vajayjay. They don't have good vajayjay, okay? And you don't want that to be you. Do not squander your vajayjay on foolishness. You understand me? So I feel like her vagina is loose. It's probably very loose. So because of that, he wanted to go in the back because it's a lot tighter. So he feels a better sensation back there than going in her vagina. But I guess fortunately she doesn't do anal sex too, so I guess that's a good thing because she could have had the front loose and the back was gonna be loose. But in her case, the front is loose, but the back ain't loose. The back is tight. And imagine some people, both places are loose. The back is loose and the front is loose. And when that happens too, I mean the front even, but imagine you have the front loose and the back is loose. Why would a man ever want to marry you? Because he knows you slept with lots of people. You understand? He might never say a thing, but in his heart of heart, he's like, yeah, this girl been outside way too much for me. Okay? And that's the real thing. That is the real thing. If nobody ever told you, I'm telling you. Well, I'm serious, like, no, but it's true though. It needs to, we need to tell the truth though, because these young girls, they don't even know. They don't even understand their body. Because goofy ass feminism says, oh, sleep with whatever you want, do whatever a man does. No, he has a stick. You have a tunnel that there's certain mechanics in the vagina, right? That's why you don't listen to girls who barely had a 2.5 in high school. These girls are idiots. They never should have even graduated high school. You got to be careful who you take advice from. Okay, you take advice from people who barely could get into college. You take advice from people who even went to college and majored in God knows what. And even with that too, they struggle to even have a 2.5, always on academic probation. They're not smart. A lot of girls are dumb. The sooner you realize that, you're going to run away from these people. Start walking with smart women that can really put you onto stuff. But I'm telling you, do not squander your vagina. Like promiscuity is not what you think it is. The real flex is in having the least amount of sexual partners, because at that point you're gonna have a top-notch vajayjay. I'm talking like, I don't know, Lambo type of engine. You know what I'm saying? But you want to have a vajayjay that gives the ultimate experience. Okay? And exactly, because you can't go in there to fix it. Even the doctor, like, he can stitch you up. So at least like when he tries to go in, it gives a little bit of like a challenge a bit, right? But the inside mechanics, how do we fix that? Because it has to do something in there. Hey, bag, hopefully you understand. You guys get me, right? A doctor can stitch you up, but what that brain does, you know, like what the vagina does. That's why like when you start to get horny, right? You release certain hormones, and those hormones are mimicking, like those hormones help your vagina to start doing this. Like when you go into labor too, they give you potassium, right? Potassium is supposed to like mimic this, like what's oxy? I forgot the name of it, but there's a hormone. Maybe it's the same hormone, maybe, and maybe it probably is, because you know how they say like if you're having a hard time with labor, like if the baby's not coming, they encourage you to have sex to stimulate contraction. You see my point? And when you get pregnant, when you go to deliver, they'll put you on potassium. Potassium is a synthetic chemical that mimics that hormone. But when you start to get horny, you produce that hormone. And what should happen next is that the vagina starts doing this. As soon as like the penis comes in there, it just grabs onto the penis, like da, 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 right? But if you went out there and you fucked it up, even when that hormone goes down there, nothing happens because you abused it. You abused the vajayjay. Okay? This stuff is real. It's very real.
Been in that shit, but me, that shit's mine. Do you get pleasure because you're giving him an experience?
No, I actually like a finger in the butt.
No, from like anal in particular.
Oh,
like what's the incentive for you to do it if you're like, it's not my favorite thing, but I do it because X?
I think I just do it because he wants it. And I think like when you come to me in a space where it's like you're very masculine and it's just like, give me that ass, or however you say it to me, and you're like, ooh, like, yeah, I like.
She said, oh, give me that ass. Yeah. So I'm like, doesn't that sound like prison language? Like when the male prisoner says, give me your booty. I'm like, oh, you're crazy. But I'm thinking even her, if she cared to be honest with herself, she would ask herself, why doesn't he enjoy my vagina? And maybe she knows why he doesn't enjoy her vagina, because she's been having sex way too young. Too many sexual partners. Too many sexual partners. It's a real thing, y'all. We have to be honest. We tell young people, yeah, go be sexually active. But people don't tell young people, here's what's going to happen. That's why we keep saying men and women are not equal. Okay? Men and women are not equal. Men can have erectile dysfunction. If that can happen, they can't be able not to get it up. But a woman, like, your vagina needs to feel nice. Your vagina needs to know how to do that massaging stuff. Malaxation, how you call it again? Forgot the name. Okay? She's crazy, Kevin. She's really crazy.
Like that shit. Like, tell me what the fuck to do. Tell me what to do. I like to be told what to do. You know,
even if the thing that they want you to do,
I don't want to do it. Yeah. That's dramatic too. I don't know, but like because it's him, I trust him.
I guess because we have all these like, and I hear when you're talking to, like you're listening to how it sounds, then reflecting on how it feels for you.
Yeah,
because the feeling might be that's my truth.
Yeah,
it might sound a certain way, but also too, we're talking about your relationship in a very specific, narrow lens. We're not talking to him, one, and two, we're not talking about the full breadth of things. So when things are multi-dimensional, multi-tiered, it makes sense within it, but we're talking about it siloed off. So you're like, oh, I want to soften it. But the real truth might be like, I do whatever he wants me to do, as long as he asks me in a way that makes me feel like a dirty bitch.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's your truth.
I do whatever he asks me to do as long as it makes me feel like a degrading bitch. And if you remember too, like if you all remember, because I played this before, there's a part where she was like, degrade me. I'll find it later. She was like, degrade me. But the girl Shan said to her, so in summary, do whatever you want to do to me as long as it makes me feel like a dirty bitch. Which is why I told y'all Cassie was a willing participant. This mindset you heard from Jazz is the same mindset that Cassie had. Okay, there you go. Let's finish our initial video.
So many different things because they didn't want it to be on record, and the judge was like, nah. The judge was overruling it, like he was letting it fly. So they take us back. They take us back to March 3rd. Mind you, that Cassie beating video, I believe it was like March 5th or March 6th. I believe it was March 5th, 2016. They take us back to March 3rd. Starting from that day, Cassie and Diddy are having conversations, and Cassie is the one leading into all the sexual conversations. She about 4 times mentions the text. I don't even know what the text said. The texts were vulgar to the point where they didn't read them out loud in the courtroom. And they've been doing that a lot with any like sexually explicit things, just to save the victims, just the alleged.
Who's the victim? Everybody a victim. I keep saying a victim. She's not a victim. Just to not embarrass Cassie. There are no victims over here. Cassie's not a victim. If anything, she's a victim of greed. She is not a victim. She was pestering the man 4 times, he's not answering y'all. Armand has a better breakdown, but I'm gonna play that later. Hey, Bruna, Armand has a better breakdown. Y'all, the entire day, she was pestering him. I want your black this. I want your this. I want your that. I want your. How is she a victim? Oh, what the heck? Get out of here with that. Exactly. Like this, like degrade me, make me feel like a dirty bitch. And that's exactly what Cassie was doing. She kept reaching out to Diddy to degrade her. Unbelievable.
Victims, I guess, like some dignity. But she had sent a couple of those text messages, right? It got to a point where basically Puff was like, okay, well, like it was around the time that they're about to link up to do whatever. They didn't know what they were going to do. So Puff is asking her, because she's saying like, yo, I want to do something, but I can't get too crazy. Like she's sending all these texts and he's like, well, too bad you got to work. He's prioritizing work for her. He's like, too bad you got to work. And then she
don't want to work. You see this? I told y'all they don't want to work. He said, well, you got to work because he works. I also told y'all, I think one of the reasons why Haley and DDG also, why he broke up with her, because she was trying to stop him from working. They want to have sex. They want to be in bed. They want to pillow talk. And I'm like, I think what was happening was Haley was truly affecting his streaming schedule. And DDG does not play about streaming. He does not play. He told y'all at least 5,000 a day, 5 bands a day or nothing, okay? And that was like how many years ago he said that? So maybe today it's like 10 bands a day or nothing. Because he said, I got bills. A lot of people depend on me. These girls don't want to work. Y'all, I said this. And when I said this, I know y'all was mad at me. But I hope now you understand. They don't want to work. They do not want to work. Be in bed, have sex, pillow talk, watch movies. They are very lazy. And the reason why Diddy was not responding when she kept sending those nasty text messages, because he was busy. But maybe because Cassie's insecure, she thought he was with another woman. You see? So for me to pull him away, because I think he is with another woman, for me to pull him away from that woman, let me offer him something disgusting. Like, oh, whatever you're doing over there, come here because I can do it better. Because women are especially insecure ones, they are in competition with each other, especially when you hear that she is jealous of Kim. So maybe when he doesn't answer, she's thinking, oh, is he with Kim? Because Kim has more leverage, right? Kim is black like he's black. Kim is also the mother of his 3 children. Kim has known him longer than you. When it comes to Kim, he also adopted Quincy. So you can see how, is he with Kim? Is he with Kim? And this is what the mistresses do. When the man is quiet, oh, is he with his wife? So she'll do everything because she wants the wife to know that she exists. Oh, Elena, I wouldn't lie to you, boo. Okay? I will lie to you, Elena. Elena, a person who wants to work does not get involved in this foolishness. I'm telling you. A woman who enjoys work, who enjoys getting things the right way. You offer her sex, she's going to take your name to the human resource. Are you out your mind? She will be so offended. It is so offended. Like, that's why I'm offended. Kamala Harris also, she offended me. Because I mean, when I went to school, I worked really hard. I never slept with a professor. I never slept with anybody to get anything. That is so disgusting. And when you start having sex in the workplace, you make the workplace unsafe for all women. Women are responsible for violence in the workplace because they start having sex with managers, with CEOs, for promotion, for this and that. It's women who are doing this. It's not even men. They have lied to us. Oh, men are dangerous. No, women are dangerous because they don't want to work hard and they don't want to compete. As soon as it gets hard, oh, what's the shortcut? How can I? They even have a trend. Oh my gosh, Elena, they have a trend on TikTok called the office siren. Girl, when you go to work and you wear the least amount of clothes possible. Can you imagine? Like this girl, like the human resource lady had to pull her in. Like, can you wear clothes to the office? Have you ever heard men come to work with the least amount of clothes possible? Women have a hard time with rules. And they have a hard time with rules, waiting their time and working hard and waiting their turn. It's called an office siren. These girls go to work. I'm talking about belly buttons, corporate. It's not even like, oh, she working somewhere at Walmart. No, I'm talking a corporate office. This girl is going in there half naked. And they call it an office siren. The only way they know how to get stuff is like seduction, seduce. No. And then when they do that, they create a culture where men start to believe that, oh, it's okay. You see this? Look at this. Look at this.
Freaking cute. I absolutely love the
You see?
9 to 5 to 5 to 9 with this top. This is so freaking cute.
Look at this.
I absolutely love the button detail
How can
and
you-
the little wide bell sleeves. So cute. They have it in a ton of colors. I got it in black because staple. 9 to 5 to 5 to 9 with this top. This is so
Look at this.
freaking cute. I absolutely love the button detail. And then
Imagine how is this okay to go to work?
and the little wide
Then she'll be like, oh, men are looking at me. Men are creeps. Men are these creeps. Men are looking at me. Men are doing what again? Okay. Look at this. Look at that. This other one too. This one, she wants to go to work.
Does this look like something the girlfriend of a paleontologist would wear? You know, if I can actually do.
There you go.
Monday is work day.
Uh-huh.
Tuesday is also work day.
Uh-huh.
Wednesday is hump day. Thursday is Little Friday. Friday is Friday, obviously. Saturday, Monday is work day. Tuesday is also work day. Wednesday is hump day. Thursday is.
What's the goal of doing this at work?
Would you wear this outfit to work? And remember, I'm not asking you if I should wear because I already am. Let's begin. The outfit in question.
You see this? You see? How to wear the least amount of clothes to go to work. Like, do you see this? But then when the man start looking, because of course he's gonna look. Why? Like, I'm like, it's not even looking because he wants to sleep with you, but he's confused. Like, what the heck? Where are her pants? Where is the rest of her skirt? Where is the rest of the fabric? This is what they do. They do the same thing in the gym. They go to the gym. They wear the tightest shorts, the tightest spandex. They stand in front of the weights because they know the men's congregate there. Then they start doing RDLs. They put their ass up for everybody to see, oh, the men are creep. Man, no, you're the creep. Who does this? You see me when I go to the gym? First of all, when I go to the gym, because I record, I am very mindful to go when nobody is there. Number two, when I do my weight training stuff, I grab the weights, I go in the corner. They have no modesty. They want men to look at them. Dick tease. Let me tempt this man. Let me tempt this man. Then I start screaming, oh my gosh, he abused me. Oh my gosh, he looked at me. Oh, you want to be looked at. You want this man to act out of character. You know, it's the same thing in church. That's why in church we say you got to cover up, because we also believe that a woman should help a man not to sin. Nafisa is here. Even in Islam, oh, they try to make it seem like, oh, it's misogyny. Because, you know, when you go to the mosque, the women are in the back. You know, these goofy ass, dumb ass white feminists with their unhinged libido came out here and told us, oh, because in Islam they're misogynists. No, these are women. If you put the women in the front and the men are in the back, because when you pray, you bow. So your butt is up in the air. If we let these women go in the front of these men, we're not going to pray. They ain't going to pray. You see? Because it's to help the men also avoid distraction. It's not about oppression, because people are mindful. I don't want to be, even the Bible says that, like, don't be a stepping, like, what? Don't be like a stepping stool or what, a stepping stone for somebody else. The Bible encourages us to not be temptation for each other. So, like, if I know I have big boobs, it's not saying don't dress well, because it's not your fault that you have big boobs. But we're going to say, okay, be considerate, because you do have big boobs now. They're beautiful. So if a man sees it, girl, he going to look. It's beautiful, right? If you have a big butt, maybe your clothes should be a bit more ample, because because men like, especially black, they like men they like ladies with the big booties. So you see, mindful people try to help each other not to fall into temptation. But no, not these women. They want these men to fall into temptation. That's why the spirit of Jezebel is so rampant out here. You know? But you understand, that's why at the mosque, the ladies have to be in the back. Because if we start praying like this, and then my butt is up like this, these dudes ain't gonna pray no more. And we should not be temptation for each other. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's how it goes. Yeah, exactly. Don't be a hater to your brother or your sister. Be very mindful. Because you also have girls who try to seduce other girls and have them join lesbianism. Why are you like this? That's how you know it's a demon. It's a demon. It really is. It's an unholy, unclean demon. It's a sex demon. These people they're possessed. It's a sex demon. Right? It really is. That's why we say bring back modesty. We're really tired. We are truly tired. Yeah. You see? That's what they do. And then they make the workplace unsafe, because all it takes is one woman to go sleep with the boss. And now everybody's going to have this weird expectation. Oh, I got to have sex with him too. Hell the fuck I don't. But if every woman works hard and dresses accordingly, we're all going to be safe. But you see, she wants leverage. She wants an advantage. Oprah Winfrey slept with somebody. Barbara Walters slept with somebody. Deb Acne, whatever her name is, at the BET, she slept with, what's his name again? Bob Johnson. They sleep with these people to get ahead. That's what they do. It's not hard work. The vast majority of women CEOs have slept with somebody. They're like, oh, this woman is an icon. Yeah, who she sleep with? Okay. Barbara Walters said she slept with some executive because she wanted to have the Fidel Castro interview. And then she wanted another interview. So she went back and she slept with that man too. I'm like, what the fuck? It's all in her book. There are so many women who are not qualified. They would rather go have sex than to work on their skill set, work on their thing. Like, how can I improve and compete fairly? Women don't even want fair competition with other women. They want to cheat. This girl is really smart. I can't compete with her. So let me go have sex with a supervisor. Let me go have sex with this person. This is just out of order. It's truly out of order, because now you are the one that's going to bring gender violence in the workplace. You deviant. And it's crazy.
Keeps going. So finally he's like, all right, well, what you gonna do tonight? Like, whatever. And she's just like, oh, I want to be with my baby. So then they start having a conversation, because now, you know what I mean? Now the conversation is initiated about the freak offs or whatever. But again, Cassie led into that. And the defense made it clear. They went back and they wanted to clarify who led into the conversation about that freak off day with the CNN video. And I'm going to tell y'all why I keep bringing up this video. There's a lot more, but this one I thought was a big bombshell. And they didn't even finish this one, because not only did Cassie initiate the conversation, but Cassie made it seem like, you know, during these freak offs, her body was violated. You know, she made it seem like Diddy had no regard for her health. She talked about having sores in her mouth, and basically all he said was, oh, you need to go to the doctor. She talked about having so many UTIs back to back that, like, antibiotics weren't even helping her anymore. She was trying to figure it out naturally, but, like, it wasn't happening. She was in pain because of the back-to-back UTIs. Like, there was just no regard, or no, like, she had no control over these situations she was put in. It was a job. She just had to show up to her job, and she did it because she loved this man, and she wanted this man to love her and to not go anywhere and be anywhere with anybody else, right? multiple times in the conversations leading up to this CNN video, Puff is asking Cassie, like, well, what you want to do tonight? Where you want to go? What you doing tonight? What's the word type vibes, right? So she finally gets to the point where she's like, I just want to be with you. So now he's like, okay, like, and he's telling her, like, since it's your idea, you set it up. Like, what do you want tonight to be like? Like, what is, she talked about, it was a very well choreographed thing when they did the freak offs. She didn't tell us she was choreographing too. And that's what it was given. Like, he's asking her, like, well, who do you want to do it with? And blah, blah, blah. Like, she had control at some points.
She sure did. And guess what, too, you guys? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? And that's really Diddy respecting her boundaries. Because he said, since it's your fantasy, you decide how this fantasy is going to play out. Because Diddy told y'all he's a voyeur. I want to see people get freaky, right? He told y'all he's a voyeur. And we said, me and Mark said he probably started being a voyeur when he was a kid, because I think his mom was smashing lots of people in front of him. I really do believe that. Okay. But Diddy's a voyeur. So he says, because she was texting him 4 times back to back to back to back, he finally responded, okay, what do you want to do? All right, well, you go ahead. You decide what you want to do, and then whatever role you want me to play, and I guess I'll play that role in there. But that's not what she told us. That's not what she was giving in her lawsuit. Me, poor victim, mean black man making me turn me into his Asian sex slave. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? These are her fantasies. These are her fantasies. She's like, okay, so that's what you want, because you're harassing my phone. And when we get to the Armand video, y'all gonna see the kind of text messages. I want your big black wumpty wump wump inside of me. I am horny. Oh, baby, where are you? I miss you in my behind. Like, back on his phone. What is this? And he's working. She don't want to work. She's at home all day thinking about sex all day. What a bum. What a real bum. All day like this, you think about sex like this, you don't work. They may go to the gym, nothing. And my thing is, think about this. How many UTIs was she getting that you get to a point where antibiotics stop working? Girl, how often were you catching UTIs? And even that too doesn't stop her. She still doesn't say, maybe it's time for me to really work on my music. No, she wants the easy way out. But these are her fantasies. This is what she wants. And then she wants him to come and look at her degrading herself or being degraded or her being peed on. This is her mind. She has a sick mind. She has a sick mind. Like, please, whatever.
And the reason why all of this is important is because, yes, yesterday, prosecution did an amazing job at showing us that they do have proof that Cassie was threatened with videos from these freak offs and things of that nature. But today, even when talking about the CNN video, and when I'm talking to you guys about the control, some of the control that she did have, right? There was one point where she's preparing to go and meet him to figure this out, or to figure another freak off out, and she's like, dang, I forgot the tablet. And he's like, oh shoot. Like, she was okay with the tablets being there and things being recorded, and like, today just painted such a different narrative around that whole evening, right? To the point where, like, Diddy at one point, the person that was in the room with them, whoever ended up in the room, because they brought up a man named Johnny, but then she had said at one point it was like, I believe she said, or like another name, whatever. But before they got to the room, as they were still planning, Puff said to her, we could just watch and it just be us. Like, there's a guy named Johnny that they booked.
You see how she moves so fast? You see this? Even Diddy told her, because she's complaining about she's sick. She has sores over here. She has UTIs. And even though it's her fantasy, she said Diddy told her, we don't have to join in. We can just be voyeurs. No. I want to do it. So how can you say this man made you? A man who made you, you're the one texting him. You're the one saying you want to do it. He said, okay, fine. You decide how you want to do it. I'll show up. You said you're sick. So he said, okay, you don't have to do it. Let's just sit there. Let's just watch. The girl said, no. I want to do it. Okay. She's an adult, right? People are always out here saying, oh, I don't care what 2 consenting adults do. I don't care what 2 consenting adults do. Okay. This is the time to live about that, to be about that life. Okay. She was consenting. Why do you care? No, because since there's a black man involved, he has to be the monster. He has to be responsible for everything. No, he's not. And no, he will not be. He's going to walk. She's a grown woman. And he tried to tell her, don't do it, girl. Let's not do it. Ease up. No, I want to do it. The drugs, ease up. No, I want to do it. You can just sit. No, I want to do it. Okay, strong woman from the Philippines. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. But now somehow he's to blame for everything. No. And that's why I said in my original video about her lawsuit, I said every day with Diddy was not a bad day. Shut up. That you had a 9-10 year relationship. Every single day with Diddy was not horrible. There were moments, and now we know because they were excessively like addicted to drugs. So when they had the withdrawals were horrible because they take too many damn drugs. But I'm like, you're not going to see him like, oh, every day in those 9 years. So that's what, like almost like 3,650 days. Every single day was horrific. No, you're lying. You are lying. Go sit down somewhere.
From some sort of service, and I guess the service was it was a strip service. So at that point, if Puff is saying to you, because another thing that Cassie made a big deal of yesterday was, because here's the issue, right? A lot of this is Cassie not saying, I don't want to do this, not saying no, not saying, it's like he doesn't know that you don't want to do these things, right? You're alleging that he knew you didn't want to do these things and he did it anyway and he threatened you.
You see? So she's saying at no moment did the prosecution or even Cassie herself made people clearly understand that she explicitly said, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be in the free calls. I don't want to get peed on. I don't want this. I don't want that. And we saw the same behavior with Jazz. Jazz does not tell Cam no. But if tomorrow, you watch her, tomorrow, oh, Cam did this to me. Cam made me do this. But she said, hey, he can do whatever. And she said, oh, I don't tell him how I feel. I don't tell him what I don't want. You know what I'm saying? This is the goofy ass games they play because they want to have the possibility. They want to have the ability to take back consent. Because if I say, oh, I don't want to do it, then you're not going to do it. And therefore she can't sue you tomorrow. So she does not let her desires be known explicitly because I feel like low down, there's always this, they always want to keep this option in their back pocket. In case I want to sue him tomorrow, let me not say explicitly that I don't want this. Let me act as if this man is a mind reader and he should just be able to tell that I don't want to do it. No, we are grown adults. Okay? We are both consenting. If you texted me all day, you should say, okay, I don't want this. The same energy you had to text me, you should have taken the same energy. So, okay, we're going to do this, but this is what I don't want. This is what I don't want. No, they never tell you explicitly, I don't want this. I don't agree to this. Because these women still want to have the ability to take back consent whenever they see fit, even if that's 10 years later, 15 years later. This is what they do. Like, no, Diddy is not a mind reader. He's a producer. You don't want something, you need to tell it. Even with Jazz. If you don't want something with Cam, you need to let him know. You need to tell Cam, I don't want to do anal sex. But to not tell him, to turn around and give him your butt, even though you're suffering and your butt is screaming, I don't want to see you tomorrow. Try to sue Cam, but oh, Cam made me do this. And no, there is a podcast out here of you saying you want Cam to degrade you. You want Cam to make you feel like a dirty bitch. Cam can do whatever he wants to your body. You're going to live and die by those words. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Because it really is not fair.
You know, with certain things, if you didn't do it, like if you didn't comply, right? But now you're here and you're not pushing back on either. You're not pushing back on none of these conversations. We're having conversations about him literally saying to you, she said, oh, he never wanted to spend time just us. So I did the freak offs because that was the only time that we could spend together. And even in the freak offs, he never wanted it to just be us. When I tell y'all, Puff was giving her this one, right? This is one. That's the moment that led up to that scene in video. He was giving her every bit of, it could just be us, baby. We could just chill. On her, like, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to have fun. I want to have a fun night. I want to relax. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Even down to, she talked about how high they used to get during these freak offs and, you know, how it made her almost like kind of like defenseless and, you know, like she couldn't remember a lot and it was just hard on her body. And, you know, like it got her to a point where she just didn't have a choice. there was a conversation that was had prior to the Intercontinental moment, which is where we see Puff beating her on camera, where and y'all remember Cassie said, I wanted to basically do the freak off to get ahead of the fact that Monday I needed to have a good day because that was my big movie premiere. So if I made him happy, I knew I could have a good day. Not only did they talk about today the fact that Puff went to a brunch with her to celebrate the movie premiere, but you know, he kept telling her he was proud of her all weekend. He was telling her to relax. He was telling her like, yo, look, if you're gonna do this freak off, let's do it early so you can get your rest. You got, you know what I mean, your big day coming up. He's like, yo, if we do it, let's not get caught up in the matrix. Like matrix. Let's not do too much. Like, let's take it easy on the drugs and you know, all of that. Like, it was just a completely different picture that was painted. And it wasn't like it was just testimony, so you got to figure out whether it was true or not. It was in a text thread that the prosecutors chose not to even address. And every time they tried to overrule some of this stuff being like admitted in and Cassie having to speak to it, the judge let it fly because it's like, it's valid. I don't understand why the prosecution would throw her to the wolves like that today. They made a lot of her testimony and her credibility look horrible. Look so horrible. Oh my God.
And did I not tell you when I started covering this that Cassie made a big mistake by trusting these goofy ass women? In New York, a liberal state, the vast majority of these women are there because of DEI. We know the number one recipient of DEI is white women. I told you, I said what they're doing to her image is really bad. Because Cassie should have asked these goofy ass white women, do you have a clear strategy on how you're going to get any of these convictions? Right? You have to be really silly to put your hands put your life in the hands of some goofy ass liberal white women. They don't care because they're just trying to be famous. If they even had any if there was any kind of I don't know, an ounce of womanhood in them people, like sisterhood, they'd be like, okay, you're a woman, you're pregnant, you have daughters, and whatever you say on that stand is gonna live forever. We don't need you to expose yourself like this. It's just too much. But when somebody says, I want you to expose everything about yourself because that's how we're going to hurt this man, then they want to hurt you too. Like, to turn you into collateral damage to potentially hurt Diddy, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Because even if, I'm telling you this, Diddy can recover. Because, oh, he's a man, he's a rock star, he was on drugs. For a woman, it's not the same. But when you hang out with goofy ass feminists, they believe that men and women are equal. We are not equal, right? Because when a man can do all this stuff, he can still recover. There are still going to be women lining up to be with him as long as he has money. You as a woman, it works differently. Yes, because I also don't think she told him everything. And I also feel like maybe Michael B. Jordan, even Kid Cudi, she would go there and be like, oh, look at what Diddy's doing to me. Because a lot of these women too, they want these men to be jealous of them. We saw that behavior with Kiki. Right? Kiki went to the concert in Vegas with Usher because she wanted to make Darius jealous. This is what insecure women do. They're very insecure. So she's jealous because she knew the arrangement in Diddy's life. You're not going to be a priority. I think for me, Marlene, if I could say it from outside looking in, it's like Diddy, his number one love is his music. His music is number one to him. Number two, I think that's his mom. Diddy, I think, has an Oedipo Rex situation with his mama. Okay, they have a weird bond, these two. Hey, Jen, they have a weird bond. Number three, his kids. Number four, Kim. Kim might be like 4 or 5, but between her and money, I don't know. But number one is the music. Number two is the mom. Number three is the kids. Kim Porter versus money. So you know what I mean? It's a close tie, huh? Everything else it comes after. So when she decided to be Diddy's side chick or his little cute little office girlfriend, right? She was never going to have spot number 1, spot number 2, spot number 3, spot number 4, spot number 5, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You figure that out. And that's something that she resented. But it's the same thing. When you decide to when you decide to go date a married man, you will never compete with his wife. You might think you can, but you never will. And how many times have we told these women, he will never leave his wife? They think it's a joke, right? And they try and they try and they try to get pregnant. They try to call the house. They try to stalk the lady on Instagram, on Facebook, because she wants her to know that she exists. That's how some people even get killed out here. Because the man says, don't reach out to my wife. Don't talk to my wife. They think it's a joke. and then pew, 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 they end up dead. Don't play with people like that. If a man tells you, don't contact my wife, don't reach out to my wife, if you can't take direction because you got ADHD and you dyslexic, you might not want to be a side chick. Okay? When you're a side chick, you have to agree that you're somewhere in the dark somewhere. That's where you belong. Unfortunately, today, you have side chicks who want the limelight, and it never ends well. Okay? That's what it is. He sees you when he can. He calls you when he can. And what most husbands who are cheating do, they make sure you have money to entertain yourself. But you have to know, there are certain nights you'll never see him. There are certain dates, especially Christmas, birthdays, things will be like, no, he ain't coming over. He'll see you when he can. And if you don't have the heart for that, don't do it, girl. You're not a real gangster. But these girls don't understand. They think they're like Teflon Don or something. You're not made out of Teflon. Girl, you probably made out of, I don't know, paper towels or something. You're not that brave. And once again, this is what feminism has done to women. Deceive them into thinking, oh, I can do what a man does. I can sleep with somebody and not care. No, you cannot. You are a woman. You're going to catch feelings. Okay? You're going to catch a lot of feelings. And if you're not careful, you might fall in love with that lady's husband. And then it gets really, really sticky because he ain't going to leave that lady. And he's not going to leave his children. You're a good time, but you're not a forever time. And they don't understand that part. And that's why people have to give like a user manual to side chicks. You need to understand what comes with that position. There's no glory. There are no big birthdays. There's no Valentine's Day. There's no Thanksgiving. There's no Christmas. There's none of that. So make sure you understand the job description really well and what you get and what you don't get. Okay? And you got to really be honest. Can I really take that? And most women cannot. That's why you shouldn't do it. Go find your own. Okay? But it's like you're not going to compete with Kim. You will never do that. And the process of trying to compete with Kim, you're going to self-destroy because Kim, what she has in his heart, even though he's not faithful, her position in his life is secure. How long they've been together, what they have been through, how they've raised their children. They've had 3 kids. They have a very interesting kind of love. You will never take her place. And trying to dethrone her, okay, you go ahead and try to do that. But if you turn out and you become ran through and you become a crackhead in the process, you only have yourself to blame. Because when you went into that man's life, you already know there were 2 queens, his mother and Kim. And now these 2 ladies right here, they ain't going nowhere. They're not going anywhere. I keep saying this. When you decide to be with a man or be with the man, whatever, you need to study that man. And you need to understand his no's, his yeses, his do's, and his don'ts. Because if you're with someone and you don't understand how he works and how things are like ranked in his life, you're going to keep making yourself look stupid. And this is why Priscilla made a video after that girl listening to Shira said, I married a monster. And Priscilla said, these women do not understand men. And I can see that. He has Kim, even if he cheats on her, whatever, he doesn't want to let her go. He was never going to let her go. You are an idiot if you think because you're Filipina, your skin is white, your eyes are slanted, whatever, and you allow people to pee on you, that somehow you're going to take her place. And I also feel like, because I don't believe he was peeing on Kim also. Cheating on Kim, yes. Being violent, most likely. But he peed on you for a reason. It's no different when these girls go to Saudi Arabia or they go to Dubai, they go to the Emirates, whatever, to go mess with these Arabs. They do to y'all what they would never do to their sisters. Because their sisters, they have respect for. You see, you're like trash. Like you're just here for entertainment. They pee on you, whatever, because you're not even from their culture. You're not Arab. You're not from their culture. They're not going to marry you. There are certain desires that they have that they will never do with a fellow Arab girl because that's their sister. That's their family. That's their people. And it's inconceivable to even treat an Arab woman this way. But the desires are there. So they bring all these foreigners who are so money hungry and they pee on them, they poop on them, the potty potter stuff, do all kinds of nasty stuff. Because Kim, he's not going to defile her that way. But he will. And also, most side chicks have to understand this. Many times a married man has a mistress because there are certain things he wants, but he doesn't want to do that to his wife because that's the mother of his kids. But he'll come to you for anal sex. He will come to you and just shove his penis down your throat until your eyeballs are falling out and you start crying these crazy ass tears. He will do all kinds of nasty things to you because there's a beast on the inside of him that his wife doesn't know of. But he'll bring the beast on your ass. That's why he pays you. So that he can find a place where he can be an animal with you. You will never know romance from this man. The stuff he can't do to his wife, he gonna do to you. Because you mean nothing to him. That's why he pays you. It's transactional. Are you on his will? Are you on his medical insurance? Like, no, he will never be. People need to go out here and tell these mistresses the truth, though, for a second. Make it make sense. And that's why most side Ps, they do stuff that the wife doesn't do. Because he does not even want his wife to do that. That's the mother of his kids. He doesn't want to see her like that. But your ass, oh, he don't care. And that's why he gives you all this money. And that's why you will also never be his wife, because he knows what he does to you. And that's not what he sees when he thinks about the mother of his kids. Are you crazy? You are truly crazy. So women have to know this. They truly have to know, because there are too many people out here lying to that gender group. They got to stop being delusional. They truly need they need some kind of medicine, okay? They need a truth potion. And you got to force these girls to drink that truth potion. They're sitting here lying. And the sad part is, the more a woman lies to herself, she doesn't even realize that time is evading her. Every day you get up, you get older. Every day you get up as a woman, you get older. Your worth in the eyes of a man, it changes. You know, as we get older as women, we start meaning less to men and we start meaning more to our children and the community, okay? But you're aging and you keep being an idiot. Yeah. Who's going to check on her? I'm not surprised. She going to crash out really bad. And how much you want to bet, Elena, that Kim never had anal sex with the first one? The one he was with for 8 years? How much you want to bet they never had anal sex? But now, because I think that was the one he probably would have married. But these other girls out here, anything goes. Anything goes. Because he has no respect for these girls. He knows why they're here. It's for the money. The one he had the kids with, the one he was with for 8 years, I think that probably was a bit more authentic and stuff. But when Kim sat with Cheyenne and he said, can a rich man ever experience real love? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Even he knows these heifers right here for my money. Because it goes to show there's a part of Cam he hasn't shared with people. And you see, just like Cassie, Jazz is just like Cassie. But there's a lot of idiots out here just like Cassie and Jazz. The issue is, a woman thinks if a man sleeps with me, a man eats my vagina, I give him a blowjob, we have anal sex or whatever we do, or we have threesomes. She thinks that she's got access to his vulnerability. Okay? No. Many men use sex to avoid getting personal. But these girls are too dumb to get that. They're not smart, you know. Too many girls are dumb. Too many girls are very, very stupid. That's why I say a lot of these heifers, they need to really be out here study psychology. When you start to study psychology, you will understand a lot of things, not just about the person, but the psyche of a person. Can they even spell psyche? Probably not. The psyche is real. Many men are afraid of vulnerability, real vulnerability, because they don't trust these heifers. But they're quick to have sex. Anybody who's quick to have sex is not trying to let you in. You understand? Cassie had all these freak offs, but she didn't really get to know the real Diddy. No, it's a good thing she left. It's a good thing when you think about the bigger picture, it's a good thing she left Ryan Leslie. She brings nothing to the table. She has no self-esteem. She has no sense of self-worth. When you listen to Ryan Leslie, right? Black dude, went to Yale, super young, super rich. You know, Ryan is a great entrepreneur. He's a great businessman. What can she do for him? Cassie is all looks. That's it. There's nothing there. Can she raise kids? No. Can she be a great mother? No. She doesn't even love herself. Is she even intelligent? Did she finish high school? What was her GPA? If she couldn't sing, if she could model, because even this whole model stuff, because of how you look, but she didn't work for how you look. You were born like that. If she had to go to school to survive, what would she major in? Okay. So when it comes to Ryan Leslie, Marlene, I'm actually glad it didn't work out. She did him a favor. Because if as soon as you introduce a woman to a richer man, a more powerful man, she can just turn her back on you and start cheating on you. Do you know how they cheated on Ryan Leslie? They pretended that she had an event in Miami. They printed out fake flyers. I'm at the level of deceit. All you have to say is, Ryan, I don't want to be with you anymore. No, she wanted to make fun of him. She wanted to emasculate him because her and Diddy came up with a plan to create a fake event in Miami. These people went as far as creating fake posters, posting fake posters to deceive Ryan Leslie. For what reason? For what reason? She did him a big favor because today maybe he would have been the one on stand. You understand? Even Kid Cudi, she could have put Kid Cudi's life in harm's way because only God knows what she told Kid Cudi. Because he was really upset and he wanted to defend her, protect her. Because she probably went there and said, oh, Diddy does this to me, da-da-da. Because she wants to see all these men crash out behind her. She's sick. That's what I call a malignant narcissist. All you have to do is say, Ryan, I don't want to be with you anymore. I met Diddy. I think he can do more for me in my career, so that's where I want to go. And I'm sorry. Boom. Do you have to go to the extent of a fake concert, a fake event, a fake this, fake posters, fake flyers? And they were literally reposting these things as if it was a real event. So that way Ryan Leslie would not suspect anything. I said, oh my Lord. Yes. Yes, Bruna. So like she's so deep. She's so deviant. Like she's so deviant. You don't want to be with Ryan anymore? Just say it. Because, okay, today it's a fake flyer. Okay. What's going to happen is you start having more and more feelings for Diddy. You want more fake flyers? This is not sustainable. Be a woman about it and say, Ryan, I don't want to be with you anymore. He's going to be hurt. Like, what the heck? But hey, yeah, fake flyers. Who thinks like this? She has a deviant mind, this little girl. Okay? So imagine you're a man, you think, oh, that's my wife. You work hard. You're going to wake up one day. She don't change all the accounts. She stole your money. She transferred all the deeds to her name. Child, please. This little girl's a scammer. This is insanity. This is insanity. And even the husband, she probably did not tell him everything. Oh, Diddy made me do this. Diddy made me do that. But you see, Kid Cudi was really trying to protect her. Only God knows what she told Kid Cudi. But what if Kid Cudi had lost his mind and tried to do something to protect her? Let me defend her honor. And he tried to go out there behind Diddy, or Diddy came behind the Kid Cudi. This thing could have gone deadly the whole time. This is what she does. A narcissist. She's a malignant narcissist. She wants to see these men crash out behind her when all you have to do is tell the truth. But she doesn't. And the thing about Cassie too, y'all, you need to notice that with her ass, her demonic ass. The thing about Cassie too, right? She doesn't like clean breakups. Nothing is clean with her. Like most women, they like to give mixed signals. That's why these girls out here are so treacherous. They give mixed signal. Oh, I don't want to sleep with this man, but I'm going to go to his room late at night to smoke weed. Girl, make it make sense. Right? If you notice, Cassie, her breakups are never clean. Hey, I was with Ryan. Now I want to go with Diddy. Clean breakup. Hey, I was with Diddy. He introduced me to Michael B. Jordan. I want to go over there. Clean breakup. Hey, I want to go for Michael B. Jordan to Kid Cudi. Boom, a clean breakup. Nothing is clean with this girl. Like everything is confusing because her mind is confused. Oh, Ryan, but I don't really know because she doesn't know where it's going to work out because she don't know what she wants. She's greedy. But what if Diddy only wants me for one night? So I'm going to lie to Ryan. So that way, if it fails, it's going to be hush hush. I can go back to Ryan and be like, yeah, I love you, Ryan. You see the shit? Right? Because she wasn't too sure. So she can't really make a clean break because what if I do a clean break and then Diddy says, oh, it was only for one night because he's already with Kim. So she's testing the waters. So as long as she's testing the waters, she can't have a clean break with you because you're still rich. Ryan's a producer. He's a great producer. And he's also rich. He's very smart. So she wants the ability to stay with Ryan, test out with Diddy, see what it gives, right? And then be like, exactly, Mark. right? Because if you are sure and you're a grown ass woman and you own your shit, like, no, I want to try my luck with the richer man. And Ryan would have been hurt because it really is a betrayal. I'm introducing you to this man to help your career, but then I'm even realizing you don't really care about the music. You just want to be introduced to wealthy men. Cassie has the mindset of an escort. She always had the mindset of an escort. Some people try to gaslight you and call it hypergamy. No, she has the mindset of an escort. And because she doesn't have the network, she uses well-connected, well-to-do, affluent black man to introduce her from one rich black man to another rich black man. She's an escort. She's always been an escort. And one could make the argument that because she's Filipino and it's their culture, because that's what they do. South Asian countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines, you name it. These people there, they're known for being sex workers. It is their culture. Don't come for me, right? But she's always had the mindset of an escort. But she was an escort without contact. She was an escort without a proper pimp. So what she does is she latches on, she finds a way to be seductive and seem sweet so she can latch on to one rich black dude under the guise of, oh, I want him to do music and be a model. Run from any girl who wants to be a model. She's a narcissist. So then Ryan, he opens up his network. He introduces her to Diddy. Because of Diddy, she's introduced to Michael B. Jordan, right? You see what you see how it goes, right? She's an escort. She's looking for which rich man is going to take care of her. She don't care about music. You go there Ryan said, okay, we're going to go there. We're going to make the music. No, you want a boyfriend. You want a rich boyfriend. You want a rich sugar daddy. That's really what it is. She has the mindset of an escort. This girl never wanted to work. She wanted to escort herself, pimp herself out to the richest black man she could find. So when one black man opens a door, she said, oh, that's a big door, jump over there. Oh, introduce me over here, jump over there. Oh, introduction, you jump over here. That's what she does. Do not introduce her to anybody famous. She's going to go sleep with that man. That's what she does. This is what she does. She has the mindset of an escort. This is what an escort does. Like I said, it could be because it's her culture. Because in the Philippines, a lot of people is sex workers. Men, women, children. It's their culture out there. Thailand, Vietnam, with the Laos, the Cambodia. This is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they do. This girl don't want to work. And she never cared about money. But she needed someone that knew someone that could introduce her to one person and then that other person. That's all she wants. She don't care about no damn music. They don't care about no damn model. You see what I'm saying? Oh, Nafisa said she said Diddy raped her and then told Alex he punched a hole in the wall and he got so angry. And then she went and just to go back and see Diddy again. You see? Because she probably lied to Alex too. Okay. So, yeah, because she doesn't care about singing. It's just a pretense. Right? That's it. But like, you don't care about working. You don't want to work. But I think when it came to Michael B. Jordan, only God knows what she told him. When it came to Kid Cudi, only God knows what she said. When it came to Alex, also, only God knows what she told him. And that's why sometimes these fellas also, y'all need to link up and talk to each other. Hey, fam, that's what she's accusing you of. So that way, everybody can start putting up their receipts. But when you only have one person's version, you might be getting lied to because she wants you to go crash out because she's jealous. He's not giving me the attention that I want. Let me go seduce another man. When I have this man seduced and wrapped around my finger, I'm going to manipulate this man to go fight this man for me because he's not giving me the attention that I want. And you think she's into you. She's not. She likes Diddy. There was even one part about her testimony that I heard from Armand. And I'm like, this girl to me, it still sounds like she wants to be with Diddy. I don't even think she loves Alex. I don't think she has any love for him. But since Cassie is a sociopath, she most likely went to marry this white man, started having kids to start saving her image. She's sick like that. But I don't put it past her. Go seduce a man, have sex with that man, then you start crying in his arms, tell how much you want to leave Diddy, but you can't. Because you want to see this man go fight Diddy for you. The whole time, you're just mad because Diddy has told you time and time again, I will never leave Kim. They're like, I'm like, she's not into you, fam. She's sleeping with you so that she can control you and then use you to go fight her battles with this man. So many women are manipulative like that. You gotta be so careful. And that's why you don't date a woman with baggage. You don't date a woman that is not fully done with her ex. A girl is coming to you, but her apartment is still being paid by her sugar daddy. Running for your life. You know, a young man, he committed murder this way. Stay away from girls who don't do clean breakups. Oh, I want to be with you, but my car, my sugar daddy pays for it. Oh, I want to be with you. I want to have sex with you, but my house, my sugar daddy pays for that. Extremely dangerous, young man. She for the streets. Let her be with her sugar daddy because she can't live in a house that's being bought for, paid for, or an apartment that's paid for by her sugar daddy and mess with you. Because what about the day when her sugar daddy comes and sees you come out that house? He might shoot your ass, or you might want to shoot that man too. And that's what they want to see. You know what I mean? You got to be very, very careful. No, she's psychological. She's a malignant narcissist. And that's what they do. They pin people against each other so that they can fight each other. That's what they love to see. They want to see blood. But even the new guy that she's messing with, she doesn't love him. She's a Jezebel. She knows that if I sleep with this man, he's going to be all into me. And once he's into me, it's easier for me to give him direction for him to go fucking crash out. Okay? There you go. You see, Mark, I'm telling you, I study a lot of psychology. I really do. When you start studying more psychology, you will understand human nature, men and women. You will understand the different psychological pathologies that oppress these women. So many women in the West are mentally ill. It's not everybody that should be institutionalized that is actually institutionalized. And a lot of times too, it's so sad, but so many beautiful women are mentally sick. It's like sometimes the more beautiful they are, the more prone they are to a mental illness. Sometimes I feel like being too pretty also could be a curse. But the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to show severe signs of a troubled personality. There are too many women in the West that have a personality disorder. They have troubled minds. They have troubled personalities. And you got to be very, very careful. But when a woman does not make a clean break from one man to another, she wants to see violence. She wants violence. And that right there makes her extremely dangerous. Stay away from her. Like really, really stay away from her. You know? And maybe she studied that too. Of course, she's dangerous. Maybe she studied that about Alex and she leaned in on that. So he would want to protect her. But the bigger monster, the biggest monster in the room is her. It's not Diddy. She's the monster. It's not Diddy. She's the monster. Everything that happens to her is coming from her. But most likely she studied, like they call it like mirroring behavior. She studied Alex. She probably, got to study him and learned that his mom was a domestic violence survivor. And that's how she bonded with him on top of the sex. You have sex with him, you cry in his arms, and then he feels like, I have to protect this woman. I have to be there for her. She needs my help. She needs my help. And this is how a lot of men get killed. She is sick. What she needs is a proper, what they call cognitive behavioral therapist. Yeah, she needs that stuff. She's a proper clinical psychologist. A lot of women are mentally ill. And people need to start realizing that. And that's why also, and you know how to recognize them, like the super beautiful, or if she's not super beautiful, she uses a lot of artificial thing to feel beautiful. The weaves are always excessive. The wigs are everything is so excessive. The makeup is excessive. The lashes excessive. You're looking at someone who has a mental illness. And it's not normal for someone to want to deceive people this much. This is not who you are. Who are you really? Don't even know. Okay? But a lot of women are mentally ill. A lot of women are mentally ill. And I'm telling you, the prettier they are, the prettier a woman is, the like extremely gorgeous women are more prone to show signs of a personality disorder. And it could be also because they always get all these compliments and all these praises. I don't know, right? But I've started to notice that. You're saying. So it's a real thing. But this girl right here is extremely dangerous. She is extremely dangerous. And Cassie's not the only one. Because even right now, there's some young man being taken advantage of by some goofy ass girl who's acting like, oh my gosh, I'm a damsel in distress. The whole time, she's causing all of this foolishness. I saw a video one time. This girl got this, she got this young black man killed. Because she has this sexual relationship over here. She has another sexual relationship over here. Her baby daddy walked in. The man came out and shot that boy almost like 7 or 8 times. Killed him like a dog. Okay? But most women don't need you to be a savior. What does she need saving from? And any woman who wants to make you feel, oh, you're saving me from myself, that's a red flag. It's a mental illness. I'm not a savior. I'm a regular human being. You need to go see a professional. You know? But when you deal with simps also, many simps want to feel like, oh, I'm saving her. You know, every guy she met was an asshole. That's what she told you? Okay, there you go. Okay? You're not a savior. You're a regular person. Even you have your limitations. You can't save people. If they truly want to be saved, they will go and do the psychological work that needs to be done. Go find your what's called cognitive behavioral therapist. Go find your clinical therapist. Go find a psychologist somewhere. And maybe also get some medication. And also maybe stop using drugs. But like the savior, the save me. Run from any woman who wants to be saved. She will drag you down. It's no different than trying to rescue somebody who's drowning. And that's why usually when you try to save a drowning person, you will die. They will be saved. On the plane, they tell you they clearly tell you, put your mask on first before you try to save somebody else. I think a lot of men, especially simps, good simps will do that goofy shit, right? They want to feel needed. No, absolutely not. She will destroy your life. She's a fucking liability. And she was serious about getting help. She will go see a professional. She needs professional help. You're not a professional. Okay? You're not a professional. Everybody needs to be sober when it comes to your proficiency in helping anybody with mental illnesses, personality disorders, and things like that. You are not a professional. You are a regular person. And all this trauma dumping they're doing to you is also not fair. Because not only are you not trained to help him, but you're also not trained to handle all of this information. It's information overload. Okay? It's like trigger nation overload. This is just too much. There are trained professionals who can deal with this level of trauma. Pay the money, go see the people. Leave me out of this. I don't even like how people just call you and start dumping on you. Like, hey, ask me first. Hey, is this a good moment to talk? Thank you. Or leave me alone. Like, that's just crazy to me.
They brought back up the Suge Knight stuff that she mentioned, right? And Diddy's team debunked that, again, making her credibility look so shaky. They said, hey, you mentioned yesterday in the examination that you were in the car, that you stayed home when Diddy and his security guard went to he stopped in the middle of the freak off and went to go run down to Mel's Diner because Suge Knight was there. They put guns on them. Allegedly, they did all these things, right, to go run into Suge Knight. And the defense is like, do you remember when you spoke to the police, or the prosecutors, and you told them on this date that you were in the car with them and you were crying, basically like you were made to go? Again, trying to make the example of she didn't have a choice. And she was like, no, I didn't say that. So they went back, they read the interview she did with prosecutors, with her saying that she was in the car and she was like basically forced to go. She didn't want to go, and that she was crying. And it was like, and she was like, I don't remember saying that, because Cassie said, I don't remember saying that because I've always said I was not there when they went to go confront or whatever happened with Suge Knight. I don't know what the prosecutors are doing here, but they, man, it looked pretty insane. Like it really looked pretty insane. Wow, like even the drug stuff, like, you know, a lot of that conversation that they were having today was about, you know, they both were on drugs, and this is why I asked, if you guys go watch my interview I did with Cassie's attorney, this is why I asked him, like, do you feel like today, the way that they talked about drugs and withdrawal, and they allowed Cassie today and yesterday, even the prosecution, they allowed Cassie to paint the narrative of what their drug use was and what trying to get off drugs was and what that looked like. And Cassie mentioned, you know, how hard it was, how hard the withdrawals were, how irritable they made you, how angry they made you. Today, they asked her directly in regards to Diddy, when he was trying to withdraw from drugs, was he irritable? She said, yes. Was he angry? Yes. Way more angry? Yes. Was it harder when he was trying to withdraw as far as his anger? Yes. And I'm like, oh, they're not trying to take away from that video, but they're not running from it because they're using this to paint the picture of, like, they're softening it. Like, and they've already admitted it happened and it was wrong and it shouldn't have happened. But now they're adding context to some things, which they're attempting to try and humanize him. But they can only do it but so much around this video, because no matter how you look at it, drug withdrawal or not,
you're full of shit. You know, the thing is, Diddy and me, Marlene, I've already told you this. I also think Diddy is mentally ill. And I will say this also. I think to get to a certain, Diddy could also, he could have ADHD, he could have autism, and also he could also have schizophrenia. Like me, every day I'm becoming more and more convinced that this man is schizophrenic, because you have to think to yourself, right? The level of success that Diddy has, you kind of have to be a bit mental, because there's a certain level of obsession. You got to be obsessed. You know, even Michael Jackson, I think Michael Jackson also was mentally ill. You got to have a certain level of, like, unusual obsession with your work to make you be so great. So I believe that even, like, at his base, he's mentally ill. I think at his base, he's schizophrenic. All right. So you have that already going for himself, right? Now, okay. Now, take the cocktails of drugs. These people are not doing just one drug, y'all. It's not, oh, we're just smoking weed, or we're doing a line of coke. You guys, it could be like, brah, 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 brah. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how much drugs they're consuming. Because let's even assume, like, it's some medication, right? You think they're respecting the dosage? Only God knows what they're mixing. Only God knows. And most likely, they're taking all of this with alcohol. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Veins are dilating. Heart is racing. Who the fuck knows what these people are on? You understand? Who the fuck knows what is going on? Like the child, who knows what is going on? Okay. So now when he crashes out from this, what the fuck does he act like? Do you know what I'm saying? Because the person we saw in the video could also be a Diddy that is crashing out, that's having withdrawal symptoms. So is that his normal self? That's why I said that. That's why I said like a few days ago, if Diddy is such an animal and he's so violent, why do you only have one video of him putting his hands on Cassie? Why don't you have more videos of Diddy putting hands on her? Why do they only have one video? Right? Why is there only one video of him putting his hands on her? Even the guy who's like that guy, Philip Daniels, who was like, oh, Diddy was in there beating her. Okay, why didn't you record it? All right. But my thing is, you only have one video of a man that they're saying is this type of monster, and he beats you every day. He beats you all the time. He does all these things to try to stop you from going anywhere. Something is bizarre. So in that video, it could be you're seeing Diddy having withdrawals, and that's what it looks like. Unmitigated rage. But at the same time, too, though, this is the woman who offers him drugs. It'd be one thing if she had nothing to do with his drug usage. It'd be also another thing, right, if she was not involved with his drug usage. This is a lady who doesn't just plan the freak offs, she plans the buffet of drugs. And she brings a tablet to record. So it's like, she does drugs harder than Diddy. She does harder drugs. So it's like, okay, this man could really be schizophrenic. Something is off with this man. Okay. Now, not only do you plan the free calls, you bring the cameras, but you bring the drugs and the alcohol. So when you know what he's like when he crashes out, why do you continue to want him to take drugs? You don't want him to get better? Do you not want this man to get better? Cassie's out here offering it. You know, it's no different than Amber Heard. Amber Heard, she knew that Johnny Depp had mental issues. And she knew that Johnny Depp had like ideation of like cutting himself or something weird like that. Do you know what she did for his birthday? She went and bought this man a huge ass knife. A man who tells you he has ideations of self-deletion. A man who tells you he has ideations like cutting himself. Why would you go buy him a knife? Y'all, that knife was like this big. And every time they would argue, because she knows he's not mentally well, she will say things like, why don't you go ahead and just do it? Why don't you just go ahead and cut yourself? One time they had an argument, Amber Heard went and she got the knife and she put the knife right there. I said, Jesus Christ. So it's like these girls, they know what you struggle with. And they're not even trying to help you to stay away from that. It's the same thing with R. Kelly. And that's why I believe R. Kelly too, they're going to do an appeal. He's going to come out. This is ridiculous. These people know you have a problem. They know you have an addiction. They know you are illiterate. They know you were molested. They know you struggle with things. And then they come and put that right in front of you when they know you're mentally ill. And that's wicked. Imagine somebody that you know has a crack addiction and the person is trying to sober up and you go and you grab the crack and you put it right there. After you have put this person in emotional distress, but you're a witch. You are truly a witch. Imagine you have someone, they tell you, oh, I've struggled with alcohol for 10 years and I've been sober for 20 days. And then you start drinking in front of them, or you grab the bottle and you put the bottle right there and they can smell it and it's a trigger for them. But you're evil. You're like, these people are really evil. You see people like she said, Diddy tries to get off these drugs. You keep bringing drugs in front of him. And the thing about addiction, people who have studied addiction, people don't just have an addiction. They have triggers that come with the addiction. So it's like, you know how like let's say with food, right? You know how if you start eating like sugary food and things like that, you start craving salt also. Or if you start eating rice and you start craving this, because there are things that you put together. It could very well be that these intense sexual things are also things that he associated with drugs. Oh, for me to really enjoy this, I need this too. Then I need that too. So that's why certain things, he has to completely cut those things out of his diet. Because once you have one, you start craving other things. You understand, right? That's why for some people, even when they go to prison over addiction and they come out, they can't even go back to their old environment because the old environment is laced with triggers. A particular smell could make you want to go find drugs. A certain kind of argument can make you want to go find drugs. You understand? They're like like most addicts should not go back to the previous environment because that environment is laced up with your triggers. And it sounds to me like psychologically, these free calls are extreme triggers for Diddy. Yes, it seems like he enjoys it, but it triggers other things. And one of those things is it's excessive drug usage. It's excessive alcoholism. And when he does these things, those things combined, when he crashes out, he's completely unrecognizable. So if you mean him well, you're going to do what's in your power to keep him away from that. And it could be that with Kim, she was the person that had the boundaries. It could be that with Kim, she was the one that had the perimeters. Because I don't think Kim was doing all this, the drugs, this and that. But Cassie is like temptation. Cassie is like a place where you go straight to hell. Like when you go with Cassie, all you do is indulge in sin. Everything that comes with her is sinful. Do you know what I mean? Because she wants you to sin. When you go, when you go and you are with Kim, for example, it's very family minded and things like that. You can't do all this stuff. He was not peeing on Kim. He was not doing coke in front of Kim. But people like Cassie, they come here. It's like it's like a mermaid spirit. She come into your life and indulge, a siren. She knows damn well this right here is not going to end well. Because when he crashes out from this, all of us, our lives are not going to be safe. But yet she keeps doing it. She keeps bringing it. She keeps bringing it. So it's like, okay, so you really want this man to crash out? Like, it's very evil to do that to people. When you know that someone has an addiction, if you mean that person well, you do everything in your power not to tempt the person. Not even includes food. You'll have sometime in the family, somebody says, oh, I'm going on a diet. I'm going to go on a diet. And now everybody wants to start buying Chick-fil-A. Everybody will start buying whatever. You know, we had the same thing in my 600-pound life. No, my 1,000-pound life best friend, right? There was this one white woman. She was really overweight, like seriously overweight. And she didn't really care about losing weight because I feel like she had so much weight. She didn't think she could do it. It's on TLC, right? And so her best friend went and got the surgery thing, right? Bariatric surgery. And so she lost a lot of weight. So finally she said, okay, she's going to do it. She told her older sister. Her older sister is skinny. You guys, the moment she told her older sister, oh, okay, I'm really going to do this. I'm going to go on a diet. When I tell you the very next day, the girl showed up with donuts. I'm talking like a whole tray. It was like 12 donuts. She showed up with donuts, bacon, soda, one thing, one point. It's like, you see this wickedness. Your sister has a food addiction. You see, she's trying to tell you she wants to change her life. Because she told you she wants to lose weight and you enjoy being the skinny sister and she's the fat sister, the very next day, and also her kids, her kids are overweight too. So they all need to lose weight. As soon as she heard that her sister wants to lose weight, you guys, the amount of food she brought into that girl's house, it was so evil. And like I say, this is how you see, even your own sister wants to sabotage you. This woman ain't shit. It happens so much. There are so many situations like that. You tell your family, you tell people you want to start losing weight. Now they want to make food, want to start making rice, want to start doing this, da, da, da. But before then, nobody cared to cook. Nobody cared to go grocery shopping. Nobody cared to do this. But now because you said losing weight matters to you, everybody wants to start eating in front of you. They want to start doing something. And when they drink their sodas, want to start slurping like, okay, we get it. The fridge is full of fast food. Because people don't want you to be successful in your weight loss journey. Right? This is how people are. They don't want to see you get sober. They don't want to see you get skinnier. They don't want to see you like able to function without drugs because then they can't control you. People want control. People really, really want to control other people. This is crazy. When you care about someone, you don't bring something addictive to that person. Okay? You cannot do this. But they know that these people have an issue and they keep feeding their addiction. Or even R. Kelly. R. Kelly has a problem. But we also know that R. Kelly was molested. And he never got help for that. And he can't read. He's illiterate. And these people keep feeding his addiction. They keep feeding his addiction. He has a thing for younger women. And they keep bringing that to him. Because they know he can't resist. And that's why most celebrities have some kind of addiction. They make sure that you are addicted. And then they make sure that you hang around other people who are always addicted. So that way you will never be set free. And as long as you're an addict, the music industry or Hollywood, they can control you a whole lot better. They can make you sign horrible contracts. They can make you sign away your masters. They can do all kinds of things to you. And then whenever you want to start speaking about, he's an addict, or she's an addict, don't take her seriously, probably the drugs again. Even Britney Spears. Look at what they did to Britney Spears. This is what they do. Look at what they did to Lindsay Lohan. Put that girl into the drugs. The other girl, Amanda Bynes, put her into the drugs. Maya Campbell, they put her into the drugs. Like they put everybody into drugs. And when you try to sober up, they have somebody come into your life to keep keeping you high because they don't want you to sober up. This is not okay. It really is not okay. Well, this is disgusting. It truly is disgusting. A person doesn't want to do drugs anymore. Stop bringing drugs to that person. I'm gonna find it because it's on TLC. But even her best friend, because when she also did her surgery, she ended up losing way more than her best friend. So then the best friend who got the surgery first, she started getting jealous. Because she was like, oh, but my weight loss plateaued. Like, I'm not losing any more weight. But then her friend who never wanted to start in the first place, she has a better attitude. And so she lost way more weight. Everybody started getting mad at her. So first it was her sister. She overcame that because she told her, stop doing this. Like, stop bringing this food around me and my kids. We're fat. You're skinny. Why are you like this? Right? Then she goes and gets the surgery. She loses so much weight. Now her girlfriend, because it was one friend who got this, her best friend, another black woman, like she had a lot of friends because it's a support group for people who have the surgery, right? She started losing more than everybody. Girl, they didn't want her around anymore. One time they were going to the beach and then she was able to fit into a smaller size of a bathing suit. Woo! Child, oh, we don't want to go anymore. Because she looks too good. She lost too much weight. And I've come to realize people don't want to see you come out your situation. People don't want to see you come out of poverty, bankruptcy, addiction, whatever. People want you to stay in that hole and die in there. Don't even something as small as weight loss. You'll be surprised at the number of people who will try to sabotage you because they don't want you to be skinny. Because once you become skinny, you'll have an advantage, right? And they don't want that. They want you to stay there, stay with me, be an addict, be overweight, be whatever. They don't want you to, the people don't want you to level up. And it's true. What if this man is no longer an addict? What are we going to have in common? Because something about addicted people too, many times, they don't even like each other. They just have a common addiction. So they come together because of their addiction. If somebody sobers up, they might not want me anymore. Because I'm an addict and they're no longer an addict. So they want you to keep doing these drugs with them. So that way you'll never leave. It's like, no, you're crazy.
A girl should not have been hit like that, nor should she have been dragged around that floor like that. But they were using Cassie today to basically create a narrative of like, it's not just, this man is sober and just, being this animal. He had issues, and that's what brought the animal out of him. Now it's going to be up to the jury to determine whether, the drugs and all that other stuff, whether it matters that triggered the animal or if they just cared that the animal was there in the beginning. But again, he's not on trial for domestic violence. However, they're using this because they want to prove that him being able to get to that point shows how far he will go in any situation.
And I think what they should do, because they have the money, they need to get a drug expert or some kind of chemist or someone like that to truly explain. If you mix ecstasy, cocktail, like ecstasy, Molly, whatever, and then you take that with whatever amount of alcohol, what does that do to the body? As far as like, your I guess, is it like thermodynamics? Like, how does that affect the whole, like your homeostasis? Like, how does that affect you? Your heart rate, your veins, palpitation, dilation, right? Anger, adrenal glands, and things like that. And maybe there's a way that you can simulate that. But I can only imagine when you take that many drugs and you also drink alcohol with that, I can only imagine how crazy your heart rate is going to get. And when your heart rate gets that high and your adrenal glands are that stimulated, it's going to be a lot of rage in the building. So at that point, can we say, this is what you would have done every day? Or does this happen because of the drugs? And if she knows that this happens to you because of the drugs and she keeps bringing drugs to every freak off, then she's also part of this foolishness because this is crazy. Hold on, you guys. I have another video. Let me see this. Let's play this one again.
Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question, could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican, about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic? Mm-hmm. Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people? First of all, number one, 3 charges. What do you think Diddy's charged with? 3.
He is not charged with being a freak. He's not charged with loving baby oil. And he's definitely not charged with domestic violence, which seems to be the focus and the sensationalism that everybody's putting on this case right now, right?
3 charges.
Sex trafficking? It had to do with weapons, if I recall.
We start. Not beating up Cassie, not having a party, not using baby oil, not being not having escorts do undonism and forms of urolagnia. I'm going to keep this safe. No. See, that's great for TMZ and Harvey Levin. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy for allegedly running a criminal enterprise. So when you hear something, when you hear a fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise?
He brings up an excellent point there. Like, are we seeing exactly what Diddy is being charged for in all the coverage of that's what's happening? We're getting all the details and the rundowns. Of course, Cassie's being cross-examined right now. We're hearing all this story, but are we getting down to the core of what Diddy is actually being charged with? Let's hear that one more time.
Fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise? That's number one.
Where's the criminal enterprise? The RICO.
Sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion. Was Cassie the only one I'm hearing about so far? We're going to hear about others. Was she forced into this? Could she leave? Do you think she made any money from this? Did she benefit? Was anybody actually held, kidnapped for? I don't know. That's number two. And third, my favorite, transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution. This is the white slavery statute of 1910, the Mann Act.
Crazy.
This is what. So whenever you hear somebody talk about this, whenever you hear this, you got to ask yourself, where are these charges? That's number one. Number two.
And that Mann Act is the exact thing that they got R. Kelly on. A law that was created, 1911, to prosecute Jack Johnson, the boxer, Jack Johnson. And I know his name has been coming up a lot recently. He received a pardon during the Trump administration, I believe. But this law is now being reenacted and used on our modern day celebrities, Diddy being one of them. It's a few things we're hearing in all these celebrity cases. Young Thug, RICO, R. Kelly, RICO, Diddy, now RICO, and Mann Act. So I brought this up in a previous video. Like, they're trying to now say that transporting women across state lines, having a relationship with a woman. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened here with Cassie, because obviously there was some other stuff going on. But transporting women across state lines, that includes your basketball players and NFL players that are flying these women all around the world, the flyouts. Isn't that transporting across state lines? That's why I said this is a slippery slope. And we're now seeing an abuse of these two things, these two statutes. There's an abuse here, and we're starting to see these trends pop up more and more. So Lionel's cooking right now. Let me let him keep going. All right.
Let me tell you how he could walk. First, load up before you begin with the court filing copious motions in limine, meaning, judge, do not let this, and this in, and pray to God the judge denies them all. Thank you. I am creating the record on appeal. Thank you, judge. Number two, stand up and object to everything. What does Cassie have to do with trafficking? In cross-examination, Ms. Ventura, were you trafficked? No. Could you have left?
Well, she says he had some texts, he had some sex videos, he was threatening to release. Yeah, I mean, again, that's against.
You heard that? That dude says, so what? So what? And this isn't just anybody. This is an attorney speaking. Now, of course, there's other attorneys that have other opinions, but so we got to really start thinking about this. Like, is this something that, and I don't know if the defense is going to be able to build this case. Obviously, it's still early. I think they're going to be in there 8 weeks, potentially. This is just week one, right? After all the trials, the jury selection and all that stuff. But are they going to be able to build this case that this one man is a organization, a racketeering organization? You know, that's what they would get the mafia for. You know, like I love watching old mob documentaries, you know, where they talk about the history of the mafia and the La Cosa Nostra, you know. When they show you know, they show what was going on back in the day. That's what they were doing to get those guys. So now you're saying Diddy has risen to the level of this, but with a successful career in the music industry as a producer, as a executive producer, as a artist, say what you want to say about Diddy's artistry, but he is a performer. When does he have time to run a criminal organization?
Great question.
That's what's really kind of confusing about this whole thing. And, you know, like I said, the moral police and the, you know, people are going to be on you for believing. You got to believe. You got to believe what they say.
No, you don't.
But I'm always skeptical of people who just want to make you believe what they want. You know what I'm saying? So I think Diddy is actually, he's actually got to hit, well, his defense team, and he got some hitters. He got Brian Steele, he got Garagos. Garagos is Mark Garagos' daughter. I hate to call her that. I forgot her name. But and Agnifilo.
Babies.
Right? So his team is strong, and they're basically going to make the case that this man couldn't possibly do these things, despite all the news and all the coverage that says he's a monster. You can be.
You know what? And the reason why also they're focusing on this nasty, disgusting, gross freak off business, because they really don't have a case. They don't have a case. They do not have a case. He's gonna go home. But if I was him, I would sue them. Give my money back. I wasted money on this foolishness. Y'all just wasted my money. I would be so mad. Me, because I don't know how much Brian Steele charges. I know like Gregorio, like he charged like over like $1 million, something like that. If I wasted like $2-3 million on this foolishness, you're gonna get my money back. And then like the damage to my brand. Oh Jesus. I'm gonna sue the state of New York. I want to sue you people. You will, like, when I get out of here, you gonna get my money back. And then Cassie, I'm gonna sue her for a refund because I paid you to shut up. I didn't pay you to come over here and keep talking. Okay, because you played a part also in hurting my brand. My money back, please. You can keep what you spend. Give me my money. I want my money. And then that's it. And then also you write a book about me after this, see what happens. Are you crazy? This is so ridiculous. But I'm like, imagine everyday people having to fight charges like this with their little money. Lawyers are so expensive. Criminal lawyers are so expensive. And I hope you see this is why people take plea deals. Because where are you going to get the money for this? Like even a basic criminal attorney, retainer fee, $25,000. How many people even have $25,000? That's just a retainer. You haven't even gone to trial yet. So let's say 8 weeks, even at $25,000. How much can 8 weeks cost you if you're a regular person? This is so insane. This is madness.
Be a monster. You're welcome to it, and I might even tend to agree with all the bullshit that Diddy's been accused of. Yeah, he's definitely on the monster scale. I'm not going to take that away from you. But is he guilty of racketeering? And is he guilty of trafficking? Got to be YouTube safe. I know he's already said some crazy stuff on this video, but let's get right back into it. I'm gonna let this attorney say something that, you know, to actually drive his point home here.
It's the law, right?
You ever hear of revenge? Yeah. Do you ever hear of revenge? Do you ever hear about this? About, hey, I'm going to make your life miserable. I've got this picture. Is that trafficking? Right. No. Let me ask this question. This doesn't really come into play, but I want you to put this into perspective. Do you think maybe we could go back in life and look at the Stones, the Beatles, the Doors, the Who, Led Zeppelin? Remember the Led Zeppelin stories?
All those bands.
Who had their own versions of freak off parties, roadies. Remember the Plaster Casters, Sweet Sweet Connie, you know, the whole notion of groupies, and this is the most convoluted story so far. And you better, if this is where they're going, because you want to start off with your best stuff first. You don't want to lead into something. Never lead into something, because you got to anticipate the judge could say, I don't want to hear any more of this. But judge, I was leading into this. Sorry.
That's a good point. Is this the best that the state has, or the feds have? Is this the best stuff that they have leading right up front with Cassie up front? And I'm going to tell you, this is an unpopular opinion. Cassie was down with some of this.
Oh, there you go.
Like, if you listen to her testimony, and we'll get into that hopefully a little later if I can.
And then, like, y'all, and it's funny the number of people who are like, yeah, she was into this. Because people are just so confused, you see? So now if we feel this way, imagine how the jury feels. We're not even in the courtroom, though. We're just like, we hear what happened in there. That's how we feel. Now imagine being a member of the jury and you're actually in there. There's no way you are not consenting to this stuff. Hello? I'm like, women have to understand. Like the Me Too movement thing, it reached a fever pitch at a certain time. Now it's done. It's over. The days of women just being able to mindlessly accuse anybody, destroying careers, those days are gone. Those days are truly gone. I'm saying that we're going back to an America that's a bit more centered, where people now are going to start asking more questions, because people have seen too many people take advantage. People have seen too many women lie, take advantage, destroy careers, all because he didn't want to be a boyfriend, all because he wanted to give me money. Those days, I'm like, the Me Too stuff, it had a fever pitch at a certain point. Nowadays, people don't care. Okay? People are like, yeah, sure, whatever. What really happened? You know? Because people try to trust these women. Oh, no, they're real victims and they were really afraid and they really had to wait. Now people are realizing that this is the new racket. You don't get your way. You don't get a movie role. You don't get whatever you want. He's not giving you money. He doesn't call you. Oh, he abused me. He abused me. People are done with this shit. People are done with this shit. That's why when you go on Candace Owens' page, right? She's trying to help like Harvey Weinstein, because I guess he's been reaching out to her, because Harvey Weinstein is going to appeal. Because many of these women who accused him willingly were having sex with him, hoping that he would put them in a movie. Nobody forced these ladies. They went there because this is how they wanted to make it. And we have to be okay with that. There are some women out here who want to have sex to get ahead. Won't. Okay, Kamala Harris being one of them. Okay? Oh, and at least Kamala, where I do respect her, that she didn't spin the block and try to accuse Mr. Willie of like trying to rape her, because they were both consenting. He was married. She was 27. She was consenting. He bought her BMW. So at least her, I will give her credit for that. She was outside. And she owned, to some extent, she owned being outside, because she could have flipped the script. Oh, yeah, he used his position in the DA office. Da, da, da. No, she owned it. A lot of these women out here don't want to own it. Nobody made you do anything. You agreed, it took you there because you wanted a shortcut. Okay? If I marry this man, if I sleep with this man, he's going to give me this. He's going to give me that. He's going to give me that. And then when it doesn't work out that way, oh, I can't take the shame. What does that mean? Am I a hoe? Yes, you are. Does that mean you get to run and go file lawsuits on people? That's crazy.
Everything's all confusing on my computer right now, but you gotta forgive Unc. I'm Unc now. That's crazy. But Cassie was very much a participant in this, and I know they want to paint her as a victim, and she is entitled to that. There is a line where you can say no. There is so much positivity, and in these text messages that she wrote that are talking about, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the FO, freak off. Freak off is crazy. She's literally setting these things up while Diddy is in a whole nother location watching on FaceTime. Does that one count on Diddy's behalf that he's participated even? Because he's just watching it on the phone. And is he forcing her to do it? Or are they trying to introduce something to spice up their relationship in addition to also being raging addicts? Yeah. Like these people are on some serious drugs on a regular basis. That's all we're hearing about. Drug-induced this. Mm-hmm. Somebody said they like the modern day Whitney and Bobby. You know what I mean? Like if you start thinking about it in those terms, is Diddy now I was about to say James Gandolfini. Is Diddy now the Teflon Don? You know what I'm saying? Is Diddy now John Gotti? That he deserves a RICO? You know? And they put out that video, CBS, I think it was CBS, whatever news network put that video out. The original ones that put the video out of Cassie actually in the hotel lobby and Diddy attacking her, they sped the video up. They actually had to file to have them play that video at the right speed. It's heinous. Let me tell you.
Let me play this for y'all. Because if you guys will remember too, right? Around one time I saw a few videos when there were charges being brought up against T.I. and Tiny. And I saw videos of girls saying, like, in Atlanta, people don't want to have threesomes with T.I. and Tiny anymore because they take too many drugs. Let me show you. Maybe some of y'all don't remember. You never saw these videos. Hold on. Where is it? Watch this. Hold on.
And drugging them and taking them and stuff. And, you know, we covered this years ago. We even broke the stories. These were paid women, okay? Everybody was compensated. He even told them, hey, guys, because we had got text messages, and I remember these two tried to come from my YouTube channel behind us, but we won. One of their paid girls ended up giving me the text messages to what T.I. and Tiny was requesting at the time, and they were requesting paid girls who only were going to take Molly. If they weren't taking Molly, don't bring your ass on around here, okay? You ain't got no business around here, and you had the option. You definitely had to be of consensual age. All of this hit the fan when Sabrina got upset that Tiny no longer allowed her to eat her out. Oh, it was messy. Her and Tiny used to sleep together, and we're going to say allegedly, for years. She was a part of the orgies. Tip never liked her like that and didn't want her around his wife, because he felt Sabrina was trying to replace him. And she's a very masculine, dominant woman. This had got so thick that Sabrina took to social media to say that T.I. and Tiny was basically messing with her, taking her and taking other women. She had created a social media account with all these fake women, because she was creating accounts and sending sending messages and receipts to herself. And even the viewers picked up like, hey, this looks like you wrote it yourself. Even though she sued T.I. and Tiny, T.I. and Tiny ended up prevailing. She has to pay T.I. and Tiny. Now T.I. and Tiny are suing her for all of the lies and stuff that she told on them, because like I said, everything was consensual and they wasn't beating people up or anything like that, okay? And so we broke this all the way down, and Sabrina came out with these allegations against T.I. and Tiny because Tip stepped in the middle of the love of her life, because she was dead in love with Tiny. And so if she couldn't have Tiny, he couldn't have Tiny, and she was taking the whole house down. It was like she was burning it down, okay? Shekinah, being a good friend as she was, stepped in to defend Tiny, saying, well, if they did all this, how did they do it? Because what I know personally from being around them, you set up some of the orgies and stuff that they were doing. You don't remember that? Now, of course, this didn't sit well with...
You see this, y'all? You see? Do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember this? These, man, I'm telling y'all, the days of your grandmother, your great-grandmother, where women are out here full of class, decorum, poise, elegance, shyness, prudish, those days are gone, y'all. Vamos. Those days are gone. We are in a whole different nasty erotica era, okay? Women out here are belligerent. These women today are pimps. Women today will go get other women and sell their bodies. Okay? We are in a whole different, we're in a whole different world. We are in a whole different world. Y'all need to understand me. So you also got to change your mind. You can't look at women the way you used to, like back in the 1900s. No. These are the consequences of feminism. Copy toxic masculine behavior. There you go. Women are out here pimping other women. Women are out here grabbing other women to come have sex with their husband. This is why you're just sick. They're just so damn sick. But Sabrina, not only was she allegedly eating out the cooch, she was going out there getting girls for Tia and Tiny to. And one of the requirements was you have to like Molly. But when I started seeing the videos, it was like a bunch of girls from Atlanta saying the word is a lot of the girls no longer want to partake in Tiny and T.I.'s threesomes because the Molly is just too much. And if I remember correctly, don't come for me, it's alleged, but if my memory serves me correct, you also had to put the Molly in your behind. Because allegedly, when you put Molly back there, I guess it's more euphoric or something like that. Child. Okay? So many women out here are crazy. That's why you can't say, oh, I want to stand up for women. Girl, you don't know this girl. You don't know this girl. You have no idea who she is. Don't let her appearance fool you. Because even you, she might also sell your ass into a sex trafficking ring. Be very careful. But this is what Sabrina was doing. I'm like, you see, it sounds just like Cassie. You go, you get the people, you pay the people, you find the people, you greet the people, you do the whole decoration, the whatever. You bring the tablet, you bring the drugs. But now you want to start blaming T.I. and Tiny as if this was not your old dude, your entire doing. Please.
With Tiny and T.I. because at the time when all this information hit, it kind of confirmed some of the allegations that Sabrina was making on T.I. and Tiny. And because of that, Tiny never came out to defend Shekinah. And so Sabrina ended up suing Shekinah for Shekinah accusing her of being the one that was recruiting the girls for them to have orgies. So it was messy, y'all. I don't know if y'all remember. It was messy. I remember my wine. This boss up here, oh my God. I got a little call today from homegirl, Shekinah. She was very, very relieved that finally, after almost 5 years of Sabrina suing her and her spending close to $50,000 in legal fees defending, because Sabrina was saying, oh, you defamed me when you came out and said that I was setting them up while she was too busy trying to take T.I. and Tiny down. So it was like, but you was defaming T.I. and Tiny and got to pay them for defaming them. Now you mad because Shekinah saying you're upset because they don't want you a part of it no more. And so now you're going to spill all the wine that you helped to create when you brought all the paid girls in to sleep with them. And if Tiny did put her toes in vagina, you knew it because you helped her to find the girls to do it. If that's true, I don't know if it's true. I wasn't there. Lord knows I don't want to see that sight. And that's why I got my shades on. Okay? I don't want to see nothing that Tiny got going and nobody. Right, so this is Tyrone Blackburn. He sued Nicki Minaj and Kenneth Petty. Lost that too. Remember that? So he just recently basically asked to be removed from the cases against T.I. and Tiny. And I hope T.I. and Tiny, as well as Nicki Minaj and all them, sue him as Jay.
Crazy. So even here, they're alleging that Tiny would put her toes in these girls' vaginas. She would put her toes in girls' vaginas. These are women doing that. These are women. You see? You're a woman and you would put your dirty toes in another girl's vagina. Are you actually okay? These are women doing this to other women.
Jay-Z is suing Tony Busby. Moving on.
Unbelievable. I'm gonna massage him. I'm gonna cook for him. Like stuff that a lot of females don't believe in doing. Like these bitches don't be want to do shit no more for their niggas. Like,
I mean, these ladies looking good. So,
I'm Jenny. I'm from Marietta, Georgia.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I right here. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, guys, so this just in. Former owner of the Glam Bar in Atlanta, Sabrina Peterson, ignited a firestorm of controversy this week after she accused Clifford T.I. Harris of once holding a gun to her head, which she later claimed occurred while she was beating up Tip's former female assistant. But on Thursday, January 28th, Peterson took it to a whole other level when she started posting alleged testimonies from multiple women accusing the couple of drugging, trafficking, and sexually abusing them. The internet chatter grew so intense Tip and Tiny became a trending Twitter topic as more and more alleged victims came out of the woodwork. But in a statement obtained by Hip Hop DX, the Harrises refute all allegations. Mr. and Mrs. Harris want to be on record and, more importantly, want the public to know they empathetically deny in the strongest way possible the rigorously appalling allegations being made against them by Sabrina Peterson, a spokesperson says. The Harrises have had difficulty with this woman for well over a decade. They are taking this matter very seriously, and if these allegations don't end, they will take appropriate legal action. Following Peterson's claim, Tiny quickly came to her husband's defense, writing on Instagram, "Hold up, so you want your abuser to train your sons? He was just uncle 2 years ago. Now when did you say my husband assaulted you? Did you change your mind or change it back? What with you today, Pooh? I'm confused. Stop harassing my family. Everybody know you've been special, face-slicing seminar lady. Please get help, but leave us alone." Peterson, who was a friend of Tiny's at one point, appeared upset with T.I. earlier this month after he criticized Atlanta Councilwoman Felicia Moore for trying to place restrictions on new recording studios. "Excuse me, Mrs. Felicia Moore at ATL, but our culture runs this town, ma'am," he captioned the post. "These studios and the creatives that work in them have laid foundation and paved ways to create opportunities for this city like nothing else could. Yeah, we might get loud. No, we're not perfect, but we've contributed to this city's culture and economic growth consistently for decades." An internet search of Peterson's past reveals she has 6 restraining orders against her for stalking out of both DeKalb and Fulton County, Georgia, all from different people. She stands accused of sending threatening text messages, voicemails, and emails. In 2013, Peterson turned herself into authorities for slicing and dicing a former friend, according to Straight from the A, and wound up serving roughly 1 year in prison. An anonymous source said at the time, she actually was wanted for attempted murder after she slashed up the girl who was babysitting for her. Sabrina had loaned the girl her car so that she could go get her nails done, and it took too long. K. Michelle was there when it all went down too. 5 years later, a man named Gabriel Brunston filed another restraining order against Peterson, alleging she was posting false information about him online. Our respondent began posting on social media that P petitioner gave her HIV and that he wouldn't get tested. The court filing reads, thousands of people came to P's page making comments. R also posted that P was moving, gave his address, and that he was giving items away. P had people coming to his residence for days. Although Peterson's credibility is being called into question, the accusations against Tip and Tiny continue to fly on social media. One person claimed T.I. and Tiny made her do coke and take mollies and try to have a—
Here you go. But it said that there's a man over here. Hold on, y'all. A man named what? Named P. That posted on social media that P gave her HIV. So is that Sabrina claiming that she has HIV? And then she went and slept with Tiny and T.I.? These people, I think all these celebrities are sick.
A threesome, while another person alleged he tried to get her and a friend to do drugs following a Colorado concert. But some hypothesize Peterson is attempting to damage Tip's reputation because he's supporting Atlanta Mayor Keisha Bottoms instead of her friend Moore. Toward the end of her initial Tip confessional, she called on Bottoms to stop working with Tip. "Let's talk at Keisha Bottoms," she wrote. "You can't have a person that has victimized women speak for us. Let's have a real talk." In the wake of the explosive allegations, at least one person has come forward and admitted their story was completely fabricated. An Instagram post shared by the Industry on Blast showed alleged screenshots of someone saying, "LMAO, I made it sound so real, her dumb." Like, imagine how many other people are actually doing this. Just hopping on the bandwagon trying to make them look bad. Like, I did that just to prove a point and it worked. She just posting any random message she get. LOL, desperate as fuck. Either the allegations are entirely fake and coming from the same person, or the real allegations are being intertwined with the fake ones, creating an even bigger mess. Whatever the case, the Harrises are clearly maintaining their innocence. But what do you guys think?
I think a lot of these celebrities have HIV. I think a lot of these celebrities have HIV. But so yeah, so with T.I. too, it was like a bunch of T.I. and Tiny doing a bunch of free calls. You have to use Molly. You got to put Molly in your booty, allegedly. Like all kinds of weird stuff. All kinds of weird stuff you have to do. It's like, what is this? What is this? Anyways, let's keep going. Okay, hold on. Let me play this.
Do not condone anything that happened in that video. But the fact that they were speeding it up to make it look worse, and that was the view of the situation from the public's vantage point, like that's what we got to see was this high speed, like Diddy just teeing off on her. Imagine now, I've lived in New York City. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived all over the place. Have you ever seen a couple of drug addicts fighting each other? Yeah, I might have to break out my acting skills for a second here. Just let me have you visualize this. you got a guy saying, hey, you got any spare change, baby? And he got his girlfriend with him. Because for some reason, these people that are addicted, they seem to be able to find relationships all over the place, probably more successfully than you and I. Anyway, they always have a companion. If it's not that, it's a dog. It's a, dog that doesn't want to be there. But sometimes they have these girlfriends and something happens. She decides to pour his 40 out.
Let's look at this one, y'all. Let's look at this one. Let's look at this video. Hold on. Let's see what they look like.
I grew up with my mom mostly, and it was just pretty normal, except for when I got to high school and started using drugs.
Is that what
and then got separated from my mother.
Oh, really? Where'd you go when you got separated?
Just started staying at random people's houses, getting high, slamming meth, and like just totally doing a different route than I thought I was gonna do.
What age was that? Did that start?
18.
18. Okay.
Well, 21 when I started slamming meth. I started smoking heroin first, and then I tried the meth, and I liked it.
You've been using drugs ever since?
Yeah.
How old are you now?
32.
32. And Jeremiah, how old are you?
I'm 44.
44. You guys have been together for how long?
For about 6 months.
6 months.
We met in tiny homes, and her previous boyfriend went to jail, and it just kind of happened. And we got 6 months now. We're living in the park across the street, just hustling, sparing change, selling drugs when we can to make money.
Panhandling
mainly. It's rough out there. A lot of crazy people running around, and a lot of violence.
What are your drugs currently?
I use fentanyl. I use about a gram to a gram and a half a day of fentanyl. Or I'll get sick. I don't get high anymore. I'm past the point of getting high on fentanyl. It's just basically you're so used to it. It makes me well, so I don't throw up or get real sick or anything like that.
And Vicky, what are you using?
I use fentanyl and meth too.
And what do you guys do to?
And sometimes Xanax.
Yeah, Xanax are fun.
What are you guys doing to make money?
I panhandle and steal from stores and take it downtown to sell for money to get more drugs, and do that. And I usually buy a Xanax to sell to I get bottles cheap downtown, so I'm doing that. And she's out panhandling, doing what she has to do as a woman, And
you hear what he said? He said she's out doing what she has to do as a woman. She's prostituting. You see what addiction does to people?
Yeah.
Does that mean like sex work sometimes?
Yeah.
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 And did you tell me you were pregnant?
Yeah.
6 weeks.
I don't really even know how many months.
6 weeks. Well, 6 weeks.
And Jeremiah is the father?
Yes. It happened. It's weird how we met. We met in tiny homes and everything.
We just get along really well.
And I was hooking her up with fentanyl, and her boyfriend went to jail, and we just kind of hooked up, sneaking out of each other's rooms and doing drugs. They finally kicked us out. But we might have a chance of getting housing soon, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Because we're staying in the park, it's freezing and it's dangerous. I got stabbed one time a year ago, 4 times in the head in my sleep. Some guy stabbed me. I vaguely remember wrestling with somebody, but I was on heroin, so I don't really remember. It's very dangerous on the street. People pulling.
He said he was on heroin, so he doesn't remember. Yeah, it's sad. Addiction is horrible. Addiction is horrible. So I'm like, you cannot be in your sober mind and then judge people who are addicts. Like, you don't know what it feels like. Addiction is horrible. It brings evil out of you. Even this young woman, like if she was not an addict, would she be out here prostituting herself? No, she would not. It's the addiction.
Showing my age. She decides to pour his malt liquor on the curb. That was his last malt liquor. They begged for money all day. He said, God damn it. You just threw my malt liquor in the drain. And goes off on him. Not only are they drinking more liquor, they also injecting, they smoking, they doing everything they can. It looks a lot like what happened to Diddy and Cassie. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Diddy is wealthy as he is. They were moving like some junkies out there. If I had to be honest. Yeah, somebody in the comment, thank you, Vase, says CNN shared the video. Yeah. Yep. Timothy Taylor got it right. Samuel L. Jackson and Halle Berry in Jungle Fever. Gator. I'll do it. You know I'll do it. Cause I'm a crack. Hey. That is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
So when you introduce drug addiction into this, D-rugs, I don't want to get flagged. That narcotic, when you introduce that narcotic into the situation, things get strange. Anyway, we're going to get back to the video.
Ask your next witness. Where are we going with this? Everybody who takes the stand, everybody. First question, could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican, about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic?
Mm-hmm.
Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people? And by the way,
where were the other people that were in the criminal organization? Why is Diddy the only one being charged with this? And I know as pregnant and beautiful as Cassie is Cassie part of the criminal organization?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
She was there. She was setting up appointments with these people. In fact, Diddy kept his hands clean in that way, which is manipulation, obviously. But Diddy actually didn't order any escorts. No money from exchange hands from Diddy. Everything was coming through Cassie. In fact, she believed that her music career was secondary to this function of being this person. Now we are getting into an organization. If you have more than one person, then you start, I don't know, finding other staff members that might have set things up. Right now, we have Cassie purely in the victim column. And I'm saying this is an unpopular opinion, and I do not agree with domestic violence in any way. But they were in this together. And some responsibility has to be taken. In fact, I just read somewhere, shout out to my homegirl, she sent me a link of the actual transcript here. It says, Cassie's on the stand talking about her friend Carrie. Carrie said, Ventura, I saw the hanger. I knew he was angry that I was doing narcotics with Carrie. Estavo is the lawyer. Estaveo, I think is how it's pronounced. This broke up your 17-year friendship with her? It did. Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband? Because remember, that also happened in this time. She ends up getting with her trainer, who now is her husband and father of 3, almost kicked out of the courtroom as well. Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband? No. Miss Morgan, I think Carrie Morgan is her name. Miss Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs. And Cassie corrects him, says, made a demand. And the lawyer says, and you paid part of that? Cassie says, I did. And you haven't spoken with her since. Maybe one text. That was the relationship ender. She says yes. So Cassie actually, her and Diddy are Cody's co-defendants. They, including Cassie, out of her own money and her own admission, had to settle a case with someone that was a friend of hers, and I believe a freak-off participant. You can put it in the chat. Yeah. She called it a demand, but she settled that case with Diddy. So, leads me back to my point again. Is Cassie part of the criminal organization? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That's all we need to know. All right, moving right along. This is Lionel at Lionel Nation. Shout out to him. He's killing it right now.
Hey, another question. The individuals that they get, these escorts who did these despicable acts with Cassie, remember that guy?
Yeah.
First question to this fellow. Did anybody grant you immunity? Because you did this to Cassie, not Diddy. You did these despicable acts. You defiled
Diddy was just
her.
watching.
You degraded her. You abused her. You did this.
That's another part of their arrangement. Diddy is most of the time just sitting back watching. He's a voyeur. You know, that's his position in the FO.
So you're testifying under oath, or somebody said you did this. Did the government grant you immunity? Are you the Sammy the Bull, so to speak, of this? Why weren't you?
Not to mention the mob. Sammy the Bull. Let me explain. John Gotti is the Don. He's the top of the heap in that
lifestyle. Yeah.
crime family. Number two, or slightly there around, an underboss, Sammy the Bull Gravano. Now, Sammy the Bull went on to do some less than honorable things. He's also a YouTuber now. He's always on podcasts and stuff, but he is widely considered to have testified against organized crime and part of the reason that John Gotti was eventually sent to prison. But Lionel here is saying, is Cassie Sammy the Bull in this scenario? If Diddy Organization, Diddy Enterprises, Bad Boy Entertainment, for lack of a better term, is a criminal organization, what role did Cassie play in that? That's all we're asking. And did she have a title? Underboss. Cassie the underboss.
Charged with this. Then we go on. And what happens is, if the jury gets the impression, forget Diddy, his gray hair, the sweaters, the Bible, any of that TMZ Harvey Levin stuff that no lawyer cares about that. But assuming you're there and say, I'm going to be here for 6 weeks, and this is a dog. And pretty soon you're going to say, you know what? Why am I here? What are we talking about? And after a while, when you start to look at these people, and you don't want to act, you don't want to be emotionally discourteous to these people, but you're going to have to ask, why were you there during the course of this? You made how much money? I mean, Diddy, listen, I'm not supporting him. Do you know how many jobs this guy started? Do you know what he's done? The Hamptons White Party. Do you know how many people, how many young women were on a waiting list to go to be defiled and trapped?
Damn. Yeah. But you know what? He's telling the truth. I just came across a video from 2005, and I don't know if I can play it because it might be under protection for copyright, but everybody was loving this thing. Let me see if I can find it, because that is a true fact. Like, these people, everybody wanted to go to the white party. If you're old enough to remember the white party, everybody wanted to go to the white party.
You know what this makes me think of? If you guys know those infamous white parties by the Jewish boy, Michael Rubin, and they all line up to go to Michael Rubin for these white parties in the Hamptons. Right? Look, well, here's this one. Okay. They line up.
Imagine this, it's July 4th, and you get a text message from Michael Rubin with your exclusive VIP invite to the most private elite white party in all of Hamptons. Let's think about it this way. You pick out your favorite outfit, white of course, and you drive on over to Hamptons, New York, to the biggest estate on the island, and you get to rub elbows amongst the world's elite celebrities, famous athletes, and entertainers. Are you ready? Hot dogs, fireworks, American flags, and celebrities dressed in all white at Michael Rubin's annual white party. Thursday marked another star-studded affair at billionaire Michael Rubin's luxurious $50 million.
You see? And people know this is what these women will do. Rich men involved, they're going to show up. They're going to wear the least amount of clothes possible. They're going to get drunk as much as possible. They're going to do coke. They're going to come back and try to play victim.
Oceanfront residence in Bridgehampton for the annual July 4th celebration hosted by the Fanatics CEO. A-list celebrities decked out in elegant all-white ensembles graced the event, making it a truly memorable white party to remember. The exclusive gathering, set against the stunning backdrop of the Hamptons, was co-hosted by Michael Rubin and his partner, Camille Fischel, drawing in a diverse and high-profile crowd from the worlds of sports, entertainment, and social media. The event was highly anticipated and lived up to its reputation as one of the hottest summer soirees of the year. Welcome back to The Wealthiest, where you will learn the ins and outs of the world's elite, how they live and how they spend their accumulated wealth. Let's get started. Who is Michael Rubin? The individual who established and currently serves as the chief executive officer of the online sports merchandise retailer known as Fanatics is Rubin. He founded the company back in 2011, following the sale of another company to eBay for a substantial sum of $2.4 billion. In terms of Rubin's personal wealth, Forbes has calculated that the 50-year-old entrepreneur possesses a net worth exceeding $11.5 billion. Rubin's success in the business world has undoubtedly contributed to his impressive financial weighted extravagant party. Guests began arriving at the stunning glass beachfront residence at approximately 5 p.m., where paparazzi eagerly captured their arrivals. However, once inside, the only cameras in sight were those on the guests' iPhones. Harlow later shared captivating moments from the event on her Instagram, providing a glimpse into the festivities. The extravagant party, reminiscent of Gatsby's lavish gatherings, took place at a stunning 2-acre, 8,000-square-foot mansion right by the ocean in Watermill, NY. This magnificent property was purchased by Mr. Rubin for a whopping $50 million in 2021, as reported by The Real Deal. The mansion offers breathtaking views of Mecox Bay on one side and picturesque ocean vistas on the other, creating a truly luxurious setting for the event. The exclusive all-white theme.
Anyways, you get the point, right? Okay. Money, rich men, the girls will show up, wear the least amount of clothes, get a drunk, do the drugs. That's what they do at these white parties. But unfortunately, Diddy's the only one that has they got arrested.
I wasn't invited to the white party. It usually took place in the Hamptons. I wasn't nowhere near the Hamptons. But it was a thing. And it wasn't just, one race of people. It was very diverse. When you see all the people that went to Diddy's parties, you'll understand how this was a big deal, man. There's another quote here that says, Cassie said, "I'm always ready to freak off." She was literally doing this, she said, at one point, because she just didn't want anybody else to do it. Yeah, here it is. Diddy party. Let's not say him. Let's not say the M word. It's a short one, so let's just see.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world.
Got Jeter up there.
It started on a Tuesday and somehow ended on the previous Sunday. I don't know how he did that.
Now that I'm engaged, I've decided to slow down a little. 3 Diddy parties a week, maybe 4.
This was a joke. I caught her in a bad shot. Nicole Richie. Oh, wow. I'm missing part of the quote there, too. Says she's attended 4,870 of these Diddy parties.
Well, not including the weekends.
Well, I remember one day we went to this Diddy party.
Well, what happened?
Lil Jon forgot his pimp cup.
Yep.
D-Rock went to Diddy and asked if he had a pimp cup Lil Jon can borrow.
And he had a whole bunch of pimp cups.
He had a pimp set.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook.
Joe.
A Diddy party
or Diddy after party, or Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party.
Isn't that the one where they told all the kids to go home? Yeah, the after party was the one.
Next Diddy party.
The Diddy parties.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world.
Okay, we saw that. Yeah. So yeah, Diddy parties were quite popular, and this is from 2005, right? So yeah, we know what a Diddy party is. People over a certain age. Maybe people now aren't as familiar because, you know, everybody's so prudish and they didn't do anything. But I think you're gonna be surprised how many people have already done this and more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said, this is not absolving Diddy of what he did on that tape from CNN video, but we got to be honest here. Especially if you're gonna, like in the Tory Lanez case, take somebody's freedom without just cause. Let me get rid of this.
Trafficked? What are they talking about? Why are they? This better get good and quick because I'm not hearing.
That's what I wanted to get to. So that's what you're saying here. I mean, you're not defending Diddy at all. What you're saying is the prosecution here. Like, what is the state doing? What is the government doing in this case?
Precisely.
They're not doing. They're leading off with her, and they're not even going after the most harmful stuff. If you have this massive sex trafficking operation, why aren't we hearing about that right now, right out of the gate? How horrible was this stuff?
Right. It's a lot like the Stormy Daniels bit where, you know, you're prejudicing the jury with grossness, but that doesn't have to be a part of the case. You have to make the crime the lead.
And you're bringing up.
You hear that? You hear that?
Something which is the most important case. In the Federal Rules of Evidence, there's Rule 403. This is my favorite. And what it says is, you cannot put on evidence that you know is so prejudicial, even though it's probative, even though it's important. Classic example. In a murder case, you have to always introduce evidence that who this person is. Who is he? Who's the stiff? Who is he? So you have somebody, maybe it's dental records, maybe it's somebody they knew, and sometimes maybe it's a relative. Can you imagine if during the course of the prosecution, I as a prosecutor want to introduce evidence and I call the mother of the victim and I say, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you know who this is? The judge will say, that just prejudiced the jury. That's a mistrial. What are you doing? You can't do that. That's 403. So what they're doing is they're going to be hearing about, oh my God, this poor pregnant woman, when they defiled her. And they may not be able to understand, wait a minute, I've got to remember that's not what he was charged with. Clayton, if you were charged with speeding, and at your hearing, somebody brings up evidence of you were drunk, it's like, wait a minute. That's a bad thing. That's not what I'm charged with. Yeah, but we found bottles. That's not what I'm charged with.
Right.
This idea that you can just bring out everything and just show case after case. Now, remember, who was the individual who trafficked, and that's force, fraud, or coercion? Why were you there? Do you know how many people are going to say, well, you know, Diddy might have promised, wheedled, cajoled them by promising them, big roles in the
record
music
career.
Business. My friends, we've all been kind of in the entertainment business for a long time. Have you ever heard about a radio station or a TV station or a producer or a manager who might have sometimes promised somebody the stars?
I'm going to make you a star. You stick with me, kid. Yeah, that's the old common phrase. And what happens? That's how the casting couch gets rolled out.
Yeah.
They had this relationship. They had this, we also leave out the fact that, shout out to Ryan Leslie, but Cassie was with Ryan Leslie. Cassie was Ryan Leslie's artist as well as being in a relationship with him. She left Ryan Leslie like a bad habit, running, sprinting to be with Diddy. Even though she explains it a little differently now. We all thought that was strange when it happened. We were like, damn, that's what we doing now?
Yep.
You just jump out here and all of a sudden you leave your boyfriend that brought you into the industry to lurch at the possibility of being a bigger star with Sean Diddy Combs. And in that, you become Sean's girlfriend, right? Now, you know, Diddy, if you know Diddy's history, it's probably going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to have that relationship without some type of mutually beneficial relationship. So, yeah, this doesn't look great for the whole idea of this victim narrative that's being pushed out there. Even though, well, she might be a victim of some sort. Let's focus on what's really happening here in this case and why this man has already been in jail for being accused of taking women across state lines, the Mann Act violation, and for RICO, which is crazy. So,
might have maybe taken advantage. This happens all the time. Do you know that right now in the world of professional sports, between the NFL, Major League Baseball, and the NBA, there's about 3,000 athletes. Do you know how many roadies there are? How many groupies there are when the teams go into hotels who follow them? I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm not doing this
at all.
But as I hearken back to your brilliant report before, we've got victims. We have people who were disappeared, put in boxcars and in tractor trailers, sent labor trafficking. That's what the government should be paying attention to, not this. And I don't want to blame the victim, but you've got to ask yourself the question. If all of these women, I'm sorry to say this, went there of their own volition, wanting to rub shoulders.
Hold on, before he gets on to that, I had a point. Why are we always hearing about these cases in celebrity situations? Like he's saying, like there are real trafficking cases that are going on with people being trafficked into this country illegally. You know, you ever heard of the coyotes and all that stuff? And, you know, the money that exchanges hands for that type of trafficking. Why is it we're supposed to draw all our focus to these celebrity cases and somehow they're supposed to be equal? They're supposed to be the same.
Because these DAs want to be famous. The DAs want to be famous.
That's what I want to know. He brings up a great point about that. That is not parody. That is not the same thing. And it seems like a stretch. Like I said, this guy has a full career as a music executive, producer, whatever else he's doing, party promoter. He could be, you know, all that. Does he have time to run a criminal organization and a ring? I guess I should say ex-worker ring. I don't know, man. YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Volition, wanting to rub shoulders, rub elbows with whoever. I'm not saying if there are cases of individuals who are minors, but I've got to ask yourself the question, and I'm sorry, somebody's got to ask this. What do you want? What do you want? What do you think you're going to get? Is this where the federal government should be paying its limited attention and time? That's what I'm going to say.
Well, his lawyer had said, I think on...
And this also needs to apply to all the girls who listen to Shira 7, chasing behind men with money, chasing behind men with money. And then we got a woman that came and sat down and said, I married a monster. Allegedly, my husband raped my children, right? When you put money first and you're out here just chasing people behind for money, you're going to get what you ask for. Let me also play this video. Let's go over here. No, hold on.
Okay, so the P. Diddy trial is now in day 3, Sean Combs. And it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just like, I want to stress again to the audience, we must distinguish before we get the legal instructions between disgusting, filthy, pervert, cad, asshole, and criminal. That's really what this trial is about. I think even the defense cedes point one. They have to. They have to. There won't be a juror in that room that can stand Sean Combs. But the question here is whether he broke the law, and even your humble correspondent is open-minded to being persuaded that there wasn't a technical legal violation. I really want to see I haven't looked up the proposed legal instructions, but we'll get them, jury instructions on what the law is. Because I'll tell you, like, I've got questions. I'm horrified by the testimony, but I've got questions about whether they're going to get a conviction. Okay, I hope they do, but that's just because I can't stand him. Okay. The star witness is Cassie. She was a singer, Cassie Ventura. She signed with him when she was 18 years old or right around there. She became a singer. She signed like a 10-record deal with Bad Boy Records, which is his. And within like 2 years, he started having sex with her. And he was with a different woman at the time, but shockingly, he wasn't faithful. And started sleeping with Cassie. And then she testified how in the beginning, by the way, when she took the stand, she was 8.5 months pregnant yesterday. His side was so worried about that making her look overly sympathetic that they asked if she could be brought in and put on the stand without the jury in the room. Look at this. I mean, like, apparently they're not exaggerating. She had that enormous belly that we all get in the very, very last few days, which is where like, it becomes like voyeuristic to even look at a woman at that point. It's just out of control. God bless you, Cassie. So anyway, the judge overruled that and said she can walk in, her full pregnant self, and she did. And she testified about how he started very early on telling her he wanted her to participate in these freak-offs. That's what he called them. And these things, I mean, it's the right word for them. I mean, they're absolutely depraved behavior where he would hire these male sex workers, and she's testifying, this is all, her testimony, that they would come over and that Sean Combs would be there watching and directing everything, and that there would be multiple sex sessions within the one freak-off, which could go for days. But even if it went for hours, there'd be multiple sessions in which she would have to perform with these male sex workers, including in like outfits and fishnets and masquerade masks and hooker heels. So
I think because Cassie's a narcissist, also putting her baby through that is part of her narcissism. People are going to feel sorry for her. It's like she's mentally ill. Okay. Oh, feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. As if she was pregnant when she was doing this stuff.
Was described. And he would tell him exactly what sex acts he wanted and how, and then he would participate in some of them. We talked yesterday, forgive me, listening audience, about how he allegedly, both himself and through the male sex worker, urinated on her and I guess in her mouth, to where she testified she was gagging. She thought she was going to throw up. She testified that the freak-offs, quote, became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and to just feel normal again, that they could go from 36 hours to as long as 4 days, that they took, quote, a big chunk of
video. When she made this video, Elena, she did it on day one. So she did it like before the prosecution. Sorry, she did before the defense got to Cassie. So I will give her a little credit for that. But yeah, but she's like, I hate him. I can't stand him. It's like, girl, but at this point, she didn't know that Cassie played a part in this. Oh, she probably did. Oh, she probably did. You'd be very surprised. She probably did. We've seen this before. If you don't keep up with these women, just say so. If you don't know about Elizabeth Holmes, just say so. If you get to say, oh, Marlene, why do you say it? I can tell you all this. Stop trying to always jump in. Oh, she didn't plan. Yes, you can. You might not believe it. That's fine. But if you don't understand why I will say that, then say, oh, Marlene, what will make you say such a thing? Do you have proof of a woman who did this before? And I'm like, yes, I'm glad you asked. Right? It's known for a lot of women to get pregnant for sympathy in court, whether it's them committing a crime or them about to go give their deposition and they want somebody to feel sorry for that. Okay? We have Elizabeth Holmes over here. There you go. Let me show you who she is, because you probably didn't know. Okay? This psycho over here who almost killed millions of people. Okay? Before she was to go to the courthouse, before her trial began, what did she do? This heifer went and got pregnant. This heifer went and she got pregnant because she wanted the jury. Hold on. Where am I? Hold on. She wanted the jury to feel sorry for her. But when she was doing all her deviancy out here and trying to hurt people with her fake ass technology and her fake ass medicine, yeah, she went and got pregnant. Okay? I don't sound like a crazy fool. You sound like a gullible idiot with your chakras. Are your chakras aligned? You sound like a gullible idiot, right? Just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean others don't do it. Don't act like people can't plan pregnancy. What the fuck is IVF? Like, what the fuck is IVF? Do people plan their pregnancy? Oh, I'm ovulating. Let me do that. Okay? So you sound like a gullible idiot. Let's not start with the name calling. I will ban the shit out of you and your goofy ass chakras. Okay? After all, I'm a Christian, so you and your weird ass energy. Don't play with me. Okay? I don't give a fuck if he spit on me, bitch. Neither will he spit on you too, bitch. The fuck? Goofy chakras? Will he spit on your ass? Will Cassie spit on your ass? Okay? The truth is you don't know shit. Just because you play with these goofy ass religion and chakras doesn't mean that you are enlightened and you see through shit. Okay? You don't know shit. Neither will Cassie also spit on your clitoris. Okay? Will Cassie invite you to a fucking freak off? Would she? So shut up. Shut the fuck up. Worry about your goofy ass chakras. People have the right to feel how they want to feel. It triggers you. You and your goofy ass chakras and your third eye can get the fuck out of my life. You don't have to be here. Okay? But don't insult me because I'll insult you right back. Okay? Savage. You fucking hyenas. You are insane. People don't plan pregnancies. Okay? No, oh, please. I'll be in if I look like you. Yes, that's the person who won't show her face. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. If you're so beautiful, show your face. Right? I'll be angry if I look like you. Bitch, you wish you looked like half of me. Okay? You don't even have the courage to show your real face. And you think that's supposed to trigger me? Your dumb ass. With your dumb ass. With your stupid ass. You're so beautiful. You're so mesmerizing. Show your real face. Change your picture. Change your picture. Right? You're such a gorgeous siren. Show your picture. Show your picture. Matter of fact, oh, where is she? Hold on. Here's the link. Since you're so beautiful, come on the live. Let's admire your beauty. Okay? Show up on the live. Let's admire your beauty. Right? Listen, from the people who wear wigs and weaves, people who hide their faces, they hide their real names. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot tell anybody, oh, I'll be angry if I look like you. Bitch, you're definitely idiots. That's why you're hiding your face. Okay? So you can't talk about anybody. If you had any kind of confidence in your own beauty, you would have your own face. That's not even you right there. Right? There you go. You went and found like this mythologic picture of a black woman with some chakras and use that as your avatar. Right? If you had an ounce of confidence in your real beauty, it would be your own picture. So show your face. And here's the link. Since you're so beautiful, right? And you're worth 1,000 ships fighting behind you. Show your face. But Diddy wouldn't even spit on you if you were on fire. Cassie wouldn't even spit on your clit during a freak off. Matter of fact, would you even be invited to a freak off? You're a dumbass. Y'all need to learn to come into people's lives and be respectful. If you don't understand something, you don't agree with something, you ask, oh, why would you say that? But people can't plan pregnancies. Okay? People can plan pregnancies. And people can also question, why are you pregnant now? Okay? I'm not crazy as hell. I'm just enough for your ass. Your stupid ass. You tried the wrong person. Exactly. Because y'all think y'all can come in here and talk all kinds of crazy to people. And they're going to say, oh my gosh, I'm scared. I ain't scared of shit. Here's the link. Miss Beautiful, right? Miss Siren, get on the live. I'm dying to see your beauty. I am dying to see your beauty. Show me what kind of revelry I'm talking to. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Your goofy ass. Shut your goofy ass. Won't even show your real picture. Don't even use your real name. But you want to talk about, oh, I would be angry too. Girl, you were born angry. Did you see your baby pictures? Okay, probably slapped the dog shit out of you, but you came out your mama's vagina because you were so damn ugly. They didn't tell you that? Did your mama tell you how she felt like when she first saw you? Did the doctor tell you how he felt like when he first saw you? Probably smacked you so hard because, bitch, that face was fucking ugly. Okay? And you know it's ugly. That's why you hide it. Get the fuck out of here. I'm nice. Y'all can come in here and be nice. You don't get the nice of me. Don't come in my live with your bullshit. Do not come in my live with your bullshit. Everybody has the right to question what the fuck they want to question. You fucking lesbian. You're go somewhere, have your goofy ass love affair with Cassie. Okay? I don't have to like this girl. I don't have to believe in this girl. I can question whatever the fuck I want to question. Don't be mad because I'm not in some goofy ass colorist love affair with the freaking lesbian. I am not a lesbian. Okay? I'm not attracted to her. Some of you freaking weirdos, it's like you want to go eat this girl's vagina. And you probably would, hating yourself so badly because what, you're born dark skinned with a big nose and some big nappy hair. Okay? Go find somewhere to go have some goofy ass lesbian love affair with Cassie. I'm not interested. This place right here is not a freak off of idiots. Okay? People have the right to question whatever they want to question. And if I say that for me, most likely she got pregnant around the time because she wants sympathy, that's how I feel. And what the fuck are you going to do about how I feel? That's how I feel. I don't owe you shit. You don't like it, get the fuck out. Nobody invited you. I didn't text you over here. Did I text you to come to my life? Did you get a personal invitation to come to my life? Did you? The fuck? Fuck I look like? You people are a bunch of weirdos. As I repeat, to me, she most likely got pregnant because she wanted sympathy. And I think it has to do with her narcissism. Because it's quite obvious that this young woman does not want to be held accountable for what she partook in and what she helped to plan and what she helped to orchestrate. So that's how I feel. Just like Elizabeth Holmes, when she was out here scamming, lying to people, and almost could have gotten millions of people injured with her goofy ass technology. She wasn't pregnant. When she realized that she could face life in prison, she went and got pregnant so that the jury will feel sympathetic towards her. Okay? And I even think they did, because with what she did, this girl should have gotten life in prison. So don't let anybody fool you out here. People know how to manipulate people. And when you're dealing with people that are mentally ill, there's no saying, there's no telling what they're capable of doing for sympathy. There's no telling. If we also sit here and we understand that she didn't even tell her husband everything because she wanted him to have sympathy for her, what does that tell you? She manipulates people and she likes to have sympathy from people. There's nothing she won't do to have sympathy. So yes, I think she got pregnant intentionally. If you know your cycle, and you're pretty regular, you can plan a pregnancy. There you go. The freak. What's wrong with these weirdos? Go fucking align your chakras. What the heck?
My life, sometimes on a nearly weekly basis. At the end of the sessions, the hotel linens were often very soiled with baby oil residue, as well as bodily fluids, including blood and urine. And his staff, keep in mind, he's being accused of like racketeering, like the way a mob boss does, where he has an enterprise of criminals around him. That's why these details are important, that his staff would both set up the freak-off rooms and clean up the freak-off rooms, that eventually they graduated to adding like television lighting, like Klieg lights in there that would have red lighting coming out of them or blue lighting coming out of them to set just the right mood. Choking back tears, she testified, reading here from the New York Times. She testified the freak-offs made her feel disgusting and humiliated. If he wasn't in the room, he would sometimes watch over FaceTime. He began recording the freak-offs. Side note, the media has now filed a request to see the videotape of the freak-offs. And the parties are objecting, saying they don't need to see everything. I mean, like Cassie doesn't want them to see it, and Diddy doesn't want them out. And the judge says he's leaning towards releasing them because there's a little thing called the First Amendment.
But what does the First Amendment have to do with you seeing people's privacy? Like, that's crazy. And that judge also, when I heard that, I'm like, this judge also is a freak. Like, what the freak? Nobody needs to see that. Like, how does that prove anything? People should not be, if they have tapes of freak-offs, they should not be releasing their freak-offs. Like, this is crazy. After this trial is over, everybody needs to be able to move on with their lives and pick up their pieces. You put a sex tape of Cassie out here, what does that even do? And why would a judge even want to release that? Like, that is just so disgusting. No.
But of course, the media is like, we want to see the freak-offs.
Of course you do.
Show us the tape. That's what the media's position is. She lists the drugs that he provided to the participants: ecstasy, cocaine, marijuana, ketamine, mushrooms, whatever was the drug of choice at that point. She says she took the drugs for disassociating and to have some kind of buffer from what she was experiencing. She talked about how he beat her repeatedly. She talked about that one incident we saw at the Hotel Intercontinental where he dragged her and beat her on the ground. She was trying to escape a freak-off, like it was just a day ending in Y. She was like, I mean, that's kind of, that we did that all the time. And he would beat me sometimes. And that time I made a run for it. And I stayed on the ground once he knocked me down because it was self-defense. I thought maybe he wouldn't be able to hit me as easily if I stayed down. I mean, he's just an absolute disgusting, hideous pig, awful man. She said she stayed to keep him happy. When you're in love with someone, you don't want to disappoint them. But as the years passed, even as she still sought to please him, she recognized he had become increasingly abusive, beating her and orchestrating ever more degrading sessions that made her feel like her career was no longer music, but performing in for his sexual satisfaction. Here's the thing. She testified that she was asked the cross has begun about why, like whether she told him that she didn't want to do it. And the testimony, as I understand it thus far, has been basically, no. She said she would do it. And they have text messages of her saying to him, like, I can't wait for the next freak off. I can't wait to do it. Like, I might not be able to do it today because I have a red carpet. And she testified about how she had to get all drugged up and also he would beat her. And it's like, she did have to go to the red carpet with a black eye. I think it was after that Intercontinental one we saw. But the defense has text messages from her being like, can't wait. I love it. You're like, when's the next one? And so this has the real danger for the prosecution of morphing into a Harvey Weinstein-esque case where it
was never music. It was never. It's not even like, it's like, it was never music. It was never music. Never, ever, ever. Like, you see, that's why I feel like, I mean, I don't want to bring Beyonce into this, but I think people like Beyonce or like Taylor Swift or whatever, you can be like, okay, these girls really love music. Like, music really is their first love, right? Cassie is those kinds of girls who just wanted to be a celebrity. So, hey, I'm a pretty face. Give me something to sing. I'll try to see if I can do it, right? But it's like, they just want to be influencers. I feel like to me, Cassie is like, yeah, I'm a pretty girl. People always tell me I'm pretty. I don't really want to work. I'm lazy. So, hey, how can I be famous, right? Whereas like people like Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Lauryn Hill, you know, like these people, they really care. Even songwriting, I think Taylor Swift cares more about songwriting than Beyonce, but Adele also, you know, you have ladies out here who really care about music. You can say, hey, this woman right here, music really is her passion. She can't see herself without music. She can't see herself without writing music. And hey, Lonnie, even Dolly Parton too. You know, I love my Auntie Dolly. Right, my Auntie Dolly, she's been writing music since she was a child because she grew up so poor. They couldn't afford the TV. They couldn't afford a radio. So she was writing the music to entertain her family because they were so poor. Music is all she did. You know, like you can really tell when somebody is like really, really passionate about music. You know what I'm saying? Like even Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter, from what I understand, is like she's had multiple record deals. Many of them did not work out. A lot of people that she worked with, a lot of these record labels, they had a hard time with like what image to give her. And I guess they found this one, right? But you can look at Sabrina Carpenter, like, okay, she really likes music, right? Shania Twain also. Like there are people out here you can be like, okay, Reba McEntire. There are people out here you can say, this woman here, they truly love music. Like all they do is music. All they do is write music or they play their instrument. Like they are truly focused on like what they do, right? But Cassie, to me, it really gives influencer. Hey, I'm pretty. I can hold a tune. It's even J-Lo. Like J-Lo might not be a great singer, but J-Lo is an incredible performer. Everybody can say dancing is J-Lo's passion. She might not be a great at singing, but she is a great dancer. This lady's almost 60. Look at her. Look at how she dances. When you look at Cassie, what exactly is she passionate about? You know? Because when you're not with Diddy, when you're not doing this, what else are you doing? Well, even working out is not a passion for her. This is crazy. Okay? Even doing makeup, even modeling, she barely tried to do that stuff too. It's like she sits there all day, Diddy, penis. It's like, girl, are you passionate about anything? Okay? Yeah, exactly. Doja Cat too. Doja might be a weirdo sometimes, but you can say Doja is very creative. Is she a Libra? Doja is very creative. Doja works really hard and she tries to give people something different. She doesn't like to be predictable. She don't like to be like everybody else. Okay? You know what I mean? Ariana Grande too. A lot of music. A lot of music. Okay? But Cassie don't care about music. So you realize that even her being with Ryan Leslie, she wasn't serious. She just realized he had money and then, hey, okay, sure. Let me be some trophy something because everybody tells me I'm pretty. So I'm just going to do this stuff, right? That's about it. But you know people who are truly passionate about music, even Whitney Houston and all her drug usage and all of her drug withdrawals, she still made songs, incredible songs. The lady was still doing the drugs, y'all. Right? Wendy Williams and all of her drug usage. Wendy used to be so horrible. Oh my gosh, Wendy used to be so strung out on drugs, you guys. It's not even a joke. But she never missed going to the radio, right? Even when she had her TV show, like Wendy really had to be taken out. Like her body really shut down on her. But think about how much drugs Wendy Williams used to be on, y'all. She never missed a day at work. She never missed a day at the radio. How many shows has she given us, even on TV? Wendy Williams is not missing work. So you're like, yeah, this woman is passionate. Like the drugs, the whatever. Wendy gonna come to work, y'all. Wendy is going to come to work. Cassie is lazy. Cassie don't want to work. She texting Diddy back to back. The man's like, girl, I'm working. Like, are you okay? He told her, girl, you have to work. You gotta calm down. She don't want to work. So like, she's not passionate about anything. Music, she don't care. Modeling, she don't care. Even go and take some acting lessons. Maybe if she was doing other things, she would have had her mind distracted on something else. The girl don't want to work. She doesn't want to work. And when she realized that her life with that goofy ass white boy was going to be pretty much poverty, she came to sue because she wants to have a successful life without working. Meghan Markle, another one. Like this is crazy. Okay? Like she doesn't want to work. Even Kim Kardashian works. She don't want to work. Like, what the heck? Even Blue Ivy works. She don't want to work. People can say, hey, when Blue Ivy started the Renaissance tour, she was not a great performer. But now she's on the Cabo Carter thing. She has improved. So even Blue Ivy is working, y'all. 13 years old. Even Blue Ivy has shown great improvement. 21 to like 31. What have you done? 10 years have gone by. All you have to show is the freak off because you don't want to work. She don't want to work. They're so lazy.
It's only a crime if he forced you. If you guys are just freaks in bed who wanted to do this stuff, yes, there's a question of the prostitution element. But he's not being charged with abuse with assault. And a lot of the viewers wrote in after our discussion yesterday saying, what do you mean? He beat her. It's on tape. Yes, I know. He's not being charged with that.
Yeah.
That's not one of the charges. Mm-hmm. The charges relate to solicitation of prostitution or like arranging the transportation of a prostitute, and RICO, racketeering, a criminal enterprise. So it's relevant if there's a crime of prostitution and relevant if there was a crime on which the statute of limitations has run called assault. But
even Rumi is working, y'all. Even Rumi works, child. Rumi went on her first day. When we got too excited, management pulled her to the side. They said, we're going to fire you if you keep getting so excited. Child, Rumi came back, put it down. Even Rumi afraid to lose her job. Rumi's like 10 or something, like 9 or 10. Even Rumi works. She does choreography. She shows, even Rumi is working. Why are you not working? They threatened Rumi about to take away my baby's job. Oh, my poor baby. My baby came back, okay, sure, fine. She was like, is this okay? Oh, Rumi, I love her, right? But why are you not working? Even Northwest, yes. She's a big influencer on TikTok. She does the reviews and stuff. Even Northwest is working. She works. She has all these kids on TikTok want to buy everything she promotes. Okay? But you're a grown-ass woman from the age, you got signed to Ryan at 19, all the way to 31, 32. What do you have to show for this? Nothing but freak offs. Freak offs and then cheating. Like, this is crazy. That she really does. She don't want to work. She doesn't want to work. It's like, this is insanity.
They don't have to actually prove any of that. And he's not exactly being charged for that. But if this is consensual sex, or at least if Sean Combs believed that it was consensual sex, he could skate legally. Wow. And that's my impression so far. I very open-minded to this going another way. Your thoughts on the cultural impact of this trial, and just thoughts on what we're learning now about one of the most famous people in America.
I mean, he should skate if that's the case, right? I mean, it's not criminal, and it's not part of a criminal enterprise if you're a scumbag. And sometimes it's very hard to separate those things in situations like this. I mean, I saw the tape from the hotel. Nothing about that surprises me, considering what we know about his character. And as you said, Megan, it's like we can disassociate these things and say, you are a horrible, horrible monster. And that is clear. And his life is over. I mean, whether he goes to prison or not, there's no way he's going to be allowed back into the club of celebrity. It just can't. I mean, recalling that he had these white parties in the Hamptons, and, Martha Stewart is going to these things. This is not something that's just in the hip hop world. And that is gone for him forever. But whether or not he's been in jail, I don't know, for a year or something in Brooklyn, whether or not that is justified, I haven't paid really close attention to this because I have a life and I try to limit my my Diddy, Puffy, whatever the hell he's called, consumption. But there is a thing that at the sort of heel end of that kind of Me Too movement where it was getting a little troubling. And I'm not saying that this is comparable, but there would be times when people
feeling salamy.
But yeah, well, it was feeling salamy in the sense that, well, yeah, that was a bad relationship, or that person was a jerk, and it's like that's not a legal kind of thing. This is a next level of that, and it's gross. And my freak offs aren't like this at all. I mean, I have an iPad where
2 minutes gentle. At best.
Yeah, very gentle.
No, it's
no
very
baby
fast.
oil. Yeah,
I'm like Woody Allen. I'm like, maybe a minute and a half, and it's done, and everyone's happy, and we like read afterwards. It's like a book club. But we do. We're reading Willa Cather's My Antonia now. It's great. There is a moment when you look at this stuff and you say, the text messages. We saw that with Armie Hammer. We saw that with the pitcher from the Dodgers. So many of these things, the text messages always come out and paint a different picture, and we have to hold off on that. But if it is just having gross sex parties and maybe hiring a male prostitute or whatever, it's like the feds, this big raid, him in jail for it could be also that there's a lot more to this.
Not
he's saying like it's excessive. And I think about this Diddy tape case also, because I told you this is not a black person thing. This is a rich person thing. So many rich celebrities do the same thing. If you start to say, oh, we're going to send you to jail for that, you know how many people you can arrest because of that? Because a lot of people hire prostitutes. A lot of rich people hire prostitutes. So now if you are truly going to lock people and put them behind bars for the rest of their life for hiring a prostitute, well, many of these 1% people are going to go to prison. Okay? The private jets, people take people from one state to whatever, New York to Miami, Miami to LA, whatever. At this case, you're going to arrest all these rich people. And the door that opens up, that kind of Pandora box, it's not going to fly. Because many of these people here, this is what they do, and they're not going to change. It's at these ladies' discretion to move accordingly. But they're not going to change that. That jet setter life, it's not going to change. And they're not going to send Diddy to prison for this kind of stuff. No, they all do it. They all do it. From you name it, private jets, cars, limos, tour buses. I don't know. This is what these rich people do. They all do it.
Not alleging any force. He testified that there was a male prostitute or whatever escort. I don't know how he goes by, saying she was the one who would text me saying, come over for the freak off. She was the one who would pay me. She and I developed like a friendship on the side. And he did say, I grew very concerned for her. I said, you've got to leave him. He beats you. He testified you heard a beating. But like the beatings are as horrific as they are, and they are criminal in their own right, though the statute of limitations may have run on assault. I haven't actually looked that up, but there's a reason he didn't get charged with those. Certainly the one at the Intercontinental. Oh, and by the way, the testimony by this one guy who was a security officer at the Hotel Intercontinental where that beating took place was that he saw it. He went up there, and this was a Friday. He went home for the weekend, and when he got back on Monday, the tape was gone. The tape was gone.
They paid somebody $100,000 for it.
Well, no, Diddy offered him $100,000 in a wad of bills saying, here, please make this go away. And I think the testimony was like, he was like, no, I'm not doing that. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
This guy's LAPD. Right. No, but I think he was legit. But when he got back on Monday, the tape was gone. And he didn't call the police because she didn't want him to. She didn't want to testify. Like most domestic violence victims do not want the police called unless they're actively in fear for their life at that second. And then they almost always live to regret it and recant. It's terrible. It's a terrible dynamic. Gabby Petito, we saw a similar thing when she could have saved herself. In any event.
Gabby Petito, if you saw the Gabby, I have to correct this idiot. In the Gabby Petito video, Gabby Petito was the aggressor. She got arrested. Like when the police came, they snatched her behind and they were going to take her to jail. And I think the man should have done that. But because she was this cute little innocent looking white girl, he decided to let her go because he didn't want to arrest her. But he should have arrested her. But she was the one hitting on her boyfriend in that U-Haul truck. Okay? She's the one hitting him. So in that instance, she was the aggressor. She was not the victim. Stop making it seem like every time there's domestic violence, it's always the woman that's the victim. No, there are women out here who are belligerent. Gabby Petito was hitting the fuck out of that little boy. And when the police came, they snatched her up and they put her ass in the back of the police truck. Then she started crying to get her way to talk her way out of going to jail. And if that cop was not white and he didn't see, oh, I need to sue this little white girl, and he done his job like, ma'am, you were the aggressor, and he took her ass to jail, she would have been alive. Because then her mom would have came and got her ass. She would have went home. But they let her go because they couldn't see themselves arresting this cute little innocent white girl. And then she died. I felt like they should have sued that. I felt like her family should have sued that police officer as well. Like, you should have arrested her. She committed battery, so lock her up because that would have kept her safe. I'm like, no.
I don't know, because all that testimony about how the escort willingly came, Cassie was the one who reached out to him. He seemed to enjoy it. He thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Like, no one, I don't know how we've gotten to like she's being forced by like the equivalent of a mob boss yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have read some accounts of this. I do have some interest in the story. We also talk about these things professionally, Moynihan, every once in a while. And look, the Cassie situation is
Camille's
awful.
joining the motion to see the freak offs. This is what we. How
can I talk about
to get
this?
all the freak offs?
How can I talk about this if I don't watch at least a little bit? You know, I don't mind. Maybe pixelate it if you want to. Fine, but I'm going to
with the lighting.
At least give me the sound.
Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, first, Camille, then they come for your freak offs. Yes.
But I do think, you know, Diddy, clearly a violent person, dangerous. I think deviant are words that apply here. I agree. I mean, the federal RICO attempt, I'm still, to my knowledge, there isn't anyone else who's been charged. And the whole thing seems kind of unusual in that regard. One imagines that, as you said, Megan, the rest of those charges couldn't be brought in some of those other situations. But I mean, the things that were alleged in that civil suit that he settled with Cassie, that he had
for
blown
8
up
figures,
Kid
reportedly.
Cudi's, yeah, but that he'd blown up Kid Cudi's car. I mean, these are extraordinary allegations. This is a guy who sounds like he believes he is above the law.
This July, speaking of recent,
I played this one because like even Megyn Kelly too. You know, she knows she's racist, but even in her racism, she was like, okay, I don't see it. Now here is Gigargos. I think his daughter is the one that's on the case. Okay.
How do you think it's going so far? They picked the jury last week. They had opening statements yesterday and their first and second witness, and they're in the middle of crossing that second witness right now.
On a personal level, I was in court yesterday. I watched her deliver the opening statement, and I had told somebody who was sitting next to me, I only wish my father was alive to have watched it because he was my partner. And the talent skips a generation. I mean, I know she's my daughter.
Okay,
she hit it out of the park.
Yeah,
that's sweet. She was making.
Now, I will criticize the courtroom artist because that bears little or no resemblance to my daughter.
They're never very good. There's a very funny Modern Family episode where Mitchell is in court arguing, and the person who's the sketch artist is somebody who he like dissed in a former life and just makes him look ridiculously bad. And his whole goal is to be drawn more favorably by the sketch artist. We have to rely on sketches because it's federal court and they don't allow cameras in federal court. It's very annoying. But I would say this. I'll go to Eiglarsh on this. I thought she made the only and best argument that's available to Diddy, which is he may be a bad person who you can't stand, whose sex life is bizarre and offensive to you, but that doesn't make him a criminal under the RICO Acts, and you can't confuse your disgust for his personal choices as a human with seeing him as a violator of the criminal law.
That's right. No, content-wise, she was perfect. She took that video and said, you're not going to like him. You may not. You may find him abhorrent. You may find his conduct deplorable. But he's not charged with domestic violence. He's charged with other acts. She also did a great job of saying, look, his lifestyle is maybe not one that you might endorse. Maybe you don't engage in. He's a drug user. He's this and that. She got out all the wind out of the government's arguments, all that bad character stuff. And I think that she's got a shot.
Here's what these are highlights from her opening as reported on the Law and Crime podcast. First of all, they keep calling him Sean, not P. Diddy, not Puff Daddy, just Sean. He was wearing a gray sweater in court yesterday, just like a little, Catholic schoolboy, and actually was seen reading the Bible before the, okay. Okay. But
theater,
she said,
Megan. It's theater.
The government has no place in Sean's bedroom, that he can get angry. And there's been some domestic violence too, but that's not criminal racketeering. Baby oil is not a crime. Essentially the theme with these women is...
By the way, Megan, sitting in the courtroom, the only time I saw jurors actually laugh during both the government and the defense openings was when she made that little kind of snide remark about the baby oil.
Oh, God.
That is the only time you saw a stone face kind of melt.
Well, ask any woman or man who grew up in the 1970s. It used to be slathered all over us as we search for the perfect tan, which somehow both of my panelists today have managed to achieve. She said, and this gets to the heart of it. These women are adults who made their own choices. Exactly. And here it has real
Let me say this. I need to say this again, right? These women are adults. What they do out here, these goofy feminists and these goofy ass women, they want you to feel like you are responsible for protecting and citing and no. Everybody's an adult. Me, I'm 40 years old. If I go out there and do something crazy, it's on my ass. And that's what these women need to understand. You're on your own out here. You need to behave accordingly. Behave accordingly. Just because you're a woman, you don't get to ask me to feel sorry for you and protect you and lie for you. And I'm not doing any of that. You are an adult. Okay? You are an adult. All right? That's it. So you go over there for stupid shit, it's on you. You decide to listen to Shira 7 and then chase men because they have money, and if something crazy happens to you, it's on you. It is on you. Nobody owes you anything. Other women don't owe you anything because you willingly went out there looking for trouble, right? You can be safe in this life. You can have a very quiet, safe, peaceful, cute little life. But these girls don't want that. They want danger. They want to play with fire. They want to go in a freaking cage and see if they can tame crazy lions. Okay. If he chews you up, you made your decision. Every day out here, when it comes to sexual immorality, all kinds of sexual sins out here. Oh, these are consenting adults. Oh, stop judging. Oh, y'all always judging folks. Oh, why do y'all care what people do in the privacy of their own home? Oh, wumpty wump wump. Oh, wumpty wump wump. They tell us that all the freaking time. But now, because it's a man they don't like, or it's some Filipina they want to protect because they think, oh, she's so pretty, I wish I looked like her because I hate myself, right? Now they want you to care about what goes on between grown people. No, I will not. These are two consenting adults. What does this have to do with me? Okay? I don't have to feel sorry for Cassie. And actually, I don't. Because in this life, you have a choice to make. You're either going to work hard or you're going to try to be a criminal. She made her choice. But you cannot go in the jungle. You cannot go into a cage with lions and then be surprised that, oh my gosh, they overtook me. Well, duh, that's usually what happens. And I hope that more and more women start to learn. Because those days are like Me Too, random accusation, destroying people, accusing, putting everything on a man. Those days are starting to expire. You want it to be equal to men, you're going to be treated just like that. Everybody's going to start holding you accountable for your actions. Why did you go there? Why did you stay? Why did you plan this? What people are going to start asking you questions. So if you don't want to be asked questions, don't do bad things. Okay? Live a life with lots of integrity and you won't have to worry about anything. And then when something does happen, most people will have your back because, okay, this woman here, she moved with integrity. And when you move with integrity, people will have your back. But you don't get to do all of this. And not because you're in your feelings, because you're mad or you're bitter, now you won't try to hurt Diddy. No, don't work like that. All of y'all were consenting. You planned the freak offs. You went and found these men. You kept texting Diddy all day that this is what you want. That's what you want. That's what you want. The man will come. You meet him by the elevator. You give them money. You usher them in. You would instruct these men on how to pee on you. This is what you wanted. Okay. So now because you can't deal with the shame of your sick mind, you don't get to send people to jail because you can't live with yourself. And now you need somebody to be punished for the poor choices that you made. No, you're a grown-ass woman. You're a grown-ass woman. People are crazy.
Parallels to the case that our other panelists frequent on Kelly's court is now trying. That's the reason Arthur Aidala isn't here today, which is the Harvey Weinstein case. It's a similar defense. Like, we know you don't like our defendant, and we know he seems like a terrible man to you, but being a terrible man morally is not the same as committing a crime. And in both cases, both Diddy and Weinstein, you had women claiming that they were abused or raped or mistreated who kept coming back over and over and over, in some cases for years. And I think that it may be hard, Garagos, for some jurors to get past that. You know, you can understand if a man rapes a woman and she runs to the police. It's much harder to get your arms around why she would have a years-long relationship with this person. And that's an issue in both of these big trials.
You know, obviously, I've known Sean forever. I represented him for years. Actually, currently represent his mother in an unrelated action. I will tell you one of the things, as I'm sitting there, and it's obviously, you know, full disclosure, I'm watching my daughter and I'm watching people that I know. But one of the things to me that was most stunning about this case is, if you've been listening to all the noise running up to this case, if you've been listening to everything, if you're on Twitter and you have a feed, or X if you have a feed, Instagram, you assumed so many other things were at play in this case. And when you get up there and you actually listen to the opening arguments and realize that what we're talking about, that what this case is now boiled down to, is two long-term ex-girlfriends and one employee, that's who the gravamen of the 4 or 5 counts, depending on how they're going to reframe this now that the third so-called accuser is not going to be called. That's stunning.
She took off. The third accuser is nowhere to be found.
I don't know that if that's accurately being portrayed. I won't go there. I'm not so sure that we ever had her.
Oh, fascinating. Okay, Mark's got some insider information. He's just going to be a tease, not give it to us straight. But I think I hear you.
By the way, Megan, how often is it that as a lawyer you've ever been sitting in the audience, had somebody tap you on your shoulder and say you're going to the principal's office? So I'm very attuned.
Mark, our friend here, got in trouble with the judge, even though he's not even a lawyer on this case. Only you, Garagos. You get called into the judge because he was mad about a comment you made on a podcast you do with Harvey Levin of TMZ. We've got your comment that got you in trouble. My team's way ahead of me. Let's hear what you did.
Let's talk about the lawyers. So the prosecution, now we know, it just came out today, that they have 5 lawyers on the team, all of whom are 6?
6.
Now, the ones I know of 5, all women. Is the 6th a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so 6 women, all white. All white.
Is that even? Do you see this? But whoever that goofy person was earlier, like, oh, everything is not about being black. Oh, shut up. That's why I banned her. I'm like, yeah, you must be white, right? 6 white women. 6. Like, have you ever seen a prosecutorial team where it's 6 white women against 1 black defendant? There's not even a man in there, not even a white man in there. 6 white women. So you see, this has nothing to do with the law. This has nothing to do with, oh, let's make sure that we get the right person no, this is activism. This is a whole lot of activism. And that's all we've been seeing out here. Okay. 6 white women for 1 black person, for 1 black man. It's New York City. What are the odds that in New York City, the entire prosecutorial team is 6 white liberal women? Do not let any white person gaslight you. America, everything out here is politics. Everything's about money. Everything's about race. It's New York City. You don't even have 1 Latina, 1 black girl, 1 Muslim. No, 6, straight up 6 white women for 1 black defendant on a case that doesn't stand. And that's why I told you he's going to walk, because this right here is a witch hunt. It truly is a witch hunt. These people don't have a case. These goofy ass white bitches do not have a case. But that's how it goes out in America. Because people are so racist. People are just so racist. And even Cassie, with her white lawyer too, that Filipina, her white lawyer, they knew that they would draw sympathy by playing on the negative stereotypes of Black American men. Because if you say, oh yeah, he made me grab a gun, he put me in the car to go pew pew, Suge Knight. The whole time, that goofy ass Filipina was not even there. She was never in the car. She didn't go anywhere. Sensationalism. Because for as long as we know, there's always been an East Coast, West Coast rivalry, and Diddy and Suge Knight don't like each other. This heifer made that shit up. Let's just say, oh, I don't recall ever saying that. Girl, it's in your lawsuit. And I told you, if you catch these women telling a lie, there's another lie. Because if you're lying about this, what else are you lying about? Right? Oh, Diddy made me do these freak offs. I didn't have a choice. The whole time, here's Diddy saying, girl, we don't have to do this, girl. Oh, I had to join. I had to join. It didn't matter what I was going through. My body, my menstrual cycle, I had to join. Then you got Diddy saying, girl, you can just sit this one out. No, 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 no. I want to do it. No, 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 no. I want to do it. And you see why? This is why people don't want a woman president. You allow a woman to be president of America, we're going to see the worst act of injustice out here. We're going to see gross miscarriages of justice. Women are petty. Women are vindictive. Women are not factual. They are emotional based. And the thing about these goofy ass women, once they think they know what happened because they love to fill in the gaps with their own like understanding, right? Oh no. Oh, I think I know what happened. So now it's like, yeah, this is what it has to be. They're a bunch of goofy ass activists. And that's why you don't want a woman president. You see me? I don't trust women in positions of leadership. You see this? They take advantage. If women were actually capable of being impartial, more Cartesian, less emotional, right? They would have even said, you know what? I don't see how we're going to have one person and call it a racket. How can it be a racket with one person? Racketeering and you only have one person, not even like 3 or 4 people. Oh, that's Diddy, and he used to give money to these 3 other guys, and they would go out there and get these girls. No, racketeering with one person. So he's running a crime organization all by himself. Are you actually serious? And that's how you know these white women are nothing but DEI hires. I told you DEI was bad. I told y'all. When they started taking out DEI, I said, yes, thank you, Jesus. We don't want DEI. We don't want a woman president. We don't want women in leadership. They're too vindictive. They are too petty. And not just that, they're a bunch of misogynists. They're not even honest. Like the law is something very specific. The law does not have feelings. Racketeering, it means something specific. Women are not capable of drawing within the lines. You are giving a set of instruction. Racketeering, it means this. Sex trafficking, it means this. Right? Prostitution, it means this. Right? Has he done any of this? Of course not. But I just think it's wrong for him to hit her. So I'm going to put a whole case together, even though what you really want to prosecute him on has expired. It would make sense to prosecute Diddy on domestic violence. However, it expired. Take the L, accept it for what it is. And at the end of the day, Cassie got paid. She got paid. But it's like, no, we know we can't win this, but let's see if we can. Now imagine them doing this to a regular person they think committed some kind of domestic violence. The whole time the wife don't set up this man, the girl don't set up this man. Where is he going to get the money? So he's going to go ahead and take a plea. These girls take advantage. Look at all the women they put in power recently. It's like scandal after scandal after scandal because power gets to their head. Because when you're not used to having power, right, you will overcompensate. On top of the things that don't make a woman qualified for leadership, vindictiveness, being petty, being emotional, going off of narratives instead of the actual facts, reading stuff for yourself. They don't care about the facts. The vast majority of women do not care about the facts. They want stories, fairy tales, and narratives. The vast majority of women want to punish people. That's all they want to do. Let's punish men. Punish men. You can't just do that. You're a lawyer. You're not a goofy ass blogger on TikTok. You're a prosecutor. This is serious business. But once people feel like, oh, prosecutors out here are just nothing but more than activists, people are not going to feel safe. People are not going to feel safe. And I told them, like, these girls are going to mishandle Cassie. These girls are going to mishandle Cassie. They're going to mishandle Cassie. And you saw the girl, I forgot her name, the girl from the Breakfast Club. She was like, you know what? They just let Cassie be eaten by the wolves. I'm like, of course they did. These are some goofy ass white women. And that's why she never should have agreed to that. Everybody knows this. White women, they talk a big ass game. When it's time to apply pressure, they run in their closet and start crying. They're not brave. They're just agents of chaos. These girls do not have solid, they don't have nerves of steel. White women are so fragile. And so many of them are antidepressant. You want to go put your life in the hands of a white woman. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? She can't even train her kids. She can't even handle her own children. You want to put your life and your intimacy in the hands of a white woman. You are asking for what you want. Like, you are crazy. You are truly crazy. You have one person and you're saying, oh, it's a racket. And you want this girl who's pregnant to come here and expose herself like this to the point that now people even want to see the free calls. Imagine if these videos make it out and people see Cassie in these acts. She might even end her life. She might end her life. But that's the thing about being an activist. You become so obsessed. You become so obsessed with the outcome that you want that you don't even see that you're about to turn people into collateral damage. You know, yesterday, like my sister was like, oh, Marlene, maybe Justin Bieber's going to come out. And I'm like, sure, he's not going to come out. And also, everyday people have to stop asking. They have to stop asking celebrities to come out, expose. Because once we're done with the drama, because we just want the tea. But these celebrities, they have to pick up the pieces. And when you come out here and you expose, because this thing is bigger than Diddy. There are people out there that are bigger and more dangerous than Diddy. What if they kill Justin Bieber? Stop asking people to expose people when you're not going to provide protection. All you want is the gossip. Gossip. Oh my gosh, let me hear this. Because you want to gossip about people. These are human beings. Why would anybody want Justin Bieber to come out? Has he not been through enough? If they are able to do this to Justin Bieber, what do you think they can do to him if he comes out and start exposing people? These people are crazy. They're dangerous. They're seriously dangerous. The music industry, Hollywood, it is so interconnected with the mob. It is not a joke. Stop asking people to come and expose people. Because you're not going to be there to help these people out mentally, spiritually, and in terms of their safety. You're not going to be there. People have to pick up the pieces. Exactly, because you don't want to be involved. And I get that. He's going through too much already. How do we know that these people did not intentionally turn Justin into a junkie? So if they did this to him, who only God knows, these people are capable of planting child porn on Justin Bieber. You have to fear these people. You have to fear these people. You see how they control the media? Even the video with Cassie and Diddy in the hotel, we didn't even know it was sped up. Come to find out, they sped up the video to make it look more intense. Do you put it past these people? If Justin Bieber comes out and he speaks and he starts exposing, do you put it past these dangerous people to plant child pornography on Justin Bieber? They are truly dangerous. Even Haley, they could get to Haley and say, okay, say that he abused you. Say that he puts his hands on you. When Hollywood, you're a slave. Like sometimes all you do is just survive. It's like you really want to survive. These entertainers, they're not free. And we have to stop saying to people, oh, come expose so-and-so, expose so-and-so. When it's not your life, it's not your family, it's not your children, it's not your name, it's not your reputation. These people are capable of putting child pornography on your ass. And you know, when people hear about that, nobody is going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They're going to believe, because people out here believe everything they see. They are trained to be sheep. They're not trained to be critical thinkers. We've never seen child pornography on Justin Bieber. And so, but the first day they see it, they're going to believe it. That's how they control people. They plant stories about you. And they know people will believe that crap because people want to believe the worst about people. They want to believe the worst about people. Even when you see somebody commit like a heinous act, you can still say, I wonder what happened before that would make you do something crazy like that. But to me, understanding now that Diddy was taking these crazy cocktails of drugs with alcohol and that he was trying to withdraw from that and he would have bad withdrawal symptoms, I can see why he became such a savage. I'm like, is this actually you or is this a side effect of crashing out from drugs? We have seen people on Molly and fentanyl, whatever. They want to bite themselves. They jump on cars. They climb walls. It's like, what the fuck do these drugs do to people? But if you've never taken these drugs, if you've never studied these drugs, you can't have empathy for what these drugs do to people. You know, we can judge the decision to take the drugs, but once it's in you, you lose control. And there are many people who have committed murder because they were under the influence. Because these drugs, they take over you. You hallucinate. You start to think people are coming after you. You become anxious, paranoid. You know, these drugs are so potent. And this is why we have to advise young people. There is no such thing as recreational drugs. There are no such things as a recreational drug. A drug is a drug, period. And once you ingest that stuff, there is no telling how your body can react to those drugs. And that's why you don't mess with that stuff. Extremely dangerous. Truly, truly dangerous.
Correct. That's my understanding. I've only seen a couple of them, or know of a couple of them, but my understanding is you got a 6-pack of white women.
That's not coincidental.
Nope.
It's very interesting to me. But when prosecutors try to get too cute, you referenced O.J. Simpson, sometimes it comes back and backfires on.
Okay, so Judge Subramanian.
How is that?
Well, child, what you people, unless you have nothing weird or that's the best you have. Drug is noise. Have you ever taken drugs? Have you ever taken drugs? But you're not the weirdo, but you're a dumbass. Have you ever taken drugs? Have you ever taken ecstasy, Molly, and fentanyl at once? Your stupid ass. Have you even researched what drug is before you can even speak on it with your stupid ass? With your dumb ass. Have you ever researched it? Have you ever seen a person crash out on drugs? Have you ever seen a person have even crack withdrawals? Have you ever seen what crack withdrawals look like? Y'all so damn stupid. You have the entire World Wide Web at your fingertips. You have iPhones, computers, you have everything. But one thing your dumb ass will never do is actually do research, because God forbid you humanize someone with a drug addiction. If your goofy ass, your weirdo ass, if you've never taken a single drug, you don't know what withdrawal is. Even from sugar, you can have withdrawal from sugar with your stupid ass, with your dumb ass, okay? Have you ever seen people with crack, people who take crack, have withdrawals from crack when they want to stop using crack? Even in New York City, how many of these homeless people get violent with your stupid ass? How often have we seen a homeless person in New York City get violent because you can tell they're having withdrawals? Y'all so damn dumb. You are so stupid. And that's the curse of America. And that's why the Chinese will take over this country. Because we got too many dumb people out here. Too many idiots. Too many idiots. Anybody who has seen crackheads or addicts, sometimes they beat themselves. Oh, we don't give a fuck. You do whatever the fuck you want to do, but don't call me a fucking weirdo if your bitch ass is not educated about addiction. If you don't know shit about addiction, you don't have family that goes through addiction, you've never taken drugs, you never had withdrawals, you don't know what withdrawals do, then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, right? When you don't know shit about a thing, then shut the fuck up. Like I said, you got the World Wide Web at your fingertips, right? You can easily Google, you can easily go watch a video to see what withdrawals look like for particular drugs. There are a bunch of crackheads out here, right? No, you are not being nice, you dumb bitch. You call me a fucking weirdo, you dumb bitch. You stupid bitch. Do you know me? Okay? You dumb bitch. You came into my life and called me a fucking weirdo. You stupid bitch. Your mother. You dumb bitch. Do you know me? You came and called me a fucking weirdo. So how's that being nice? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Go gaslight yourself something else, you freaking pyromaniac. Y'all play so much with fucking gasoline, you play with people. Exactly, LOL. Because then you ain't got nothing else to say. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Get the fuck out of here. Did I fucking ask you to have fucking empathy? Get the fuck out of here. As if you feeling bad for Cassie is not you having empathy for a drug addict. She takes drugs too. She also takes drugs. She's a drug addict. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? No, you're fucking wrong. You're a dumbass. With your stupid ass. You dumbass people. You're a stupid ass. All you had to do was go Google what the withdrawals look like for just crack itself. All you have to do, go look up what withdrawals look like for crack. You've never seen homeless people beat themselves? You with your sheltered ass, with your dumb ass. Okay? How do you know she wasn't? How the fuck you know she wasn't? You were there. These people dated for 9 years. You were there for 9 years with your stupid ass. We know you're already stupid. No, nobody's deflecting. You're a fucking idiot. I'm letting you know. You're a fucking idiot. They dated for 9 years. You were there every single day for 9 years. But you're a dumbass. Fuck around and get banned from my channel. You're a stupid ass. Exactly. No, definitely. They would do anything but stream her music. Like you've never seen people who take drugs, they beat themselves. Hey, Miss Barbara, what's up? What's up, Miss B? You never seen, even outside, you go, anybody that's seen homeless people. And me, I was in New Orleans. They were all over because New Orleans is very warm. You will see homeless people, they will fight themselves. It's like, what the heck is going on? They will beat themselves. You can see some people when they have withdrawals, they go into a wall. They hit themselves in the wall. Like withdrawal is awful. Even people who get arrested, when they go through withdrawal in the jailhouse or they go through withdrawal in prison, it's so crazy. Even babies. No, shut up. Even babies, crack babies. Have you ever heard crack babies? The way they cry? Have you ever heard the cry of a crack baby? The child is born with withdrawals. It is so sad. Have you ever seen a baby born because the mama was using crack? You don't even know shit. Y'all don't want to educate yourself. There are babies who are born addicted. Have you ever heard a crack baby cry? And they're crying for crack. That baby's not even 2 minutes old. The child is already having withdrawals. Like, no, my baby, no, your mother's baby videos. That's all right. The freak with your stupid ass. Exactly, Miss Barbara. Exactly. Everybody knows this. Crack babies are born having withdrawals. And then they got to take them up real quick and they give them stuff to calm them down. Even when you go to rehab, they don't cut you off dry because it is so awful. It is so awful. So when you go to rehab, they give you drugs. They give you a cocktail of drugs, but it's like they slowly wean you off of it. Even the way they do it in prison is too harsh. You cannot just cut somebody cold turkey like that. People can even start having seizures. Okay? People start having seizures. Oh, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. I was selling lashes. I was not selling medical stuff. I was selling goofy ass eyelashes. Wumpty wump wump. Wumpty wump. At least I had a company, and at least I had a face for my company to implode. What the fuck have you done with your life? What company have you had? Right? Bunch of bitches won't ever do shit. Okay, at least I have something for you to talk about. At least I have a company that even failed, that blew up in my face for you to talk about. What the fuck have you done for me to talk about? Right? What dreams have you had that you pursued? Right? You are so damn stupid. You are so damn stupid. Right? I'm a raging lunatic, but you're my fucking life. What are you, a fucking wolf? Right? I'm a raging lunatic, but you're my life. And you obviously been here for a hot minute, right? So what the fuck does that make you? You chase raging lunatics? You consume content by raging lunatics? Bunch of fucking idiots. You're so fucking pathetic, right? At least you know who I am. At least you know I had a business, which means it was loud enough, it was big enough for you to hear about it, right? What the fuck have you done? One, show your face, one, show your real name, but talk about what I did. I was 25 years old and I believed in myself and I did something with myself, bitch. And I can start over whenever I feel like it. I just don't. I'm growing out my hair. The fuck? That's supposed to do what? Hurt me? Are you kidding me? Even the president, he filed for multiple bankruptcies. And guess what? He made it. Okay? Bunch of ain't gonna do shit. Bunch of cowards. You don't believe in yourself. You will never invest in yourself. You will never try to be somebody, right? What have you tried to build? Show me when you even had like W-2s where you hired other people. How many people have you had on payroll? Show me a commercial lease that you fucking had. Okay? You think you're gonna hurt me? Bitch, you are celebrating me. At least I tried a motherfucking thing. And I tried it so well that you heard about it. That now you think you can throw it in my face. Bitch, all you're doing is letting me know that I was good. I was brave enough to believe in my motherfucking self. Try harder, bitch. Try the fuck harder. You think it's gonna hurt me? Try the fuck harder. With your stupid ass. Won't show your face. It's the same goofy ass fuckers. Y'all so butthurt because I make too much sense, right? Show your fucking face. At least I'm a raging lunatic who shows her face and I stand besides what I feel. I don't hide. I do not hide. Show your real face, use your real name, and then tell me about your resume. Tell me what the fuck you did. Okay? No, they're so damn stupid. As if Donald Trump did not have like 4, 5, 6, 8 bankruptcies, right? Go sit down somewhere. Okay? I ain't gonna show you shit, Celeste, after you show me your mother's drugs. Show me your mother's drugs because you were born stupid. And it's quite questionable. Do you have enough white matter in your brain? With your dumb ass. Because I'm letting some of y'all stay here. Ban, go. I'm done being nice to people. I am done being nice to people. I am banning folks. I'm not playing with y'all. People are freaking crazy. Exactly. Like they're so crazy, bro. They are really crazy. Yeah, you can die, Bruna. That's why I said like they don't know shit about addiction. They do not know shit about addiction. Everybody knows that. Everybody should know this. Crack babies are born with withdrawals. Like when they're born, they scream. It's not a normal scream. It's not a normal. It is so awful. Hold on. These people are crazy. Like, are you okay? You dumbass. Let me see if I can find one. Let's see this one. It's really horrible, you guys. It's really awful.
She's going to be able to sense that you're here and she knows you're her mom. And so that's definitely the best thing for her, is for you to be involved and be here as much as possible.
I pretty much used the whole pregnancy. I was scared to death to go to the hospital because I knew what was going to happen. And I had to be responsible for my actions and actually stop using and try to get help.
She just ate. I know she's hungry.
By the time I got in there, I was about 30 weeks along, and the baby basically is formed, completely formed. And I was terrified that what if something's wrong with her? What if she's deformed? She has a mental problem. I knew she was going to have withdrawal.
It's really hard. When you hear like crack baby, it's hard. Even for me, it's hard, y'all. It's just to show you, I can't watch the whole video. It's too much. It's really, they don't cry. They don't cry like normal babies. They scream. It's so awful. And that's why, like, anybody who sells drugs, that's why I have an issue with Jay-Z. You cannot be out here supporting drug dealers, promoting drug dealers, and this and that. Like, many of these people, they sell drugs to women. They sell drugs to mothers. Sometimes they even see her belly, and they still sell drugs to her. This is not a joke. That's why even us over here as Black people, we got to stop promoting drug people and drug culture and praising drug dealers. These people out here doing all this, they're doing all this foolishness. But the baby is born. The baby screams, you guys. It is very, very traumatic because the baby's having withdrawals. It's like withdrawals can be really, really awful. And that's why some people don't stop. That's why some people do not stop the drugs, because they fear crashing out. And when the person crashes out, you don't know how they can act. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You don't know how they can act. You know? Hold on. You see? And many people, I forgot this, like they were fighting at the subway. This guy was fighting in the subway like he was on drugs. I forgot what video it was. But you see, a lot of stuff that you see go through in New York City, like people get violent like this, right? It's the drugs. It is the drugs. New York City has a drug problem. They have the vast majority of people who do all the crimes in New York City are homeless people. They're homeless people. And many of these people are on drugs. If they're not on drugs, they're coming off the drugs. So they have withdrawals. People get extremely violent. Let me see if I can find a video. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a video. This stuff is real. I'm like, this is not a joke.
The reality is people do die from opioid withdrawal. They die from the...
You can die from, like, you see? I'm like, and the way they do it in prison is too harsh because they let the people go through it like without even any medication. I'm like, this is cruelty. This is cruelty.
The consequences of dehydration, which gives you a sense of just how bad the symptoms can be, that people can have such profound diarrhea and vomiting that they can actually get dehydrated to the point that they die from it. When you think about someone using opioids, whatever reason they start using opioids, which could be for pain relief, it could be for fun or experimentation, it could be for emotional pain relief. What happens early on is that people experience really pleasurable effects generally from using opioids. And so that can be a sense of calmness, of euphoria, again, of relief of any sort of pain, both emotional relief of anxiety and depression and physical pain. But what happens is the body is amazingly capable at relatively quickly recalibrating when there are changes going on in the body. And so over time, the body and the brain gets used to having opioids around. And we see this shift from using to feel good to needing to use just to feel normal, and then needing to use just to not feel sick. And people get trapped in this terrible cycle where they don't feel normal, they can't function, they feel horribly ill unless they're finding and using opioids, often multiple times a day. Opioids bind to opioid receptors in the brain, which are receptors that get activated when you have opioids in your body. That activation leads to a cascade of effects. So opioids block neurotransmitters that communicate pain. So they block the sense of experiencing pain. They increase dopamine, which is a feel-good hormone that allows you to feel happy and have a great mood. They increase serotonin, another sort of feel-good hormone. They block the stress response, that sort of adrenaline fight or flight response that we get. And that's what leads to the calmness, the anxiety relief, the pain relief that people get when they're acutely using opioids. And the reason it matters to understand that, because withdrawal is the exact opposite. Wow. So if you think of a seesaw or trying to balance a scale, if you're loading in weight on one side and you're trying to keep balance, you're going to load weight on the other side. And that's essentially what the brain does. So over time, you actually have lower dopamine levels, lower serotonin levels, higher stress hormone levels, because you're trying to balance out the changes that opioids have caused. Now, if you all of a sudden remove that counterweight on the scale, you're going to flip yourself into the opposite effect. And so in withdrawal, you see this flooding of stress hormones. So all of those things that come with opioids, like calmness and feeling happy and not depressed and warm and safe and having pain relief, is exactly the opposite in withdrawal. So for a short-acting opioid, like heroin or now fentanyl, opioid withdrawal often kicks in sometimes as soon as 8 hours, certainly by 12 hours after the last time that people use. And it peaks around 2 to 3 days, but it can last for 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 days.
And this will make sense because remember, I don't know where Diddy's video is, right? But Diddy's video with Cassie, when he's dragging her, I told you it's daytime. It is daytime. So most likely he was having a withdrawal. She said it takes about 12 hours, right? If they start this free calls at like 12 o'clock or like 11, 12 o'clock at night, yeah, you have 12 hours. And then once you crash, you are demonic. That's why I say, I'm like, are y'all sure that we're having a freak off? Right? But it's like, oh, it's probably the day after or like the morning after or a day after. Well, you see how long withdrawals will last for. So if you don't get another hit, you're staying in that raging mood. And that's why we see all throughout New York City in the subways, these homeless people are attacking people like this. They attack people. They grab people. They even what's his name? Daniel Penny, right? The young black man that he killed. It could be that when he went in there and said, I'm going to kill y'all. I don't care what happens to me today. Maybe he was having a withdrawal. And then that's why it seems so scary because the ladies did say they were scared, right? But like now we know his history, like he has a drug history. So it could be when Michael, whatever his name is, like when he gets into the train car and he says, I'm going to kill y'all today. I don't care what happens to y'all. Wump. Most likely he was having withdrawals. Now the ladies, they're scared. Daniel Penny also, I don't think he knows more about opioids, whatever. So he felt, okay, I'm going to put him in a chokehold to restrain him. And that probably made it worse too, because when you're in that state too, who knows how your blood vessels are set up at that point, right? So it acts a certain way, which is also what I think happened with George Floyd, because George Floyd was under the influence. So when he's getting arrested and they're doing, because at first he said, because he was in the car at first, and he said, I can't breathe. He couldn't breathe in the car. It's not even like, oh, I can't breathe starts when he's on the ground. And what's his name again? What's that white man's name again? Has his Derek Chauvin has his knee on the back of his head. No, it starts in the car. In the car, George Floyd cannot breathe because he also had stuff in his system. So most likely he was like, if he was starting to wean off of that kind of stuff, and those withdrawals was making him feel like he couldn't breathe. So then they take him out the car, but he was already uncomfortable. Hopefully I'm making sense here, right? And that's why a lot of our homeless population are incredibly violent, right? It's the withdrawals. It's not so much that these are violent people, they're withdrawals. And that's why even in the homeless camps, these homeless people are very mean to each other. They can beat each other up. They can stab each other up because they go through withdrawals. And until they get their next fix, either they can steal something, beg for enough money, or I don't know, find something to do or go do prostitution. But until you get your next high, you are a savage. This is the reality of addiction. And people have to understand that, okay? It makes people go crazy. And I'm sure some people want to act stupid now, but people have seen it. You'll walk and you'll see a homeless person. They're like, they start hitting themselves. Some people want to go into the wall. Like one time we were in New Orleans, we were feeding the homeless. Y'all should have seen this man. He was standing there just hitting himself. I'm like, and he was bleeding. And I'm like, what the heck is this? What kind of drug is this? So when we have a culture out here too, where we encourage drug dealing, we celebrate drug dealing and stuff, we have to understand we are celebrating people who are helping other people to poison themselves. It's a horrible thing to sell drugs. And this is why even in some countries, they kill drug dealers. They murder them because you're destroying lives. So you deserve to be killed. Hold on. Give me a second.
First, they get intense drug cravings, which is an urge to want to use the drug that you know will make you feel better. So that's not being able to think about anything else. People start feeling restless, anxious, agitated. They start sweating. They might notice that their nose is running. Their eyes start tearing. They start yawning. They get belly cramps. They get muscle aches. It starts feeling like really a terrible, terrible flu. If the person doesn't get opioids or use opioids, that gets worse and worse and worse to the point that people get severe diarrhea, severe vomiting, terrible anxiety, depression. They can't sleep. They feel like they're crawling out of their skin. They get goosebumps. They can feel like they have chills, just this terrible sense of sort of dread and doom in your body. I think we all can identify with sort of basic primal urges, so thirst or hunger, where if you ever were completely starved of food or didn't have access to water, you would do extreme things to relieve that sort of physical drive. And so there are these innate drives for survival that are beyond conscious thinking. So you may rationally, think you would never drink out of a toilet bowl. I guarantee you, if we put you in a room with just a toilet and deprived you of water, you would drink out of a toilet bowl. And so I think of withdrawal as that. It is this primal instinct that people will forego other basic primal needs like connection and sex and food just to relieve their withdrawal symptoms. That's how powerful it is. So there's a lot of stigma about medications for opioid use disorder like methadone and buprenorphine. And I think that stigma is rooted in a couple different things. One is a misunderstanding between the difference of physical dependence and addiction. So if you get prescribed opioids for a painful condition and are on opioids for months or longer, even if you never develop addiction, you will have dependence and you'll experience withdrawal. In contrast, addiction is defined by compulsively using and losing control of your use despite bad things happening to you in your life. So those two things are different. And that's really important because the best treatments that we have for addiction actually maintain physical dependence. So they continue to activate the receptors, which allows a person to feel normal, to function normally, to not have craving, to not have withdrawal, and really importantly, to not die from overdose, which is one of the most important factors of treatment with medications for opioid use disorder. It's easy to think like, oh, it's just the flu. Someone can just get through it or they should just tough it out. And you layer that into the fact that our societal notions about addiction and about drug use have generally been that people are doing something bad and immoral and illegal. And therefore, even if we start talking about this as an illness or a public health issue, in the back of everyone's heads, they sort of think someone's doing something bad and therefore we should kind of make it hard on them. I think that reinforces this idea that one, withdrawal must not be that bad. But two, even if it's really terrible, people should sort of have to endure this suffering and just pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And I think that lack of compassion for sort of the dignity and humanity of people who use drugs, but also empathy and understanding for the hell that people are experiencing when they're going through withdrawal and the fact that your rational mind, when you're dealing with that sort of intense physical urge, is not functioning. You need to relieve your symptoms just like if you were deprived of water, just like if you were deprived of food. and that we have to be treating withdrawal. We have to be effectively treating people if we want to address opioid use disorder and if we want to address this crisis. This is a very treatable, good prognosis health condition, and I see that every day in my clinical practice, and people do get better, and we just need to make available the treatments that we know are going to help.
So painful. Wow, that's a good question, and a complicated kind of question. Like, why is opioid withdrawal so painful? Because it is. Left by themselves, very, very few people can tolerate going through opioid withdrawal without any help, cold turkey, if you will. Most people.
Very painful. If you ever see somebody having withdrawals, it's very painful. Because these girls are a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. America has too many idiots. They're so dumb. It's like, I can understand you feeling like, oh, I don't really agree. But just because you don't agree, what is preventing you from doing research? What is preventing you from, okay, if somebody withdraws from cocaine, what are they most likely to act like? If somebody withdraws from fentanyl, what are they most likely to react like? All you have to do is research. But you see, because people want to hate people, especially Diddy's a man, Diddy's a black man. So, in America out here, black men you're not allowed to humanize a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Cassie was having withdrawals and she was being violent, they'd be like, oh, it's the drugs, we got to understand, right? Because it's okay to humanize a woman, no matter how deviant she is. But you don't have the right to humanize a black man. It mostly comes also from black women, right? But I say, when you watch the Cassie Diddy video, when he's by the elevator, you can see that it's daytime. You can see that it's daytime. I was like, okay, because I even said, are they sure that this is hold on. I was like, are they sure they were having a freak off? Because it's kind of weird. Let me show you. Where am I? Where's the video here? I need a good video. Let me show you something quickly. Hold on. Stop. Oh, Lord. Oh, stop. Do you look at the window right here, right? Look at the window, right? Look right here. You can see that. Hold on. You can see. Stop sharing. Give me a second. These people are just so dumb. Boom. You can see right here. Look at the back right there, right? It's during the daytime. This happened during the day. Now, I think it's like midday maybe, right? So if let's say this is after a freak off, then it's probably been more than 12 hours. He is coming down. He is truly coming down. And unfortunately, this is what it looks like. It is no different than when you see violent homeless people out there. We know, and sometimes we understand because we know homeless people who are out there, they're more exposed to drugs and things like that. So it's okay, like, be careful of homeless people. They have all these videos of people like San Francisco and stuff. Let me see if I have a video. Right? These idiots. Anyways. I mean, it's really sad, like it's a mess.
New, this order just prioritizes it. Our partners at the San Francisco.
Like, you'll see all these homeless people there. But there was a man who even got into a fight with a homeless person. Let me see.
San Francisco seen a dramatic.
I don't know if he ended up killing the man or like it was this Asian dude. They were fighting.
Of course, that from August through October.
But you'll see like all these homeless people and stuff, they get really violent because many are going to withdrawals because they don't have the money for their addiction. So they'll have longer withdrawals. Celebrities don't because celebrities have money. And I even feel like sometimes it's trying to come out of your withdrawal that leads people to overdose. Okay? But it can be very, very awful. It can truly, truly be awful.
People fail, they go back to using drugs, they try and try and try. So clearly it's really difficult. It's a complex thing because opioids work in the brain on those brain receptors where the natural painkillers, the endorphin system works. And opioids, heroin, fentanyl, all the opioids flood that system and create a stronger effect so your body stops making its own endorphins, its own painkillers. And so then when you try to come off of it, your brain has no natural painkillers. And so the main symptom of withdrawal is intense pain, agony. I've heard patients say it's like having your bones scraped with a sharp chisel or something. It's like horrible. people say it's like the worst flu you've ever had, but that's an understatement. It's horrible. And then the body panics and produces a lot of adrenaline. So there's a lot of panic and anxiety.
And adrenaline also causes rage. Yeah, it's like he was probably having withdrawals right there.
And stuff going on. When you think about what endorphins do, they give you pain relief in a natural sense, but they also give you a lot of energy. So when you come off of opioids, you have no energy, you can't do anything, you don't want to do anything, but combined with that, you're agitated as can be because of all the adrenaline, and you're in this massive amount of pain. So some people get through 1 or 2 days of it and then they cave. Some people can not even get through 6 hours or 8 hours. They've got to go out and use no matter what. It's just one of the most painful things. Of course, that's why our detox works so well. We get.
Look at this video. Look at this video. Look at this one.
Watch out, it's still COVID, bro. Watch out. Yo, let me see that ass. COVID, bro. I'm a veteran. I don't care. Watch out, ass up, dude. Fuck that ass up. Hey, fuck that. Hey, fuck out of here, man. Give me this bag. You fucking show some respect to you veterans, motherfucker. You get your fucking bag out of here, bitch. When I ask you for a seat, you fucking give me the seat. I want to get on. Young man, what happened? Watch out, it's still COVID, bro. Watch out. Yo, let me see that ass. Still COVID, bro. Watch out. I'm a veteran. I don't care. Watch out, ass up, dude. Fuck that ass up. Hey, fuck that. Hey, fuck out of here, man. Give me this bag. You fucking show some respect to you veterans, motherfucker. You get your fucking bag out of here, bitch. When I ask you for a seat, you fucking give me the seat.
Okay. So you see, in an instance like that, what do you think is motivating this man? Right? It brings rage out of people, and it's okay. Okay? It brings rage out of people. It brings a lot of rage out of people. There was a situation recently, not too recently, but oh my Lord. So he's about to hit him. Let me put that on my lot. You see a lot of stuff. There was a big situation, like a man. He was, well, you see Daniel Ely also. I think maybe most likely he was having withdrawals. But you see a lot of foolishness in New York City, and it's like it really is. These homeless people, they're having their withdrawals, and they attack people. They get violent and they attack people. But ultimately, like I said, right, this is why people have to realize there is no such thing as you don't have a thing as a what's it called? What is it called again? Oh, this is just like, how do they call it again? I forgot the term I was looking for. Right? Occasional drug usage. No, drugs is drugs. Don't touch those things. Okay? Because you don't know who you are. Some people have very, very addictive personality. There are people who can play with drugs and come off and whatever. Oh, I'll take a little bit and they stop. Some people, the first day you start, you're not coming back. And this is why we have to encourage young people to not play with these drugs. Like, oh, this is just when I party, I do this. When I party, I use Molly. When I party, I did. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. Yeah. So I'm like, these people crash out.
Megan, how is that not constitutionally protected speech? I can't imagine that Garagos didn't give it back to the judge unless he just said, all right, fine, judge. I want to know what you told him. This is protected. You're allowed to say that.
Well, let me just tell the audience first what the controversy is, even though sadly we're both on Garagos' side on this particular controversy, because it'd be much more fun if we could beat down on him. So the judge, Subramanian, called you in there. Again, even though you're not a lawyer in this case, you're the father of a lawyer in this case. And obviously it seems you're consulting, but, and he says to you, according to, I don't know the source for this article I'm reading from. NBC News, that in his chambers, he'd be listening and watching you to make sure that you don't say anything else that can interfere with a fair trial. Hi, Judge. Great to have you watching Kelly's Court. I think this is ridiculous, he said. I think referring to the prosecution in this case as a six-pack of white women is outrageous. This would not be tolerated in any court from any lawyer anywhere across the nation. Why? Why is he so offended at that comment, Mark?
Well, I'm not going to, I really enjoy him. I mean, I think he's been very fair. I I didn't realize until I read the transcript. He basically said, I'm going to be watching you. I'm going to be watching the podcast. And I said, well, as long as you subscribe. And that's where the transcript ended. So I did not mean to be flip, but I'm a little, the optics of this case, I will tell you, watching the jury selection and everything else, the optics of this case are kind of bizarre to me. And somebody had reported yesterday, so I'm going to repeat what was reported yesterday. We've already discussed what the prosecution looks like. The prosecution is being brought by the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. And it regards two other girlfriends. It is a black man, and yesterday the government exercised.
What did he say? Hold on.
Of the department, and somebody had reported yesterday, so I'm going to repeat what was reported yesterday. We've already discussed what the prosecution looks like. The prosecution is being brought by the Civil Rights Division.
Oh, so to cover the fact that it's a bunch of white women, they're saying, oh, it's the Civil Rights Division. But civil rights, and there's not one black prosecutor, there's not a Latino prosecutor, 6 white women, civil rights, yeah, right.
Of the Department of Justice, and it regards two other girlfriends. It is a black man, and yesterday the government exercised peremptories. So out of their 9 peremptories, their first 7 of those 9, or at least 7 of those 9, were against the blacks. So the optics here, to me, and by the way, I didn't know they were going to do that when we had that discussion, but I don't know why.
Mark, what was the race of what's Cassie's race? What's the race of this this guy who claims he was a sex worker brought in there?
The other girlfriend?
Yeah, I mean, most of the accusing witnesses against him are black too. We're not going to OJ this case. Let's keep going. Here,
so she's saying Cassie is a black woman. People are so crazy. Cassie is a black woman now. Cassie's not black. Cassie's Filipino. Is she crazy?
I hear you. On
Ventura is a black name. No, Ventura is a Filipino name. Cassie is Filipino.
On the defenses. But I have to say this. So he's been charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. These are very high bars. Racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, Mark Eiglarsh, now we're in business. Now I'm liking the prosecution's case better than on the RICO count, because the defense was saying yesterday, with respect to, because there was testimony from one of the sex workers, this guy is a witness in the case, and his name is Daniel Phillip. He was the second witness. The first was a security guard at the Intercontinental who was there in the aftermath of that beating where Sean Combs did beat down Cassie. We all watched it on camera. It was absolutely disgusting. He's a pig and I can't fucking stand him, but I'm open-minded to him not being a criminal, just saying, in the way alleged here. Daniel Phillip was witness number 2, a male dancer who said he received money repeatedly from Cassie, the woman who was beaten on that tape, to have sex with her in front of Diddy at the Gramercy Park Hotel, that she opened the door in a red wig, that there was a man already there.
The thing that's so funny with Megan, when she's like, oh, he's a pig, I can't stand him. But I'm like, girl, didn't Donald Trump have like all kinds of sex convictions? But you can stand Trump. But somehow she's like, don't make it about race. What's different between Trump and Diddy? There are audios out there of Trump saying he's gonna grab a woman by her vagina. So why are you able to stomach that? Right? Like Trump also has sexual assault conviction. However, he had to pay that lady Janine Carroll, right? Trump also has issues. Why won't they release the names of people that went to the Jeffrey Epstein Island? Because his name is on there. So it's like they pick and choose who they can and cannot stomach. Like, miss me with the foolishness. I wanted to hear Mark Reguero's. Megan, we know she's a racist.
He claimed was her husband, said he would just watch them. The man had a bandana over his face and was wearing a hat. He was referred to as baby. It was Sean Combs. He claimed that he was working an import-export business. Cassie and Dave.
Who she is and what she's done, she has seen a lot. She herself has seen a lot. White people are violent too. A lot of rich white people out here beat their wives. Even Matt Gaetz, was she not defending Matt Gaetz? Okay. Is Matt Gaetz also not accused of having sex with a 17-year-old? So can she stomach Matt Gaetz? Did she say, oh, I can't, She's a racist. But anyways, I want to hear Mark Garrett's, but I'm like, girl, bye.
Daniel had sex. He was getting paid for the sex, Daniel was. Diddy watched and pleasured himself. Baby oil all over each other. Diddy complained, not enough baby oil. He was obsessed with the baby oil. That Diddy's daughters, again, this is per long crime, left the courtroom when this testimony is being given. They didn't want to hear this about their father. His son stayed. That no sexual protection was used. That Cassie messaged him after the fact for, forgive me, but a dick pic. That it happened multiple times over 2013 and 2014. He saw Diddy physically abusing Cassie, or at least heard him slapping her behind closed doors. Diddy would direct the sex, saying, slow down, finish off, if you will, here or there on her body. Cassie wanted him to urinate on her. And then I saw another report saying Diddy instructed him to urinate in her mouth. Forgive me, this is very tawdry stuff. And then Diddy would be pleasuring himself to it. That they wanted a copy of Daniel's driver's license, and therefore he felt threatened or like Diddy could come back to hurt him. That he urged Cassie to leave Diddy, saying that, he's going to hurt you. I tried to explain to her she was in real danger if she stayed. Okay, so that's this guy's testimony. And here, the reason I'm going to you, Eyeglass, on this is that the defense to this seems to be he was paying these sex workers like Daniel, and there'll be others who claim that they were paid. I think, well, there have been in the press. We'll see whether they actually call them. That he was paying sex workers not for sex, but for their, and I quote, time and experience. Time and experience. That it was not transportation to engage in prostitution so much as, I guess, to gain their expertise as sex workers to advise, I guess, on how it can be done in the most filthy, offensive ways possible. Thoughts on all that?
Okay, well, if it's believed, then that's a pretty good defense. Why would it be believed? Because it's bizarre enough, like everything else they're going to hear. This is not reality as they would consider reality. The reality to Diddy is a completely different world. So if his defense is a little off, a little bizarre, that would be fair and consistent. Most of the things you just read, by the way, are things that can be overcome by arguing consent. Everybody's playing along.
Not the prostitution. Not the prostitution, Mark. Not that. Not transportation to engage in prostitution.
I'm not so sure about that, Megan, because
they're arguing consent, Megan.
Yeah.
Everybody's involved. Everybody's okay.
Yep.
Well, no, what do you mean?
Look at her. Look at this goofy ass dumb bimbo. You're not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. You want to tell a lawyer what this is about. This is Mark Garrett's. This man gets paid his retainer is like $1 million. Imagine being a criminal lawyer. You're like, yeah, my retainer is $1 million. And people just wire you $500,000. But damn, are you that good? So I'm like, that's why when she started doing her little gossip thing, he started looking down like, this girl's a bird. But anyways, I'm here now. Okay. Girl, you a bimbo.
The hooker's always involved and okay with it. She always consents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but when you take a look at the statute and you interpret the statute, what you're doing here is you're actually trying to turn it on its head. It's designed for the so-called what I'm old enough to remember when they used to call this pimping and pandering. This is designed for the pimp. It's not designed for the John. And that's where they've turned it on its head.
Okay.
This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations.
Let's see if we can get Mark Garrett's. Hold on. Do I have him anywhere here? Oh, hold on. Let's see this guy real quick. Let's see what
until it doesn't. A powerful stimulant with a glamorous cachet, cocaine has fueled many parties while slowly trapping its users in a repetitive cycle of rush and crash. While it's used in powdered form, freebase, or crack, cocaine is highly addictive. With the right help, cocaine addiction responds to treatment. But for many, that means getting past cocaine withdrawal. What is cocaine withdrawal? Like most other drugs, when a person uses cocaine for a length of time, their body gets used to the presence of cocaine in its system. And when a person stops using cocaine, the body goes into a shock as it tries to rebalance itself. And this causes them to feel withdrawal symptoms. For some drugs like alcohol, opiates, or benzos, withdrawal can be extremely unpleasant and even life-threatening. Cocaine withdrawal isn't as bad, but believe me, it's still not fun. What is cocaine withdrawal actually like? Cocaine withdrawal starts off with what's called a crash or come down. Basically, cocaine withdrawal involves feeling the opposite effects of the effects cocaine creates. It's caused by decreased dopamine effects in the brain. A few of the symptoms of cocaine withdrawal include a runny nose, feeling extremely tired but unable to sleep, body aches, depression, and trouble thinking and concentrating. In general, these aren't as bad as going through opioid or alcohol withdrawal is like, although there's always a chance of seizures when
you have like cocaine, crack, and then you have opioids. So fentanyl is an opioid. Cocaine is something else. Oh, wow.
a person withdraws from stimulants. However, cocaine withdrawal is still very difficult and unpleasant, and it's important to have support during this process. How long does cocaine withdrawal last? Drug withdrawal is different for everybody. A person's age, physiology, history of drug use, and more all determine how long withdrawal lasts. Also, the form cocaine comes in can affect how long cocaine withdrawal lasts too. For example, crack cocaine withdrawal can begin very quickly. For most, cocaine withdrawal begins anywhere between a few hours to a day or so after they last used cocaine. This first stage, called acute withdrawal, or the crash, can last for 1 to 2 weeks. The next stage, post-acute withdrawal, can last for up to a month in some cases. Finally, some people experience what's called post-acute withdrawal syndrome, or PAWS. And this is a prolonged form of cocaine withdrawal that can last for months. PAWS isn't widely understood, but professional drug rehab can make it easier to bear. What happens after cocaine withdrawal? If you're getting professional help, the next stage after cocaine withdrawal is drug rehab. This is when a person learns strategies and coping mechanisms that'll help them leave cocaine behind for good. I never call cocaine withdrawal easy, but with the right help, anyone can survive it and start fresh. The Edge Treatment Center will help you through the entire.
So you see, this is why ultimately people should not be touching these drugs. Do not touch these drugs. And all these entertainers who like glamorize drugs and stuff, they're truly evil. Because there's no such thing as a recreational drug. Like these things are seriously dangerous. But you can have withdrawals for a month. I used something once and I can have withdrawal symptoms for a whole month after I used it. Nah, that's crazy. That's a scam. That's a scam.
A good day, I assume, for the defense. And again, does this give them momentum as they move forward? Wow. And is this exchange exactly what they were looking for?
Well, I saw some comments by her lawyer, Mr. Wigdor, outside, and he was saying things like the text of the text, it is what it is, and things along those nature. The kind of the fallback response when your client is being challenged, I suppose. The fact remains that I've never understood, maybe Sarah playing the prosecutor today can tell me this, why, if you're the government and you're supposed to be seeking the truth, and I won't attack or direct this at these particular prosecutors. I don't want to get sideways with anybody, but I've always wondered why in criminal trials, why prosecutors only give you half the truth. What are they afraid of? Why do they mislead jurors? Why do they not tell the jurors what it is? I mean, obviously, in any trial, you have to exchange discovery. So,
like looking at her, like looking at Cassie now, I can get to see like this girl. Oh Lord. So you knew that Kim was at home with the kids. Imagine being bold to come on the red carpet with a man has a whole family at home. Imagine, like seriously, Kim is at home, right, with the twins. I'm like, this is something else. This is truly, truly something else. This is truly something else. This is truly something else. This man got a bunch of babies at the house, right? But you want to play these games. Okay, no problem. Crazy.
The prosecutors know these things are coming. Why do they hide it? Why do prosecutors not give the jury the whole picture? Why do they rely on the defense?
I think you know the answer because we want the conviction. We want the truth, but we don't have an obligation to present all the text messages. So we cherry pick what works for our case. And I think with Cassie
but
today,
that's actually So actually, Sarah, in your day job as a criminal defense lawyer, how many times have I heard you argue that you have a different job as a criminal defense lawyer than a prosecutor does? Prosecutor's supposed to seek the truth. Defense lawyer is the one who's supposed to zealously advocate.
But in reality, it doesn't work that way. And so I think what we're seeing here is, as the prosecution, I think they've gotten a lot out of Cassie for the racketeering. They got all these predicate acts. They've got the arson on Kid Cudi's car. They've got her alleged rape. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, if there's going to be a text message that's going to negate that, but she alleges she was raped by Diddy. They've got the domestic violence, which you don't have to believe Cassie. Look, we showed you video of that incident multiple times, right? And so I'm afraid of that.
The problem you've got, Sarah, you're still, like I said,
all kinds of foolishness. Kid Cudi's car, the Kid Cudi thing. Did Kid Cudi even say his car? I think he said, does he have receipt that it was Diddy? He has proof that it was Diddy? Was Diddy ever convicted of arson for that? Like, what are we talking about? Is Kid Cudi even done buying dresses? Whatever drug he's also on. Like, what the heck? Like, it's like a bunch of drug addicts. Like, what is going on?
I would just wait until I see.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I also think
that's what the judge tells the jurors, and just wait, because yesterday I heard a lot of stuff on people. Part of the problem with the legal analysts, and myself included, is we look at these things like an ESPN, who's ahead first quarter, second quarter. And that's, the jurors are told, you can't decide until you've heard everything. And I'd caution people, wait and hear everything.
So, Mark, let's talk about that. You say wait. What are we waiting for? And what I mean by that is the core of the charges here are built on RICO and racketeering. So if you're an audience member looking here, what else does the prosecution need to bring forward? Who are the witnesses? What kind of testimony do we need to see to make those really substantive charges stick? What are we expecting?
Well, look, you can have, part of what the argument is if you've got domestic violence, does that mean that you were supporting the enterprise? Does that mean you were supporting the racketeering? Does it mean, the part of the conundrum that is here for the prosecution is, and I'm sure you're going to see this later on, is this case a revisionist history? Meaning, are we looking back 10, 20 years and are we trying to rewrite history? Because in a lot of ways, Sean Combs, as everybody knows, Sean Combs was the biggest star on the planet in the 90s and the early 2000s. This supposed conspiracy starts in
Elena, she had no sympathy for Kim. That's why I said, when I see these white people or these other communities want to bring up Kim, that's their way of just being like weaseling their way into like the black community. Like, hey, black women, he also killed Kim. Like, y'all didn't care when that goofy ass Filipina was doing this to that black woman. So miss me with that, right? Miss me with that. It's like you at a funeral and you're crying your beloved one, like that's dearly departed. And it's somebody who probably used to be mean or used to laugh along. It's like, oh, I'm sorry you lost her. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, you're not. No, you're not. Right? They want to make sure they can get as many black women as possible on Cassie's side. Oh, Cassie's also Black American. Where? Anybody that sees her walking down the street will never ever think this girl is black anywhere. She is black where? From her hair texture to her complexion to her phenotype. She is black where? Okay? And let's even assume she's a black woman. So she's black or she has some black in her. And she was doing that to Kim, who's another black woman? Really? Really? So she's black and Kim is black and she was doing that to Kim. She was so happy to go on the red carpets with him. She was so happy to wear these gowns and act like they had this intimacy thing going on. Like, right? She knew Kim was at home. And she knew Kim was nursing the twins. That's one evil ass little bitch right there. Okay? She knew. That's how you know most of the girls who defend this girl are also a bunch of side bitches. Only sides can defend this behavior. Like, only sides. Like, you gotta be a bowl of guacamole or chips or some on the side to defend Cassie and her foolishness because he was in a relationship with Kim. And tomorrow when I do Armand's video, you'll see, because she knew. She's like, oh, you always spend Christmas with her. Because they asked her, were you jealous of Kim? And she said yes. So you know when she's on those red carpets, she's gloating. She is absolutely gloating. And then she acts like, oh, she tries to like put them little games with him. Right? All of that because she knows Kim is probably at home watching this. Right? So it's like, no. If you build on another woman's misery, I don't have time for you. I truly do not have time for you. Okay? If you build on another woman's misery, especially one that's at home nursing children, I don't have time for you. When she met Diddy, he was not available. And yet, imagine that. She knows he's not available. She knows you don't get Christmas, and she stayed there for 9 years. Just so she could thug it out with Kim. Okay? So it's like, no. Exactly. Somebody even say it's so karma. Exactly. When she met him, he was not available. Same thing with J-Lo. He was not available. But these girls didn't care. Okay? These white women, these Asian women, they didn't care. But now they want to bring Kim Porter like they as if they cared. As if they ever followed Kim Porter. They ever left a comment. They didn't care about that girl. But they want to make sure that, like, you're so hard. Like, yeah, he probably killed Kim. You're right. Do whatever you want. No, shut up. When Cassie was out here, hey, forehead, when Cassie was out here messing with Diddy, even though he had this black woman pregnant and she was nursing the babies, where was y'all sympathy for Kim Porter? I hate people who want to talk about your name and want to show sympathy when the whole time you were alive, they never supported you. You didn't care when she was alive. Don't bring up her name now. It's insulting. And it's giving racist. Okay? She was alive this whole time. Did you care for her? Did you repost her? Were you on her Instagram? Were you encouraging her? Were you tapped into what she had going on? No, you were not. You were tapped into Cassie because she's the one with the white skin and the slick hair and things like that. She's the one on the red carpets. She was the one wearing the designer and these expensive ass pieces of jewelry. Right? Meanwhile, Kim is at home with those children. And this girl was gloating on that red carpet. Like, what is this? Are you crazy? You mess with a married man, you get what you get. You mess with a man that's taken with the family, you get what you get. Foolishness.
2004. He was wildly successful before 2004. So it's almost turning the world on its head in terms of what the prosecutorial theory is here. The judge is going to give instructions. He's going to tell the jurors, you just concentrate on what's shown in the courtroom, and here is the law, and you have to apply the facts as you see them.
But thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
Where's the rest of the video? That was 7 months ago. Hold on. What does she have right here? Hold on.
Some lawyers think they're above the law just because they got fame. Connect
week.
I haven't this week, although contemplating going over there and talking to him. I am shocked. I'm actually somewhat dismayed by the rulings. I mean, you referred to the denying of bail. It was by two different judges. As an officer of the court, you have to always tell people you can't flee, you can't, you've got to face the music, pun intended. What he did here was almost unprecedented. He paid off his first mortgage of his house, $18 million, so that he could put the house up for a bail package. He actually put his plane up for sale and tried to sell that so there wouldn't be any indication or argument that he was.
These goofy ass white feminists are weaponizing the law. He's offering you $18 million. They're like, no bail. He offers you $18 million plus his plane. They're like, no bail. That's why women should not have power. It gets to their heads. It really, really gets to their heads. A man is giving $18 million. Where are you gonna go? $18 million plus a plane. Where is he going to go? That's why women cannot have power. That's why I'm like, anytime they try to have a woman run for office, I will make sure she doesn't win. It gets to their heads. And I told you all, if Kamala Harris had won, The way these men would have been getting locked up over here. Oh, when I tell you Angela Rye would have gone after Common, these girls would have weaponized the law. They are so damn petty. They are so petty. They are so petty. These women are so dangerous. They don't play fair. Do you know how many judges, even women judges, are getting arrested? Do you know how many women judges are getting arrested? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're not capable. Women cannot play fair. These women are not capable of respecting the law. They don't know how to separate their personal feelings, their personal bias, and be like, okay, this is my job. We're not in some kangaroo court. We're not a banana republic. They're not capable. They've always told us, oh, men take advantage. Men deny the woman. And you see, these women are no different. If you give them the key to the kingdom, we're all going to suffer. We're all going to suffer. I'm like, me money. I saw that. I'm like, if this Kamala girl makes it, oh Lord, these men will have no peace. Like Diddy G, he probably would have gotten arrested. Diddy G probably would have gotten arrested. If Kamala, y'all, the way they would have been out here destroying these men. I saw God had mercy on these men by letting Trump. And I think most men saw that shit coming also. Because with the Me Too movement and things like that, I think men in America also have modern woman fatigue. So that's why so many men rally behind Trump and decide to have this man elected. Because you can count on a man to be a bit more impartial than a woman. Women are not capable. They are tribal as fuck. They are tribal as fuck. Yeah, playing sexy around Air Force One and seeing how they can start writing indictment or whatever, executive orders. They were going to have executive orders after executive orders to make these men's lives out here miserable. They're crazy. They are truly crazy. They are so damn evil. But I'm like, 18 million plus the jet. Like, why can't you let this man have bail? Unbelievable. No, there's a judge who shot her boyfriend in the head while he was asleep. And they did everything not to make it go viral. Because in America, only men are meant to be the bad guy. Women are always the victim of men. It's a lie. Life doesn't work out this way. Her first husband, she shot him in the pinky toe because he was not moving the furniture fast enough. I'm like, what the heck? And she got away with it because the entire court building is full of women. So all she has to do, oh my gosh, she was aggressing me. Oh, okay. And so the first husband, she shot him twice on 2 separate occasions. She made his life a living hell. And all these other goofy bitches in that courthouse, all these fucking hyenas, nobody had mercy on that man because she's a woman, believe her. So that way, when I want to destroy another man, you'll help me too. That's what they do. That sisterhood is so diabolical. Then she got so bold. The next boyfriend, y'all, the man was taking a nap. The girl shot him in the head. So he woke up. He had a horrible headache. He was like, what the heck? He goes like this. He goes like that. Blood. Police come. She's like, oh, no, he did it to himself. Then that girl bye. She finally got arrested. But look at how far she had to go before she got arrested. You know? She shoots people. She gets away with it. She lies and gets restraining order. She gets away. This man, she destroyed his life because he wanted to go move to Philly. He was tired of her. You don't have the right to leave. You have to stay here and be a slave. This is unbelievable. Marlene, if there's another woman who wants to run for president, I will do everything in my power for her not to be elected. They are not capable of being impartial. They're not capable of separating their feelings from the facts. Oh, no, but there's probably a man out there that's doing it, so let's punish this one. This is insanity. How can we live like this? You let a woman be president, you're going to live in a country where the level of injustice, it crescendo. You allow these women to have power. If we let all these places be taken by these women, you guys, we're going to see the worst kind of human injustice we've ever seen in America. They're not capable. Look how long it even takes these people to forgive, forget, and move on. We're not going to, child, this is crazy. No, y'all, I was so relieved when Kamala lost. I said, oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. I'd rather deal with the man than deal with the woman. Absolutely. They can't be Cartesian. They cannot practice critical thinking skills. They can't put their emotions aside. They struggle with seeing the bigger picture. They have a hard time receiving different perspective from other people. As soon as they disagree, insult, oh, you're a weirdo, oh, this and that. Instead of saying, you know what, I need to admit to myself that there are gaps in my own knowledge. Let me go educate myself. There was a goofy ass idiot over here. She has no clue about what withdrawals feels like for drug addicts. Instead of having enough self-respect for herself to go educate herself on what it feels like to crash out. No, she wants to call me names. You see? They're savages. They have no damn class. Stay away from me. Kamala Harris, if she tries to run again, I will do everything in my power for her to fail. Oh my gosh. No, a woman can never be president. No, they can't be trusted. They're
a flight risk. He flew, my understanding is 2 weeks ago, to New York City,
yes,
so that he could be here, so he could surrender, because he had every indication that he was going to get indicted. And then he was arrested at his hotel up on 57th and denied bail twice after offering $50 million bail package and round-the-clock security. So it makes you wonder what.
You know they were big mad, y'all. You know these racists, because there's 6 racist ass raging white liberals, okay? So they were big mad that a black man in America got $50 million for bail. They were mad. Because think about whatever he paid Cassie, he still has money. It makes them mad. Like they just want, like when you're black, especially when you're a black man, all they want to do is just grab your ass and throw you in prison. That's all. They don't, like this country has so much hatred for black men. As soon as somebody accuses you of something, they want to turn all their cameras, come and grab you and just throw you in jail and just let you rot in there. And so that's why they got so triggered with Carmelo Anthony, because now that he has $500,000, it's going to look different. They would have loved nothing more to say, oh, this crazy YN went to a track meet seeking which white person to stab in the heart because he wants to make white people pay for the crimes of slavery. They would have loved for that narrative to stick on him. And he's from a broken family and da-da-da-da. It didn't work. Come to find out, the white boy is from the broken family. And he's the bully. And he didn't put his hands on him. $500,000. They were so triggered. So imagine these goofy ass white liberal chicks who barely make like $120,000 as as prosecutors in DC and in New York City, live in these goofy ass rat infested apartment. To see this black man, he's able to put $50 million down. Y'all, Diddy got money. Can you imagine? Because I'm like, he can put the $50 million and still have a luxury lifestyle. Diddy got money. He might be a weirdo, but he got work ethics. Diddy got money. America is changing. So many black people now have money. You're not about to go come up here and just grab people, lie on them, have homeland security, go barge in their home, destroy their property, and think that you can play a sped up video and that's it. It's a done deal because you know this country is so racist. And you know these goofy ass white women were they're a bunch of racists. They thought it was going to be so easy because they know America is racist. Don't you ever allow anybody to tell you this country ain't racist. If these white girls did not believe America was racist and America loves to believe all these deranged stories about black men out here and they're on checked penises, I promise you, they would have been better prepared. But it's the arrogance because they know this country here will quickly believe the worst about any black man. You can say whatever you want. Oh, he forced me. Oh, I didn't have a choice. Oh, da, da, da. Like, yes, that's so true. Oh my gosh, yes, he did that shit. Why? Because he's black. Because he's black. Charlie Sheen was out here intentionally giving HIV to people. Charlie Sheen was giving HIV to people. And no cluster of no goofy ass white women that ever try to prosecute Charlie Sheen. Because it's a bunch of racist people. Don't you ever allow anybody to make you feel that America is not racist. Anybody who tries that shit, trying to gaslight you. No, you are crazy. People play with so much gasoline out here, they can't even smell anymore. Don't play with me. You are crazy. Charlie Sheen went on Good Morning America and he confessed, like, yeah, I would meet these girls. I knew I had HIV and I exposed these girls to HIV intentionally. And then the next morning he would say, okay, do you want to go to my doctor so you can go get checked? Can you imagine? But it's, oh, did he hit her? I can't stand her. Did you say the same thing about Charlie Kirk? Because violence is violence. Whether you put your hands on someone or you give somebody or you expose someone to HIV, this is all crazy. This is all crazy behavior. But they felt so sorry for Charlie Sheen. Oh, he's so brave. Oh my gosh, I commend him for da. Bunch of racists. And you know they were big mad that Diddy has 50 million and he still ain't gonna be broke. Because if you were not a racist, you would know, okay, we put this out there, but how does this prove racketeering? How does this prove sex trafficking? How does this prove prostitution? Oh yes, Charlie Sheen. Maybe I'll play if I have time. Charlie Sheen is crazy. He's really crazy.
Someone would have to do in order to satisfy prosecutors who are looking for a bail.
He's believed to be advising Sean Combs behind the scenes.
Either this one too. This girl, what's her name again? I forgot her name. This girl right here, she went on Tommy Sotomayor, right? This goofy bitch. She don't even have custody of her daughter. Imagine what kind of woman you have to be to not even be able to have joint custody for your daughter. You see this? But she wants to talk about Diddy. Diddy might be a weirdo, but his kids, they're with him. This woman right here, she don't even have custody of her child. One day I'm gonna do a video about her goofy ass, right? Because Tommy Sotomayor, he looked her up. She doesn't have her child. And even her name, Melanie King, is not even her real name because she didn't want people to look her up and see that she don't have custody of her daughter. How, like, you don't even have joint custody? What exactly did you do? Okay? I'm like, you're the last one to talk. Yes. Tommy grabbed her, like he handled her. And she sat there quietly, not even saying shit because he knew all of her business. I'm like, so you don't even have your kid. You don't even have your daughter. She needs permission from the father. Like, I don't know what she did. But you guys do some fucked up shit for you to also be the mother and you don't have your child. Don't even have 50-50 custody. You freaking weirdo. Okay? Child, she is a weirdo. You need to watch her interview with Tommy Sotomayor. She sat there quietly. And when I tell you Tommy was like rebuking her, she was sitting there like this. My girl, shut up.
Through all of that is, you still in America are presumed innocent until they prove the case. And it is infinitely harder to defend a case when both your client or the client himself is in a 6x8 cement block cell.
And you know, Mark, some are now comparing Diddy to Jeffrey Epstein. And a New York Post exclusive, one of those officers that raided the music mogul's home said he was, quote, as bad as Epstein.
This case just turned into a 3-ring circus.
He's as bad as Epstein in what sense? Did he raid Epstein's house? You see, racist white people. And this is how these racist whites play with the media. Did Jeffrey Epstein's house, his house, the one in New York City, or the one he had in Miami, his island in Miami, did these white folks raid anything? So if you didn't raid him, you got to raid Diddy's house. You didn't get to raid Jeffrey because he's Jewish, right? Just like the one from Playboy. What's his name? Hugh Hefner, another Jew. Did you get to raid any of these people? Did they ever go and raid the Playboy mansion? No. Did they ever go and raid any of Jeffrey's properties? No. Wasn't it Harvey Weinstein, another Ashkenazi? Did they go and raid their house? No. So if you have not raided these white people's homes, how can you then say, oh, I raided Diddy and he's worse than this, and that? All that is to cause bias in the public. All of that is to make people hate him more than they would hate Jeffrey Epstein. And you also realize that all these white people are all in cahoots because they don't really want to release this list because they're all on there. So now let's make Diddy the image bearer of all the disgusting things that Jeffrey and all these other Ashkenazis are out here doing. It's not going to work that way. If you don't have the courage to prosecute those people because you fear being called anti-Semite, that's on you. But you don't get to come over here and say, well, since we could do it to him because he's protected because I guess they went through the Holocaust, it's okay to do it to the people who experienced slavery. Are you out your goofy ass mind? Are you seriously out your goofy ass mind? If you only raided one person's house, you didn't raid the other, then how can you compare? How can you compare? Bunch of racists. How can you compare? Like, seriously, how can you compare anything? Like, seriously, how? Because Jay always works for the Jews. Like, he's out there. That's what he does. He sold everybody to be their good pet. Let him be. Okay? But my thing is, if you only raided one person, you didn't raid the other. Then based on what are you saying that this is like Diddy is worse than Jeffrey? Jeffrey had presidents. He had presidents, he had CEOs, he had princes from England, all kinds of people coming there to have sex. Diddy is just him and Cassie. He's not bringing other people, and the people there, they're sex worker. With Jeffrey Epstein, there's even stipulation that many of the girls, even there's one girl who gave Bill Clinton a massage, that she was underage. The girl that Prince Andrews had sex with, she was underage. Show me the people who are saying, Diddy introduced me to this girl and she was underage. Show me the girls who are saying, oh, I was underage and Diddy told me to go have sex with this powerful man and he got paid money for that. Are you kidding me? Once again, racist America. These people are monsters. But they want Diddy to be their image bearer. It's not going to happen. He's going to walk. Bunch of weirdos. And I even think whoever this person is, he needs to find this person and sue him. Because that's defamation. What grounds do you have to say I'm worse than Epstein? Okay. They know what's out there. Yes. Bill Clinton went on the island and Bill Clinton got a massage. There's a picture out there. Bill Clinton went and got a massage from an underage girl. Right? Even Donald Trump, he was there too. They all went there. And the majority of the girls were underage, especially in Miami. So what, like, show us one girl. You only have one person. They had at least three. One person, I guess one witness fled. So now you only have two witnesses. Do you know how many girls came outside, talked about Jeffrey Epstein made me do this? I was in high school, da 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 da. So how can you compare that to Diddy? Are you actually okay? Bunch of racists.
That raided the music mogul's home said he was, quote, as bad as Epstein.
This case just turned into a three-ring circus. First, you had Diddy desperately trying to save face while
presenting Diddy. Here's what she had to say about those comparisons on News Nation earlier this week.
Can they all have consented, or were they minors and therefore the consent doesn't apply?
No charges relating to minors.
Exactly.
None.
There's no charges related to minors. With Jeffrey Epstein, you have minors. This is what they do in America. American people white Americans are a bunch of revisionists. When there are stories about the whiteness out here that's inconvenient, they need to find a black person to make the scapegoat. There is not a single person that is underage that has come out to say, not only did I have sex with Diddy, but Diddy trafficked me to other men to have sex with me. That's exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. He was trafficking underage girl. The girl who recently died allegedly of suicide. That little girl was like 16 or 17 when she had sex with Prince Andrews, right? Show us something similar when it comes to Diddy. Show me a 16, 17-year-old girl who was then 16, 17 that said, when I was 16, 17, Diddy trafficked me and he made this rich man sleep with me. No. Everybody here is an adult. Diddy, Cassie, and the people that they hired to have sex with are also adults. They would reach out to those people and they say, how much you charge? The people set their price. They set their price. Okay, cool. Meet us over here. When you get to the hotel, you say like you're trying to go up to Black. That was the thing, right? He's called, his name is Black. But everybody is an adult. They did never traffic human beings. Oh, I'm going to take this little girl and you go have sex with R. Kelly or whatever. Nah. I'm going to take this little girl, you go have sex with Mayor Eric Adams. No. He is a freak. But he's not somebody who's having sex with children. When it came to Bill Clinton, all these people, that's what they were over there doing. But because they don't want to release the list of Jeffrey Epstein, they want to put that on Diddy. Because they don't really want people to even realize that Trump was there too. They need to use this as a distraction. It's a distraction to keep these white people safe and their image safe. It is truly racist. It's truly racist. Exactly. Like Lonnie said, even Jay-Z had allegation with a minor, but not Diddy. Like, are you actually okay? Like, what is this? I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he did not. But ultimately, right now, they don't have proof of that. You can even say that he abused Usher too. But has Usher filed a complaint? Okay. So right now, it's him, Cassie, and these sex workers. Everybody is an adult. So they have to do their job. You said racketeering, prostitution, and sex trafficking. Do your job. And don't think because he's Black, you can put all this noise out there and put all this grossness out there. And that just like puts a bow on it and makes your workload easy. It ain't gonna go down like this. Show racist ass. They are a bunch of clams. They're a bunch of clams. And I hope, and I really pray all these goofy ass DAs, I pray their landlord raises their rent by 2.5x. Go sit down somewhere. Racist.
None. The difference here between R. Kelly, between Epstein, no charges relating to minors.
So this is all adult consensual activity. People can judge it morally, but legally, you believe he committed no crime.
Maybe it's not what someone here would do in the bedroom, but that doesn't mean that what he did was a crime.
Let's call this what it is. Another layer of corruption.
As a daughter myself.
She's a force of.
Go get your baby. Go fight for custody of your daughter.
You agree with Tenny? And if so, at what point does consent cross over to coercion?
Well, don't ask me to ever undercut my daughter. She's
yeah, I should know better than that. Yeah, as a daughter myself.
She's a force of nature. And I was just going to say you have a daughter yourself, but she makes a very good point. I know that people, because it's New York, because you've got people in the music industry or with Epstein as a financier, that they love to make the comparisons. The fact remains is that it's not an apt comparison. There's nothing about minors that's been alleged.
Exactly. This is so disgusting. But they know. People out here ain't got they don't have no damn reading comprehension level. So just don't start repeating, oh yeah, he's worse than Epstein. Because if people say things enough, they pray it's gonna stick on you. But if you know a thing about the Jeffrey case, Jeffrey was truly using minors. It is not a joke. He was truly using minors. Prince Andrew slept with a young lady who was like 17 or under the age of 17. That's what he was doing. The young lady who gave Bill Clinton the massage when he made it to his island, that young lady was under the age of 18. Like, he truly had minors. They would even recruit minors from local schools in Miami. Like, the man had with Ghislaine Maxwell, they had a real enterprise, for real, for real. And also, he also coerced the owner of Victoria's Secret. He's also another Jewish person. And that man kept giving him billions of dollars. Jeffrey Epstein didn't even have no real job. All he did was just extort people. Diddy has a real job. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein he extorted people. What's his name? Hexler. He owns the Limited. So he owns like Bed Bath & Body, Victoria's Secret, what's it called? Oh my gosh. This one fashion company. It used to be at the mall. Okay? He owns all these companies, right? Oh, the Limited, yeah. So he was extorting him. And that's how that Jewish man gave him lots of money, like amongst themselves out there as Ashkenazis, I guess, right? But he don't have a job. He doesn't work. So how do you have all this money? There you go. Because he has an enterprise. Diddy has a real career. You can say, I know this song. I know that song. I know this song. Diddy has done plenty of songs. It's not a joke. No, Forever 21 is a Korean family. He has the Limited. So it's the Limited, Victoria's Secret, Bath and Body Works, the people who do like the soap and candle stuff, right? He owns all of that. So Jeffrey was extorting him. And I guess like in their relationship, he gave him like billions of dollars. I don't know what he had on him. But I'm like, that right there. So once again, because people don't read, because they know people out here just too damn slow. They want to be told how to think, how to feel, and they just repeat stuff. They're a bunch of goofy ass sycophants for mainstream media. You got to go find information for yourself. But there's no minor that says, oh, even with R. Kelly, you have minors. You have at least one minor, which is the problem because she took a flight from this city to that city to go have sex with him. So that's why that Man's Act thing, it worked on R. Kelly. But then you also realize that young lady too, her family was involved in that. But with Diddy, that's not the case. Cassie is not a minor. When she met him, she said she was 19. When they made it official, she was 21. So if they lasted 10 years, it's from 21 to 31. She's not a minor. Most women will say, oh, I'm a grown-ass woman. Don't tell me what to do. Well, there you go. And those people, the sex worker people too, they are business people. They're entrepreneurs. They sell their bodies. So they set their rate. If the rate is good, okay, fine, come over. That's it. And everybody can go. You don't have to be here. Like, what the freak?
I never saw anything in the years that I was around Sean to lead me to believe that he had any interest whatsoever in minors. The coercion is an interesting concept because having kind of spent 40 years in and around the music industry, defending artists, representing women who were supposed victims of artists. So I played on both sides of the aisle, so to speak. This is a very hard sell if you are being honest about it.
Make sure you guys are subscribed because I will keep you up to date with this case.
Where did she find this? I don't know where she found the video. Where did she find the video?
Trial attorney Sarah Azari. Sarah, great to see you. Sarah is one of Combs' longtime, and one of Combs, you weren't there a long time, one of Combs' longtime attorneys, Mark Garagos, whose daughter Tenny is on Diddy's current legal team. Mark, Sarah, thank you guys for joining us. So Sarah, one of the things that you see going back and forth here between these texts.
I was surprised, but now I'm going to feign that I'm not. That kind of charges. Harvey Weinstein, they were worried about him messing with his ankle bracelet. You can't play with these big celebrities. Just keep him where he is. Why is that not a fair outcome?
Because what he did here was so extraordinary, Chris, that he shouldn't have been denied bail. And we're going to be back at a bail hearing tomorrow before his assigned judge at 3:30. Hopefully he'll get it then. What he did here is on a magnitude of unlike anybody else you could imagine.
You know what, you guys, I'm gonna say this, right? Even me, I wish I was like some like multimillionaire, because I would really set up a fund. I would truly set up a fund, right, to pay for young people to become lawyers. I hope like everything we're seeing from Carmelo Anthony to the Diddy case, right, shows the need of people to go into criminal law. Like we need more people, more serious people to go into criminal law. Because if they can do this to Diddy, imagine what they do to regular people out here. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the Constitution does say, like, you have the right to legal representation. Not just that, you have the right to the presumption of your innocence. Like, it's so fucking wild to me, right? This is what it means to be an American. That's what it means to, in the words of John Locke, to be part of this social contract, to be an American, is that you are guaranteed by the Constitution. Even if somebody is dead and they caught you like this with a weapon in your hand, you have the right to say, I didn't do that shit. Okay? You have the right to your presumption of innocence. And, you know, and what truly gets to me, right? Even if we have our own issues with Diddy out here, what truly gets to me is to see the number of Black people who want Diddy to not have due process, as if Black people have not suffered out here, like centuries of being denied due process, even centuries of not even being recognized as U.S. citizens under the Constitution. You like Diddy, you don't like Diddy. If you're Black in this country, though, you should want every single Black person to have due process. Like you see AOC, that goofy ass AOC Cortez out here, right? She's going overtime for illegal immigrants to have due process. Like the people can even be part of MS-13. They can even be part of Frente de Agua. They could have killed people, beat people, child. She is still fighting for her illegals to have due process. And then you look on this side, which is the Black community, right? You have a bunch of people praying for Diddy to not have due process because of what they think they believe he might have done to this person or that person. What that got to do with what we're facing right now? Okay, I'm like, a lot of people truly need to consider becoming criminal defense attorneys because people are in need of great representation. It is not fair. It is not fair. People can't even, like, someone is fighting for his life. People can't even be bothered to say, let me make sure I go read up on this before I say, yeah, throw this man in jail. As if tomorrow it can't be your own family. Matter of fact, as if tomorrow it can be you. It don't take much to kill somebody. And as you can see out here in America too, when people don't like you, they can make up charges and put that on your ass and then deny you bail. Like, it's really crazy. It truly, truly is crazy. But you are presumed innocent until the prosecution can show that you're guilty. But unfortunately today, what I'm seeing in this country out here, this two-tier system, when you're a Black man in America and you have issues with the law, okay, the prosecution don't have shit to do because most people already believe that you're Black, so therefore you did that shit. So now it's the defense now that has to fight to say, no, our client is not guilty, he's innocent, and here's why. That's not how it's supposed to work. A person shows up in court, you are supposed to see them as innocent. You're not supposed to see them as guilty. But God forbid you're a Black man and you show up in court, everybody, including your own people, see you as guilty. Don't even care to read the charges. Okay, what are the charges again? Why is he here? And how long is he facing in the jailhouse? because people swear one of their families cannot go through this, or they themselves cannot go through this. Like, people have no idea. This life, today it's up, tomorrow is down. You gotta be very careful. But if you, like, before somebody loses their freedom for eternity, people gotta really make sure, okay, that the prosecution do a good job. Because we also, as regular people, we don't want to live in a society where prosecution can just be lazy, you know, just do some botch job and you just end up losing your freedom. Because like, that is not fair. You have not met your burden of proof. Why do you want to lock me up? Why do you want to take away my freedom? How is that different than slavery? How is that different than like being a sharecropper, like indentured servant? Like, what the freak is this? What the freak is this? Okay? These people have 3 charges: racketeering, sex trafficking, and what's the other one? Prostitution. You stay to that. You stick to that. And you got to say, can one person by himself have a whole racket enterprise? One person? Like, when have we ever seen this? Anytime the RICO thing has been used on people, it is multiple people. Even when Fannie Willis used the RICO charge against Donald Trump, it was not just Donald Trump, it was a lot of people. And when you watch the Fannie Willis case, it was multiple lawyers because she put the charge on multiple people. Even when it came to YSL and Young Thug, it was okay. Jeffrey might be the head boss, but there was a lot of people in that courthouse. It was a lot of people with their lawyers. How can you say it's a racket, but you only have one person? This is serious. This is serious legal malpractice. And to allow that because you don't like Diddy or because you saw a video of him hitting Cassie. So because he hit Cassie, we need to allow these goofy-ass prosecutors to do all kinds of foolishness, which will also put us all in jeopardy of having our civil rights infringed upon. Are you actually okay? Like, the people are just so slow out here. It's so damn crazy. We should, everybody, whether I like someone or not, we got to tell these prosecutors, you got to do your job. It is your job to come over here with the burden of proof. It's not up to the person that you accuse to say, hey, let me show you why I'm not guilty. That's not how it works. That's not how the Constitution works. You're not with, oh, I'm being accused, so now I need to prove to y'all that I'm not the one who did that shit. No. They need to prove that we brought you here because we think you did this, and here's why we think you did this. And then the jury has to say, well, listen, it does give you did that shit. Like, I really believe you did that stuff. But unfortunately, you have to prove that you're innocent. What the freak is this? Like, seriously, what is this? And that means that drives me insane. These people need to do their job. They get paid for that. Okay? They get paid taxpayer money to do this. Do your damn job. Don't just put pollution in the mainstream media because you want the court of public opinion to do your job for you. You racist. And sure will. Like, it's just not safe. Because every day there are a bunch of young people getting arrested. Every day there are a bunch of young people catching charges. So, and like, this is really, really expensive. But Diddy, he has money. But the average person doesn't even have $5,000 saved up somewhere to say, oh, you know, I can even go get a lawyer. But like I said, most criminal defense attorney usually start at $25,000 for retainer. Most people don't have that. And that's why people sign these plea deals because they can't afford it. Now, sometimes if they also knew, some lawyers will let you get on the payment plan, depending if they trust your ass and if your case is compelling enough, right? So even if you don't have the money, me, Marlene, I will always say, reach out to a lawyer. You just never know. They might feel sorry for you. Okay, how much do you have now? And in the next 2 weeks or the next month or so, can you bring me this? Right? Never, ever, ever be afraid to get a lawyer. Always get a lawyer. Never go with a public defender. No. Get your own lawyer and go through your own stuff. But my point is, it is still very expensive. And most people don't have that kind of money. Like, this is crazy.
Imagine a week after these public searches were televised, he gave us his passport. His children gave us his passport. He then paid off the mortgage entirely on his Miami home. $18 million, Chris.
You see this? Diddy has money, y'all. He paid off his mortgage, $18 million. Like, for what? This is just evil. You know, when this thing started, I'm gonna tell you something, right? When this thing started in the beginning, I was like, what the heck? Because you know me, I have issues with Diddy also. But like the more I'm doing this, I'm starting to have mercy on this man. I'm starting to have mercy on this man. We grew up to freaking Hugh Hefner doing these goofy ass Playboy parties, and we knew many of these Playboy bunnies were underage. They would, I mean, that man was so brazen. They would even do these parties on MTV. They would do these parties on MTV. Hugh Hefner never faced a single charge. He would have these girls on private jets from here to here to here. It even got to a point where even Hugh Hefner had a TV, like he had a reality TV series with like 3 playmates. And we knew he was having sex with all 3 of these girls on national TV. That man never faced any charges. They never went and raided the freaking Playboy mansion. They went after people who went there, but they never actually went after him. Now, this is insanity. This is really, really crazy. Like, you are forced to pay your mortgage, like 18 million. Like, how many people can go to the bank and pull out 18 million? And then he said, oh, I'm going to go sell my private jet so you can let me out. They're like, no, what the fuck? And it's so crazy how we even have a system where a broke ass DA, people who make 6 figures, can make a decision on somebody who makes like 8, 9, 10, 12 figures. Are you crazy? But if it was Jeff Bezos or even goofy ass, no, Elon Musk, this weirdo, because he also takes ketamine. He got 13 kids. Would they have kept Elon behind the bars out there like this? Would they have done this to Elon? They need to respect black people with money. The same way they respect these white people, especially the Jewish people with money, do the same thing. You gotta respect us. This is insanity. And you know they're a big man because he paid that house in cash. Because he got money. He got the money. He does have the money. $50 million bail package. When have we ever heard this? I mean, I guess Trump was like 175. But 50 million on the spot. My God. My goodness. This is ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous.
That is an unbelievable amount of money. He's been trying to sell his plane since the search has happened.
Explain why, other than that he's got a lot of money. Why does it matter that he wanted to pay off the house? What is that instructive of?
It's instructive that he's going to have a bail package ready so that if he was arrested, he would have something ready so that he could get out the next day and show the judge he's taking this very seriously, which he is, which is why 12 days ago, Chris, when we thought there's an indictment that may be coming, he flew to New York the very next day. He got on a plane and he came here. And that's an extraordinary move for a defendant who's been under investigation that he's been aware of for at least 6 months.
And the thing was, I will also say this too. Diddy could have fled to Bali because Russell Simmons left and he's not coming back because maybe he really not lying. He probably really feels guilty. But maybe also if Diddy stayed, because he has a private jet. From the time they raided his home until they even got him, he could have left the country. People were monitoring his private jet. It was in Miami. He didn't leave. He didn't leave. But Russell Simmons, though, he packed his bag and he been gone. And he's not going to come back. So I'm like, maybe also he knew that, yeah, Cassie full of shit. Because he knows, like, okay, everybody here is an adult. So maybe that's why he stayed like, okay, like, what the heck? But this is insanity. Like Russell, he really packed his bag and he ran for his life. And he might even end up dying in Bali. I don't think he's ever come back to America. But if Diddy would if you have $18 million to pay off your mortgage, you can move to Bali, like, and live in luxury and never come back. Like, hello? Like, this is crazy. Like, what is this?
He came to the very jurisdiction that is investigating him, and he said, I'm here. I want to surrender. Let me surrender. And they obviously didn't let him do that, but he's been here for 12 days, not knowing if it would happen the day he got here or a year from now.
What did she say?
Him, and he said, I'm here. I want to surrender.
Oh, you see this? They're a bunch of white racists. So he said to them, because he knew they were going to come arrest him. So that's why he left Miami. He went willingly to New York. Then he went and reached out to them and said, I would like to surrender. But no, they wanted to arrest him on camera. They're a bunch of racists. Don't ever let anybody tell you America is not a racist country, right? If they truly cared about justice and this and that, they would have let Diddy turn himself in. No, they wanted a performance. They want to make it seem like they were capturing a fugitive. You see how they are? White people are racist. These white women are a bunch of racists. If you truly wanted justice and things like that, just the rest, he said he wants to turn himself in. Why he can't turn himself in? Like usually when people decide to turn themselves in, do the prosecutors say, oh no, please don't. We want to come get you. Why? You're spending taxpayers' money. He has money. He wants to drive himself to the station while he can turn himself in. Because you're a black man, you're very rich. We want to paint you like a deranged person, which is also why they brought Homeland Security. Me, Marlene, I have sympathy for Diddy. I really do. This is why they made this performance. I'm like, Homeland Security, what is going on here? We have never seen this in America. Playboy Mansion, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, even Woody Allen. We had never seen this out here. They go to that black man's house with the freaking Homeland Security, like he was hiding Osama bin Laden if he was still alive, or like somebody from Hamas or somebody from Iran is at that house. Homeland Security for freak offs? Are you kidding me? That our government ain't got shit else to do. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they ain't have shit else to do. All these, the borders are wide open. You're not going to send Homeland Security out here, right? All these young girls who got killed by the migrants. Why the fuck was Homeland Security? They made this crazy ass performance because they want people to treat Diddy like a pariah. Oh, we're gonna work something so diabolical that no one will have pity on you. Nobody's going to believe you. No one is going to get close to you. You are insane. Marlene, I will get close to him because I don't trust white people. You ain't shit. And you're not fair. You are not fair. And that's why Marlene, as soon as I see like there's a difference of treatment between a white person and a black person, I'm done with you. Even if that black person did something wrong, I'm going to stand beside that black person. Because why the difference in treatment if it's not racism? They arrested, they put Justin in handcuffs. They put Christian in handcuffs. You see these boys on the yard like this. I'm like, what is going on here? The whole time, baby oil. We never saw no baby oil come out of there. We never saw any containers of baby oil come out of there. They said, oh, he bought a ton. Remember they said, oh, he bought like 300,000 bottles of coconut oil. Y'all, we watched the entire live. The entire raid was live. We never saw any container, like the big containers. We didn't see anything like that. We did not see anybody run out the house naked, half naked. We didn't see a bunch of girls run out the house naked. They went in there, that beautiful house. They threw everything upside down. They busted his walls. They busted his doors. These goofy ass agents who only make like 80,000, bunch of brokies, because they're jealous. How can a black man have so much wealth? From the outside, you can see how beautiful the house is. Look at what they did to his house. And even when he's done with this, he's going to have to spend money to fix this house. They're a bunch of hateful people. They're so hateful. Even Chris, did his brother not get accused also of sexual harassment? Did his brother not run away from the governorship because he was afraid they're going to put the locks on him? Now you want to stay here, act brand new. Even your own brother. And you were so scared. That's why you lost your job. Because you started snooping because you wanted to know which girls, the names of the girls that were coming after his brother. But they pick and choose. They're a bunch of racists. And then they'll say to you, I don't see color. Oh, really? Oh, really? If you don't see color, then why don't you see it the same way it happened to your brother? Okay? Why is your brother no longer governor? And do you know his brother is trying to run for mayor? How pathetic. You fled for your life because you're too scared to fight these women. And now you want to come back and be a mayor. Are you okay? A mayor? You want to serve Catherine Hochul when she used to be your lieutenant governor? You have no self-respect. You should have fought that case. All these goofy-ass white bitches who accused you, you should have fought these heifers. And yet they would have been proven to be liars. Do not be afraid to confront these women. Do not be afraid of them. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. And now the man said, he paid off his mortgage. He wants to sell his plane. He intentionally flew to New York City. He came to your district. He says he wants to turn himself in, and you say no, because your intent was to capture him like he was a fugitive. Like, oh, he's trying to run. And then we as the white people, we over here, we are the ones arresting the black people. That's what they do. The same thing with Joe Biden and his crime bill. This is what white people do. They arrest black people on national TV to tell themselves, oh, see, now America is safer, huh? There's one less mean black man on the street. Fuck you and your goofy ass, racist ass granddaddy. Are you actually okay? They're a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. If he wants to turn himself in, let him turn himself in. But it was never about justice. It has nothing to do with Cassie. This is a witch hunt. And this process is to make Diddy look crazy and they want people to hate on him. It's not gonna happen. And as far as I'm concerned, this ain't right. I didn't even know he tried to turn himself in. The whole time he tried to turn himself in. No, they wanted to arrest him with these goofy ass pixelated camera to make it seem like he was a fugitive trying to run out of New York. What? Are you okay? Demons? Oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all.
Let me surrender. And they obviously didn't let him do that, but he's been here for 12 days, not knowing if it would happen the day he got here or a year.
And the sad thing is, it's already happened to our family and our friends. It's already happening. Because imagine if we had not stepped up for Carmelo and raised that money, what they would have done to that boy. Initial bail was $1 million. That white boy who stabbed the Latino almost like 10 times. Off the bat, they gave that boy bail at 176. They're a bunch of racists. And from that county, wherever the white boy stabbed the Latino to wherever it happened between with Carmelo, these counties are not even that far apart. They're not even that far apart. And look at the difference in the bail amount, because one is a white boy who stabbed the Latina, you know, they're racist, and then one is a black boy who allegedly poked a white boy. So automatically, Carmelo's bail was set at $1 million. My God. A young man with no priors. A young man, when they caught Carmelo, he was crying. He was in tears. What kind of callous killer you know is going to cry because he killed somebody? This is what they do. They never want to, they don't, like, you're not allowed to humanize black boys and black men when something like this happens. It's always hard. They were going on Twitter calling him all kinds of YN. I'm like, why are they calling him a YN? That's when I flipped the script. I'm like, fuck these white people. Are they crazy? Because they can, me and Marlene, I can support Trump, but it can change at any moment. Are you crazy? What makes him a YN? Like, what are we going to talk about? Oh, he has a broken home. I mean, they were just going off. And you see, that's how you know that all this racism is in them. White people, they're just polite. Squeeze these fuckers in the corner and see what comes out of them. It's going to be lakes of hatred against black people. Nobody tried to humanize Carmelo. Every picture was a picture of him in a mugshot. He has so many beautiful pictures. He's not allowed to be seen this way. And like, oh, you see, now they're going and getting his good pictures. Get out of here. Then they show these pictures of Austin as if that's how he was dressed the day of. They're a bunch of racists. Now it comes to Diddy, they want to arrest Diddy under the hotel cameras because those are not like good quality. So it makes it seem like, oh, like they had to kind of sneak in there and make sure he didn't see them coming because he's a fugitive. Man, please. Y'all watch too many fucking movies. These fucking weirdo. They are truly weird. You know what I'm saying? They are truly weird. They do it all the time, Elena. And that's why these young people take these plea deals. This is the kind of games they play. One time, this black boy, he was at Rikers, Elena. He was waiting 3 years for a trial. It never came. The young man became like depressed. It affected his mental. He killed himself. 3 years. They will keep you in there as long as possible to force a confession out of you. They're fucking evil. They're racist. They are racist. You think they can keep a white boy in there for 3 years? Look at that boy, Luigi Mangione. They raised $1 million for him in less than 2 days because they don't want him to be treated like a black person in prison. Okay? Joe Biden went above and beyond the same prisons he built for black people because he don't want his son to go in there. They're a bunch of racists. They can't help themselves. They cannot help themselves. Exactly. Abercrombie & Fitch CEO was trafficking underage male models, was arrested for the same charge, but doesn't get any press. Exactly. Because, you know, in America's racist, the media never sullies the image of white people. It only sullies the image of black people. This is a racist country. America is racist. It's one measure for white people, and it is 2.5 measures, if not 5 measures for black people. We're always punished harder. We always have a harder image in the media. We always have a more guilty image in the media. They never try to humanize black people in the media. They're a bunch of racists. And I will never stop calling these people racist. They're a bunch of racists. They will never do this to a Jew because they'd be so afraid to be called anti-Semitic, but they're not afraid of being called racist. They know who to bully. When it comes to black people, Latinos, and Arabs, they don't care. They will do all kinds of nasty stuff to your image. Bunch of racist Islamophobes and bigots and xenophobes. Go somewhere. They're so freaking evil. They're so damn evil. America is racist. America is racist. If America is not racist, why does she have to mention, oh, I'm black, I'm Jamaican, I'm Indian, right? Because she's trying to fill up the boxes. Go sit down somewhere. If America is not racist, you're racist. Like, you're not going to mention your race and your gender, your whatever. Go sit down somewhere. It is a racist ass country. And their media helps to paint us in a horrible light. If you didn't know any better, you would have think Carmelo was a cold killer, a deranged little boy who went to a track meet to unalive people with a butcher knife or a meat cleaver. They're so damn sick. They're so sick. Every time, don't trust them. Point blank, period. They're insane. They're truly insane.
From now, he was going to wait. And we told the government, you know, if you want his address, we'll give it to you. He's been here complying with the investigation at every step since the searches took place.
Why do you think it will be different tomorrow?
Well, there's a new standard, basically. The judge will look at it completely different, not differently, but he won't have to rely on what the judge did today. And we will just have a second shot at it. We'll be able to make our case again.
Is that how it always works? Or is this celebrity justice?
This is how it always works. Typically, when someone gets arrested in federal court, they go before the magistrate judge on duty, which is what happened today. And then everybody, whether it's the government who's unhappy with the outcome or the defense, they have the right to appeal to the district court judge. So that's what happened.
How long does he have to stay in there if it gets denied again?
Until trial. Till the end of the trial.
So that could be months or years.
You know, but then we would have the ability to appeal to the Second Circuit. So even tomorrow wouldn't be the end of it.
You think he?
Is he? Because he has money. So even if they don't do the bail again, they can go to the Second Circuit. But you guys, you think a regular person can afford this? You think a regular person can afford this? And this is how they send people in the freezer called Rikers. I mean, I guess they closed it, but at one point in time, in New York, Rikers was a detention center. And mind you, you're on the water. It's like a goofy ass island. It's like Alcatraz. It's like Alcatraz. You're in the freaking ocean. You know, you're like the freaking water out there. Okay, but like I guess before they closed Rikers, they used to send you to Rikers and have you like you just sit there and you just wait for a court date. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm like, the way they treat poor people, the way they treat black people, y'all, it is so disgusting. Don't you ever allow yourself to believe that this country is not racist. It's just not as racist as it used to be. And because these white people have made minor twitches or minor adjustment in their racist ass disposition, they want you to be so grateful and delude yourself. Like, oh yeah, America is no longer racist. How the fuck? Ruby Bridges, it was like 1975. It's not that far ago. Okay? Most schools were not even integrated until like the 80s. Don't let these people bamboozle you. Do not let them bamboozle you. It is racist. It's just not as racist as it used to be. But when you see the way that the media handles black men in the media, oh yes, it's giving caricature. And they never even try to tell the story in a way that you can kind of see, okay, I can kind of see both sides. Let me wait. No, they want you to be so decisive. So when they tell the story, they only give you stuff that can anger you. That's it. But when you have all kinds of white kids out here killing, shooting, looting, murdering, stabbing, butchering, dismembering. Oh, he had mental health issues. Oh, his parents were divorced. Oh, growing up, he loved the arts. And I even think I think even like the NAACP or whatever, like they need to come up with a collective that's going to sue the white American media. It needs to be like a major class action lawsuit against the media here in America and their portrayal of black people in the media, especially when it comes to crime. It is enough. It truly is enough. Meanwhile, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. If Diddy did something, you need to charge Diddy for what he actually did. You don't get to go on a witch hunt because he's an easy target, because he's black and he's loud and he's gregarious and whatever. No. That's crazy. If you can't get domestic violence because it expired, then it expired. Why? Who was sitting on that tape for 9 years anyways? Why didn't that person release the tape this whole time? Because there's something bigger going on over here. It's somebody big that's trying to teach Diddy a lesson. This has nothing to do with Cassie. It has everything with getting Diddy into submission. There is somebody really big, because if the guy is telling the truth that, oh, the tape was there, but then he came back the next day, the tape was gone. Who took the tape? And then that person sat on that tape for almost 10 years. So most likely they were holding that tape and they were using that as extortion against Diddy to get him to behave a certain way. And maybe he got tired. Maybe he got tired because that tape has existed. So if you really wanted to get Diddy on domestic charges, domestic violence, why didn't this tape come out sooner? From 2016, we're almost in 2026. You sat on this tape for almost 10 years. So obviously you fuckers don't care about Cassie. You don't give a fuck that she got her ass beat. Or maybe she was part of it too. And she was asked to do it and get beat right there by the elevators. Either or, what the fuck do I know? But the thing is, when you really care about protecting women and you care about violence against women, that tape should have came out at least 5 years ago. Because at that point, I'm sure the statute of limitation would have expired. But there was somebody who was using that tape to keep Diddy on the leash. And most likely he got tired. And then here we are. Bunch of demons. People are crazy. They're so racist.
He gets out.
I hope he gets out. He has done everything somebody under investigation can do. I can't think of anything else that he could have done. There was no surprises here, Chris. We knew that he was under investigation for racketeering and sex trafficking, and he stayed put. He committed not to fly out of the country. He stayed within the country, and they didn't ask that of him. That was a commitment he made.
So, Tenny,
you know, Forehead, do you know who paid for the statue? You know who commissioned the statue? Some goofy ass white liberal woman from New York. This goofy ass white woman. I'm telling you, liberals are racist. This goofy ass white woman from New York commissioned the statue, that black woman statue. And instead of even commissioning a black artist here, there's so many artists in New York City. No, she could not commission somebody local. She goes all the way to England. She goes and finds a British sculptor and one who happens to be biracial with a skinny white wife. And then he does what he does. And she said, yep, that's it. How they're not racist? There are a bunch of fat ass white women, right? There are a bunch of morbidly obese white women who don't wear bras. You never watched My 600-Pound Life. You never watched 1,000-Pound Best Friend. Okay, there are a bunch of fat ass white women with rolls for days who don't wear bras. And the trailers at the Walmart, at the Winn-Dixie, at the Publix, you name it, it's a bunch of fat ass, morbidly obese white women. Why don't you commission a statue for your people? Since you believe obesity is so empowering, why don't you go commission a fat ass, obese ass white woman from that goofy ass biracial from the UK? This is how they play with the image of black people. Why does even a white woman feel like it's her place to commission a statue for us? Who asked her? Who asked her? And they know they're insulting you, but they want to make it seem like, oh, I'm paying homage to you. Bitch, pay homage to your mother. Okay? Are we even friends? Do you even invite me to your house? You barely know me, but you want to pay homage to me. Shut up. Why don't you commission statues for white women? Like seriously, exactly like Roseanne, exactly. Go commission a statue that looks like Roseanne. All these fat ass white women, go do a statue of a morbidly obese white woman, like I see them at Walmart, and they got to use that little trolley thingy, little cart thingy. Do that. But they're always playing with the image of black people. And then they'll tell you, oh, I'm giving you, what's it called? And they'll tell you, oh, I'm trying to give you a compliment. Oh, I'm paying homage to you. No, I don't need compliment from you. Thank you. And matter of fact, if you want me, just give me the money. I can go buy my own statue. I can commission my own statue. But why does a white woman feel like it's her place to commission a statue for black people, for black women? Who made her responsible for her image? Unbelievable. Because these people don't know how to stay in line. You know what I'm saying? But why don't you do a temporary social experiment with white women? But no, because this is how they want people to see black people. They're sick as hell. They are truly sick. The thing about Cassie, right, and Candace, when Candace went on Revolt TV that one time, it was her, it was T.I. and things like that. T.I. and them were very disrespectful. And Diddy did not step up for her. I think had Diddy stepped up, or at least Diddy reached out to her and apologized for the way she was treated, especially by T.I., I think she should have had his back. But I will still say, me, Marlene, I recommend he finds her. He calls her, he apologized, And you know what I'm saying? Tell her you're sending her a push present. You know? Okay? Because Candace got time for these women. Okay? But I'm like, if Candace can take the case of Harvey Weinstein, I really don't see why she wouldn't take the case for Diddy. But I think her issue is Diddy was not nice to her. Because he was going along with, oh, Candace is self-hating black, Candace this and that. But now I think also Diddy's going to see that all these black liberals, they're weak. Black liberals, they don't have convictions. Black liberals are quickly afraid. It's not a people, like they don't have faith like that. You got to have you some real Christians out here, okay? Whereas like black conservatives, it's a people of conviction. Diddy was out here, oh, Democrat, let's vote Democrat. Da, da, da. No. And now you see, even Diddy, had he given some money to Trump also during his campaign, I think that would have worked out in his favor. Okay? But people don't understand. Conservatives, at least like black conservatives, they have more conviction and they have more loyalty than black liberals. Black liberals, they go wherever the wind blows because it's not a people who think for themselves. But I will say, I think you should reach out to her and he should apologize to Candace. Like, oh, Candace, when you came on Revolt, we were not nice to you. And I should have stepped in. And after that, I should have apologized. I think if he knows how to apologize to her, she might need a few days now. But I can really see her standing up for him because this is utter foolishness. You see? Oh, yeah. He's going to learn. He's going to learn. And I think when he comes out of this, he's going to make sure to have more black conservative friends because you need people who are brave. Black liberals are not brave. And black liberals, they're sycophants. Like they just want the mouthpiece who repeat whatever white liberals want them to repeat. They don't think for themselves. So no, that's crazy.
My people that I talk to at the Southern District are talking a typical talk. It's not all the time they say this, but they say this is going our way. Not the bail. They say we have them. We got a lot of people who are going to talk and say that this is what Diddy was about, and some people may pass it off as hip hop culture, but it is.
Pass what off as hip hop culture? Imagine if you see this little goofy ass racist. Chris is a racist. Imagine if somebody said, "Oh, your brother Andrew touching people, and the fact that he likes all these women." Somebody might pass it up as Italian culture. How would he feel? Like we all watched. What's it called? What's that movie again? Good Men. What's it called? A Few Good Men. What was right? All these Italian men out here cheating. They got a wife. They go to church and they cheat. How would you feel if somebody said, "Oh, you know what, your brother Chris," and this like, accusation of all these women saying he did this and did that? You know, some people might say, "Hey, it's Italian culture." You know, Italian women, they got a wife and they got a mistress. How'd that make you feel? It's not The Godfather. It's the other one. I think it's A Few Good Men. Oh no, Goodfellas. Goodfellas. Yes, that they're all cheating. So like Italian men also are known for being womanizers. So you say, oh, it might be hip hop culture, which is dog whistle language for it's black culture. You asshole. How would you feel given the number? First of all, your brother's not even married. So what? Okay. All right. And now he's out here trying to smash all these bras in the office with his sticky hands. So what if somebody said, oh, you know, hey, you know, some people might say it's Italian culture because a good Italian man got to have multiple women. How'd that make you feel? But they ain't going to tell you, oh, I'm not racist. No, look at the dumb shit you say. What does that mean? It's hip hop. What is hip hop culture? And how is hip hop culture any different than Italian culture? As if New Yorkers out there, Italians and black people don't have this weird métissage, like this weird mixology out there. Like, what are we even talking about? As if the mob is not all over hip hop. Are you kidding me? Yeah, exactly. So he divorced the Kennedy so he could be out here catching charges for sexual assault in the office. Exactly. Like, and then, oh, I'm not racist. I don't see color. Yes, you do. Shut the fuck up. Oh, it might be passed as hip hop culture. What is hip hop culture to you? Hip hop is black people. So what are you trying to say? That what Diddy does is a representation of what a black culture. So what your brother did, divorcing his wife and then trying to smash all these broads in the office, is that Italian culture? Okay, is that what y'all do? Like these people are crazy. Like exactly, how is hip hop culture different than Hollywood culture? All sleeping with powerful men to get exactly like these people are clowns. They are truly clowns. But I want this young lady to finish.
Is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today, they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way, talking to every single there's the same kind of universe of people here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show that we have a case. He's fighting, he's innocent, and he's going to be able to show it. Innocent
means he didn't do any of the wrong things. Not guilty means they can't make the case.
He's
right?
innocent.
So you think he did?
Did he have the same energy for his brother? Do you know why he got fired from CNN, this goofy ass racist Italian? The man who was sitting here lying about being sick. Do you know why he got fired from CNN? You guys know why he got fired from CNN? Because he wanted to know the names of the ladies who were accusing his brother. He was meddling, applying pressure, because he was trying to bury stuff. He didn't even want them to talk about it on the air. It got to be a little too much. CNN had to get rid of him. So for him to say, oh, is he innocent or is it that child? Was Andrew innocent? Why did he run? So your brother ran. Man, I wish I was there. Your brother ran. Your brother quit his job. They didn't run. He happened to be in Miami when the house got raided in LA. Then he flew himself to New York. And he said he's going to turn himself in. Your brother ran. Your brother resigned because he was afraid of whatever was going to come out. So that's some weak-ass culture. Is that also Italian culture? Cowardice? You run before you get fully exposed? It seems like hip-hop culture. You stand 10 toes on whatever they're accusing you of. Are you kidding me? Right? Where was this energy for your brother? He was at CNN trying to have stories die. Because he didn't want them to talk about his brother. He didn't want them to talk. He didn't want the names of the accusers to be made public. That's why they fired his ass. And now he's on goofy ass news nations fighting for his life and his income because his wife is a spender. And that might be Italian culture, getting over emotional and sneaking around on the job. There you go, trying to suppress stories because he didn't want the people to make the stories about his brother. He was trying to find the names of these girls. And then once you have their names, what exactly were you going to do? Give it to your brother so they can be off? I mean, you are Italian. You are connected to the mob. You're going to have a few good fellas come over and pick up these girls and kill them and then throw their ass in the river somewhere in Brooklyn. Okay? He didn't even run a fight. He ran like a bitch. That also might be Italian culture. Okay? I'm like, this is crazy. He ran. As soon as these girls came out, one girl said he kissed her, right? That man quit. He ran. He resigned so quickly. A coward. A coward. Mayor Eric Adams, President Trump, and Diddy, they have way more courage than Andrew Cuomo. Your brother's a bitch. Is that also Italian culture? Like, seriously. Like, seriously. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we don't know that your Italian culture is about violence, killing people, prostitution, racketeering, drugs, cheating on your wives, pretending like you're some fake ass Catholic, but you do all kinds of crimes and stuff like that, right? And you're in a diet full of carbs and a bunch of pressing of olive oil. Don't mess with me. Do not mess with me. Exactly, forehead. She said so they can protect our people's image, but they drag our image to the mud. Yes, you need to see. When you have time, you need to look it up. From the time he was accused, like the time the allegations came out about Andrew Cuomo. And then on what day he resigned. That may even last 2 months. Now look at Mayor Eric Adams. You can see from the time he was accused, then he was charged. He never fled. They were putting so much pressure on Eric Adams to quit, resign. The governor, the white woman, Katie, she had his replacement. Some black dude from Barbados, something like that. He said, I'm not going anywhere. And luckily, Trump won. But even that too, Trump still had to go through the process. But people had to be sworn in and stuff. He didn't get scared. Pam Bondi gets in there. Good. They said, okay, the Department of Justice was like, okay, you got to cancel the charges. Like, no, they tried to fight it out. But eventually, they had to let the charges go. Eric Adams didn't fold. He didn't break a sweat. They were touching his people. People were dropping like flies. I'm like, resignation. First of all, the white girl did it first. There you go. There's shit. The white girl, his lawyer, like the lawyer for the mayor, she resigned first because she's trying to, oh, you know, I don't want to be involved in this and all. I was like, girl, get the fuck out of here. Nobody needs your fucking ass anyways. We know white people ain't shit. White people, their loyalty is like a leaf flying in the wind. Okay, it belongs to no one. All right. Then they started touching people. Then they came for the black ladies and stuff like that because they truly wanted him to feel alone. He didn't flinch. He's not moving. Then Kathy was like, she gonna have a special election for him to be removed. He said, okay, do what you must do. He didn't budge until Trump got elected, until Trump was able to appoint people and they all got confirmed. And then Pam Bondi took over the Department of Justice. And he's still the mayor. There you go. I mean, also, I was rooting for Mayor Eric Adams. I'm like, he's not moving. Because these Italians in New York, especially all of those who got to be mayors in New York, there is no way them people, they do all kinds of crime. You want to destroy his life because he took an upgrade. It's not even like they gave him a whole free plane ticket in business class. No, he had his ticket with Turkish Airlines, and they gave him an upgrade because he happens to be the mayor. Wumpty wump wump. So an airline can't even give somebody an upgrade if they see fit. Everybody gets upgraded all the time. What's the problem? But all these mayors, all these Italian mayors in New York City, okay, especially, what's his name? What's the other one? Rudy, right? I'm supposed to believe that these Italians, when they were mayors, they never had any kind of crime boss connection, underworld connection. They never took any bribe. Get out of here with that. It's one measure for black people. It's another for white folks. Like, please. Like, they're insane. They are truly insane. Bunch of racists.
None of these things. He was never present in any of these activities. This wasn't his lifestyle.
But a lifestyle and being present in activities doesn't mean he committed a crime.
Unless those activities and that lifestyle are criminal.
But those activities and the lifestyle is not criminal. What was notable.
Exactly. Good job, sis. Good job with the clap back. Okay. Talk about your brother. Okay. Was your brother doing some criminal shit? Why did he run like this?
Today, what my partner Mark said in court is they never once said that these women didn't consent to what happened. Yeah. Not once.
Can they all have consented, or were they minors and therefore the consent doesn't apply?
No charges relating to minors.
Look at him even saying minors. Chris Cuomo is such a dirtbag. Oh gosh. Minors. With his, and you see, he went to Yale, but he could not get into Yale Law School. Oh, bum. A Nepo baby. This fucker he probably even got into Yale because his dad was the governor of New York. Like, how horrible was your GPA that you could not get into Yale Law School? And yet you have someone like JD Vance, whose mama was a crackhead, raised a hillbilly. He was able to get into Yale. Why couldn't you not get into Yale Law School? What is the problem? Like, seriously. Oh, were they minors? When have you ever heard any minor name being pronounced? Like, are you okay? But you see, he wants that stuff out there like this. He's a racist. And even though I'm not a big fan of Angela Rye, but the kind of story she told about him, though, when he called her Tisseltown, whatever he called her, it kind of shows that this dude's a little too comfortable talking to black people recklessly. Okay, Cuomo was dealing with college interns, so exactly? Where was this energy for his brother? If he had this much heat for his brother, he would have kept his job. And you know he was getting paid way more at CNN than whatever he's doing here on YouTube. Idiot.
None. The difference here between R. Kelly, between Epstein, no charges relating to minors.
So this is all adult consensual activity. People can judge it morally, but legally, you believe he committed no crime.
Maybe it's not what someone here would do in the bedroom, but that doesn't mean that what he did was a crime.
What is his disposition and his mood?
He's doing great. He wants to hear, oh, he's scared. He's sad in there. Diddy is running that prison. Diddy is running the prison. Okay? Bad boy. They're running that. You want him to be sad. Oh, they want to hear, oh, he's so sad. He's miserable because he's so used to being rich and he suffered. He black. And you know, I'm going to tell you something too, right? I think Diddy also, being as rich as he is, maybe it's a good thing that they denied his bail so he can see the suffering of regular black males in New York City. And I really pray that when he comes out of that he really fights for these people in there. And not just that too, that he fights for their living condition, because these prisons are so filthy. They're so nasty because the majority of the occupants are black. So they are intentionally letting these buildings, get dilapidated and all kinds of nasty stuff. There was one winter, there was no heat. There was no heat. Like, you know how cold it gets in New York City? There was no heat. I think it was like Brooklyn or whatever. I guess that's where he is. There was no heat in that prison. So I'm like, you know, everything works out for your good. So I really hope that when he gets out of there, that he really brings, like, he sheds light on the current situation, like the situation of the prisons in what's that place called in New York, that he shames these people. The entire correctional unit, like, they all need to be shamed. They need to be exposed. I mean, if they knew better, they would have let him go. Because he's rich. He won't come out. And what he saw in there, when he comes out, I really pray that Diddy fights hard for prison reform, especially starting with the state of New York. They need to treat these prisons a lot better. And these inmates deserve a lot better. They deserve better living conditions, and also like cleaner bathrooms or whatever, like wherever they shower and stuff like that. They deserve better. But you know, because sometimes if you don't go through stuff, you can't have the right perspective. Because Diddy also had a very luxurious life. So, you know, God also allows things for a reason. But maybe sometimes you have to see how your everyday people, when you're making hip hop for all these black people, there's many black people behind bars. So when you get to see, oh wow, you know what? This is crazy. Okay. So yeah, he needs to do philanthropy, and he needs to fight for prison reform. Because if they were able to do this to him, right? She got another 10 million. Oh, wow. If they were able to do this to him, imagine what they do to everybody else. Imagine the number of people who are sitting there who sat there for 2 years, 3 years. They have yet to go to trial. They're just sitting in there. That is crazy. But yeah, he's running the prison. He's a house of spirit. Because he wants to hear broken. He's not broken. You are crazy.
He's okay. He's ready to fight. He came here ready to fight, and he's okay, and we're going to fight again tomorrow.
That's it. Now, my little sister sent me this. Hold on.
Hey, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show and a special Friday, more casual edition of what's happening in the P. Diddy trial.
Armand is saying that Cassie cheated on her husband. What does that mean? Yo, we're not going to sleep tonight. Oh, y'all, make sure you support Armand also. He has the Cash App. He has the Zelle. He has something else. PayPal also, right? To support him because he's out there in New York. So shout out to Armand. Armand is too funny. He has the best coverage. I was going to say for tomorrow, but let's see a little bit.
Let's get in here and let's get into some Diddy. Hold on, let me make sure.
He did? Oh my gosh.
Is everybody oiled up?
Oh no.
Are you oiled up? Hold on, let me bring my stuff back a little bit. Is everybody oiled up in this mother? Yeah. Because I'm oiled, I'm greasy. I got on a Diddy shirt today. Okay. I got on a nice tight Diddy shirt. I got my oil here. I got everything. I'm ready to oil up and get into some things. Okay.
Hold on. She said 59 minutes.
Then the defense said, so you said that you don't have any pending lawsuits. She said, I don't. She said, you don't? You don't have any pending lawsuits? You don't have any settlements? Nothing. Cassie, no. She said, so you didn't sue or you didn't settle with the Intercontinental Hotel? You didn't receive a settlement from them?
Wow.
She said, no, I didn't receive anything. Okay, so you didn't receive anything, but are you not waiting on a settlement from them? She said, well, I didn't sue them, but yeah, we did settle. So everybody doing this.
How did you not sue them, but you settled? This girl, you see, she never wanted to work. This was her plan all along. She never wanted to work. Because she knows, I want to sue everybody, accuse this black man, accuse this hotel, and just get rich off these people. She never wanted to work. She never wanted to earn her money. Unbelievable.
And they said, well, how much was it for?
Wow.
No, she said, how much was it for?
Oh, so what time stamp? What's time stamp?
And she said, 10 million. And everybody in that motherfucking courtroom was like, Whew. But it was like, you can't say nothing, but I heard everybody.
Oh my God.
She gonna try to quietly, ain't no way to quietly say it softly and cry, 10 million? Ain't no way, there's no way you can do that. Like, there's no way. And so even the jurors, everybody just, and it was you know how when black people are, when all black people see the same thing and feel the same thing, I feel like at that moment, everybody in that courtroom was black, and we all heard, nigga, what? Get her, like we all didn't give up. We all didn't give up about her at that. 10 more, you mean you got $10 more million?
Yep.
Because did you
escort? Everything for sale. Everything with her is transactional. I told you she got pregnant on purpose. She's a malignant narcissist. That young lady has a troubled personality. Okay. No, he's not. He's a trainer. He's a trainer. He ain't got no money. So how much did she get from Diddy? Now, how much did she get from the Intercontinental? That's what y'all shit. This girl, she is something else. You see, Armand was like, everybody was shocked. Like, you went and got more money. That's what she wants. She don't want to work. She never wanted to work. She never wanted to work the easy way, the easy way. She never wanted to work. She really ain't shit. She never wanted to work. She never wanted to work.
You see the black girl next to me, she gonna do this. Wait, you can't even see my leg. Look, she gonna do this.
She never
and then me, I get the paper like this. Whew, 10. Look at this. 10 million. It's writ big. $10 million. You know, then we start hating. This bitch got $10 million. You think I give a fuck about it? So now we in her pockets. You got this wrong ass nigga that you with, she a hoe anyway, and she a drug. All she gonna do is go get slutted out and ride on a bunch of dope. Why can't I get $20 million? He could whoop my ass in the Intercontinental. I did it for 5. Shit. And I did it. And I would have went to the freak off. She's sitting up here crying, girl, you got $30 million. I don't feel bad for you. Get her up out of here. She wastes my damn time. I'm over here hungry, but I ain't paying my rent this month. I'm sitting up on here playing games with you. You sitting there, you so hurt, but you secretly got an extra 10 million on the side and ain't said nothing. And we supposed to feel bad for you. And my ass is itching because I can't afford wipes. I got to use toilet paper.
Wow.
And I ain't used toilet paper to wipe my ass since I was a kid. Now I done went fuck around and had to go. And then
Jojo, did you watch this one? You watch Armand's video? Because like, what part is he saying that she cheated on her husband? Because allegedly she was having sex with Diddy while she was married, or while she was with the. Sure, this girl is something else. This girl is something else. This girl. Oh, Lonnie, when I tell you 2025, I will say exactly how I feel. I'm not hiding anymore. I am not hiding anymore. I said this girl got pregnant on purpose because she knows the kind of fuck shit she did. So now she's pregnant just like Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes went and got pregnant intentionally because she wanted the jury to feel sorry for her. This girl, Elizabeth Holmes, had her stuff gone into Walgreens, she would have killed people. It's not even a joke. How do you have a machine that reads a false positive? I'm like, the number of people who would have got a false positive and they would have stopped taking their medication, people would have died. Like, this is seriously biological warfare. Now talk about all the investors. Elizabeth Holmes, she defrauded people for over like $5 billion. This girl stole so much money. She goes to Walgreens to offer them her medicine stuff, her detection system thing that doesn't work. It doesn't work. When you take a test, it gives you a false, like, is it a false negative? So if you're, I forgot, it was like blood pressure, I forgot what it was. But if you're sick, it'll tell you you're not sick because it gives a false negative or something like that. So people are like, oh, I'm good. I can stop taking my medication. The entire time, child, the thing is fake. Now talk about the people at the conferences, Mary Claire, Cosmo, all these people out here, the Condé Nast people who are so quick to write, oh, this white woman dropped out of Stanford because she's a genius. She was skinny as hell, non-pregnant as hell, a bully as hell. You should even see her lead. You should read about, one day I'll do a video about her. You should see her leadership style as a woman. A damn bully. She bullied everybody. All these young, like, chemists, like, I don't know, like research science student from Stanford, she bullied everyone. There was one Asian girl. She bullied that girl so bad. That girl started having anxiety attacks. I said, but damn. They don't know how to lead. They're a bunch of bullies. Can't take feedback. Will bully everybody. Andrew Kissinger, his grandson worked there. He went and told his granddad, this lady's a scammer. She's lying. This stuff doesn't work. She turned the granddad against his grandson, a siren. You guys, I swear, these women, I've been keeping up with them. So now, and then she also had an Indian boyfriend. Her lover was Indian, right? Her lover was Indian. But now that she knew that it doesn't look good for her to be with an Indian, because sometimes people see Indians as scammers or whatever, she dumped him, got a white man, and went to work to get pregnant as soon as possible. Because when she goes to trial, she wanted people, and also I think there were like 2 years or so for her trial to start. She didn't get pregnant early. She waited like right before the trial to start getting pregnant. So that way, by the time she goes to trial, her belly's gonna show. Can you imagine? So like these despicable women, they're sociopaths. They will use children, pregnancy, tears, you name it, to have people feel sorry for them. They're truly sick. If you haven't dealt with these people, you think, oh, Ronnie's making that up. No, I know what I'm talking about. That's what you call a malignant narcissist. They're so dangerous. They have personality disorder. Like, are you crazy? This is insanity. No, she really is that greedy. Exactly. So Elizabeth Holmes went and she got pregnant. I'm like, yeah, exactly. They have sick minds. Even Elizabeth Holmes, she started changing her voice because she said she wanted to sound like Steve Jobs because his voice is very deep. So this white girl started talking like this. So you know, because she said she studied that when you're a woman and you have that pitchy voice, people don't take you seriously. So she changed her voice like this. Yes. I'm like, doesn't that hurt? Girl, are you crazy? She started wearing turtlenecks. So she understood how you can play with your image to get people to feel sorry for you. It's no different than acting. They learn all that stuff. Even in modeling, like you learn to use your image and things like that. And props. A pregnancy to these sick people, these narcissists, a pregnancy is a prop. Because they want to save themselves. These people are sick. They're truly sick.
I gotta get the cheap toilet paper because I ain't got no money like that. You sitting up here crying on $10 to $30 million.
Wow.
You better get your freak on and get your freak off and get out my face.
Jeez.
I can't even wipe my ass in peace.
Wow.
I usually like the dude wipe.
Jesus. Towards the beginning, let's see.
At the end. So the defense's whole thing is discrediting Cassie, still about making her a freak. So they did that yesterday. So let me catch you up if you didn't watch the video yesterday. Yesterday, she was a cold-blooded freak. They set the stage with that. When, you know, she was dating Ryan Leslie. Then she got with him and dated Diddy. Then Diddy introduced her to
Kid Cudi.
Kid Cudi. Then she started dating Kid Cudi. Then, you know, they was both on the drugs and Cassie was wanting the freak offs. So then we ended the day. So now we're still going into that.
But she was doing drugs also with Kid Cudi. This lady is crazy.
Right? So now they're still.
So was she doing drugs with Kid Cudi? What is going on? Hold on. My things keep stopping. Oh, Lord.
Interesting story for the big whammy at the end. So the defense's whole thing is discrediting Cassie, still about making her a freak. So they did that yesterday. So let me catch you up if you didn't watch the video yesterday. Yesterday, she was a cold-blooded freak.
Mm-hmm.
They set the stage with that. When, you know, she was dating Ryan Leslie. Then she got with him and dated Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Then Diddy introduced her to Kid Cudi. Then she started dating Kid Cudi. Then, you know, they was both on the drugs and Cassie was wanting the freak offs. So then we ended the day. So now we're still going into that, right? So now they're still setting the scene for Cassie to be for the big whammy. So a lot of this is centered around 2018, where Cassie says that Diddy forcefully right? So they're trying to discredit Cassie because what they're trying to say now is, you know, well, You still had with him. Your dates are mixed up. So they're slowly setting the scene for that. So she talks about, a time where she went to Diddy doctor's appointment and Diddy said, text your mom. And she said, and let her know that you're okay. When she texted the mom and let her know that she was okay, when she texted the mom and let her know she was okay, she unlocked her phone. Diddy took the phone, okay, and ran down Wilshire a few hours late to go through her phone. A few hours later, she went to her mom's house, but then her mom called the police because she didn't have her phone. Okay? She got everything back, but Diddy found out that she was secretly dating a former NFL player. They didn't say the name. So they're setting it up to be like, okay, Cassie has been a cheater too. So she's still a hoe. Okay? Diddy would always take her phone when he felt like she was cheating. He would always take her phone when he felt like she was cheating. Okay? Diddy thought then Diddy and Cassie.
And I'm sure that football player is black. This is what I'm saying. Is this girl trying to pass HIV in the black community? Do y'all get my fear now? Because she knows she's having freak offs. She knows she's having unprotected sex. And my thing is, now you really want to say, like, when she was with Ryan Leslie, how many other men was she sleeping with? And Ryan Leslie had no clue. Because she didn't start this behavior with Diddy. This is what she does. She has a sex demon. She can't be satisfied by one man. And I wonder if she was not molested as a child, because that's very bizarre. Okay? But if she's doing this with Diddy, y'all, she was doing this with Ryan. So when she was with Ryan, who was she creeping with? Okay? So you're with Diddy, you're having freak offs, you're having unprotected sex. The man even asked you for your paperwork because he want to make sure you don't have HIV. You don't want to show him, you don't want to show it to him. And you continue to have these unprotected sex freak off, people, they pee on you. And then you start dating all these other black men. Like, you start going out there with Kid Cudi. So I'm sure you were having sex with him. Who knows if she was not also having freak offs with Kid Cudi? Then you go and you sleep with Michael B. Jordan, who only God knows if he used protection. Then you go and you sleep with this football player. And I'm sure he's black too. That's why I said earlier, hours ago on my live, is this girl trying to distribute HIV in the black community? Okay. Because I'm like, this is really, really crazy. What is she doing? What is she doing? And that's why sometimes I feel like most celebrities have HIV. This is really crazy.
Cassie got into it because there was a time where Diddy thought that Cassie hold on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really does.
Diddy thought that Cassie was dancing on Chris Brown. So I don't know what happened with that, but Diddy felt like Cassie was doing a little freak off situation with Chris Brown. That never actually happened. Cassie was like, I don't remember that. I never did nothing with Chris Brown.
Why would we trust you now? But I'm like, I hope this girl was not on a mission to just spread the disease to all these people.
We never danced. We never freaked off. There was never nothing happening with me and Chris Brown. Okay? She don't remember anything that happened with Chris Brown. Diddy would take her car, her phone, her passports, her watches, everything. Then they attempted to show that Cassie was violent. So remember, there was the DJ Wu kid that was friends with the guy named Sujit, which was supposed to be Cassie's friend. Now, Sujit allegedly came to Cassie and was like, I seen a freaky video of you. And Diddy was like, don't let Sujit get out of your sight. So Cassie ended up having to either go to New York or Miami, and she confronted Sujit about the video, right? So she's like, but Diddy also thought that she was fucking Sujit. But she was like, I'm not sleeping with Sujit. We're not doing nothing. We're not messing around. It's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Me and Sujit are cool. That's my brother. But I'm going to figure out what happened with this video. I'm going to see where the video is at. I got to find out what's going on with that, right? So she gets up and meets up with Sujit. But on March 10th, 2013, Cassie went to her brother's birthday. It was like a bar, and she got into a fight. And she told Diddy, I almost had to kill a bit. So now they're setting the scene for her to be violent, angry, to kind of offset all the beating that Diddy did. Then they played this audio at Sujit's party. So Cassie's biological brother, she went to a birthday party with him. Now they played another one. Sujit is like her homie. So this is a different, this is like you're my brother that I met on, around the way, but you cool, so you my brother. So she was with her actual brother at a bar party, got into a fight with a girl. Now they've jumped over to her homie, Sujin. She went to his house. And long story short, he's like, I love you. He sounded drunk and high as hell. And she's like, so what's up? Like, who has this video of me? Who has this video of me? Who has this audio? I can't have this stuff out about me. Who has it? Do you know anybody that has this video or this audio? And he's like, well, actually, I have the video. Mm-hmm. She like, you have the video? Well, let me see the video. And he like, well, I don't think he ever really showed her the video. He's like, I would never do that to you. I would never put it out there. I would never do nothing like that. You my sister. You my sister. She's like, so then they played the audio, Cassie. She said, we're going to hit that nigga. Whoever got the video, we're going to hit that nigga. Like, we're going to kill him. He like, no, I got the video. He like, well, she like, show me the video.
So she uses the N-word? Okay.
Let me hear the video. Let me see it. He like, no. She like, but it's my fucking life. If you don't show me it, I will fucking kill you. Hide you in the fucking dirt, and I will kill you. You playing a game, mother. You playing with the wrong mother. You know what? Everybody can go. I guess it was going to be a bunch of people. It was a bunch of people at the party. So she like, everybody get the fuck out. You gonna stay here, motherfucker. I'ma kill you. I will kill you. You're playing games. I'm going to fuck you up, and it's not going to be on my head. It's going to be by somebody else. Ooh. So I don't know if that was Diddy or what, but she was saying like, you know what, mother, you got the right one, and I'm finna kill you, you bitch ass nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? She had got like that real quick. Mm-mm. She had got like that on that audio. Mm-mm. And here's the thing, I felt her. First of all, it's no tea. If you're my friend and you got an incriminating video of that, and you playing games and you playing drunk and you want me to take shots and BS, and what you on? Like, really, what are you on? So I really wasn't mad. I feel like anybody in that situation would have done that. So I'm not mad at Cassie for that, because I definitely would have gave that. The
issue is not to be mad at her for doing that. The issue is, like, first of all, you use the N-word, but the issue is it shows that she has a side to her too, right? Whereas like people try to paint her like an angel who never gets mad, she wants to serve. No, she's a human being. She has good sides and she has bad sides. She has a nuanced personality. So you can't just look at how she's so pretty, she's so innocent, she never would. You don't know what she would and what she wouldn't do. You don't know that person. Right? We want you to humanize her the same way we want you to humanize Diddy the same way you humanize her also. But it's like, she's a person. She's a person. To me, she's Filipino. Her name is Cassie Ventura, right? Yeah.
I definitely would have been on that. For sure. So then something came out about a secret recording with Jonathan Odie. Now, that was the guy that said that he was a slave, but they didn't know that Jonathan Odie had been secretly recording them during the freak-offs. Okay? Diddy spent a lot of time and money to try to make the videos disappear from Jonathan Odie. So they found out that Diddy would pay off a lot of people to get videos and stuff to go away. And if you think about it, Diddy has been doing this.
You see how people lie? Oh, she's Black American. How is she Black? Who's Black American here? You can definitely tell her dad is Filipino. Yeah, her last name is Ventura, so you know her dad's Filipino. Now, this woman here, I don't know what she is. She could be Latina. She could be many things. I don't know. But yeah, you can tell that's her dad. Yeah, you can tell he's Filipino. Yeah, that's her dad. Now, this lady, I don't know who she is. Is that the same lady here? Right there? Maybe she gained weight. I don't know. So I guess that's her mom. Yeah, there's her dad. So where's her mom?
And getting away with this for a long time. It's literally been like 20 years this thing has been doing this. Like, let's just really think about it. Like, this thing has really been getting away with this for decades. So he's been spending a lot of money, shelling out a lot of money to make different things go away. Okay. She was very concerned about the audio and video that Jonathan had. She didn't trust him. She told Diddy about Odie, and he said that he was going to get rid of Odie. They said Diddy was very concerned about the videos being released. That's why she was upset, and he was upset. So they were.
So Diddy was upset about the videos being released, but then she's saying that Diddy was threatening her with releasing the videos. Like, or what?
Planning on getting rid of Jonathan Odie. I don't know if they was going to kill that nigga or what, but they was going to get rid of him.
Is she? I don't think she's like.
So then we got into Cowboys for Angels, the website where you hired an escort. They say, Cowboys for Angels was a TV show, right? Cassie's like, no. She's like, yeah, it's a TV show for gigolos. The same escort, one of the escorts in the movie, you hired him for a freak off. She was acting like she didn't really know, and they were just jumping all over the place. She was acting like she didn't know what was going on. Then the defense jumped into Diddy won his money back for Alex Fine, and then I wrote that was all over the place. The defense is frazzled and not organized. Then they went into Kid Cudi, and then that went left. And I wrote the defense is flopping really, really hard. They're presenting the wrong evidence, and they're very sloppy. It's a mess. So then they went into a 45-day treatment center where Cassie had been staying. It's called Wheelhouse. And I guess now, even to this day, Cassie is on some medicine. I don't know how to say it. It's called buprenorphine porphyrin. Buprenorphine porphyrin. So it's for an opioid addict. So she's currently on medication right now to prevent her from having a relapse back onto opiates. Okay. However, I think after this and everything that happened with Diddy, she might end up popping another pill. It's no shade. And so the lady was so shady. That white reporter lady, the defense lady was so shady. Oh, she was so shady to Cassie. So she goes, well, you're in this facility and you're writing a document and you call it book. First of all, don't try me. I don't have a document.
But she told y'all in the lawsuit. In the lawsuit, she also said she was using. While she was pregnant, she was using. It's in her lawsuit. It's in her lawsuit. In the lawsuit, it's in there. Her lawsuit against Diddy. Her pregnancy, she was using. And she had to go to a treatment center during her pregnancy. That's why if you know you're an addict, why go get pregnant? Which is why I said, to me, I think it's intentional. Because if you struggle with addiction, why do you want to get pregnant? why have a third baby if you know you're on this medication? Like, why bring a third baby in this world? Like, her first pregnancy she was using. It's in her lawsuit. I even think she had to go to a treatment center too while the kids were born, like postpartum or something. And I said that's what he's going to use as a reason to take the money from her. He's going to do to her what Kevin Federline did to Britney Spears and take those kids and take the money.
That I'm calling book. Like, don't play with me. If I tell you I'm writing a book, I'm writing a book. But I guess she never got to write in the book. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it was just a document called book. But they said, the Wheelhouse facility, you know what else they do there, right? And she was like, well, no, like what else? She said, well, it's a facility, it's really like a rehab center for sex addiction, sex compulsion, and love addiction. And I didn't even know love addiction was a thing. So I think that they're trying to play this thing, like they're playing this thing on Cassie, like, okay, you're really, really in love with Diddy. You're really, really compulsively in love. And you're an addict for not just pills, but you're a sex addict too.
Addict, yeah.
And so they're leading her into, if you're following me, they're leading her into later on, they're going to try to catch her up on this whole idea of her being raped or not. Because, and in her memory being the fool, because she was acting like she didn't remember certain things. So they want to discredit her by basically saying, well, girl, you don't know what happened and you're just talking because you were just so blissfully in love. You were addicted to sex. You're addicted to drugs and you're a hoe.
But you guys, hold on. Let's look at this real quick. Hold on. Let's look at this. I see that.
I was ready to walk away. It's a deal breaker for me. But now she's saying she has a sex addiction. Part of me thinks it's just a desperate excuse. But then again, what if she really is sick? I don't know what to think.
It sounds like you're really struggling with what to do next. I don't know your partner, so I can't tell you whether she's dealing with a sex addiction or not. But what I can do is explain to you more about the mechanisms behind sex addiction. Although it does not excuse cheating, it could help you understand what may be going on with your partner.
I mean, okay, maybe it would help me feel less angry.
Our brains have systems in place that ensure our survival and control things like our desire for sex and food. Like many other addictions, sex and love addictions happen when those systems become hijacked and influence our cravings and desires.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes our brain gets so excited about the potential for pleasure that we feel a pressing need to do something, even if there could be some negative consequences from the actions. Once we've experienced something pleasurable like good food, sex, or the high from a drug, these brain systems work together at an unconscious level to fuel further action and reproduce the same experience. Our hippocampus reminds us that the experience will likely be pleasurable. Then our nucleus accumbens, which is the pleasure and reward center of the brain, activates desire in our brain and body. Next, dopamine is released to fuel the desire, and adrenaline is released to create a sense of urgency. All of these processes can reprogram our frontal lobe, which is a part of the brain in charge of decision making, and can also make irrational decisions seem rational. This reprogramming is how experts think addiction may occur at a neurological level.
I didn't realize all this stuff was happening inside our brain to cause addiction. So if sex is addictive, why doesn't everyone who has sex get addicted to it?
That's a great question. It's likely a combination of factors. Genes can play a role. People who tend to feel insecure in their relationships or avoid intimacy with others seem to show more signs of sex addiction. Although any gender can be affected by sex addiction, it's more common among men. And most importantly, sex addiction is not about what you yourself would regard as healthy sex or healthy love. but about a person doing sexual things that they feel compelled to do against their better judgment, behaviors that they themselves defined as unhealthy, later regret, and even pray to never repeat. It's that relentless, compulsive, and self-destructive quality of the behaviors that makes it an addiction.
Thanks for explaining all of this. I'm starting to understand some of the factors that cause sex addiction, and I really appreciate being able to talk to you as I work through my feelings about this.
Of course, you're not alone, and we'll get through this together.
So like it's a hold on.
I'm Dr. Doug Weiss, and I want to explain to you the 6 types of sex addicts. I'm Dr. Doug Weiss, and I want to explain to you the 6 types of sex addicts. Now, this is something, as the president of the American Association for Sex Addiction Therapy, we teach therapists around the globe. So I want you to know so that you might be able to identify what type of sex addict you might be, okay? Number 1 is biological. This is neuroscience. When we have a sexual encounter, we get the endogenous opiates, hits the prefrontal cortex of the brain, and boom, you literally glue to whatever you're looking at. So if you're that person who's glued to pornography hundreds or thousands of times, you've literally taken your sexual system and attached it and glued it to images instead of souls. And even during sexual encounters, you find yourself having to fantasize because you have to go to the object world. You know, ring the bell, feed the dog. And if you've got thousands of encounters of that, you've created a neurological system that you have a physiological addiction to the object world reinforced sexually. Psychological. This is, 80% of sexual addicts, male or female, live in this zone. There's been abuse, neglect, kind of events that have happened in your life. Maybe you haven't felt loved or wanted or important. And in your family of origin, you didn't get your needs met. And then you found the fantasy world where you're loved and wanted and you can be sexual and get chemically rewarded and you can be adored and you can do things and you're unconditionally loved and you're unconditionally wanted. It doesn't cost you anything emotionally, and that is psychologically addicting. Absolutely. But that might be the cause that moved you into the addiction. Number 3, spiritually. All of us have a God hole. And for some of us, we filled the God hole with sexuality, pornography, relationships, acting out, and it feels empty to us. Okay, we've been doing it for years and years, but we're still not feeling that why we're here on the planet. Our existential crisis is still going on. We don't have a spirituality we can really trust. Even if we grew up in a religious system, we don't have a relationship spiritually. And so the addiction takes that place and it medicates that. And so there are many people who, once they get sober, their spirituality.
Kevin doesn't like that man. It's like you have people have sex addiction. Her video is a little too long. Hold on.
Could someone you know actually be a sex addict? Here to tell us about the warning signs is Dr. Doug Weiss and Dr. Debbie Herbenek. Also in the audience, Ray and Ginger Klein. Ray is a recovering sex addict. And Dr. Weiss, you talked a little bit earlier about the fact that the vast majority of people who are sex addicts actually were abused as children. Tell me again how this child...
Maybe Cassie was molested because this is a little too much. Maybe Cassie was molested because this is crazy.
Childhood abuse manifests itself into this
Sure.
adult behavior.
Well, when you're sexually abused, like I was and Ray was, you're used as a sex object, and you begin to connect sex as an object relationship instead of a personal relationship. And so then finding pornography and object relationship sex is really easy. Then you start attaching and gluing to that neurochemically, and it takes you on this whole ride that you can move into addiction. But most of them are medicating the psychological pain, and that's legit.
Let's talk about another warning sign, which is the inability to be emotionally intimate. What does that mean exactly?
Well, when you're a sex addict, as a guy, you're about 14 years old emotionally because...
This is what I said about Cam Newton. I said Cam, he hides behind sex, so he doesn't have to be emotionally available.
Most of them lock in emotionally and morally at the age in which their addiction occurs. And that's true whether you're cocaine, drugs, or sex. And so you stay emotionally immature. So if you're married to a guy who's like about 14 years emotionally, there's probably something going on there. And so it robs you of that development.
And what do you think about that, Dr. Herbenek?
I think we're probably going to keep disagreeing respectfully. But there actually, there is research on this, and it really sort of, this idea of hypersexuality or compulsive sexual behavior. And generally, again, these are diverse people. And not everyone has, difficulties with intimacy. Certainly, many of them are having conflict within their relationships. And some do absolutely have some challenges with intimacy, especially when they start hiding things or are dishonest. But again, recognize always that this is such a diverse group.
Next, you talk about mood swings that are tied to sex.
Well, here's what happens in any addiction, alcohol, drugs, or whatever. There is withdrawal. So you use the addiction to medicate some kind of pain. When you can't get your medicine, you start getting antsy, you start having withdrawals, you start getting irritable and frustrated that you can't get to your fix.
You see, and this is why also the music industry is very diabolical. Because young people, right? Like, let's think about all these young people. How often do they hear about sex and music? How often do young people hear about drugs and music? It's like they want these young people to start having these addictions at a very, very early age. Sex, drugs, alcohol. Everybody's half naked, twerking everywhere. But these are crazy doors that you don't want to have open. Oh, yeah. So I'm like, this is really frightening. Hold on, let's go back to Armand a little bit. This is really frightening.
So you don't really know what's going on, but you said that this man raped you. Does that make sense?
Wow.
So they said they also do neurofeedback. And so
this is a lot.
They were like, well, do you know what neurofeedback is? So I guess neurofeedback opens your brain so that you can deal with the traumas and remember things from the past so that you can heal from it and move forward. So another angle I felt like they were trying to do was maybe they were going to use the fact that she did the neurofeedback and she got triggered. And this is why she did that lawsuit against Diddy, because she wanted to come for him because he traumatized her and she was dangerously in love with him. So they're trying to make her look mentally, emotionally unstable at this point.
She is.
But an unstable hoe. You know what I'm saying? The only thing she's stable on is the...
Yeah. That's what Angie Baby said. I promise I'm trying to be mean. I'm just saying, if it was just a random person who was an addict, they will not want them to understand. They be looked at as an addict and unreliable. But because it's Cassie and she's pregnant, she's trustworthy? Question mark. I don't like this. Exactly. Her mind is not always all the way there. And it could be, like he's saying, she went to that rehab center. They opened her up. And maybe in the process of opening her up, they made her feel like the person to blame was Diddy. It's true, because some of these psychologists also can be very unethical. Because she's a woman too, because people have their own biases. Like, oh no, you didn't want this. He made you do this. When in reality, she probably did too. But when they opened her up and they, made her confront the stuff, and then by opening her up, they probably also made her feel shame. And because she felt shame, they gave her somebody to blame, which was Diddy. Because she really is mentally unstable. She really is. Because this is not normal.
He said, so they basically hook your brain to a machine and they regularly...
Also, who's mentally unstable? Also, Meg Thee Stallion. Meg Thee Stallion is seriously mentally unstable. She like, people are seeing her drink over here. This is not normal. Okay, another one also that's mentally unstable, also Cardi B and Nicki Minaj. She really is. These people are, this industry, man, these people are not okay.
Test your brain. She did about 5 or 6 times once a week. It helped with the trauma, psychosis drama. It helps you recall traumatic memories.
Mm-hmm.
She was being treated for PTSD therapy.
Mm-hmm.
They said, the lady said, she said yesterday you said you're still developing, or you were still developing at 22. Cassie said, yeah, I did say I was still developing. I was,
but Haley is not,
my brain. I didn't really know.
Haley is not that bad. Haley's not that bad. Haley just wants a little family with Diddy G, but she's not a sex addict. She just likes drama. But I'm like, Kevin, Meg Thee Stallion used to be out here drinking. It was very concerning. It was truly concerning. It was how much alcohol she can drink is really, really concerning. And her promiscuity is also very concerning. Another one also is Cardi B. I think most young ladies who want to become sex workers, like for you to be okay being a stripper, because I think most women are embarrassed. Like most women are prudish. I really do believe. I think at the core, most women are prudish. But to become a stripper, like you just dance naked like this, like for people, random people, you open your legs and you go down and you walk amongst these men. I don't think most women are built for that shit. You gotta take drugs. Because how can you do this? Like, I'm like, how can you dance naked like this? Oh my Lord. Okay, I could never do it. Oh my gosh. But to be a proud stripper, like a proud exhibitionist, like, you know, Cardi's also mental, like she needs help. Nicki Minaj also another one. Nicki's crazy too. She, you know, she's a bit unstable. I like her a lot, but she's a bit unstable, you know? But I think it's easier said than done, right? I think the accepting part is hard. And maybe that's the part she's still working on, which is why when they open her up like this and they expose or trigger her psychosis, like in her shame, it's the shame that came out of that. She felt like she had to blame someone because she's not ready to accept it yet. You know, I don't think she's ready to accept her part in this mess. And whoever opened her, if they don't check their own biases, especially if this bunch of women who open her up like that, I can see why also she felt safe and encouraged to blame everything on Diddy. You know, Beyonce has a weird addiction. Like Beyonce has an addiction of like making people love her. Like, tell me I'm perfect. Am I perfect now? Am I perfect now? Like, girl, stop. Yeah. But she died, you know, it's a lot.
Know everything. She said, you know, because she was basically saying, like, oh, you said that you got with Diddy and you were still developing, like you weren't fully a woman yet. And Cassie was like, yeah, that's the truth. The lady was like, well, you were 22 years old. Cassie was like, well, don't most women, like, I mean, your body is still developing at 22. Then they went up, then she jumped again. Then they went into Diddy. We have to have a proper freak off. Everything goes back to a freak off without ketamine. I hate K. So let me know when. Just let me know that moment I want to let me know, and I will fly in town, or I will fly in Dave. And then they start, oops, that's the wrong exhibit, this, then the third. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
She struggles.
And I wrote, this woman literally had to seek trauma therapy for this. Then we get into April 10th. They go then they jump to try to show that she wanted a freak off with a woman. So Cassie goes, text Diddy, freak off with a girl? Diddy says, what makes you want to do that? Then Diddy said, we need to do some soul searching to bring this relationship back to a point.
So Diddy said the soul searching? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So Diddy's the one who says we got to do soul searching. You see, she says, let's do it with the girl. He said, why do you want to do that? He's asking her. But this is somebody who wants to abuse you. You don't have a choice. You're his sex slave. You're a sex slave, but you're the one that's offering him things. You're the sex slave, and then he's your sex master, and your sex master's okay. Why do you want to do that? The sex master said, oh, let's do some soul searching so we can bring back this relationship to something a bit more balanced. Is that what a sex master was saying? Since you're a sex slave. This woman is crazy. It's the shame of it. When she went to that place, that rehab place. Yeah. Then you see, this is crazy. So Diddy, the demon, is the one who's saying, okay, this is getting a little too much. Let's do some soul searching. So we can bring this back to a point. Because even he's tired. It's too much. It's too freaky. I mean, can you imagine the sex master? He's the one that's bringing spirituality into this, not the slave. The slave should be the one to say, oh, slave master, why do you want to do this today? Can we do some soul searching? No, it's the sex master that's breaking spirituality. Like, okay, like this is too much. It's the sex master that says, okay, can we calm down? This is insanity. She's like, even he was tired. It is too much. You know, this is too much. Like Diddy is tired. His penis is tired. He's tired of being a voyeur.
We need to think about it. What do you feel about where we're at? Then Cassius goes, I'm the happiest when I feel in love with you.
What?
I know that I'm a problem and you don't really care for me right now, but I love you. It was a long message, but summarize it, that was along the line. She was like taking all the blame for everything. So that was weird. And I was just in.
Kevin said, we know Scorpios are freaks, and that's crazy. Okay, go ask Nelly. Diddy is old. That's probably why he just wanted to watch me. Diddy is tired. Free Diddy. Oh my God. Until it's backward. Diddy is tired. He said we need to do some soul searching. Oh my God. He's exhausted. And she is 17 years younger too. So he probably is tired. He is exhausted. He's like, man, with Kim, I ain't gotta do all this. This is too much.
Where they were going with that. I'm like, okay, so where are we going with this?
This is too much.
Like, where are we going with this?
This is too funny.
And now this is when it starts to get messy. Because then they got their parents together, right?
This is too much.
When did you start dating Alex Finn?
Oh, Lord. Fine, not Finn. His name is Fine, right?
She said, well, when I broke up with Diddy in 2018. But they said, but you were not really breaking up with him, though. You were kind of still with him, though. Like, you didn't really break up because you were still talking.
You see what I told you about? She doesn't do clean breakups. She's very messy. She doesn't do, okay, this is over. I'm moving on. She always leaves these doors open because she got chaos in her head. She doesn't do clean breakups. They're 17 years apart. So she is 38 right now or 39, 17 years. I think she might be a Virgo. She might be a Virgo, no? Yeah, she's a Virgo. That's very bizarre for a Virgo. This kind of promiscuous like this? Yeah, something probably happened to her. She probably was molested. This is too much. What is that? She's a Virgo. This is a lot.
She's like, well, a break is a break. We were on a break. So we're like, to me, we weren't married. We weren't really together like that. So, I mean, I was single. Like, you can do what you want to do. Like, when you're single. So, like, I was, no, girl, you were overlapping. You were dating him while you were dating Diddy. It's no shade.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, you said you went back many times. So, you can't act like, you weren't dating Diddy. You were on a break. Okay, you were on a break. Okay, that's how you justified it. But she continued to deal with Diddy after that.
Wow.
She was visibly uncomfortable. She was getting real uncomfortable. Okay? So.
It's very bizarre.
She said August 8, 2018, she was supposed to be, the conversation was supposed to be closing, and she was no longer dating. They were supposed to have a closing conversation, her and Diddy.
Yes, and they went out to eat. It's in her lawsuit.
But the thing is, I felt like Cassie was nervous because she hadn't seen a lot of the exhibits or the receipts. She hadn't had enough time to read over the paperwork that they were presenting to her, right?
Yeah.
She wanted.
Because you guys remember in her lawsuit, right? Remember in her lawsuit, if you can't remember, she wanted to break up with Diddy, but then he invited her to a fancy Italian restaurant in Malibu. Remember? And I was like, girl, you want to break with that man, but you're about to go have a late night dinner at a fancy restaurant in Malibu to eat the pasta. Girl, what? That's getting too romantic. Do you guys remember that? Let me see. Hold on. Remember? Let me see. I'm going to find it for you. Hold on. Yes. Remember this? Do you remember? Oh, I mean, my memory is really good, huh? Remember this? Hold on. Let Armand say it again. Hold on. Because when did he say she got with him? Hold on. I'm right here. Let him say it again. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Because then they got their parents together, right?
Okay.
Um,
it's weird. Something happened to her. She had to be molested.
When did you start dating Alex Finn?
Fine.
She said, well, when I broke up with Diddy in 2018.
What month? Though?
But they said, but you were not really breaking up with him, though. You were kind of still with him, though. Like, you didn't really break up because you were still talking to him. She's like, well, a break is a break. We were on a break. So we're like, to me, we weren't married. We weren't really together like that. So, I mean, I was single. Like, you can do what you want to do, like, when you're single. So, like, no, girl, you were overlapping. You were dating him while you were dating Diddy. It's no shade.
Okay. So now let's come to the lawsuit here. Okay. So this is what she said. Right? In September 2018, she joined Mr. Combs, a man she claimed to be abusive, right? His cycle of abuse. There you go. September 2018, she joined Mr. Combs for a dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, California, for what she believed would be a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. After dinner, Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura returned to Ms. Ventura's home. Girl, which part? When are you gonna start breaking up with this man? Which was paid for by Mr. Combs. So, which means while she's dating Alex Fine, she's still talking to Diddy, and she's still living in the house that Diddy is paying for. Why don't you just move? He's so abusive. Why are you still in his house? Okay, so you are dating another man, and I'm sure every time she slept with another man, she was still living in a house that Diddy was paying for. Football player, Kid Cudi, Michael B. Jordan, and whoever else she slept with. She stays in the house that Diddy's paying for. So Diddy pays the rent so she can go sleep with other men. Okay, cool. So she said there's a cycle of abuse, okay, and considered efforts to avoid him. So September 2018, doesn't give us the date, the actual date. She joined Mr. Combs for a dinner in an Italian restaurant in Malibu, California, for what she believed would be a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. Okay. After dinner, Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura returned to Ms. Ventura's home, which was paid for by Mr. Combs. So he hasn't evicted her, but he's so evil, but he hasn't evicted you. Okay. Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment. Girl, bye. And tried to kiss Ms. Ventura. She told him to stop and attempted to push him away. Okay. Why is he even there? Why don't you just leave him at the restaurant? And my thing, why even go to the restaurant? Who goes to a restaurant to break off with an ex? Who goes to a restaurant at night to break up with an ex? Matter of fact, who goes to a romantic Italian restaurant to break up with an ex? And then you let that ex follow you home. Girl, please, you can't break up with him over text message. Okay. Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment. I mean, that's his apartment. Technically, he's paying for it. And tried to kiss Ms. Ventura. Okay. She told him to stop and attempted to push him away. Mr. Combs then forcibly pulled off Ms. Ventura's clothing, unbuckled his belt. He proceeded to grape Ms. Ventura, what she repeatedly said, no, and tried to push him away. Soon thereafter, Ms. Ventura took steps to completely separate herself from her longtime abuser, including by leaving the home that he paid for and returned the car he purchased for her. You should have done this first. Leave the house, return the car keys, and then tell him it's over. Why do you have to go to dinner with someone to tell him it's over? Because you want to turn him on. Yeah, and Diddy found her husband. It's true. Let's call a spade a spade. She's the loser. If she was a man, we would say she was the loser. I mean, this is crazy. But she's an earth sign, so she loves money and stability. She works hard at the gaining from destroying other people's lives. I don't know what kind of Virgo this is. Because Virgos are usually like very like homely and stuff. She invited him to the house that he paid for after a dinner date with your 10-year boyfriend. We are so confused. And that's what Priscilla said. These ladies, their no is not really no. Like, it's so confusing. Like, it really is. But I'm like, what you did last, you should have done that first. Diddy's abusive. He's toxic. He's evil. You leave the house. You give back the car, and you tell him it's over. And I'm sure even you returning stuff, he's going to know that it's over. Oh, no, I need to go see him in person at a fancy dinner and somewhere in an expensive-ass restaurant in Malibu and be like, it's over, Sean. I don't want to be with you anymore. Girl, what? Please. Whatever. We are tired.
And they were like, well, you said you went back many times. So you can't act like, you know, you weren't dating Diddy. You were on a break. Okay, you were on a break. Okay, that's how you justified it. But she continued to deal with Diddy after that. She was visibly uncomfortable. She was getting real uncomfortable. She was getting real uncomfortable. Okay? So she said August 8, 2018, she was supposed to be, the conversation was supposed to be closing, and she was no longer dating. They were supposed to have a closing conversation, her and Diddy.
Going to the restaurant.
But the thing is, I felt like Cassie was nervous because she hadn't seen a lot of the exhibits or the receipts. She hadn't had enough time to read over the paperwork that they were presenting to her, right? She wanted to have a closing conversation with Diddy. They want to have a conversation.
You guys, do you know how beautiful Malibu is? Malibu is gorgeous. Like, I mean, it's like the ocean is like everywhere. My brother got married up there. It is so nice. So imagine nighttime, like, you know, top, like, I don't know, 5-star Italian restaurant, candlelit dinner to break up with someone that's possessive. No, like, we're not doing this. Are you crazy? Let me see. Let's see if we can guess where they probably went. I mean, where could they have gone? Let's see, you guys. I mean, you got, like, look at these places. Do y'all see this? You're gonna go to these places like this to break up with an ex? Let's see this one. No, it's Diddy, so it had to cost a lot of money. Let me see. We're gonna find this restaurant, damn it. But it's Italian though, right? I mean, is it gonna be Nobu? I mean, these are beautiful restaurants though. I can only imagine like how like sexy it was. Like, I mean, it's a very, very, like, Malibu is just bougie. Like, seriously, you're gonna go there at night at a fancy restaurant with candlelit to break up with an abusive ex. You know, I'm sorry, but like this is a lot. Yeah, the Tina Turner tried to have a closing conversation with Ike. You run for your life. You run for your life. But I'm like, this is extremely suspicious. Like, what in the world?
About closure and this and that.
At night.
But because they were no longer together, but she was dating her now husband, Alex Finn. Right? So Diddy was trying to say he wanted to make things right with her.
Okay.
I told my family and everything. And I gave you and I took care of you. Let me just make things right. And she says, I didn't need you to take care of me. Take care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Okay, you guys. So she said, take care of Kim and Gina. So she knew, she knew Kim was there. She knew, she didn't care. Oh, she's a black queen. She's also black. Oh, shut up. Okay. She knew Kim was there. She's like, oh, take care of Kim and Gina. And that's the same Gina that young Miami was fighting with. So Gina been outside too, huh? She said, I needed you to put me first. Ah, there you go. So you want him to put you first before his kids? Put you first before the business with your lazy ass? All you do is playing freak offs. You don't work. You see, after that's the same thing baby with Haley too, huh? She wanted Diddy to put her first before the streaming and his fans. But I'm like, that's how he makes his money. So you want Diddy to put you first before his work, before his children, before his mother, and before Kim. I told you this goofy girl was in a competition with Kim. She was in a goofy ass competition with Kim and she played herself. Okay. I want you to put me first. How can he put you first? When you came into this man's life, the slots were already filled. Yeah, you think Diddy's going to put a woman above his mother. Like, seriously. So he got to put you above his kids, above his mom, above Kim, above the business, and the other people who depend on him. You want to be first. There you go. That's why there's a lawsuit, because he didn't put her first. You see? These girls, they telling themselves, man, it never fails.
Yeah. Right?
Crazy.
So.
This is crazy.
Diddy was trying to say he wanted to make things right with her.
He can't give her what she wants.
I told my family and everything. And I gave you and I took care of you. Let me just make things right. And she says, I didn't need you to take care of me. Take care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first. Oh no, she said, I didn't need you to take care of me. I didn't need you to take care of Kim, Sarah, and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Who is Sarah?
I just don't trust you anymore.
What?
That last shot, it just did something to me. You wanted me to be a machine and just accept your apology. Brian Steele and them looking like, what the hell is going on? Because the defense lady is all over the place. It's a mess. It's a mess. They're confused. She's jumping all over the receipts. They can't figure it out. Then we jump back to the right. So Cassie told everybody that Diddy raped her in 2018 in August. But then she said to them yesterday that she was in 2018 in September. But the problem was a day after or days before August 18th, she was talking about hit me up when you can. I'm trying to hang out with you. What's going on? I like you. I love you. And she was sending them text messages like they was talking. And it was like, well, girl, if he raped you, how are you talking to him like y'all want to hang out? So Kathy had her dates mixed up. So they don't know if she got raped in September, if she got raped in August, because in August, she's trying to with the nigga, but in September, she had already the nigga, they hanging out. So it's like.
Okay. You guys, let's be so for real. Okay. Do you think the rate that if a woman gets raped, she's going to forget that day? And not even just that. Most likely she'll write it in her journal, or she'll tell people, she'll tell her mother, like, even if she kind of forgets because you go, oh, she has PTSD, sure. But I'm sure she told someone they'll remember the date. But who can forget if they got raped in September or if they got raped in August? How does that even work? I don't know. I just know I was raped. I don't know when I was raped. What? Are you okay? And that's what Angie Baby said earlier, right? That this is not a credible witness because this is a crackhead. Okay? You okay? This is it. Okay? She said, I promise I was trying to be mean. I'm just saying, if it was just a random person who was an addict, they would not want them on the stand. They would be looked at as an addict and unreliable. And it's true. You see, she's an addict. How can you not know if you were raped in August or if you were raped in September? And then you're telling this person, hey, I want to chill, I want to see you. Are you okay? Are you back on drugs again? Because it's Cassie and she's pregnant, she's trustworthy? Question mark. This is not a credible person. Like, she's a drug addict. Yeah, she's a drug addict. How do you not remember when this happened? Wow, this is sad.
Well, when did he rape you? Because the day after y'all kick in, the day before y'all kick in, so it doesn't feel like you were ever, because you also telling the nigga come over.
Oh, Jesus.
So they caught her up there because they like, okay, this girl don't know what she's talking about. Okay. And so they're trying to figure out
too much.
How do we get to the next stage here in the case? Because it's looking a little frazzled. It's like flopping all over the place, and they can't really corner Cassie the way that they want to corner her, in my opinion. So Diddy, then they go into text messages about Diddy. So with Cassie texts Diddy, or I guess apparently Diddy was dating his yoga instructor. So Cassie said, I heard you're dating.
What?
This was Cassie's excuse to start dating again, I guess. I heard you're dating. I didn't know that.
Why do you care?
Diddy said, no dates, no dinner, nothing. Why would you think that?
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to start dating? And then Diddy says, I don't want to have a conversation where you don't want to be with me anymore. I need you. Cassie said, that's fine. Diddy said, can I hold you? This is September 2018. Can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? Because I think Cassie wanted to have a conversation with him, but her conversation was about closure. Because at this time, she's dating Alex Finn, but she haven't told Diddy. So she's like, well, I want to talk in person.
What?
And
hold on. She wants to talk in person. She's the one who said she wants to talk in person, but he's an abuser. You guys, how much you want to bet she's the one who asked him to come over? And you know what I think it is? Because this is what happened to Pete Hegseth. This is what happened to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth, if you remember, there was a story about the lady he had sex with. Because initially, the lady accused Pete Hegseth of rape. Okay? But the issue is, this is what happened. He went to a convention. The lady was assigned to him. That was a big mistake. As a man, you need to ask for a man to be assigned to you. The convention happened that same night. Pete Hegseth hooked up with the lady. The lady was married. And not just that, she and her family were staying at that hotel. I don't know what kind of sex she had with Pete Hegseth, y'all. The lady done passed out. She passed the F out. Maybe they took drugs. People say that Pete Hegseth loves to drink. I don't know. So it could have been drinks and alcohol. You know, it's white people in the pills, white folks. So the lady passed out. Her husband has the kids. The husband is frantically looking for her. Okay. So then she wakes up. Oh, shit. I got a husband and some kids, and they're here. So she gets back to her room. And because she does not want to tell her husband that I had an affair, she tells her husband that Pete Hegseth sexually assaulted her. You see how these women are? They struggle with accountability. Okay? So this is how Pete, because it was consent. He didn't rape her. She passed the fuck out. Now, is he that good in bed? Is he that good in bed plus the alcohol and the pills? Most likely it's a combination of drugs and sex. But the lady passed out, y'all. She woke up like, my husband, my kids. The entire time, the husband is looking for her. So to not have to tell her husband the truth and to save herself from the shame of saying, I slept with that man. If you want to divorce me, I get it. I beg you don't, but maybe, I don't know. She put everything on Pete Hegseth. And she said that she was raped. What I'm saying, right? The same thing with Tyler Perry and his mom. Tyler Perry's mom had an affair. That's how she got pregnant with Tyler Perry. She didn't want to tell her husband that the pregnancy was not his pregnancy. So she lied on paternity. When Tyler was born, she told the man, that's your child. But the man didn't believe her. So Tyler Perry, his fake daddy, growing up, he always used to beat Tyler Perry. One day, Tyler Perry went to his mom and he said to his mom, are you sure this man is my father? Because he also had a brother, but that brother never got hit like that. So he thought it was suspicious. So he went to his mom and he said, are you sure this man is my father? Because the way he hits me, it's like this man hates me. It's not just discipline, like he wants me dead. She gassed the fuck out of him. And she said, oh no, that's your dad, that's your dad. Until she was on her dying bed, he kept asking her. Because this man was always so mean to him. He asked her one more time. She said, oh no, baby, that's your daddy, that's your daddy. She died with her lie. Because women struggle with accountability. When she died, Tyler Perry finally took a DNA test with his brother. The DNA test came back. That's when Tyler Perry realized that he was right all along. And that every time he had asked his mother, she was lying to him. Because indeed, that man was not his father. His mother had an affair. You see, women out here, they struggle with accountability. They think they're equal to men. They want to be promiscuous. But then when the shame of that arises, they can't deal with that. So they lie on the man. Oh, no, it was consensual. Okay. That's the story of Pete Hegseth. And that's also the story of Tyler Perry. So I think what happened with, what's her name? With Cassie. Because I think most likely when she got with Alex, she was upset. She was mad. And also she was jealous. Because she said, I want you to put me first. Her goal in whoring herself like this, degrading herself like this, and all of that, because she was in a silent competition with Kim. So while Kim took the more wifey, maternal angle to things, Cassie thought about being the siren. I hope y'all see this, right? Because we need to talk about this. We're like, when we're done with this, like hopefully, I think he's gonna walk. I believe he's gonna walk. But I think when we're done with this, we truly, truly have to analyze, compare, contrast the angle that Cassie took, which is the siren, and the angle that Kim took was a bit more traditional. Mother, wife, longtime confidant, and things like that. Cassie came in as a siren. And because of that, she became look at all these addictions. Okay? But her thing is, she meets this man and there's already someone there. So what she decides to do is to whore herself out, thinking that through sex, I can get this man, which is something that many neophytes do. The newbies, they use sex to get to men, as opposed to having like other exercises of intimacy that don't require nudity. You see, Kim held a bigger place in his heart because their love was real and she's the mother of his children. I also feel like maybe also in a sick way, maybe in the freak offs, the reason why people would pee on her or ejaculate on her and things like that, and Diddy would not even do it himself because he wanted to make sure she never got pregnant. And I think maybe part of the freak offs is not just trying to like spend time with him, impress him, be a siren. But I also believe that the freak offs with the level of alcohol, drugs, and things like that, she was hoping that Diddy would forget, slip up, and leave some sperm inside of her. You have to put yourself in the mind of Cassie. She's a sociopath. She's a malignant narcissist. Okay? Some of these freak offs, to me, Marlene, from where I'm sitting here after hours of doing this, okay, I also think the freak offs were somewhat of a trap to harvest his sperm. Because what is the one thing or the three things that Kim has that she doesn't have? The children, right? Misa has Justin, Kim had Christian and then the twins, right? So you go, okay, besides having sex, what do I have that can make this man stay? What do I have that I can compete with these women? I think you keep wanting to have these free calls, hoping that he's going to forget himself and he's going to come inside of you. And then maybe you'll get pregnant. But the problem is, you see, Diddy never left that stuff in there. It's either on your face, it's on your body, it's all over you, but it's never in there. Because he didn't want her to get pregnant. Right? And maybe that's also a thing that made her upset. Like, why does he want me to have his children? But my thing is, you compared to Kim is not a drug addict. She can raise kids. You're an addict. What kind of kid can he have with your crazy ass? Okay? So I'm like, I can see that too. I can see these freak offs as a way of like, let me see if I can harvest his sperm today. Let me see if today he'll be so high, so drunk, or so aroused that he's going to stay and come inside of me because she wanted a baby. Okay? That's how it's coming to me, because she really is in a competition with Kim. Because, you know, Kim is like their queen bee. They're a bunch of side chicks. So I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
I got, she was dating Alex. At some point, her friends, he finds out that she was sleeping with Diddy.
Yes. That Gina, her name is Gina. Because she couldn't stand Gina. And to realize that Gina was able to do what she couldn't do or what she could not get, I think that really got to her also. Because they hey dear self, what's up, my love, right? Because I really do believe that the thing about Gina, though, people underestimate Gina. But Gina, she's very solid. Like, she is patient AF. Because look how long she's been there. She was there with Cassie. She's there with Carisha. She put up with Carisha. I'm like, that girl Gina, man, she's something else. And I think Gina was witness number 3, I think, and she ran. Because remember, Gina did an interview with Tasha K. because she was in her feelings. But think of how long Gina been outside. All right, Kevin. You see? Hold on, Kevin. Kevin, no, hold on. Wait 5 minutes. Wait until you hear this part. Hold on. He's about to say something.
Where you don't want to be with me anymore. I need you.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie said, that's fine. Diddy said, can I hold you? This is September 2018. Can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? Because I think Cassie wanted to have a conversation with him, but her conversation was about closure. Because at this time, she's dating Alex Finn, but she haven't told Diddy.
Fine. His name is Fine.
So she's like, well, I want to talk in person.
Why?
And she was dating Alex. At some point, her friends, he finds out that she was sleeping with Diddy. And she was not raped.
So you see, Alex found out that she was still having intercourse with Diddy. Now imagine how he felt, because she probably said all kinds of things. Oh, Diddy abuses me. Diddy made me into his sex slave. So it's not consistent if you're happily having sex with him. So maybe for Alex not to be upset at her, she said, oh, he forced himself onto me. That's what happens out here. Remember those like 2 or 3 black guys from this one football team got arrested because the white girls flipped the script. Because a lot of these girls, when their actual boyfriends find out, when the people, they find out, these girls can't bring themselves to say, I had sex with him. I'm not truly over him. But given the narrative that she told Alex, it would have made her seem to be like a liar. So what she told Alex was, oh, I was raped. And since she said so many evil things about Diddy, most likely is okay, I believe that because he's that kind of man. I can't stand him. He's a monster. The whole time it's like, why would you go to a romantic dinner to have closure with an ex with whom you had so many sexual experiences at night? That's not very prudent. Okay.
So apparently September 27th, 2018, she went and Diddy.
Wow.
Mind you, this is the time where Alex Finn is calling her on FaceTime. Diddy comes over to hang out, talk to her for a minute. She declines the call from Alex Finn because she's getting porked up in a freak off with Diddy.
Oh my Lord.
Mind you, I'm sitting there, I'm looking at Alex. Alex is visibly uncomfortable. He's sitting in the courtroom while she's basically telling the world that she cheated on him. Now, she wasn't going to say that. The defense.
One thing I also said, because when you listen to those freak offs and because the people they go after, the way Armand described them, they're not attractive. But they all have one thing in common. They have big penises. But they're not attractive people. They just have big penises. So my thing is like, can you go from these black men with the big penises to a white man? I always thought about that. I was like, can he satisfy her? Because she's a sex addict. She's addicted to sex. And not just that, she likes big penis. Now, people usually, believe that most white men, they have something really small. Okay? As the guy said on the Pivot podcast, they have their mother's clitoris, right? So when you are a white man, and you want to date a woman that has slept with black guys with big penises, like, how do you lie to yourself also? Because you will never be able to pleasure her. Even Kid Cudi, I can only imagine what his stuff looks like. Michael B. Jordan, I can only imagine what his stuff looks like. Ryan Leslie, I'm like, she likes black guys for a reason. For the freak offs, she never went after white dudes to put them in the freak offs. She would put black guys in the freak offs. So she likes that. Alex Fine, do you think he has that? Do you think he even has half of that? So I'm like, how is she going to satisfy that man? How is he going to satisfy her? I'm sorry. And that's why I feel like it's always going to be a problem. You even see, like, even the girls who are married to white husbands, like, but they used to have black boyfriends. After a while, they get divorced because I think they kind of miss it. So they go back to the black boy and they go from being wives to being baby mothers. Okay. Or if they're German, but even if they're hung, though, are they circumcised? Yeah, that's a great question. Like Germans, if they hang, are they circumcised? It's a turtleneck. Because most black men are circumcised. I think that also matters. I really do. So are they circumcised? Or they're just like, they circumcised them in Germany? Oh, okay. Well, now you'll know. But over here, Alex Fine, I don't think Alex Fine is German. Because if he could do it, why should he go back to Diddy? Because it's a lot of black men. And I think that's what most white girls who date lots of black men, I think they have a hard time going back to white boys because jam
led her into that. They was like, so after Diddy you, whatever the case may be, you then still had consensual, you consensually had sex with Diddy, right? And this is while you were dating your husband. Your now husband. And she said, yes.
Oh.
The courtroom gas. Ooh. And all you see is everybody doing this. Looking over at Alex. Alex is sitting there looking crazy. I'll be surprised if Cassie is still with that man after this.
Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be really surprised if Cassie is with this man after this because she was still fucking Diddy after he allegedly fucked her. She went and had consensual sex with Diddy while she was in a relationship with Alex Finn. So now let's follow this. She went from Ryan Leslie, cheated on him with Diddy, cheated on Diddy with Kid Cudi, got back with Diddy, then was cheating on Diddy with Ryan Finn, your personal trainer, then got back with then Diddy you.
No, he missed it. Ryan Leslie, you cheat on him with Diddy, right? You cheat on Diddy with Kid Cudi, the football player, Michael B. Jordan, or whoever else is out there. Then also Alex Fine. You go with Alex Fine, you come back to Diddy. Like she's a sex addict. Why would I take the stand? No, this girl is crazy. This is too much. She's a sex addict, you guys. I want to say this. I really think baby Cassie was probably molested. You cannot be this promiscuous like this. It's too much. Like women get on my nerves, but I believe most women are prudish. It's a lot. For you to be like out of order like this, like you had to have a traumatic experience in your life. This is not possible. Because you can't tell me that, oh, her first boyfriend was a Brian Leslie, and then she just stopped being afraid of penis like this. I'm like, no, like you started off early. And how early were you? And who did this to you? I hope her daddy's not her molester. But I'm like, this is a lie. This is a lie.
Then you went back and consensually had sex with Diddy, but you was in a relationship with Ryan Finn.
Alex Fine.
All these men are connected to Diddy. Ryan Leslie introduced you to Diddy. Diddy used to introduce you to Kid Cudi. Diddy booked your trainer for you. This is why Diddy ended up wanting all his money back from the trainer, because you were having a secret affair with the trainer.
Oh.
Or to just go back and have a secret affair with Diddy.
Oh my God.
Y'all should have just had the freak off.
This sounds like Jerry Springer. Like, this is like, you know how Jerry Springer did, okay, now it's time to bring Alex Fine, people start fighting. This is giving Jerry Springer. What is this?
In my opinion, Alex Fine.
Alex Fine.
It was a mess.
Oh my God.
It was a mess. It was a mess. I wrote Alex Finn is punching the wall right now. Cassie told her husband that Diddy raped her, but Diddy didn't rape her that night. So here's what I think. I think that, I'm going to be honest with y'all, I don't think that Alex Finn really knows the real story.
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
I think that he got one story from Cassie.
So she could feel sorry.
And now the real story is coming out. Now she's saying that he eventually told her the story. He allegedly, she allegedly told him the story, this, that, and the third. I don't know if I fully believe that, because I feel like a lot of this, the order at which these things were happening and what actually happened, I think she was gagged and he was gagged. Then you see Cassie trying to make awkward smiles and stuff. It's like, no, girl, you cheated on your husband with Diddy. It's no tea. But that wasn't it.
Oh my God.
That wasn't it. She was telling Diddy that she feel lost. Lost and needs love. She would text Diddy, I'm feeling so lost, I need love.
See, women like Cassie are the ones who truly like ruin it for other women. Because you experience someone like that, you're gonna think, oh, all women lie, all women do this, da, 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 da. And then we wonder why some men out here have trust issues. You know, one of my friends, like, she told me, like, the guy she was trying to date, like, she really wanted to go deeper with him, but his ex-wife, she lied on the paternity of 2 children because he was deployed. And it seems like every time he's deployed, she get pregnant. I don't know how he didn't put it together. The first baby, he named the baby Junior. Then they had another child. Then what happened is one of the babies died. I think the child was like 4 or something. And it was in the whole ordeal of like the funeral stuff that he discovered the baby was not his son. What the fuck? Which then prompted him to test the other baby. The other baby was also not his child. And I said, girl, he gone. I don't see how he came back. Because then he went to Hawaii. He went on like some spiritual journey thing. You guys, it was so hard on him. And I said, Jesus, how can you lie like this? Even me as a woman, I was embarrassed. Like, oh, Jesus. I cannot stand women who lie on paternity. You can really break someone. And I said to my friend, I'm like, I really don't see him ever being able to trust a woman again, because this is too much. How can you lie on the paternity of 2 kids? So the whole time when this man is deployed, providing for y'all, you in that house cheating. Hey, I'm like, this is overwhelming. You got some ladies out here will make you so embarrassed of being a woman. You'll be like, how can you do such a thing? And I told her, I'm like, I don't see how. Because even me, Marlene, if this had happened to me, and someone lied to me like this, I don't see how I could ever trust again. This is too much. I'm not even cheating. I think you kind of get over that. But to lie on paternity, he's touching the belly. He's watching the sonogram. Oh, I'm about to have a son. You watch this man go through all this and you sitting there lying. Girl, you're crazy. You're deep as hell. You push the baby out. He's holding the baby. And you continue to gaslight this man. It's time for the birth certificate. You put his name on there. The whole time, you know, when he was deployed, you were out here throwing the pussy left and right. Are you okay? Then she does it again because she got away with it the first time. But the 4-year-old died. And then instead of like grieving, because he named the son Junior, he named the child after him because he thought that was his first son. I said, oh my Lord. Okay. And then guess what happened? He finds out the baby is not his son. Then he goes and he tests the second baby, and that child is also not his child. I'm like, people gotta, this is a lot. People need to stop lying out here like this. Like it's overwhelming. Okay. Like, yeah, it's really giving Maxine, what's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell, is that her name? It's like, you know, and this is why I'm against the lack of sexual discipline. Even masturbation, all this stuff, women out here masturbating. I'm like, you're opening doors. You are truly, truly opening doors. You got to be very careful because you see, you can really have a sex addiction. And you see, they said like these addictions can also be predisposed by genetics. Some people are predisposed for addiction. Some people have very, very addictive personalities. You got to be very careful. And this is crazy. But you go and you lie to Alex Fine because you don't want him to see you as dirty as you really are. And you put everything on Diddy. Now you're out here, you go back to sleep with Diddy. He's calling you, you don't pick up your phone. He's calling you on FaceTime, you don't pick up your phone because you're having sex with Diddy. What is this? But you see, I will also say this. Tomorrow, if Alex Fine sues you and takes all the children because he married you under false pretense and he treats you like he's the Kevin Federline to your Britney Spears, that's what you get. That's what you get. If tomorrow Alex Fine sues this lady, takes all his children, and he treats her like Kevin Federline did Britney Spears, y'all, don't go crying for her. Because she got with this man under false pretense. Everything she said to him wasn't true. Now it's like, now we got to put ourselves in Alex's shoes because he's finding things out too. Oh my God, in public. If you know, do you know how many people are in the courthouse? You guys, people start lining up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. There are so many people watching this. They have an overflow room. There's the overflow. So there's the main courthouse and then there's the overflow. But imagine everybody in that courthouse, everybody inside the courtroom is looking at him like, did you know? He's sitting there like boo-boo the fool. Even Ryan Leslie, he probably discovering things too he didn't even know. Like, what the heck? Even Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi's also discovering things he didn't know because she probably told Kid Cudi something completely different. She probably told Michael B. Jordan something crazy. She probably told that football player something also. And they're like, what the what? Cassie just lies to people. She lies and she causes confusion and chaos. She's a siren. Like, this is like, yeah, please don't do that. Like, they would say, oh, no, play with yourself. Don't do it. It's a door. It's a door. Don't do it. Don't do it. Even drinking by yourself. No. No. Control your thoughts. Control your thoughts. I love my baby mama. I never let it go. Okay. Do not engage with that. No, but you know what? The way Cassie moves, I can also see Alex thinking that he had to save her. I can see that. Because Kid Cudi felt the same way. Cassie has a way of telling stories. And plus the way she looks, like she's very pretty and she looks innocent. So if you don't know about mental disorders, why would you think she's lying? You know, because I think when it comes to like mentally ill people, people have an image of what a mentally ill person looks like. Like people have an image of what a narcissist looks like. People have an image of what like a malignant narcissist looks like. People have an image in their heads, right? So if you're not well trained in these things, like if you're not well trained in personality disorders, right? A girl like Cassie comes up to you, especially someone like Alex Fine. He ain't got no money. She's very pretty. She's an entertainer. She's a model. She dates nothing but millionaires. So imagine how also he had to feel like, wow, a girl like that wants me, right? So why would he think that she's also like lying? But Cassie has a personality disorder. She's mentally ill. Yeah. You see? So imagine like now you're in court and then you're like, oh shit, because he's hearing things. And we're in, this is just week 1. We come back next week. By the time we get to 8 weeks, where are we going to be with this? Like, this is overwhelming.
Mind you, she's with Alex Fine.
Fine. Oh my gosh.
She was upset. This is all why she's in a relationship. She was upset that he was talking to Gina, and she hated the fact that he said that Kim Porter was his soulmate.
I told you.
So, mind you, she goes to Atlanta to go Kim Porter's memorial service. I guess Diddy had posted on his Instagram that Kim Porter was his soulmate. She didn't like that.
No.
So she left, didn't go to the rest of the festivities. That was the last time she apparently talked to Diddy. But she felt like, you're still dealing with Gina, and how dare you say that Kim Porter is your soulmate, and I've been with you for a consistent 11 years, Kim Porter.
You see? I told you she was in a competition with Kim Porter. And people can miss me with, oh, she's black. No, she's Filipina. And she identifies as Filipina. You're a black woman and you're doing this with another black woman. Get out of here with that. Team Kim Porter forever. She was part of the people who were like antagonizing Kim. Y'all crazy. Okay. So when she sees that he said Kim Porter was I told you, because Kim, unlike her, took a very traditional wifey position in his life. She was mature. Cassie's like the siren, like the young thing, you know, she keeps you feeling young, you pop your Viagra and things like that. But it ain't nothing serious like that. And it was never going to be, and she knew that. Now she wants to act like, oh, but I thought I was going to graduate. To what? To what? You are crazy. And this is what we keep telling people. He will never leave his wife. They don't understand us. Even in death, he's going to love her more. So you see, he called Kim a soulmate. She got triggered. Why are you triggered if you are in a relationship with Alex Fine? Why do you care? People felt sorry for her because she's not a black woman. Exactly. Or even if she has some black with her, she gives Filipina. Like her phenotype gives Filipina. It doesn't give black. They did not feel sorry for the very chocolate Kim Porter. Only Al B. Shore spoke for her. Every black man and a lot of black women took her side because she looks exotic. Yep, you're right. No, because he's a nobody. Alex Fine is a nobody. He's a nobody. Like, why would you use his name? It's very, very draining. But this is very easy. After she died, mind you, the mother of his children, what a wicked woman. Yeah. She acted exactly because she's performative. It's social media. She acted as if she felt sorry for Kim, but she was secretly hating secretly her. Okay. They better check her around the time Kim passed, because either may or be two of them complicit instead of the child. They could both have something to do. But definitely they stressed her out. Definitely they stressed her out. She played a part in making Kim's lives miserable. And I think she also played a part in probably Kim not even enjoying like her babies, like her pregnancy, her postpartum, like, you know what I'm saying? Because Cassie was there. And you see Cassie, and that's why I feel like the freak offs also came about. Because when she doesn't hear from him, she's assuming he's with Kim. She doesn't hear from him. She's assuming he's with Kim. You know what I mean? So she offers him sex to kind of pull him away from Kim, because why haven't I heard from a girl? He's working. And Kim also does her own thing. But I feel like she was always calling about the freak offs and these nasty text messages because she's in a competition with Kim. And because Kim is so much older, she's much more mature, and she really knows Sean. You just know Diddy. She knows the real Sean. Right? So she don't put up with these stupid ass little games. But you're a little girl. So what you do is you act like a siren. But when she does not hear from him, she's assuming he's with Kim. So now she proposes sex and drugs and whatever and recording, so that way he'll run to her. This is what many of these mistresses do out here, y'all. Oh, he's with his wife. Let me see what I can say. Oh, I cook for you. Oh, I'm rubbing my body. Oh, I'm putting lotion on my body. Things like that to get him to leave that house and come over to you. Okay. So it's like she's really crazy. She definitely thought she was better than Kim. She definitely did. Okay, exactly. She thought she was better than Kim because she was younger and non-black looking. And also she's freakier. Like, I can do things to your man that you can't. Your man likes it when I do this to him. That kind of goofy ass mindset. Little girls. Whereas like Kim is more traditional. She's Southern too. She's from Georgia. She's like very traditional. She's very mature. Like she's more of like, she's very maternal. And she's more of, she gives off wifey energy. Like, I'm not entertaining these little girls. Okay. And I get that.
Order Gina. She was pissed. She texted him, what was the 11 years about?
You see, competition.
Then she said that, Diddy tried to contact her through various different people. However, she didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kim is very mature.
And then the judge is being shady and saying, so I'm not the judge. And then, because remember, Diddy said Kim Porter was the love of his life, right? White lady. Then she gonna say, and then you stopped talking to Diddy and you went and got married to the love of your life. Then Cassie talking about something, and everybody looking around like, yeah, right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, yeah, right.
So she got with Alex Fine to hurt him. She got married to Alex Fine to hurt him. Like, okay, let me go marry this man too. I'm telling you, he's not her type. He really is not her type. He is not her type.
So now we go to lunch. We come back. Now I'm inside the courtroom so I can really get into some things. So the first thing I write down is Cassie's credibility. Credibility is discredited. Her story is feeling like it was all over the place. Okay? And they feel like, the prosecution just feel like Cassie's story has been discredited. They're trying to destroy her credibility, and they try to make this more about her being in love with Diddy and not being concerned about her life and her future.
Armand is a Gemini. Like, Armand also, he holds back because unlike me, but I guess my situation is a bit different like that. But Armand, he takes care of himself. So he has to be mindful how he talks because a big part of his audience are Black women. But even with the Meg Thee Stallion thing, he wasn't believing it. But he was like, And also, not only is he a Gemini, but Armand is a real barb. So like when you support Nicki Minaj, you're a truth teller. Like you speak the truth, right? Like it's just what it is, right? But Armand, like he holds back a lot. He really does. With the Meg Thee Stallion stuff, you could see he was struggling because he also didn't believe it. And then when he linked up with Milagro, like he was like, oh yeah, I don't believe it. But when you make a living off of YouTube and then your audience is like predominantly Black women and you know how emotional they are, because Black women just want to hear the same talking points. Oh yeah, this nigga ain't shit. That's all they care about. They don't care about, listen, we might not like the man, but we have to stay on topic. What are the charges? What is he be accused of? And where's the evidence? Right? And also Cassie, with her phenotype, many of these girls, they wish they looked like Cassie. So they want to fight hard for Cassie because many of these girls wish they were trans white or they were trans Latino, or they were trans whatever. They hate themselves. Okay? They truly hate themselves. So he's been more mindful. But I feel like recently he's being a bit more of himself because you have to be who you are. And if they want to unfollow, let them unfollow. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Like, so, yeah, because the majority of his fans are Black women. And with them, it's like, you have to hate the Black man. Fucking nigga, da, 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 da. That's the war cry. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they rally. Like, that's the rallying chant, okay? That's their clarion call. Well, we're destroying the Black man. Like, yeah. Okay? Like, they're so unhinged. They are truly unhinged. Because these are people also who are not ready to take accountability for what they've done to themselves. Anytime you need somebody to make content only bashing one person, we know that you struggle with accountability. Okay, because it's not always the other person's fault, right? So, yes, I'm like, child, please. So, no, Cardi's really fake. And he realized she was fake. Yeah. But I think Diddy, his issue is like he wanted to have this playboy, bad boy image because he felt like that helps. Because can you be a rapper and be married or whatever? You know? Because sometimes your persona gets in the way of what your person actually needs. And you can get lost in the sauce, though. Like, you really can.
Sure. So that was the prosecution's big gripe. They're like, I don't like the way that this is going because they're trying to make it seem like Cassie was just so enthralled with Diddy and she didn't give a damn about herself. But then I wrote, the defense continues to show incorrect exhibits. Okay? So here we go. 2009. This is where things heat up again. They say, well, have you continued to talk to Diddy?
2019.
She's like, well, yeah, you know, even after 2018.
After she got married?
Yeah. None of us knew that. None of us knew that. So Diddy texted her, hey, you, just checking on you, just sending some love. Mind you, she's in a relationship now. It's 2019. Cassie goes,
this thing is so engaging.
No, Diddy goes, congratulations, Cass. You're going to make a beautiful mother. Sending you love and light. I had a dream about you the other night. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then Cassie writes, no, he writes, I know you're happy. I miss my best friend. Frankly, Frankie, and I hope Frankie is doing so well. And Frankie is doing so well. Cassie writes on March 2nd, I miss you too. Thank you. And then Diddy goes, same, I've been reflecting a lot. Shit has been rough without our friendship. You're my ride or die. You're one of the greatest women in the world. I'm so happy to know you. Don't hate me. I need a second, and then I'm so happy to know that you don't hate me. Then I get some time roll by. Then Cassie writes back in 2020. I needed a second to gather my thoughts.
Yeah, I know that hurt her too. You're gonna be a beautiful mother. That's not the mother of my kids. Yeah, he didn't want to do that. He didn't want it. And it's a good thing he didn't.
Sorry. The things you said blew my mind.
What is this?
We do need to talk and get closure.
She wants to talk and get closure again.
And an understanding.
That means she wants to have sex.
And they said, did you get that closure? And why did you need time? The lady said, you were his ride or die, weren't you? As the greatest woman in the world.
Oh, yes.
That message was full of emotion, wasn't it? And Cassie was just like, yeah, I appreciated that. It was very heartfelt. It was the message I was looking for a long time. And she's like, yeah, that's what you've always wanted. This is what the defense said. This is what you've always wanted. She said, that's what I wanted then. So Cassie was trying to make sure that she wasn't like, I want it now. I wanted it then. So
this is too much.
Then they pull up a text of Cassie and say, this is what Cassie told Diddy. I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without you. That's what she told Diddy. And Diddy's right, tears of joy. I hope you can forgive me. You deserve the world. And I say this with all the respect to your marriage. Hopefully we get to talk and tell your mom and papa I said hi. Alex Finn is sitting in the courtroom.
Wow.
Alex Finn is sitting in the courtroom while all this is going on. And I'm over here like, girl.
Oh, my Lord.
So let's continue. So then.
Oh, my gosh.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where we at. Where are we at with it?
Oh, my God.
No, I don't know if we're here. I want it to be the first prosecution. I wanted was Diddy love of my life? How was Cassie affected? Okay, so boom. Now they started to move on to the husband. They started trying to get into Cassie coin.
Okay.
Setting the husband up. So Cassie, well, Alex fine. So they get into the husband. They say, so after you broke up with Diddy, you got with your husband, you guys moved in with your mom's house. You moved into your mom's house. Huh? Insinuating they were broke. I'm just gonna give it to you like me. They were saying you got this man.
Yeah, they're broke. Because remember, she gave back the apartment. They were broke. He's broke. He's a trainer. He doesn't have much money. And then Diddy also wanted his money back. He's a dusty. And maybe that's why also Diddy hired Alex Fine, because he's a dusty. He didn't think she would be attracted to a dusty because she's hypergamous. I mean, Ryan Leslie, Diddy, Kid Cudi, the football player, Michael B. Jordan. These are multimillionaires. So maybe the reason why Diddy hired Alex Fine, because he's a dusty, he's broke. So he didn't think that she would be attracted to him because he doesn't have any money. Because it's true, even I wouldn't expect her to go for him because I'm like, he ain't got no money. So she goes for the broke dude, and then they move into her mother's house. So even he doesn't have a house. He doesn't have an apartment. And I told you, this man gives meth head from Skid Row. He looks homeless. He looks like he used to struggle with like a meth addiction or some fentanyl addiction, okay? He looks homeless as fuck. Like, what the heck? And also he's white. Cassie only dates black men. So I can see why Diddy probably thought, okay, he's not her type. So if we hire him, there's no possible chance of an attraction. But then I think also Cassie probably did that also to spite Diddy. Look at me having sex with the help. Which is not beneath her because she likes to be degraded in sex. Like during sex, she allows you to degrade her. So now here she is trying to date the help and having sex with the help. Okay? So, this is crazy. No.
They're like, your husband, he's what, a fitness trainer or something? And so, you were relying on his money for a while, living with your parent. Alex was making a little bit of money as a personal trainer. And you were supposed to be going on tour, but that never happened. So essentially they were saying, you were broke.
Yeah.
And so you got to watch it. You were broke. In 2023. You were supposed to, remember, now we in 2023. So they basically said in 2023, the funds got low.
Yes.
You moved in to.
This is so from like pretty much 2019 to 2023. It sounds like her and Alex, even though they're married, they are married living in her mother's house. Can you imagine the drastic change in lifestyle from having 2 luxury apartments in Miami and New York, a jet-setting life, a luxurious life, to a man who can even afford a double king at the DoubleTree, can even afford a room at the Hilton? What is this? The struggle. So now Cassie has to put something in place to restore her lifestyle. And since Alex is a dusty, he's a white man, but I guess when his white ancestors were colonizing, his people were asleep. Okay, because why are you like how can you be a white man and not offer white privilege? I don't know. What do I know? Right? So now she got to step into her masculine bag and figure out how she's going to get this money. How is she going to get this lifestyle back? I said she should have negotiated a separation freak-off gift during that Malibu Noble dinner before her last one stand, so she would have to live with her mom. Yeah, no money. He has nothing. This man has nothing.
You moved to Connecticut with your mama because you were broke, and you got this man. He ain't got no money. Cassie was like, "Well, no, we just left LA." She's like, "No, well, okay." I'm just saying, you went from Diddy, this big mansion, and you went to this little, like, your mom's house, like a little modest lifestyle. You know, you went from Met Galas to this to that. And, you know, what happened to your tour? Because you also settled your lawsuit in 24 hours. And is that why you didn't go on tour? I mean, you didn't need the money, right? I mean, because you needed the money at first, but you don't need the money now. So you settle it. It's like, well, no, that's not what happened. So long story short, they were basically trying to say, girl, you
extortion
filed this lawsuit because you needed the money and he was broke. Then somehow we jump back into Freak Offs 2012. Diddy says, I want to freak off for the last time. Cassie responded, I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want to freak off for the first time, like it's for the rest of our lives. No further questions, Your Honor. She said, Diddy said, I want to freak off for the last time. Cassie says, I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. Freak off. The lady said, no further questions.
Oh, my Lord.
The prosecution, they come and they do their redirect again. I'm horny. Just come over.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Cassie needed money. Yeah, she needed money.
I don't want to see you put in any emotion right now. What? Okay, so they was just basically trying to say, like, how was Cassie affected by Diddy? How was Cassie affected by the freak offs? This, that, and the third. And they also asked Cassie, did she have any pending lawsuits? And so Cassie said no. They asked Cassie, was she making any money from doing this case? The prosecution, they said no, right? And so Cassie then goes into says, so then they start.
Also, I think what also hit Cassie too, when you fall like that, a lot of people stop calling you because people liked you because you were next to Diddy. So imagine how many people stopped calling her, how many girls stopped checking on her, designers, stylists, makeup artists. Like, people forget about you because they never even liked you. They liked you because you had access to Diddy. So that also, like, you know, she's a malignant narcissist. So imagine how that affected her ego as well. Like, damn, like my phone is dry. You know what I mean? Having a baby, like, can you even afford a crib? What can you do for money? Because she never really worked. All she did was do free calls. Yeah, it never really worked. You don't work. You don't know how to work. And she never saved any money, you know? So it's like, and that's why being a side chick, it's not a plan.
They start trying to bring it back to how Diddy opened up a world of chaos for her in her life and how he was always supposed to seduce her all day. So this is the reason why she would talk like that in the text messages, because Cassie would say, it was my job to seduce him. It was my job. It wasn't that I wanted to do it. It's just that's how he wanted to talk. So I felt like I had to talk to him like that. She made it seem like, you know, her career would fall apart when she got with Diddy.
What career? She doesn't care.
Which it did. Because remember, Cassie was hot. She had the Me and You. Got a long way to go. She was doing her thing. And then she signed to Diddy, and then we never heard Cassie music again. But Me to You was with Diddy.
That's Diddy's work. That's not Ryan Leslie. Me and You is Diddy. Yeah, it's Diddy. It's Bad Boy. This is Diddy. This is Diddy's work. No. Diddy made her hot. Because of Diddy, that's how she made on the Billboard 200. I even think she reached like number 4, whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm like, Me and You, all those songs, it wasn't even just Me and You. There's another one. Da, 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 da. You Got a Long Way to Go. That's also Diddy. Everything is Diddy. Bad Boy. There you go. It's all Diddy. She had the music. Exactly. It's this one and the only, and it's Me and You, and it's the one like You Got a Long Way to Go. No, it's all Diddy. Diddy made her hot.
Only heard nothing. Honestly, we didn't really get much of Cassie after that. And we was like, damn, that's what made, because we didn't know that she was being stuck from the back and stuck from the front and freak-offs and getting pissed on. She said that what happening is if she would get offered music video gigs, she got offered to be in a music video with Common. Diddy said no. She would have to cancel work.
Hold on. Me and You, okay, is her debut single by American singer Cassie. It was released April 25th, 2006 as the lead single from her self-titled debut album, okay? Written and produced by Ryan Leslie, okay? The song reached number 3 on the Billboard Hot 100. The song's Bad Boy remix features Diddy and Young Jock, okay? Now what about this one? Okay, this one also, producer was Ryan Leslie. The song was released as her second and final single from the album by Bad Boy Records. Okay, I get it. All right. So Ryan Leslie, he really loved her too, huh? You see that? You see how they use these men? So Ryan Leslie wrote and produced Me and You and Long Way to Go. And as his thank you, he got cheated on. This girl, man, her karma gonna be something special. This is insanity. Let me see that one also. Hold on. Okay, so I guess they didn't work on that one. Okay. Sure. Listen, today makes it a year. Don't you think it's time that you made it clear? You got to get on your biz. Tell me it ain't what it is. I can handle it. I've had it up to here. I don't want to pressure you, dear. Girl, what is this? I've sent back-to-back dudes away from my door, thinking I was spoken for, not anymore. And I'm tired. I'm tired of being your unofficial girl. I'm tired. I'm tired of trying. I am still your unofficial girl. You got to love me in the light and the dark. You got to give me all of your heart. I want to be your official girl. Said I want to, girl. How old is this kid? If you keep this up, there's bound to be a mess. It's giving lawsuit. Okay. If you keep this up, it's bound to be a mess. It's giving lawsuit. Okay. Then what else? Because I ain't really like the rest. Put to the test, I can surely pass. You better do the math. I'm so stylish, so bossy. It'd be a shame to say you lost me. But if you want that, it's a wrap, and I won't look back. Because I'm tired. I'm tired. Okay, sure. You're always tired, girl. Okay, that's Lil Wayne. Okay. Well, she told us about to be a mess.
Work and be obligated for freak offs. She couldn't be nothing else but a sex worker. That was her job. They objected to that. She said she blocked Diddy, but he was still contacting her. Then they wanted to know, well, did drugs ever make you violent? She said drugs never made her violent. They said, well, what kind of things would Diddy do to you? He would hit me.
This is too much.
He would stomp me. He would punch me. That's why I left the freak off at the hotel. So the feds keep establishing physical abuse and kidnapping and coercion. That's what they're trying to do.
No.
So now let's get into the rape and about how she was alleging that she was raped and all that stuff. So they said, do you have any doubt that Diddy raped you? She says no. After they said, did you have consensual Diddy again? She said yes. Then while Diddy, her husband, Alex Finn.
So the prosecution asked her, is there any doubt that, he raped you? She said yes. Then the prosecution said, did you have consensual sex with him after that? She said yes. Cassie, we need to go home. We are tired. And these goofy ass white women, these goofy ass prosecutors, they need to have some level of self-respect, okay? What woman do you know gets raped and goes back to have consensual sex with this man? What is this? Truly and truly, what is this? What is this?
Called. That came out again. So they said, hold on. They said the settlement was for tour after she filed her civil suit. I was overwhelmed. It was a lot. Oh, so then they asked her, why did you cancel your tour? Because the defense was asking her like, well, you canceled your tour when you got that $20 million. So the prosecution came back and they said, okay.
Okay, let me play this part. Let me bring my evil. Let me bring my evil twin. Okay, Priscilla's my evil twin. Priscilla, I'm so torn when it comes to Priscilla. Ciao, my fellow Aquarius. Let me play my evil twin real quick. Let's do this. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me go back to Armand so it makes more sense. Hold on.
That's what they're trying to do. So now let's get into the rape and about how she was alleging that she was raped and all that stuff. So they said, do you have any doubt that Diddy raped you? She says no. After they said, did you have consensual Diddy again? She said yes. Then while Diddy, her husband, Alex Finn, called. That came out again. So they said, hold on. They said the settlement was for.
Okay, let's go. Let me show you this part from Priscilla real quick. Hold on.
With yes and no.
Hold on.
That I also want to address, because they say consent. We want to talk about consent. And this is where we're going to really get deep into it. And then I'm going to, let y'all go. I'm not going to keep you all night. But consent. Ladies, you have to understand that you all play a dangerous game with yes and no. With the words yes and no. Ladies, a lot of times you don't mean what you say. And you don't say what you mean. And when it comes to this grape issue, this is a very, very big gray area. Very, very big gray area. And the reason that is because a lot of you ladies love playing grape fantasies.
Oh,
you love quote unquote consensual, non-consensual acts. You say one thing and then you do another.
See, it's like preaching. They're not serious.
Your no's
It's not no.
don't mean no. And your yeses don't mean yes. You pick and choose when they actually mean what they supposed to mean. You speak with a forked tongue and unclearly. I remember there was a content creator.
Listen, y'all.
And I won't mention her name.
No, this part, she's right.
But when I was doing social media back in 2014, 2015, back in that era, that time, there was a content creator who had got herself into a bit of a tussle with somebody. And since I was popular at the time in that space, the guy reached out to me and asked me to tell his side of the story for him. Because this chick had accused him of grape.
Of course, it never fails.
And he sent me all of the text messages. Oh, this was back in 2017. He sent me all the text messages. Now, by women being as wicked as they are and unstable a lot of times.
Very unstable. Yep.
She called herself trying to go in on me over nothing. So, like
because
creating beef.
But you're probing.
That wasn't there.
You're probing. Yeah.
And I let her know that I had the text messages.
There you go.
They were sent to me.
Oh, okay.
And instantly, she went on hush mouth.
Oh.
Well, time went by. Years went by. And then Princella reemerges as the queen maker.
Okay, queen maker.
And she thought she was going to come out and try to quote unquote expose me for saying that I blamed. I'm not for women because I blamed her for her grape.
And you see these malignant narcissists. That's why when they come in here with their goofy ass 50-inch bust down, I cuss their asses out. Because to not agree or to not support one woman in particular, because you have sound reason not to, these demons will start to malign you and say, oh, you don't support all women. No, I don't support your goofy ass because you're fucking lying. Okay? All right. The vast majority of my followers are women. If me, Lonnie and I, we've never met in person, but I've known Lonnie for years. Like we talk almost every day for 10 hours at a time. If Lonnie came and said to me, Marlene, this happened to me, I am more likely to believe her. Yes, because we have our own personal relationship. A celebrity, I don't even know what her favorite color is. I never met this person, never talked to this person. Everything I'm seeing is through the media. I'm not going to just blindly jump in there and support her like this is idol worship. I don't know that girl. She's a goofy ass celebrity, just like Diddy's a celebrity. I don't have a personal relationship with this woman. So I'm treating her like an individual. And I said, okay, something is starting to sound very bizarre about this because this is weird. Some level of kinkiness, okay. But there's a certain level of kinkiness. It's like, okay, like, no, you really have to be okay with this because this is too much. Okay? But you don't support one because something in your spirit is saying this right here is really, really off. Oh, you don't support all women. Oh, you are a self-hating Black woman. It is gaslighting. It doesn't work. It truly, truly does not work. You're gaslighting people, and I'm not going to allow you to gaslight me. We're talking specifically about Cassie. I do not think that Cassie was a victim. But does that mean that within 30 minutes, if I hear about another woman and her story, and if she's credible, I'm not going to support her? Absolutely. Any woman who is credible and has a credible story, I don't think most women, I don't know, I guess you can count on one hand the number of women who have been sexually assaulted and gladly went back to have consensual sex. I've never heard of that. I have never heard of that. Okay? I have never heard of that. There's so many things about this lady that to me, it don't add up. Halle Bailey said that Diddy G took her head and he smashed her head into a steering wheel. I said, but DDG drives a Rolls Royce. These cars have special steering wheels because the car is so damn heavy. So the steering wheel is just as heavy. He smashed your head into a steering wheel. You didn't go to the hospital. Doesn't add up. So if you lie about one thing, what else are you lying about? But this weird ass mindset that when a female celebrity says anything, we all have to fall in line and be like, yes, yes, ma'am. Okay, I'll be your sycophant. It doesn't work like that. Cassie does not pay my bills. I don't know that girl. She couldn't even afford her bills if it was not for this goofy ass lawsuit. Okay? So no, I don't have to believe her. Rhoda came outside and said that somebody grabbed the brick and hit her upside her head with her brick. She's not bleeding anywhere on her face. No, I'm not believing it. Because if somebody really, I'm like, did they baptize you? Oh, here's the brick. Here is the brick. Was she baptized with a brick or was she actually hit with a brick? I'm like, a real brick? Somebody grabbed the brick out of anger and they hit you in the face with a brick and you're not in the hospital? You're not bleeding anywhere? No, I don't believe her. She's a liar. That's it. Now, if you're planning your next chaos and therefore you want to make sure that it will be believed, I'll tell you, when I show up, I will question everything. And it's about time that women realize that now we are no longer taking your stories at face value because we are understanding that many of y'all got troubled personalities. You're sick. You need help. And there's many of y'all who need to be you need medication. You need to be sedated. So we are believing credible people. And one thing about credible people too, if you don't believe them, they might be hurt, they might be disappointed, but they're not going to insult you. Because they know the truth is on their side. And as sooner or later, it's going to come out and they will be proven right. The only people who insult you when you don't believe are people who are lying about something. If you're not lying and everything you're saying is true, you have nothing to worry about. Because in due time, God is going to prevail. You're going to prevail. Justice will prevail. But when you know you're lying, you need to insult people. And then you go around to other people and start lying. Oh, you see Priscilla or you see Marlene, they don't like Black women. Yeah, the fuck right. I don't like Black women who lie. So go run and tell that. If you're a Black woman and you have integrity, you come to me and you tell me a thing, it's going to make sense. I got your back. I'm a very sensible woman. But what I don't do narratives. I don't do I'm like, what is going on here? Like, this makes no sense. Who's going to have a closure conversation with an abusive ex at a fancy restaurant in Malibu at night? How y'all going to close anything? It's so romantic. What closure are you going to get? You never heard of packing your stuff, giving back the keys, going about your business. But then again, Cassie never does a clean break because she doesn't really want closure. She loves chaos. And many of y'all identify with her. So you get mad when people tell you, no, you got to move like an adult. You close one door before you open another door. Stacking relationship and causing confusion.
And I guess she thought I didn't have them text messages no more. Well, when I blasted them, because I didn't blast them the first time, 2017, I just let her know I had them. This time, I put them out on the internet and ain't heard nothing else from her. You know why? Because she lied on that dude.
You see?
Because she lied on the dude. You know how she lied on him? Because I saw all the text messages.
You see?
Because this is what women do.
Mm-hmm.
You all do this because you like chaos.
Yes, they love chaos. They really do.
This guy stayed 800 miles away from her.
Because I hope you guys understand, right? A grown, mature woman who doesn't want chaos and confusion. And also, she doesn't want to see these men fighting because it can lead to somebody coming outside and pewing a person. She does clean breakups. This relationship is over. Here's your house. Here's your car. Here's your ring. You know, she wants a clean break. You know what I'm saying? But when it's like one hand is on this branch, another one is over here, and you're doing this, to me, Marlene, you're not serious. You want to see these men go crazy. You're a malignant narcissist. You want to see these men fight. And sometimes, y'all, it gets deadly. It really does. But when you're grown and you're mature, you're going to be like, hey, it's a clean break. It's over. But when you're still leaving the door cracked, half open, you're just trying to get this man to fight for you. And it's very toxic to go like this because people can get hurt. Because what if your ex, whatever he is, he's really jealous and he's really possessive. He can grab a gun and come start shooting people. You got to have clean breaks. But they don't want that because they're so insecure and they have such low self-esteem. They want to see these men fight to the point that they even kill each other. This is insanity. This is really insanity. You know, I'm even going to tell you my story. Like, I was kind of seeing someone before I met Jimmy. And when I met Jimmy, he was like, tell your boyfriend it's over. I'm like, what the heck? But I sure did, though. But I told him it was over. I moved on with Jimmy. Like, okay, I can't be with you anymore. Like, gotta go. It was nice to get to know you, though. And I did that. You got to have clean breaks. You know, it's life.
Let's start there. 800 miles away. It's 800-mile distance. And she was sending him text messages trying to get him to engage her in her grape fantasies.
Yeah.
She told him, I want you to choke me. I want you to do all of this. And even when I say no, I want you to keep going.
You see this?
This is what she was saying in the text message.
You see this?
She then flew over there.
You see this?
She flew to
the woman, y'all. I'm telling you, the grandma. Don't look at this woman and see your grandmother. Don't even see your mother in these women, y'all. These times out here, treacherous. These times out here, filthy. People out here don't fear God. I think many women today, they think women are like back like the women in 1900s. Those days are gone. The days of your grandma, they're gone. The days of your great grandmother, gone. The days of your mother, the woman of gone. Okay, we are out here in this social media metaverse experiment, whatever this is. This woman texted this man who lives 800 miles away and said, I want you to grape me. I want you to choke me so hard. And when I say no, I want you not to stop. So if she says no, keep going. She's giving this man the instruction that if she says no, he needs to keep going. Do you see this? How is that not mental illness? How can, and I think, when you think about a grape, it's such a diabolical act. How can that even be your fantasy? You don't you can even have role play, like, oh, I'm a nurse, you're a doctor. There's you don't have those kinds of fantasies. Maybe he's a mechanic and you dropping off your car. No, your fantasy is sexual assault. And then he needs to choke you. And then when you say no, he needs to keep going. These are the instructions she's giving this man. How is this not mental illness? And this is exactly what Cassie's doing out here. I want you to pee on me. I want you to. They tell these men the diabolical things they want these men to do to them sexually. But we have to understand all women are not the same. You might be very prudish, you might be very traditional. Oh, no. Do not project your traditional mindset onto another woman. You don't know who she is. She might look very classy, very well put together. But what she does sexually, it might blow your mind. Girl, what? Girl, yes. We live in a godless ass society. Unbelievable.
To him to act out this grape fantasy. Now, she done already said in the text, I want it to be like the real thing.
Wow.
I want you to keep going even when I say no. So he engaged with her with this crap, and then she gonna cry rape because she gonna say, I told him no, and he wouldn't stop. Ma'am?
Is that ma'am?
What? You go fly all the way across 800 miles away to create this whole grape scenario, and you're baiting him in to do this.
Yeah, you see. But even though he has the text with Lonnie, a woman writes you like that, you need to block her. She's mentally ill. There are some fantasies out here sex on the beach. I don't know. Dropping your car off at the shop. He's the mechanic. I don't know. I'm the nurse. You're the doctor. Or you're a patient. I don't know. But a woman is messaging you on your phone talking about I want you to grape me. Like I have a fantasy of being great. And I want you to do it like it's the real thing. Huh? You see that come through your phone, you block that bitch. You block her and you delete her. This is Jezebel. She wants to ruin your life. This is not normal. She's mentally ill. And maybe most likely also she has sex demons. Who knows her trauma? Who knows who raped her or assaulted her when she was a child? And now she's looking for someone to do that to her again so that she can blame someone because she can't really punish the real person that did that to her the first time it happened. There's certain text messages, you should never allow those messages to be on your phone. It is not kinky. It is not sexy. It's not, no, it is frightening. Nobody should be asking anybody to mimic sexual assault as a form of like foreplay. You are sick. They are truly sick. They are, and she flew 800 miles to go there. Yeah, Uncle, exactly. That's what I said about Uncle Shay Shay. You are too much, like you're too important for certain text messages to come through your phones. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. Because tomorrow you're going to say I did it. That's why she said, if I say no, keep going. Somebody did that to her. She never called the police. Now she wants you to replay that scene so that with you, she can call the police. No, you're a witch.
And then you get there. And then you cry grape when he do exactly what you groomed the situation to be.
Yep.
Women do this so much that nobody takes you seriously when you cry this.
Too much.
And what I would have to tell you is you're going to have to stop hopscotching with yes and no. You're going to have to stop playing hopscotch with consent and non-consent. Because you switch your mind in an instant. And by you not knowing the nature of a man and
I'm telling you this too, right? Watch Haley try to go back to DDG. Watch Haley try to go back to DDG. That movie she's doing, it won't fail. Watch her go back to that boy. And you're going to see the same scattered brain hopscotching over here. Yes, no, no, yes, no, 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 no. This man is abusive financially, emotionally. The man comes to get the baby. The girl is half naked with no shoes on. Then she forces her way into the car. She wants to stay in the car. He says, get out the car. She don't want to leave. She rides for hours to his house, half naked with no shoes on. Can you imagine? There's something off.
Men's capabilities neurologically and physiologically. And you don't know what you're dealing with these with impulse control. You have no idea what you might be dealing with certain men who may not even be able to control their impulse once you push them past a certain threshold. You get to playing with these guys, teasing them sexually, and then saying no in the middle of it. You playing a high-risk game because not every man has self-control. As a matter of fact, a lot of them have lower levels of impulse control. And you're playing a dangerous game. So yes, no means no from a woman who actually mean no every time she say it. But men have discovered that your no's don't mean no.
And that many times too, when she says no, it's an invitation for you to push harder because she wants to feel wanted. And she wants to be like, oh, look, I'm not, I really didn't want to do it. He pushed, he really asked, she wants to feel desired. So she's saying no in the hopes that her no is actually an invitation for you to try harder. Because a woman who means no, she's going to smack the shit out you. I'm going to go out to eat with him. after we have so much sex. But I'm gonna leave it here at a romantic ass Italian restaurant in Malibu at night with the candles and all that kind of shit. Drinking, eating, laughing, reminiscing about old times. It was nice to have closure.